Is there anything you spend any time with you guys, just in the sense, I mean, you as a captain, you'll be emotional in the building or whatever if he's back. Did you talk about it at all with you guys this week? Or
no? No, I mean, we're focused on, look, we're not playing tennis or golf. I mean, we're playing a team game, and we're focused on the Steelers, and they're a good football team.
You know, for Sean Payton, he's going to say that. Of course, he has to say that, and he's not going to make it about an individual thing. And yeah, it's not tennis. But if Russell Wilson was playing this weekend, it would matter, and it would make a difference. Like, there would be something extra on the line here. Now, it's an odd place to be when somebody leaves your team, and especially somebody who maybe Russ didn't have any success here. But it was a huge, large, massive story that you couldn't help but be glued to for 2 straight seasons. And for him, if he were to come back and start this weekend, I think there's something extra to the game. I certainly think there's something extra for Sean Payton. And it's why I'm bummed right now that Russ doesn't seem to be healthy enough to go. If he was, there's a little extra juice to this game. And it would matter for Sean Payton. If the Broncos lost to Russell Wilson at home and the quarterback that he paid $85 million to say, get out of town, that is a story. And it's a big one, and it could be embarrassing. Like, potential for embarrassment. You know, it's the same kind of thing as even though the Broncos are underdogs again this week and they're at home, but they're 3-point dogs, which means you should lose the game. If they were to lose against Russell Wilson, it would still feel embarrassing in the same way that CU was supposed to lose last weekend, but that felt embarrassing. 7.5-point dogs going into the game. You lose, and it still felt like, yuck, should have won. Same thing could have applied when it comes to this game. But here is Mike Tomlin asking if Russ is healthy enough. Or, I'm sorry, if Russell is healthy, is he quarterback 1?
Again, I'm not going to soothe you with hypothetical scenarios. It is my general practice to not. You guys that know me know I do not. So why start today? Because it's the quarterback position or because it's a national story. I am unmoved by some of those narratives, to be quite honest with you. We got an approach to business. I always stand in front of you guys when people are somewhat limited. I say we'll push through our work week. We'll let their participation be our guide in terms of whether we include them and then the quality of that participation. This scenario is no different for me, respectfully. I understand that you have to ask that question, but it doesn't mean that we need to change our position or do things that are abnormal in the effort to answer it. We're just simply going to proceed with what we normally do. Our energies and attention are on those that are available and are scheduled to play. They are deserving of that. When those that are not are healthy, we'll ponder it at that time.
I love Mike Tomlin. I don't deal in hypotheticals. You cannot ask that question. You know me. But the hypothetical, I think the answer was clear yesterday. We had a clip that we played that was about Justin Fields, and it says it was something along the lines. Nelly, can you help me out here? It feels like Justin Fields is going to start, or something like that. I forget the exact word, but it's like.
Knowing Mike Tomlin, he probably said, we're acting under the assumption that in the near future of linear time, Justin Fields will find his footing.
It was something like that.
It was something like that. But they actually brought up an interesting point. They were playing this clip on PhD yesterday, and D-Mac or Columbus, I can't remember which one, but one of them said, if Russ wasn't your QB1, like if Justin Fields is healthy and Russ is healthy,
Right.
and you're still rolling with Justin Fields, wouldn't Tomlin just say, Justin's our guy, like he's our starter? There you go.
That was if you can find the clip from yesterday. I forget which one it was, but he was talking about is Justin Fields going to start this weekend, and he used a certain term that left it vague. But it was, yes, we're operating under the assumption that he's the starter this weekend because we don't know the health status of Russell. But that's what I picked up, too. You can take it from that clip. You can take it from the one yesterday.
But as I sit here today, we're preparing as if Justin is going to be our quarterback.
Perfect. Stop right there.
I think that's the appropriate way to do it.
We're preparing as if Justin is the quarterback. That's the appropriate way to do it. If you're preparing as if he's the starting quarterback, and if you can't answer that question right there about if Russell Wilson's QB1, then Russell Wilson's starter. Or else you would just say, we're operating as if he's going to be the starter. No. You would just say, yep, he's the starter. No question about it. I mean, I told you guys, there were some insiders in the offseason that were talking about Pittsburgh, and they said they said basically most of the people in the front office and organization want Justin Fields to be the starter. And Mike Tomlin wants it to be Russell Wilson, so it's going to be Russell Wilson. And I don't think that he's going to let that go until he sees him on the field. Mike Tomlin strikes me at least a little bit of a Sean Payton guy in this sense. Sean Payton has repeatedly over the last couple of years played the guy who he feels is the more reliable option. Maybe the shorter ceiling, but higher floor guy. And I think between Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, Russell's that to him. Like, he's not going to be making the same mistakes that Justin Fields can make. Now, to Justin Fields' credit, last week, he didn't turn the ball over, but he also didn't do anything special. And that's why Russell got the best of both worlds last week with that Steelers win, because the Steelers didn't look any sort of great on offense, but still got the W, which means Russell Wilson can now take a team that has at least a win when he's been out and play. But I want Russell Wilson to play so badly this week. And I think he does too. For all the things that people have called Russ is a competitor. Like, he wants to win. And I guarantee you that Russell Wilson, who maybe he's never hated anybody in his life, I think he hates Sean Payton. I do.
Who does he hate more, Sean Payton or Future?
I don't even think he hates Future.
Yeah, I mean, at least he makes good music. Where's Sean Payton's mixtape? Why didn't you play that after touchdowns? But I was texting with Mike DeFabo, who is our guest that we're going to have on tomorrow. He writes for The Athletic Pittsburgh, covers the Steelers and the Penguins. And when we were texting to set up a time, I said, great, we'll have you on Friday at 9 a.m., and we're looking forward to chatting with you about Russ and his culinary abilities.
Yeah.
And then Mike replied and said, haha, I don't think he'll be doing much cooking. Limited may have been generous for what he did today at practice.
Gotcha.
So I don't know if I'd hold your breath. Maybe that's some insider trading here.
It doesn't feel like he's going to be playing at all. Here's Sean Payton. He's talking about how they're prepping for this game.
Yeah, I think you look at Fields last week, and then obviously, you prepare for both. And, both guys have different strengths, and so you have a plan for both. But certainly it starts with Fields.
Sure it does. I always wonder, like, when you get a former quarterback who's on another team, that prep process, it's got to be easier than most, right? Has to be. When you get, I don't know, man, even though it's a new offense and it's new talent surrounding him, you kind of know what the guy's got from a skill set perspective. I don't think it's going to be, and somebody asked him, is it an advantage to go against a former quarterback like Russ?
No, I don't think so. I mean that. I think anytime you have a new system, new coordinator, I don't think there's really much to that.
I do. I think there's something to it. Like, you know his tendencies, you know what he's willing to do and what he can't do, you know what he's capable of and incapable of. Like, I do think it's an advantage. You know, if you guys had the choice, if I put it this way, if you had the choice between Justin Fields or Russell Wilson to start the game this weekend in hopes for a Broncos win, who do you choose? Because I'm choosing Russell. There is a complete unknown factor, which is the legs of Justin Fields, that I think is a terrifying prospect.
He was actually starting to carry that game a little bit this past weekend against the Falcons. I mean, anytime the play broke down, he would just, boom, take off. And even if he only scrambled for 5 yards, it was 5 more yards than they were going to get. I mean, Justin Fields, he was keeping drives alive with his legs. So I completely agree with you. Russ is he's the safer bet if you want to ensure a win. And man, I just feel bad for all the fans who dropped like $300 for nosebleed seats because this was a marquee matchup, and now they're not going to be able to see the reason the ticket prices were so high.
Well, I was trying to figure out
man.
I've been asking this question all week. And look, how many people are, what's the capacity at Empower Field?
Oh, what is it, like 75,000 or something?
Yeah, 76,000. So 76,000 people are going to that game tomorrow. On Sunday. Plenty of you listen to the show. You guys tell me, did you get a ticket? Maybe not specifically for Russ, but was that the number one thing you were looking forward to before the season started? Was I get to see Russell Wilson come back home and play against my team? Because it doesn't quite feel like that grudge match game. You know, for example, and it's a little bit of a different scenario because it's on both sides, but the playoff game last year and even Sunday Night Football in Week 1, when the Rams and Lions played each other, they had a Goff and Stafford matchup where those two quarterbacks were traded for each other from those teams. It still got brought up on Sunday Night Football that they're, hey, going against their former teams who traded them. It was still a story. And I know it would be a story, but would there be like fervor in the stands if Russell Wilson was there?
Well, Brett, you can speak on that. Did you take it personally? Were you like, oh my God, I want to see Jared Goff just do horrible things to his former team, screw the Rams, I hate the Rams.
The difference, though, Nelly, was it was a playoff game last year, and I think that was Stafford's first time coming back to Detroit, but different circumstances. But when I hear Sean Payton say on if it will be an emotional game seeing Russ again.
No. No, I mean, we're focused on, look, we're not playing tennis or golf. I mean, we're playing a team game, and we're focused on the Steelers, and they're a good football team.
It is emotional. You want to know why? If Russell was playing in that game, Sean Payton's going to tell Vance Joseph, put this guy in the dirt as much and as often as possible. Like, I swear to God.
Did we really?
There is no way that Sean Payton's going out there saying, nope, this is just another game. He would want to beat the holy hell out of Russell Wilson.
And to answer your question, I think if for Broncos fans that are going to this game, I'm pretty sure that for Broncos country, they wanted to see Russ in the so-called grudge match. But I think half the stadium that's Broncos fans were rooting for that. The other half that are Yinzers that snatched up all the tickets on the resale market, they don't care. They just want to see their Stillers since they only get to see him here once every 8 years. But if you're a Bronco fan going to that game, you can't look me in the eyes and tell me that you're going for any other reason than seeing Russ getting put in the dirt like you just said.
Or at least that was going to be the number one reason.
Yeah.
You'll go to the game because the game is fun, but that was the factor. Texter Lance writes in. Sorry, just real quick. Texter Lance writes in. I cover the team from Mile High Huddle. Shout out to the people over at Mile High Huddle. Said we specifically set our meet and greet for this weekend because of the Russ storyline. And that's what's also kind of weird about that is you had this feeling Russell signs with the Steelers, all right, so week 2, that's going to be the comeback. But then when they got Justin Fields, there was that you don't know who's going to start sort of headline the entire offseason, even leading up to the final game. But now, looks like you aren't even going to get that. And if the Broncos allow Justin Fields to do what he did last time he played against the Broncos last year, where he was 28 of 35 for 335 yards and 4 touchdowns, then that might take the job away from Russell permanently. Texture, me and my buddies go to the home opener every year, no matter who it is. Understood.
That's fair. The home opener's a good angle.
But all I'm saying is, an added benefit to going to this game for whatever reason is I get to see that guy play, I got a chance to win, and I got a chance to embarrass him like he embarrassed me the last 2 years. So big thing.
But let me ask you. So Sean Payton's in all these answers, he's very diplomatic. He's very straight down the middle. No, We're not worried about Russ. We're focused on preparing for both guys. It's not an emotional game. Do you think there's just a little voice in the back of his head saying, if I talk a big game, if I have a couple lattes.
2 lattes in the morning, 40 minutes later, I'm regretting it.
And I slam Russ, and then we lose?
Sure.
Do you think he's thinking about that a little bit? Just like what you said with Dion Sanders and Jay Norvell. This year, he's taking a little bit more of a diplomatic approach. He's not talking about his mama and his sunglasses or anything. I wonder if Sean Payton's doing the same thing.
But Sean Payton really hasn't. I don't think that's his. He's not going to crush people individually. I guess he did with Hackett. Like anything that's happened since those first couple of months that he was hired as head coach, where a few of the national headlines came out. He's played it down the middle. It's just not his bag. Dion is, especially with this game coming up this weekend, is a different story. He's taking a very different tact than he did last year, where it was a war of words between the coaches before the game, and it turned into something bigger. He basically said, I'm not going to play that game this season. But Sean Payton, he wouldn't say that anyway. Now, privately, I would love to hear what he'd say. He's not going to say it publicly. 303-504-0925. Broadcasting live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this.
I'm not going to soothe you with hypothetical scenarios. It is my general practice to not.
You have many questions, and though the process has altered your consciousness, you remain irrevocably human. Ergo, some of my answers you will understand, and some of them you will not. Concordantly, while your first question may be the most pertinent, you may or may not realize it is also the most irrelevant.
I say we'll push through our work week. We'll let their participation be our guide in terms of whether we include them and then the quality of that participation. This scenario is no different for me, respectfully. I understand that you have to ask that question.
While this answer functioned, it was obviously fundamentally flawed, thus creating the otherwise contradictory systemic anomaly that, if left unchecked, might threaten the system itself. Ergo, those that refuse the program, while a minority, if unchecked, would constitute an escalating probability of disaster.
Both Tomlin and Payton will give you some of that stuff of the nope, just not doing it. I'm just not.
But did you
Sorry.
know who that was, by the way? Did you recognize that character?
I've heard it. I can't say I remember though.
That is the architect from The Matrix Reloaded. And I feel like Mike Tomlin sometimes I feel like he has that way where he just feels like he needs to throw the thesaurus at you, right? Concordantly, vis-a-vis, insofar. He's got to say, whereas it is not my general practice to engage in hypotheticals.
Yeah.
Just talk, bro.
Well, again, I think it's like 99% here that we're going to have Justin Fields playing on Sunday in Denver, which I think is not a great option. I would prefer the other. I would prefer Russell Wilson. But saw this story late last night. And I don't know what the appeal is. I don't even know if this is good or bad. So maybe you guys can tell me. This from Ross Dellinger. The Pac-12 is mobilizing a long-discussed plan to rebuild the league with additions from the Mountain West. Oregon State and Washington State are targeting Boise, San Diego State, Fresno State, and CSU. Those schools are applying for membership. Another tweet here from Brian Fisher. The Pac-12 has learned its lesson. In addition to poaching schools, they will be jumping in front of the Mountain West Conference to land a media rights deal. So, in the very near future, we could have CSU in the Pac-12. Here's my question. Is that better than what they're currently getting now? Or is it any different at all? I don't think just because they have the Pac-12 nameplate that the other power conferences, where these things are now automatic bids for the conference champions to make the college football playoff, are just going to volunteer that this conference, because they say Pac-12 on it, are going to be in that club. I don't think they'll allow it. I guess who knows? But I don't know if this is truly better. Like, so you keep Oregon State and Washington State, who still are pretty damn good football teams, and you add the Mountain West teams in there. So isn't it just, how about this? Wouldn't it just be easier, Nelly, for them to have Oregon State and Washington State join the Mountain West as opposed to the other way around? Isn't that the easier option? If you're actually going to do this, like, I'm trying to think of something that was a well-respected brand back in the day that if you said you're part of it now, it just doesn't hit the same. Like if you said, if you were a writer for Sports Illustrated magazine back in like 2002, that's a big bleeping deal. You write for, I don't even know if they're releasing magazines anymore for Sports Illustrated. I have no idea. And I'm not denigrating anybody who works for Sports Illustrated. All I'm saying is, I was going to go with Playboy, but you know what I mean? Like, just one of these forgotten brands that if you worked for them for a certain period of time, It was a big thing.
I haven't forgotten those articles, Brett. I still remember them.
The Playboy articles?
The Playboy articles, yeah.
Of course.
If there's something else in that magazine, I'm not aware. But I think part of it is, it's just, I know this is stupid, but it might be. It's just about the name. It's about the pedigree. Just the name Pac-12 with the history of the Pac-10 and the Pac-8. Just the Conference of Champions, right? Shout out Bill Walton. That's what it is. And that it still has some of that cachet around it that I don't think the Mountain West has. Now, you may say there's some smoke and mirrors to that, right? Like, what's the difference between a pair of jeans you buy at Sears and a pair of designer jeans? They both cover your legs in denim, but one has a fancier label. So maybe that's what the Pac-12 is. It's a designer brand with a fancy label that isn't going to offer more than the Mountain West. But as it stands now, the name carries more weight, and I think that's why they want to rebuild the conference instead of just having those two teams jump ship somewhere else.
How about this? I'll just throw out a couple. Blockbuster is starting their own streaming service. It's like, now we're good. We're okay. And I've told you guys before that I pine for the days, actually. I actually miss these. I miss the days of walking through a Blockbuster and trying to find the right pick. I really do. This is what I'm getting at here is when you have this brand name that people know, and you're just trying to revive some sort of feeling associated with it, it doesn't work that way. People are too smart. Now, is it kind of cool, I guess, that CSU can say if they join this that, hey, we're a Pac-12 team, but it doesn't carry the same weight, and I don't think they'll be allowed to have the same benefits that all these other power conferences do. I bet you the SEC and the Big Ten were really hesitant to even give this new look Big 12 the same sort of cachet. But I'm just like, I don't know. It's like the Pac-12 has learned its lesson. Well, sometimes you learn your lesson and it's way too late. They learned their lesson on their deathbed. Sorry. Well, you want to get ahead of the Mountain West Atlanta media rights deal, like, well, then if they're trying to do that, Nelly, that means they're in competition with the Mountain West, which means they're not a Power 5 conference, which means who really cares? I mean.
Well, I'll tell you who's pretty stoked about this. Boise State legend, best quarterback in school history, Mike Sanford, was sharing his excitement on Twitter. I mean, he's excited for this. Boise State getting into a bigger conference, maybe getting some more eyeballs on it.
But is it bigger? That's what I'm asking. Is it bigger? And will you watch a game? If I tell you, you got a matchup between Air Force and Wyoming, and then you have a game between CSU and Oregon State. Are you going to the, quote, Pac-12 game just because it's a Pac-12 game or not? Like, I just don't believe that it's bigger. And again, the easier thing for the Mountain West to do is just to say, why don't you guys come over here instead? Because you're just playing pretend. That's it. Texture says, it's a good move. The best Mountain West teams makes all the conference games hard and no fluff. It's a good move, but it makes me sad. I don't know.
Well, why don't we ask somebody who knows more than both of us combined, somebody who is so excited to talk about this. He just called in. Coach Sanford, what's up, man? How you feeling?
Hey, Coach.
I'm doing great, man. First off, my alma mater in the Pac-12, the conference that built me. My dad is a USC alum. I'm excited about it. You know, Brett, when you mention this whole concept of, you know, the brands aren't still there that made that conference famous, I mean, you could say the same thing about the Big 12. No Nebraska, no Texas, no Oklahoma. You know, and so there is that element to it. But I take this a step further. So I knew about this news last night about 30 minutes before it went public with Ross Dellinger's information. I'm going to be involved in a media, a Pac-12 network show today discussing this later on today. So I got a call about that show. And the thing that I see with this whole realignment is it makes it very appealing for Stanford and Cal to leave the Atlantic Coast Conference. They are literally on the Pacific Coast. And I'm talking about in due time. So if you get Stanford and Cal back, you're up to 8. Colorado State, it's a sleeping giant of a program. Boise State, humongous name recognition, big brand. I'd call it Oregon Light as a program.
Sure.
About 10, 15 years behind the Oregon ascent, if you will. And then you got San Diego State, which is in and of itself, from a location destination standpoint, a very powerful brand. And then Fresno State is the football history, right? You have Devontae Adams, you have Derek and David Carr, Ryan Matthews. What I think is going to ultimately end up happening, I think UNLV will end up being added to the fold. This is all my personal speculation.
Sure.
And then I see at some point UCLA, after getting their brains beat in the Big Ten, wants to rejoin their academic peers, which is a buzzword that was used so much in these conference realignment. And when I say academic peers, I'm obviously assuming that Stanford and Cal end up coming back to this reborn pack. And so then you have a nice little 10-team conference. That's my vision for this conference. What I love about it is it would be just about the only truly regionalized conference where it actually is a West Coast conference in the Big Five-ish, right? And we can say that really there are Big Two, but I think that this is a good step for the West Coast schools that didn't have a home.
Well, let me ask you, though, something, Mike, because if all of what you've said happens, then I do think that it's viable. That's a lot of ifs. But just on the surface, the difference, I think, between what the Pac-12 is trying to do and what the Big 12 did, the Big 12 didn't take a year off from being in the club. Like, they might have lost their name brands in Oklahoma and Texas, but they were still there. They made moves to make sure that we aren't getting left out of all the benefits of being a power conference, which is automatic bids for conference champions. I don't know if the other conferences are just going to be willing to say, yeah, you know what? Let's just bring you back in the fold just because of the name. Like, I think they're just relying on the nameplate, right, Mike? Did we lose Mike?
Brett, you there?
Yep, I got you now.
Okay, I'm sorry. My bad. So if you look at it, I went to the Pac-2 After Dark media event in Vegas during media day weekends.
The happy hour.
The happy hour, yes. Unfortunately, it was sad hour for me because I had a sour stomach from the night before.
Gotcha.
But one thing that was very clear is that this thing was not going to die on the vine, and they needed and wanted to maintain their status as a conference in this strange purgatorial year. And obviously the whole Pac-2 thing is laughable. There's a lot of jokes about it. But one thing that the Pac-2, which is still retaining the rights in the name of Pac-12, they held on to their studio. In fact, they've actually gotten bigger. They've gotten more technology in their studio for the Pac-12 network. And where that's interesting to me is that they're actually producing ACC games right now. They're producing Mountain West games. They just produced the Pac-12 network just produced our game CSU versus Northern Colorado. And so I think there were some forward-thinking aspects of making sure they don't get this media deal wrong. And that's where I think that this will end up being a strong alignment eventually of these teams, is because I think the media side of it is going to be strong because there is a void of regionalized football in the West Coast, that used to have the Pac-12, meaning USC, UCLA, and Oregon and Washington and the likes. So I think that this will end up being a really good media model. Whereas, I agree that the Big 12 kind of stayed in the, we're still in the club-ish. But I think when you see these final CFP rankings come out and the 12 teams that make it, there will only be one Big 12 team in it. So are you really in the club?
Sure. No, it's a good point. It's just a matter of, thank God they kept at least two of the teams in the Pac-12 together to keep that name, because if they had to call it something else, I don't think this works as well. But keeping those two together, and maybe they just got together and said, hey, we're going to figure out a plan, Oregon State and Wazoo, to make sure that you guys are going to be okay, and we're going to find some sort of comeback trail. I just wonder if it's going to have remotely the same sort of brand attached to it. If it's just going to be that name.
I go back to the Big 12 on that, and I would ask you, and this is all hypothetical, but I would ask you, is Kansas, Kansas State, Colorado, Arizona State, you can go into the weeds, BYU in the Big 12, there's obviously more. Is that a more powerful brand in terms of having one automatic bid in the CFP playoff than if in an ideal situation, in an ideal world, you have Oregon State, Washington State, Boise State, Colorado State, UNLV, UCLA, Stanford, Cal? I think they're pretty comparable. I think you would argue that maybe there's more long-term name recognition in some of the top-end schools, and combine it with some recent last 30-year, football power in Boise State. So I think
but I guess the difference that I would say though, Mike, is the Big 12, yes, for losing their big power names, and I understand everything you're saying. They still have 7, 8, 9 teams, whatever the number is now, that were in the conference last year that are still in it. It would basically be saying, and the argument is totally fine if this is it, is the Big 12 that much better than the Mountain West Conference? And you can have an argument about that, but it's the Pac-12, I think, in name only, because it's going to be the Mountain West, really, unless what you're talking about happens, which is Cal and Stanford come back and UCLA comes back. That would be different, but for what they're trying to do now, I guess is what I'm evaluating.
Yeah, and I think they're doing this with the long game in mind.
Sure.
And to make a home for teams in the West Coast that don't find that they're playing with their peers. And the question will be, like in UCLA's case, are they willing to leave that massive payday because of the health and welfare of their student athletes getting their brains beat in all sports, traveling the entire nation? That remains to be seen. But I think at least it provides a potential rebound kind of girlfriend, if you will, for those schools that did leave to very strange geographical and even competitive fits for their programs.
It's Mike Sanford. How about that listener to the appetizer hour? Appreciate it, Mike. Thank you, buddy.
It's the best hour in radio international.
See ya. It's Mike Sanford. You can hear him on Dempsey and Company 10 to noon every day right after Moshe Lombardi and Kane. Got to take a quick break. Back after this. I wasn't prepared for my Twitter feed last night to be, I follow almost exclusively sports people. I wasn't prepared for the biggest sports story last night to be Shannon Sharpe, but I can't get away from it. Every time I get on Twitter, there is something else.
Oh, yeah.
That would be horrifying in my life. Like, there's nothing wrong. The weird part is people are acting like what happened yesterday was immoral. I'm not going to explain it. You guys can find it for yourself. If you don't know, it's very obvious. It's not like it was immoral and people are like, Shannon should be ashamed of for what? Having a good time?
And the thing I legitimately don't understand anytime this happens, remember it happened to Jamal Murray once upon a time.
Yeah, that was more than audio, but yes.
Yes, exactly. But with Shannon Sharpe, the amount of steps that have to happen for you to go live on Instagram, it's not just like you're butt dialing someone on your Nokia. There are multiple steps, multiple buttons that need to be pressed. How does that accidentally happen while you are engaging in extracurricular activities?
Well, this is not to sound like I'm 80 years old, but you know this about me, Nelly. I don't have an Instagram, and I don't know the steps it takes to go on Instagram Live, so I don't know how that goes down. I don't think I've done a live streaming video thing ever, other than like a podcast. I don't think I've done that, like just got on my phone and been like, is Periscope still a thing? Is that a thing that people do?
No, Periscope, that's been replaced by just Twitter's main live interface. I think Periscope was their original streaming interface.
What you're watching right now on Twitch, it's the only live video that I do. And so I don't know all the steps it takes, but I was very confused by that as well. Anyway, couple things here. Colin Cowherd was on his show yesterday talking about CU. And he's called a team this before. And he'll explain it. But he has given somebody over the last few years the tag of the, quote, fake ID in college football. Well, he's making a change.
I've called Iowa the fake ID of college football. They'd win 8 or 9 games, argue they should be in a major bowl or the playoff because they beat up on directional schools out of conference, maybe Purdue, and then they'd go get shelled against the big boy. But you can only have a fake ID for so long. At some point, you're 21 and can drink legally. So it's time for a new fake ID of college football. You know, somebody that is new on campus, talking a big game, little thirsty, and not of legal age, kind of a poser. And I think it's Colorado. Dion Sanders is the new fake ID of college football. I'm sorry. A lot of talk. A lot of hat, no cattle. I mean, at least Iowa could hold their liquor. These guys are vomiting on themselves after a margarita.
All right. So he has called that about Iowa. Now, I will say this. For his stuff against Iowa, and I make fun of Iowa a lot because their offense is terrible, but Iowa wins a lot of games. A lot. And I always thought he was too harsh. This actually, I think, makes perfect sense for where CU's at in the moment. I mean, the all hat, no cattle thing is very accurate. There's a lot of bravado without a lot of substance. And that's why it's so important that they get this thing on the rails now. That's why this Saturday is a must-win in Fort Collins. It has to be. When you are playing against your rival for the second consecutive week, one of your rivals, you can't drop 2 games. You especially can't when you're in the spotlight like this. And you especially can't when you're losing 2 potential top players in the draft. And that's another thing with Shedeur. Like, Dion's a coach and he's a dad. And I would assume in every other phase of his life, he's a dad first. I don't know what that pie chart is as far as on the football field. It's certainly a lot closer to 50-50 than I think most would want it to be, but it's fine. He's a father. If you're just looking out for your kid, a losing season and struggle offensively is going to hurt his prospects going into the NFL draft. You know, we had Peter Schaefer on during training camp, Broncos camp. He was on with us for 2 days. And he has his job is he's an agent. The agency's responsibilities is to find players who will net the most amount of money. That's what you want. That's why Drew Rosenhaus and what's the dude's name in baseball that gets all the big clients? How am I blanking on his name right now? Scott Boras. It's why they're household names. I say household names, I almost forgot Scott Boras. They find the most talented players, they sign them to their agency, and they do that because they know they're going to be good and they will make a whole lot of money. Peter Schaefer's got this log with all of these college prospects and where they fit on the chart. Are they first-round picks? Are they second-round picks? Are they undrafted rookies? Are they whatever? He's got basically projections next to him of where they're going to be drafted. Now, all this stuff is fluid. It can change throughout the course of the year. But before the season started, I said some people are talking about Shedeur as a top 5 pick. Where does your group, where do the agents have him at? And he said, yeah, first-round pick. But right now, a mid to late first-round pick. And I think that continuing to lose only would push that farther and farther in that direction. Colin Cowherd continues.
They've lost 7 straight games to FBS teams. Worst run offense in America. Can't defend the run, can't play defense, tackle poorly. I mean, at least Iowa wore a collared shirt and sort of played the part. Well, maybe they can match up with Michigan. Man, Colorado can't even compete. They have the worst rushing offense in college football, and nobody talks more trash. A lot of stories about what they're playing over the loudspeakers. I don't care about those, but it feels like they're one big campaign to get Shedeur Sanders the Heisman or the number 1 pick. It's just a timeshare sales pitch, and I'm over it. And let's be honest, Iowa graduated college. They got a good job at a local accounting firm. They're doing fine with their life. Colorado is a mess. They're on academic probation, and they're bragging about skipping class on Wednesday.
There's another clip of Cowherd going deeper, but I think you get the picture. Like, they need to shift the narrative because right now it's exactly what Cowherd's talking about. It's like you're almost getting to the territory for a lot of people across the country of Floyd Mayweather in this sense. People are tuning in just to see if you're going to fail or not. Like, people are tuning in. Floyd Mayweather was arguably the greatest boxer who's ever lived, but you watched his fights to see him get knocked out. And I think CU is dangerously approaching that territory without the resume behind it. So, 303-504-0925. Can watch us live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude.SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. And that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
Is there anything you spend any time with you guys, just in the sense, I mean, you as a captain, you'll be emotional in the building or whatever if he's back. Did you talk about it at all with you guys this week? Or
No. No, I mean, we're focused on, look, we're not playing tennis or golf. I mean, we're playing a team game, and we're focused on the Steelers, and they're a good football team.
Is there anything you spend any
Sean Payton yesterday, yeah, you're not playing tennis, you're not playing golf. This is a team game. But if Russell was playing, Sean Payton has personal feelings towards that. There's nothing he could say that could convince me differently. I know he would, because he's a competitor, and he made the decision that that guy wasn't good enough for me, and he would be embarrassed if Russell Wilson, if he played, came in here and beat him. He would be.
They both have personal feelings.
Yes.
One guy had to pick up his family, sell his home for much less than what he paid for. He took a beating on that. And the other guy had to go to his ownership group and say, I need you to eat about 90 mil.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's vested interest on both sides. In fact, I guarantee you, the Broncos and Sean Payton are breathing a sigh of relief that Russell Wilson is not involved in this game.
I was thinking the same thing. Not
A
that anybody
sigh
is
of
ducking
relief.
and dodging anybody. You duck, dodge, dip, dive, and dodge.
It's the
Pretty good.
last
The 5 Ds.
It's the one thing they didn't want. I mean, granted, I think Pittsburgh is beatable with Russ, but they don't want to establish any opportunity for Russ to come in here and win a game.
Mm-hmm.
What it certainly is doing, too, it is alleviating any sort of extracurricular activity throughout the course of this week leading up to this game.
The opportunity for embarrassment, Moj, outweighs the opportunity of bragging about a win.
He's not going to play anyway, and so you don't have to address it.
And it eliminates a long line of questioning.
That's
right?
because that's what the storyline would be. That would be the biggest storyline the entire week.
In the NFL.
I'm sure it would be.
It would be.
But he's got this, quote, calf thing going on. Must be a really bad calf, too. Really bad.
Could I ask you guys a question, by the way, just surface level? If you were only interested in the Broncos winning this weekend, is it better or worse if Russ doesn't play? I think it's worse. I think the Broncos would have a better chance to win if Russell was actually starting for them.
I agree, but we'll never know.
Well, understood.
Yeah.
I'm just saying hypothetically.
Yeah.
I think you'd have the better shot to win if Russell was starting at quarterback as
I
opposed
agree.
to Justin Fields.
I agree.
He
Yeah.
poses way less danger to me.
Yeah, because Justin Fields can break loose at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
Get some wheels in motion. Yeah. But that's not what we have here. We have the Steelers and the Broncos. And as far as the Broncos are concerned, Broncos brass and Sean Payton, you just heard the man. He is relieved. Inside, he's relieved. Doesn't have to face this guy.
You've got to think so. It's just you can mitigate the circumstances, Brett, in having Russ have this, quote, calf. Mitigates all of this circumstance and extracurricular and the possibility of losing to that particular guy. Yeah. And again, I'm not accusing anybody of dodging anybody. I mean, I think that if the Broncos had to play Russ, Sean Payton and company would come up with a game plan to do just that, or they'd attempt to, obviously.
Sure.
But the last thing in the world I think you want is to have your rookie quarterback, whether Russ plays well or not, just be outshone by a guy you told to get bent and $80 million.
By the way, in our intro, Moj, there is a clip of you saying, I want Mike Tomlin to coach my life.
Mm-hmm.
This was Mike Tomlin answering in a very Mike Tomlin way. If Russell was healthy, is he QB1?
Again, I'm not going to soothe you with hypothetical scenarios. It is my general practice to not. You guys that know me know I do not. So why start today? Because it's the quarterback position or because it's a national story. I am unmoved by some of those narratives, to be quite honest with you. We got an approach to business. I always stand in front of you guys when people are somewhat limited. I say we'll push through our work week. We'll let their participation be our guide in terms of whether we include them and then the quality of that participation. This scenario is no different for me, respectfully. I understand that you have to ask that question, but it doesn't mean that we need to change our position or or do things that are abnormal in the effort to answer it. We're just simply going to proceed with what we normally do. Our energies and attention are on those that are available and are scheduled to play. They are deserving of that. When those that are not are healthy, we'll ponder it at that time.
That's a man who's spoken that type of press conference for 17 years.
Has he
isn't it?
spoken that way his entire life? Like when you're 7 years old?
Was he answering questions in class? And she says, Mike, give us the...
Miss Smith, I don't answer in general hypotheticals, and I refuse to answer this question. You should know this about me by now. Yeah, I wonder if he's done that forever. Texture says, you guys sound like chicken bleep. I don't want to play Russ. Dude is trash. I just told you. I actually want Russell to play. I think it gives the Broncos a better chance, and it's way more entertaining for me if Russell was playing this weekend. I feel bad for the 76,000 people that are going to be there. That may be a big factor in why they got tickets outside the home opener and Bo Nix and all that stuff, that they wanted to see this game. They wanted to see the return.
Little Mike, give us the order of the animal kingdom. Genus, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species.
You just did that off the top of your head. How do you remember that? How do you remember the order?
I guess. I don't know. School.
From that long, I don't remember anything.
Kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. That's from the top down.
What are you guys talking about?
So genus is like all animals.
No. Kingdom, phylum,
yes,
class, order, family, genus, species.
Where are we going here?
That's from top to bottom.
So, like, Vic, the genus would be
the kingdom would be like the animal kingdom.
No, I understood. Yeah. I'm saying genus would be like wolf and Chihuahua, right? They're
right, correct.
They're the same, but not close to the same species.
That is correct.
But the same type of overall deal.
Or same family. They may be the same family.
Maybe that.
Then the genus would be like.
Vic, we're trying to educate you
wolf,
here.
And then the different kinds of wolf.
Yes.
Yeah. Like northern Alaskan timber wolf versus
gray wolf.
Yeah, I skipped that class. I was not going to be a veterinarian. I was playing sports.
All right, anyway, Mike Tomlin is simply one of my favorite people in all of sports. I love the way he speaks. I love the way he coaches. Again, I think it's not – they've got to give him more players. If he has players, he wins. He's a Super Bowl champion.
Does Mike Tomlin
He does more with less than anybody else in this league.
Does Mike Tomlin NFL coaches do press conferences with opposing or
yes, opposing
media?
They do a phone call.
Some do not.
They used to do it was required to do a phone call, or conference call.
Oh, I think we missed our opportunity. I would want one of us to call in and say, "Hey, Coach Tomlin, hypothetically speaking," and just see if he's going to murder me through the phone. If I just started that way. You know what's funny about that clip, though? And we pointed this out with another one yesterday. If Russell is healthy, is your QB1? His answer is, I don't deal with hypotheticals. It's not really a hypothetical. I guess the health is.
Well, the health is. Will the calf hold up?
This is how you know his answer is yes. Because if it wasn't yes, wouldn't he just say, nope, Justin Fields is the starter? Wouldn't it be that easy?
I suppose, but he just wants to. I don't know. I don't know what he wants to do. I'm not in Mike Tomlin's head. I wish I was, because I'd probably be better off as a human being. But it's not going to be Russ. It's going to be Justin Fields. Can you envision a scenario where it's Russ, where he hasn't played weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, and he's not practicing at top speed for weeks and weeks and weeks, and then all of a sudden you're going to throw him in first snap against his former team and their joint? No way. No way.
Fellas, the story of the morning, and I know you mentioned it in the appetizer. It's not Shannon Sharpe. We're going to get to that later.
I was going to say, I couldn't escape that story
we've got some amazing sound for you this morning.
That's what you were talking about. I was like,
not playing
we can leave the show if you'd like to with that.
It's not that. If you're on your way to work this morning.
If you guys missed it, here's how it sounded yesterday.
No, it's not that. We will get to Shannon Sharpe, what he did, and then afterwards his admission on what he did later. Joe Buck revealing how he shattered his wife's leg accidentally. We'll get to that later. But the story of the morning is what's happening right now with the Pac-2, formerly the Pac-12.
Tupac.
and wondering why Oregon State and Washington State just hung around. Why were they hanging around? Well, this has been in the works for quite some time. We've come to understand, according to many reports, Ross Dellinger reporting that the long-discussed plan to rebuild the Pac-12 is now mobilizing. Here are the newest additions coming from the Mountain West. They are applying for membership, and I'm not sure what that means, how long it takes to get in, but they're applying. The teams that will now become the new Pac-12, and it's not 12, Oregon State, Washington State, Boise State, San Diego State, Fresno State, and Colorado State. CSU is applying for membership to the new Pac-12 or Pac-7, 8, 9, whatever it ends up becoming. This is a big deal, and it's a big day for CSU because remaining in place, standing in place, is death these days. I don't know what Wyoming is going to do. I don't know where Air Force ends up. Air Force will find a home. That's a national institution. But this is horrible news for Wyoming. What the hell is Wyoming going to do?
I don't know. Join the MAC or do something. I mean, will the Mountain West Conference break up? I heard Coach Sanford on with you.
Yeah.
Of course, as soon as he was done, I had to send him a text.
Yeah.
And basically tell him he's blanked.
What do you mean?
He's full of blank. I love his optimism.
What was the?
Well,
what did he say?
Here's what happened. Here's what happened. Sanford called when I was talking about this at 6:30 this morning because he is a listener to the appetizer.
Well, maybe one of his kids is probably. He's got to take him to school. That's the thing.
Perhaps the only person in this building that listens to the appetizer. But
I just told you I listen.
Yeah, outside of you two. I
listen every day. You silly goose.
Outside of you two and Nelly. Sanford might be the only one.
I don't
but here's the point. He called in, and he was talking about... Because what I said was, I don't get it. I feel like this is too little too late.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you just realized the mistake you made on your deathbed. There's no time to rectify this now.
Money.
But here's the thing, Vic. This feels to me like Blockbuster is trying to get back in the video business.
No, dude, you're looking at this the wrong way.
And they're taking a brand name that people know, and they're trying to throw some other stuff on it and pass it off as the same, and it's not. And what Sanford said was, well, what about the Big 12? You know, the difference is the Big 12 didn't miss a year.
Now you're wrong.
Go ahead. Tell me why
You're wrong because all this is these Mountain West schools, what they carry themselves as the more elite of the Mountain West. They want to rid themselves of the smaller schools, and they want to align with schools that can get a television package that suits them. So that's why I say,
who are the others?
What do you mean, who are the others?
You can't have a 16 conference, so
they're not done yet. Who knows? They're not done yet.
But you're saying they're shedding dead weight. Now, you know, what weight would not be dead weight that they would add to it?
New Mexico State.
New Mexico's not going in. UNLV is I'm surprised that the Vegas market is not going, to be honest with you.
Well, no, Coach Sanford says UNLV is going to be in this new thing.
And what he said is maybe Stanford and Cal don't like the deal that they got in the ACC and maybe they go back. I'm like, well, that's a pretty huge hypothetical.
He's also optimistic that UCLA, once they get their heads kicked into the Big Ten, will separate from the Trojans and come back.
BYU's always been a wild card. Where's BYU now?
They're in the Big 12.
Okay, yeah, they've been all over the place. You never know if they'll last in the Big 12 or not.
See, this is that wishful thinking thing that I don't understand.
Agreed.
But wait.
King of wishful thinking.
You're looking at this wrong, though. You're looking at this as if this is bad news. This is great news for CSU.
I don't think it's any news.
What are you talking about?
I'm trying to explain
really not,
it.
Vic, it's not news.
Are you guys dumb?
I'm going to explain to you why.
You guys are dumb.
Okay, so
You're
Vic,
dumb.
No, I
explain
said
how
you
this
can't
is
call
different.
me dumb if I call you dumb.
Okay.
This is huge news.
Let the idiot explain his stupid point then.
Yeah.
Explain how this is any different than if Oregon State and Washington State joined the Mountain West.
Because the Mountain West wanted to shed itself of the teams it did not want.
But you can't have a 16 conference and the other teams...
Because the value of the Pac, the name Pac, is more powerful to television.
That's what I don't buy.
Well,
I don't buy it.
Okay, we're about to find out. Otherwise, what was to stop the Mountain West from just absorbing Oregon State and Washington State and saying, let's get a new television deal? Why didn't that happen?
Timeout.
That made sense, right? Wait, hold on. Why didn't that happen? They had a year to do that.
Why didn't
the Mountain West simply absorb Oregon State and Washington State and get a brand new television package nationally. Why didn't that happen?
Because they're trying to bank on the idea that the brand Pac-12 is going to be bigger for them, and I don't think it's going to work.
It didn't happen because they looked at the rest of the conference and said there are too many schools weighing us down. That's why it didn't happen.
Okay, hang on. Let's continue this after the break. 3:03. We got to continue it.
This is all about television.
We got to continue it.
This is all about television. You guys are looking at this in terms of titles.
You get first word when we come back. I promise. We got to take a break
because you're both right and you're also both stupid.
Okay, both right, both stupid. More of that conversation next. That's the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero. And as always, Tulatero, if you don't know that sound by now, it's your favorite lottery app because you jump on the Tulatero app and you can play Powerball, you can play Mega Millions, or a day like today where you may be taking a break from both of those jackpots. You can play Lucky for Life. All of that available on the Tulatero app. If you download it right now and use the code MAGIC, you get a free credit to play in any one of the aforementioned games. So go ahead and download the app right now and get that free credit with the code MAGIC. Download the Tulatero app, Tulotero, and register with the code MAGIC for your chance at a free credit in Colorado Lotto. Tulatero, it's your favorite lottery app. All right, Moshe. I said you got first word. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it. I've been thinking about this, and to me, you might as well take a swing. You might as well take a big old swing.
What have you been thinking about this? Reset the topic for those just tuning in to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, located in Denver, Colorado.
These are the teams inside the Mountain West that want to go bigger.
By the way, this feels like it's sorry, Moj. This feels like it's official. I just saw something 15 minutes ago from the Pac-12 conference, the official Twitter account, where they said, "Good morning, it's a beautiful new day," and they have pictures of Boise State, CSU, Fresno State, or yep. It's official.
These four teams headed to the Pac-2: Fresno State, San Diego State, Colorado State, Boise State. So now there are 6 teams in the Pac. They need 2 more to become an official conference.
I'm going to leave the Air Force Fighting Falcons out of this because they're a very unique situation. They are an academy. So they don't, I mean, they're in the Mountain West. But,
national. But
it's it's a totally different deal. Those schools that are going to the then Pac-12, whatever you're going to call it now, Pac-2 but Pac-12, are the most appealing because of the markets that they're in.
Except for UNLV, which has not been mentioned, the Vegas market.
No, but that's it. That is a Mike Sanford thing. Now,
Vic, I think it's a Mike Sanford thing.
He thinks that UNLV is eventually going to be added. Okay. I agree with you that these schools want to rid themselves of San Jose State's, New Mexico's. I'm talking about footballs. Utah State, Nevada, the Wolfpack.
100%.
Even Hawaii, right? Even Hawaii, you want to rid yourselves. Let them all pick it up and be a MAC team or whatever it is they want to be. They have higher aspirations. Okay, that's all well and good. And the Pac-12, I mean, they were homeless and they're still trying to save face and rebuild what is a dead conference. And Brett, this is where you're wrong.
Wait, what's your point though? What are you getting at here?
I'm explaining why you're both correct in some regards. If you'd let me. Brett,
correct in this regard. I say it's a great move for CSU in the new conference.
Great, yes.
And Brett seems to be pooping all over this.
No, I think for CSU, it's incredible. If Boise State, SDSU, and Fresno State are leaving and they get invited, they take the invite. They're not being stupid.
This is where you're wrong. The Pac-12 name still has value. Now, we can argue about how much value it has, but it has more value than the Mountain West. I swear to God it does. It does. It still holds.
It glimmers.
It does. It still holds that little bit.
Don't think so at all.
Well,
it just does.
You're wrong.
No.
Well, then you're dumb.
Back to the Sanford point of Cal and Stanford coming home. I don't care. If they came home or not, I don't care. To me, it doesn't move the meter at all because those programs are not good programs. They don't move the college football meter whatsoever. They pick up some nice wins from here and there. They've got guys who've been drafted, obviously, draftable players and that sort of thing. Here's what they need. I'm talking about this new Pac-12 whatever. They need a sugar daddy. They need somebody who takes who wants to own the conference. Jeff Bezos. I mean, with somebody to come in and say, you know what? The only hope they have of ever building that conference into something viable is being able to get very good players and be able to win games. Otherwise, they're a total joke of a conference.
Can I talk?
Yeah, but the other big conferences are never going to take them seriously whatsoever. Vic, they need big-time money, they need big-time players, and they need to win, and that's the only hope.
First off, the reason why this is a brilliant move by CSU and these other 4 schools, don't you think they know what's at stake here? Do you think they're dumb? Don't you think the Pac-2 that remained intact, Oregon State, Washington State, the 2-Pac, the reason they didn't come apart, the reason they waited, don't you think they knew what was coming around the bend, that they didn't have a plan intact, ready to go? They already have a television deal, and they're waiting to announce it. If they didn't have a television deal, they wouldn't be able to afford this. Let me tell you why.
But, Vic, they're the wretched refuge.
Well, let me tell you why.
They're the wretched
refuge.
Fine.
It's their only matter.
It's their only hope.
It doesn't matter. What I'm telling you is, it's going to cost CSU and these other schools a lot of money to get out of their Mountain West contract.
$18 million each.
Plus a penalty. It may be upwards of $30 million to get out of this. What does it tell you when they're willing to pay $30 million per institution to jump ship and go to another school? What does it tell you? That they're going to another league despite the $30 million penalty. It means that there's going to be a pot of gold waiting for them somewhere, more so than what they could get here.
Yeah.
Okay? This new conference, it's just television. It's simple television. They've got an alignment ready to go. that's going to make them more money than whatever the Mountain West is getting the Mountain West schools right now. The Mountain West coffers, the money coffers for television, are empty. They're not going to be enough.
Yep.
And they're going to make more money aligning with the Pac-2. That's it. That's the end. And we'll find out soon enough what that television deal is. But they don't do this without a television deal.
I never disagreed with this part of it. I think it's incredibly smart for CSU to do this. Here's what I'm questioning. And this is where I don't think we're seeing eye to eye. So I'm going to try and say this clearly.
This is where you get dumb.
This is not where I get dumb.
Listen, you can't be dumb because you're dumb a lot. You just can't dumb this program
down. The Pac-12
down.
has nothing to it anymore. Nothing.
That's correct.
There is nothing that the Pac-12 means in college football where they let's say that they somehow find another 4 teams to join this conference and they're good somehow, that you guys are saying. Like UNLV, big market. They stink. Yeah. They've made 2 bowl games since 2004.
But they're not trying to be the Big 12. They're not trying to be the SEC. See, you're looking at this all wrong. You're saying, oh, what are they? Well, they're not trying to be those. They're trying to be better than what they are now.
That's fine.
What's
That's
better?
fine.
All right, let me ask you, what's better, the Pac-12, this new Pac-12, or the Mountain West?
There's 6 teams in it. How the hell would I know?
No, but I'm talking about the Mountain West presently constituted.
The Pac-12 is this
They're
new
not
Pac-12.
a conference because they don't have enough teams.
You're focusing on all the wrong details.
I'm talking to a rubber band. I don't know what to do. Take me out of this room.
You're asking me something that doesn't exist.
Are you stupid? They just said they're existing.
There's 6 teams. 6 teams is not allowed to be a conference, which means they have to add more. Who are they going to add? It's probably going to look a lot like the teams at the bottom of the Mountain West. That's what I'm trying to get to. So what I'm saying is, it wouldn't be any different than if they just invited them over and kicked a couple of teams out of the Mountain West. It's the same thing.
But you can't do that, though. That's why they didn't do that.
Of course.
That's why they didn't do that.
Vic, I'm saying on principle, that's what it is. It's just with a different nameplate in front of it. That's why I don't see the difference. We can say, okay, fine, good for them. They got a TV deal done, and maybe it's a little more than what the Mountain West could get. They're still going to be outside of the SEC, the Big Ten, the ACC, and the Big 12.
You're right.
They're still going to be outside of that. It's the same thing. That's all I'm arguing.
But you're taking too much. You're not emphasizing the label, the name Pac-12. There's still worth to that label.
I don't think so at all.
Okay.
I do.
All right. Well, we do. You don't. It means something.
It does.
It means something.
Now listen, Brett, the value may have been diminished greatly. And that's true. I mean, they didn't exist as a conference, okay? What I'm trying to tell you is the value of that name. And I know you may say, well, you're just throwing these teams over there and calling it the Pac-12. It still has more value than Mountain West.
Give me a food or drink that you hate.
Let me make
just hang on. Just for example, give me a food.
I hate beets.
You hate beets. Well, guess what? Beets are now called bacon. It's still beets,
well, does it
but
taste,
we call it bacon.
But does
now.
it taste like bacon?
No. We call it bacon because the brand bacon is great and it works on everything. Do you like beets now? Or, I'm sorry, do you like bacon now? That's
Brett,
what they're doing.
Brett, you're right. You're correct. But what you're doing is they may not. I mean, they'll never have. I think probably I don't know that they'll ever get back in with an automatic bid.
They're not going to be one of those conferences. That's not what they're trying to do.
They'll never ever do that.
Let me make this very easy on you. Let me make this very easy, and this is the end-all discussion point.
Go ahead.
Is Colorado State better off yesterday or today?
Today.
They're
better off today.
Thank you.
I never argued that, though. See, I'm saying for CSU, this is a good move. I'm just saying the Pac-12 overall, this whole brand name thing, it doesn't have the appeal.
Then why?
This is why it's good for CSU.
Jesus Christ. Why would CSU make the move then if it didn't have the appeal? They're getting out of the Mountain West to a more appealing conference.
Well, they think it's going to. I disagree. But it's smart for CSU because the best teams in the Mountain West are leaving, and they're part of the teams that are leaving. It's
exactly. That's exactly right.
So they're ridding themselves of the Mountain West and going to a more appealing conference. Why? I mean, what cow slept on you last night?
The conference isn't the more appealing thing, is what I'm trying to get to here. It's the same as what they're leaving. Okay. It's just with a different brand in front of it.
So what you're saying is if you took all these 6 teams and whatever teams they're going to add on, and you called it the Super Fun Guy Conference.
Yeah.
It would be the same thing.
Yes.
And I'm trying to tell you, Brett, you're wrong about that. The Pac-12 still has value. I mean, you may not think it does, but it does.
And let me tell you why it has value. You don't think there have been negotiations going on for the last year with the remaining Pac-12 and a television deal, telling these television, hey, we're going to go target these teams. We're going to bring them on over. Well, that's where the draw is. That's where. Listen, we can argue this all day. All this notwithstanding, I want to ask the Wyoming fans. We are heard in Wyoming. What the hell are you going to do? Air Force is going to be fine. Air Force will fall in line somewhere. Air Force is a national institution. You're not going to have trouble scheduling games.
Not at all.
But if you're Wyoming right now, and I ask this with true sincerity and empathy, what the hell are you going to do?
Well, you're in the same boat as New Mexico and Utah State and Nevada and all of these leftovers.
If I am Wyoming right now, if I'm an alum and I'm looking at the landscape of college sports, and now these schools are leaving me behind, this is a problem. This is a big problem. Do they join hands with the North Dakota States? The South Dakota States?
You talking about going FCS?
Well,
or do you elevate?
I don't know.
Or do you elevate the Dakotas into the?
I don't know.
Well, who's to say that the Pac-12 doesn't have to go back to them still? Like, I don't think that the door is now closed on all the other teams in the Mountain West because they need to find teams. I don't think that they're dead and gone. This is just the first wave, I suppose.
I guess you're right. They could easily add more from the lot that's left over. What's the leftover lot? A team that would never. San Jose State. What appeal is there?
There is no appeal. Have you ever been to San Jose, California?
Yeah.
It's not super fun.
They just beat Air Force last weekend.
Understood.
All right. So they just beat Air Force.
This is what I'm wondering. If they could do this, and this is what Sanford said earlier, and if this happened, then the Pac-12 could make an argument, and I could be wrong on this at the end. But he's saying, well, what if these teams that are in different conferences now that jumped, a couple years ago,
they want to come back?
What if they want to come back? I just don't buy that UCLA is going to be like, yeah, I'm going to lose the Big Ten money because I don't like losing games every once in a while. UCLA kind of stinks anyway.
Well, I think here's the reality, though. This movement, this college conference realignment, we thought it'd settle in for a bit. It's not. It's going to keep changing. I think it's going to keep changing until you basically have the haves and the have-nots. And when I say the have-nots, I've said this for years, and I don't understand what the problem is. What is so wrong with having a Division I type of everybody's playing for one championship? These are the teams that can afford to, that can spend the NIL, that have the alumni boosters, that have the money to play this game. You play for a championship, and then another group of teams, schools, lesser schools, and you're going to have to look in the mirror and say, listen, we can't compete with them. You play for your own championship.
Vic, why is this so difficult? You're not incorrect. You're not incorrect, but here's the problem with that. The FCS teams have always been FCS teams. These are FBS teams that are basically downgrading to something a lot less. Say what you will. Look at the way that Cincinnati built their program and got into the big. They built their way into a shot. Now, you may think that it's a joke that the Bearcats never belonged in a national title game or never belonged in a playoff or never belonged in what. You may be right about that, but they earned themselves a pathway to glory that if they spend the money and if they win, they can get there. These other teams, Vic, you're taking all that away, and they will never have the opportunity. And you're gonna kill all those programs.
Here's the other thing, though, just real quick. The reason why they don't want to do that, these might be lower end, not a lot of viewers sort of games, right? The lower end teams in FBS, they still make money for everybody else. They still make money for conferences, and I just don't think they want to let that go, even if it's a smaller piece.
I just want to localize this story a little bit more. It's a great day for CSU. Not great. A great day would have been to join the Big 12 or something.
No, what's great is that they're still in a conference.
Exactly.
They're still in a conference.
It's a day of relief for Colorado State. Let me put it that way, that there's a conference out there that thinks enough of them to say, come on over, all right? That's relieving for Colorado State. If you're Wyoming today, and the texts are coming in, this one's from 5230, Wyoming fan here. Sad day, no clue what we do. I guess we invite the big sky schools. We fade into irrelevancy, can't lose the border war, not sure what's going to happen here. It is a sad day for Wyoming. And I pointed this out earlier this year. They lost their head basketball coach. You know where he went last year?
He became an assistant at...
He left a head job at Wyoming to become an assistant coach at Texas Tech.
There you go.
An assistant coach.
Yeah.
They're not playing the same game. This is not the same game that's being played up there.
Nope.
And it's coming to roost. They've got to figure out what they want to be, if they can even be that. I feel bad for Wyoming. I really do. And I don't know where you go now.
And Rams fans, I think you're fortunate. You're very fortunate that these other schools, talking about Oregon State and Wazoo, who actually are still winning football games big time. They're still actually pretty damn good teams.
They're pretty good.
This text comes
even
in.
even though they may be the little sisters of the poor in the Pac-12 in terms of market size, they've played really competitive and some pretty damn good football. Fact of the matter is, you should be thanking your lucky stars that they wanted you, because Boise State is much more appealing. Believe it or not, Fresno State is still that Central Valley powerhouse in California, and San Diego State has the market.
Yeah, and that's why I think UNLV will eventually join this group. Maybe Nevada, I don't know, but at least UNLV will. CSU alum here on the text line just got the official email from John Weber, the AD, announcing the acceptance of the Pac-12 invitation. So there's going to be money to pay to get out of this Mountain West, but the Pac-12 schools, the conference as it sits, they're going to pay the bulk of those fees. Tells you that money's out there. Another text that just came in, this show sucks. Who cares about the Pac-12? What happened to Shannon Sharpe? Well, it's your lucky morning, because coming up next, not only will we discuss around the edges what happened to Shannon Sharpe, but Shannon Sharpe himself will tell us what happened to Shannon Sharpe.
Who's Michelle?
Well,
Like I feel sugar. Come on, come on.
so listen. I don't like this is where I sound super old because you guys know this about me. I don't have Instagram. I've never done like a live video on any of these like periscopes or nothing like that. Never done that. So I don't know how this stuff works.
You do have an OnlyFans account from your
Well, of course. But
milking.
I don't know how this even happens. If you were on Twitter yesterday, you couldn't escape it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a video where there's just audio.
Yeah. Thankfully, it's just the audio version of it, but it's pretty obvious that's Shannon Sharpe.
Shannon Sharpe's having a time.
A little bit of a time.
With someone named Michelle.
Yeah. Whose name is used several times during the course of featured Instagram live video. Now, this goes out there into the internets. And immediately, not too long after it's out there, Shannon Sharpe issues a I've been hacked decree on his Instagram. His people say this is... I know.
You can't... That's not how hacking works.
I know. I've been hacked. And somebody through AI put me here.
What he said was, I've never used IG Instagram Live. I've never turned it on. Yeah. I don't know how it works. And all of a sudden, my other phone started going off.
We're going to play this. So
we're not going to play this.
No, we're not playing the incident. We're playing him.
Oh, good.
Of course we wouldn't play the incident. That's for you. But last night, Uncle Sharpe, Unk, as they call him, Club Shay Shay. What's the name of the show that he does with Chad Johnson? Nightcap?
Fitting name, the Nightcap Show.
Yes. All right. They had an emergency show last night.
Emergency show.
And I'm watching the show this morning. I'm playing it back, and I just want to mention something. Chad Johnson's crying during this. He's like emotional. He like wiped away tears. This is serious.
Of laughter or sadness?
No. He's crying because he feels like they're embarrassed, right? Like Shannon Sharpe's embarrassed, and rightfully, anybody would be embarrassed.
Look, you could be embarrassed. What I didn't get people thinking like this was some immoral thing he did. It was like, you're just being a human being.
Well, immoral is not the word. Absolutely blindingly dumb might be better.
Okay, fair.
Because of maybe not. That's a poor choice. Not dumb, but how? Just how does this? So let's go ahead and play from his own podcast, from Shannon's podcast. And I love Shannon. Known him for a long time. But I'm going to ask the same question, and he's probably asking himself, how the hell does something like this happen? Here he is trying to explain it.
This was not staged. Came in, I threw my phone on the bed, gazed at an activity. I did not know IG Live. I've never been on IG Live. I've never turned IG Live on. So I don't know how it works. All of a sudden, my other phone is going off, and people are calling me FaceTime that I've never talked to a day in my life on FaceTime. And it didn't, I'm like, why are y'all calling me FaceTime? And after a while, Jamie Fritz, who's been my longtime marketing guy, he finally got through to me and he said, Shannon, you on IG Live. I'm like, doing what? You know, I'm like, what am I on IG Live for? I ain't hit no IG Live button. He says, they can hear. I'm like, so now, Ocho, you know, I say ask for patience. He said they can hear. And now I'm starting to get agitated again because you called me and say I'm on IG Live when I know I didn't click myself on IG Live. And he said they can hear me. I said, hear me doing what? So it sounds like you were having sex.
So many questions. I have a lot of questions. Here's the first question. How does somebody throw their phone on the bed? Now, let me rewind. I've been subject to butt dials and pocket dials and we do that all the time, right? I've butt dialed you guys before.
Oh yeah.
I pocket dialed my daughter all the time. She's used to it now. Quit pocket dialing. Mm-hmm. That happens. I get that. It happens all the time. How do you throw your phone on the bed and all of a sudden it's on IG Live? Here, I've got IG on my phone. I'm going to throw my phone. Here we go. Tell me if it's IG. Here we go. Am I live?
Michelle.
Throw your phone. Throw your phone.
Well, this is.
Throw your phone. See if it hits IG Live.
Hold on. Ready? Hold on. Ready? Here we go. Yep. Oh, yeah.
Sounds
It's
like you
totally
were
on.
having
Are you
sex.
live?
It's totally on. Yep. Totally on.
First of all, how do you do IG?
I don't know how to do it.
You know what?
I
We're
don't know.
We're
I
going
don't know
to
how
IG
to-
Live this segment. Here we go. I'm going to IG Live. For everybody that
All right,
follows me on
too.
IG.
See if I can, too.
Texture says, it sounds like you were having sex is definitely in the drop tourney, right? Yeah, I think it has to be Nelly.
Sounds like you were having sex.
How do you get on IG Live?
How do you do it, Brett? Well, you don't know.
I don't have. I would.
You hit the plus
no
button?
idea.
Story. Oh, here's one live.
Where is it? Where do you get the live button?
Yeah, hold on. Test.
So
Add a title.
would
okay.
you guys, as you
Don't add a title. You don't have time to add titles.
Yeah, studio test.
as these old men try and figure this out, I have a theory at how this can happen because you're right. It feels
3,
like
2, 1. Checking connection. Okay, we're now live, Vic. We are now
We're
live
live.
on IG
I still
Live.
haven't figured out how to get on IG Live.
Okay, now we're on IG Live. Here's us doing the show. Brett, we're on IG Live. I didn't just throw my phone down.
Oh, I see. You got to hit that extra
I had
button.
to take several steps.
all right. Yeah.
In
Here we
order
go.
to get to IG
All
Live.
right. It says 3, 2, 1, go. Checking connection as well. We are all on IG
Okay,
Live.
so look
we are
here.
now live
So-
on IG Live.
So you're on IG Live, and
Okay,
I'm
we're-
on IG Live.
We're trying to see how
Right.
hard it is to get on IG Live. It took 2 old men 3 steps to get there.
Yeah, it did.
This is why I'm telling you.
Oh, I've already got 62
As-
peeps in.
as-
65 peeps. How many
Let's
peeps
see.
you got?
What do I have on IG
You got
Live?
72 peeps.
We're all testing. If
Hey,
you
don't-
throw your phone
We're doing
onto
the show.
onto a bed, as Shannon Sharpe attested, you all of a sudden go to IG Live.
This
So
is
here we are.
This is what had to happen. Yeah, all cameras on me,
just say I
please.
had
Where's my
sex?
camera?
Okay, IG Live, it works.
Okay,
Man,
Vic, let me say something real quick.
Look at the amount of
As you're
sex.
just narrating every move you're making.
Sorry, I just again, Shannon Sharpe says if you throw your phone onto a bed, IG Live turns on.
This is why the very simple explanation. Let's just
Yeah.
go Occam's razor on this. She turned it on, right?
Of course she did it.
Yes.
Of course she did it. That's what
And
we're
that's
getting
the
to.
hack.
That we're
The hack
getting
is
to.
she
We're
turned the
getting-
phone on.
Whoever the hell Michelle is, she knew exactly what
Well,
she was
hold on
doing.
a second. How does Michelle have his passcode and be able to get into his IG
The
Live?
phone was probably on already.
Well, how did you have my passcode? You figured out my IG Live.
No, I did not. I'm on my own IG Live, and you're on your own IG Live.
We're IG Living each other right now.
That's really weird.
Oh. Anyway,
How long are you guys going to make that IG
I think
Live
this
go?
is just pretty cool.
This is the first time I've ever done it in my entire life.
It's awkward having a conversation with two people that are staring at the face of their phones the whole time.
Want to give me a hug?
Yeah.
I don't know. Stand up and actually do it. No. Do a hug where the phones touch. It's like the phones hug too. So you give each other, yeah, and then there you go. Very good. I hope people are enjoying this.
Hold on. How do I turn it? Okay, bye IG Live. We just had to do a test and.
Wait, I'm going to throw my phone on the ground and see if it turns off now.
Yeah, try that. Try that move. And
It's still on. Damn, I think I busted this.
Texture says, "Cue the turn me on drop." That's exactly right.
Turn me on. Anyway.
I mean, that's got to be remarkably embarrassing.
I feel bad for Shannon. It is
So
embarrassing.
I don't know this. I know he's not married now. Has Shannon ever been married? Does he have kids?
Well,
Does he have kids?
Yes,
he does.
said
Okay.
he had to call his kids to explain
Oh,
what
that
happened.
stinks. See,
So
that
the kids
that
are probably
stinks.
going, sweet.
One thing is for sure.
But come on, dude. Let's all just stop. I threw my phone on the bed. Michelle, whoever you are, you know what you did. You know what you did.
Yes.
Michelle. And is this accusatory? Yes. Do I know for certain?
It's the only explanation outside of Shannon did it and he's denying it, but I don't know why he would do that. It's the only explanation.
From now on, there's a special place in the kitchen, I'm sure, for a lot of people now, just in case. Phone doesn't make it upstairs.
Let alone two
Or the
phones.
phone, or two phones.
you have two phones.
I do. I have mine, and I have
You bring
the
those
work.
two phones everywhere you go?
Or there's.
Do those phones have the same passcode?
They do not.
Wow.
No, but
See,
they're
you're really
but they're
secretive.
real easy. My wife knows the passcode to both of them, so she's full access all the time. Here's the thing. Or there's you know those things that you like put mail in, like you hang on the wall. And you,
A mail slot?
well, yeah, but outside your door.
Oh, I got you.
Bedroom
Yeah,
door.
yeah.
You just
Yep.
have a thing where you put your phone in before you go in. Probably. I don't know.
303-504-0925.
You know what, though? This happened to me once.
This happened.
Oh,
this happened to you once.
no,
How about that,
Not
Vic?
this.
Yeah.
Not this. But I'm going to tell you what happened. I was at
you were with
Tim Patrick.
Tim Patrick. That's
So-
at the basketball
listen
game.
to this.
Right,
At the
that's right.
basketball
Something-
game. That's right.
Well, I was not with Tim Patrick in a bedroom. I was at a basketball game. Let's get this straight.
I remember this. Yes.
Hold on before we jump to conclusions.
You heard it here first. Now, Detroit Lion, Tim Patrick.
So this was like 3 years ago. I'm at the Colorado State High School Championships. We're at the Coliseum. I'm interviewing Tim Patrick on Twitter. I had done the interview, but the interview video is still rolling. I forgot to hit, or I hit stop and it didn't stop.
and you were like holding it in your hand.
I'm holding it in my hand on my lap, and I'm sitting there next to Tim Patrick talking.
Just talking about whatever.
Talking about for a good 2 minutes. I post the video not knowing that that extra 2 minutes was on. And all of it goes on. I don't know what was on that 2 minutes.
Well,
Obviously
nothing. There's
bad.
there's nothing.
But it could have been bad.
Yeah, it was completely
Yeah,
benign.
what if he said, so this was 2
Well,
years
it could have been really bad.
I don't know if that's when Russ was on the team or not. Let's just say it was. What if you're like, all right, Tim, thanks.
Thanks,
and
bud. How much
and
does
then
that
he goes,
suck not getting the ball from Russ?
And he goes, Russell's such a clown, dude.
Exactly.
He's like, it very easily could have happened. Very easily could have.
Anything could have happened. So who am I to throw stones? I'm not one to cast stones at Shannon Sharpe this morning. I've done something similar.
But no,
Have you ever
haven't.
had a
No,
faux pas?
Not like no.
The
Not
closest
like that.
I've gotten is I was making a text about somebody and sent it to that person.
Oh, we've all done
Yeah.
that.
When you're
that
talking
about
that
oh,
one
I've
sucks.
done that when you're like, yeah, this idiot, and then you send it
Yeah.
to that idiot.
You send it to the idiot.
Oh, we've all done. You've done that, right, Mo?
I'm trying to remember. Probably, but I don't remember. Probably have.
Because you know why that happens? Because that person is top of mind, right?
Mhm.
You're like, this jerk, and you're like, I want to tell this, and then all of a sudden you send it to that jerk.
Vic. You're like, no.
Yep.
Springer did that to me. Springer stayed over the house
Mm-hmm.
last weekend when I was in Vail. The dogs love him, right? But he sent me a Wordle thing. And he said, oh, that was for my mom. Something Wordle.
That's
It's embarrassing.
Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy.
He texts his mom. Wow, Springer.
It's
Bad
just-
look, buddy.
Listen. I feel bad for him. I do. I mean,
Sorry.
I don't know.
There's a couple of texts coming through are killing me.
I know, dude. We can't read
Somebody
them. We
said,
can't read
or
them.
what if
puke with
Tim
all
Pat-
that movement.
We can't read them. There's some really good ones that
Oh,
we
we
cannot
can say- I
read,
can
but
say
some really
this
good
one.
ones.
Or what if Tim Patrick and Vic got it on?
Pretty on.
Yeah, forget if he talked trash about Russell. What if that happened?
Well, that is quite upsetting.
Jeff says Mosher had a hot mic with the pigeon thing. It wasn't a pigeon, it was a seagull. And it wasn't a hot mic, it was 2 hours before the game.
What the holy
Mosher.
Now, that was an accident.
He said,
Wait, the iPhones have unsend buttons? That's a thing?
yeah, on text. Like, watch, I'll send you a text right now.
Hang on. I want to try. No, I want to try.
All right, send me something vile and then unsend it. Go ahead. I dare you. What's taking so long?
I know what I would say.
All you have to do is throw your phone on the bed and it turns on.
I want you to read it. I want you to read it first.
Go to break.
Unsend.
It was me being a healthy, active male. I mean, y'all thought I was bull jiving.
Well, you better have the number of a lawyer if you run into whatever Shannon ran into over the week. Dan Kaplis is a record-setting injury lawyer with a long history of community service, believed to be the only lawyer in Colorado history to win 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. Think about that, 5 straight. He won the largest jury verdict in a Colorado truck crash case. In his last 16 trials, he's won an average of 10 times more than what the insurance companies had to offer. Because that's the insurance company's job. They're not going to offer the max. He gets you the max. Dan Kaplis Law, the one and only official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. A serious firm for serious cases. If you're serious and you need a serious attorney, call today. 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Or hit them up at dankaplislaw.com. That's CAPLIS. dankaplislaw.com.
Joins us every Thursday at 8 o'clock. It is Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com. Leggy, as always, thanks for joining us this morning. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing good. First question out of the gates. if this is a purely football question and it meant the Broncos have a better or worse chance to win, if Russell Wilson was starting ahead of Justin Fields, would the Broncos have a worse or better chance to win?
I think worse, but I know I'm in the Russell plays better than most people think camp. I get that. I admit that. But I think Fields is still really raw, and he's still one of those quarterbacks. And Josh Allen was like this earlier in his career. It's just part of the progression. When guys have that kind of mobility, they tend to lean on it too much. They tend to use it when they shouldn't, and he's still in that stage. He's still finding that good balance between what are plays I could make from the pocket and when should I take off with this fabulous running ability. And I know Russ strays a little too often too, but I think the big play potential is still there with Russ, and if he was playing, I think it would be a tougher deal.
Well, I'm sure that Sean Payton and the Broncos are happy the Russell Wilson returns to Denver theme is not a big play this week since he may not play. I want to ask you about Audric Estime, who turns out estimated to miss 4 weeks minimum with the injured reserve. What happened to his ankle? When did he injure it?
Yeah, Vic, I went back through the game video twice, and I really couldn't see it. But, sometimes I've seen many occasions where guys leave the game and are on the plane or even the next morning. They show up and, a knee or an ankle or an elbow is just swollen beyond belief, and they don't even know sort of when they did it. But because he was still moving around when I saw him late in the game and then after the game. So that's just one of those deals. But I knew yesterday afternoon, you knew somebody was going to IR when they immediately signed Davis after the workout to the practice squad. You just knew there were things in motion, and, there were too many guys not practicing yesterday for one of them not to go to the short-term IR.
My only guess, when he fumbled the ball, do you remember he tried to hurdle the guy? And perhaps when he raised his leg, it got knocked around? That would be my only guess if it happened in game.
Yeah, again, I looked at it a couple times and slowed everything down. I even looked at, some of the view. I had some end zone views that somebody from another team helped me with, and you could sort of see him on the sideline a little bit too in some of those. That I didn't see anything in those either. But again, that's football craziness sometimes.
Well, Jeff, we know that Estime is gone for a month, but the other guys who are banged up, and again, week one, they did not spare the Denver Broncos and a lot of teams, but Garrett Bowles, you talked about Reynolds and Devon Vele, Wattenberg, and I think Jonah Ellis is on that, if I'm not mistaken. Do you have any idea where these guys are getting ready for practice today?
Yeah, I mean, Ellis practiced yesterday. The other four guys, there's three guys now with Estime moving to IR. I doubt Garrett Bowles would practice, but they were all, in jerseys working on a side field yesterday. So that usually means, you're in that range of maybe can practice if things go well in the rehab. So, but of the three, I didn't think Bowles was moving even as well as the other two guys were.
Jeff Lakebold with us, ESPN.com. How much of Bo Nix's debut was a Bo Nix not playing well, and how much of that was no protection, no running game, and dropped passes?
I think it was about 90% of I tried to tell everyone who would listen, Bo Nix is a rookie quarterback, and he played about how rookie quarterbacks play in their debut on the road in a tough place. Yeah, they didn't protect very well, but some of it is him. I think I don't think the sideline helped them much. I thought they bailed on the run game. I've said it on one of the other shows. I'm continually for 3+ decades now. I'm always confused why one bad running play immediately takes the run game off the table, but coaches will call 14 pass plays that don't work in a row.
True.
And keep throwing, and it's just always been that way, and I never get it. I ask coaches about it all the time, and nobody has a good answer, but the Broncos did it again, especially guys with offensive, roots in their coaching tree like Sean Payton. Man, they bail on the run game after one or two bad runs, but they'll watch 12 incompletions and an interception without any problem at all. So I don't get it, and I thought they did Bo a disservice a little bit by not. I thought they almost game planned to prove he wouldn't play like a rookie, and I think it bit him in the ass a little bit.
Well, I'll ask the question we asked all of last season. Why isn't Marvin Mims a bigger part of the offensive game plan?
And they're giving the same answer they gave last season, except they can't use Jerry Jeudy as an excuse anymore. That somehow the rotation doesn't work out for Marvin Mims. And I saw their speed was not involved. Troy Franklin was an inactive, and Marvin Mims played 12 snaps, and those are their speed guys at receiver. And the Seahawks played defense like they knew the speed guys were not involved. And other people are going to keep doing it to the Broncos. They're going to squeeze. They're going to make Bo Nix throw to the sidelines, and they're going to squeeze the Broncos from the top down in coverage. And if the Broncos don't get an answer to it, a lot of games are going to look like Sunday.
Jeff, I watched a lot, and I mean a lot of that Falcons and Steelers game. Am I overestimating how good the Steelers defense really is, or are they that good?
Well, I mean, I don't think Tomlin's had a losing season, so I think it's always a pretty safe bet that they're going to play pretty well.
Oh, TJ Watt is scary, Jeff. He was an absolute bull in a china shop.
Yeah, and I can't remember the last time, that the Broncos haven't faced him a ton, but they've never handled him well in any time they've played him. So, and I think if Garrett Bowles doesn't play and Sean Payton decides to line up in 3 wide for 42 snaps again, I think it's going to be a long day for the rookie quarterback. And at some point, they're just going to have to admit he's a rookie and play that way. I did not get that sense in the opener, and maybe that's just a personal thing, and people can take it for what it's worth. But I think the biggest problem of the season opener was the Denver Broncos didn't all gather together in a room and say, okay, we have a rookie quarterback. How can we help him the most? And if that means look a little more boring, or if that means lining up in big burly formations more often, I think they should do that. Because again, if they go 3 and 4 wide as many times as they did against the Seahawks, TJ Watt may win Defensive Player of the Year in week 2.
For one of the more under talked about things, because it's all focused on Bo Nix and the offense, I was curious what the defense is going to look like. I thought they'd be okay, but maybe take a step down from last year. I thought they were great in the first week. They get turnovers. They got a couple of safeties in a half. The dynamic receiving core of DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and JSN were held in check pretty well. I thought they played great.
Yeah, I think, the third quarter run defense, I think they gave up 90 yards rushing in the third quarter. And, they got caught a little bit by a lot of short possessions by their own offense. I think they were gassed in the third quarter and couldn't sort of get themselves out of it. But other than that, they did what they, are asked to do. They created pressure. I mean, they had 2 safeties, almost had a third. Got the turnovers. Metcalf was a non-factor because Surtain was on him for every route except one. So I think they did do well enough, for the Broncos to get the win. Just that run defense blip again. They got to get that wrinkle out, because I think teams will sort of hammer them a little bit with sort of that pace on offense. The Seahawks went tempo a little bit right after halftime, and the Broncos didn't really adjust to that until the fourth quarter or late in the third.
Jeff Legwold, have you ever unknowingly published a romantic video on social media?
Wow. No, I didn't expect that one. No, I got to say, I've successfully avoided publishing a romantic video on social media.
All right. Have you ever had romance?
That's a fair question. I'll answer that. That's a fair question.
Well, you have reproduced, so I'm going to say the answer is probably yes, but I'm just saying.
No, I have two amazing, spectacular children who have overcome their DNA in every way. So I have wonderful kids.
Yeah, I can vouch for that. Jeffrey, you're the best, buddy. We'll talk to you this weekend.
I appreciate you, fellas. We'll see you.
Thanks, buddy.
This is Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, and he joins us every single Thursday at 8 o'clock. And all conversations with Leggy are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career.
If you start to get a little bit nervous about things, this whole Garrett Bowles thing at left tackle starts to
no kidding.
Starts to make you a little bit nervous, doesn't it?
About his availability?
Yeah. Or even if he's available, how about how well can he? I mean, at what percentage would he be at? That's.
Hey, guess what, Moshe?
Again, this is about developing. I keep reminding myself this is about developing Bo Nix, but I don't want to get him killed.
Moshe.
What?
I mean, the Broncos couldn't run the football and didn't protect very well last week. I don't see a problem in maybe losing their veteran left tackle. I mean, it's not a big deal,
dude.
Yeah,
they were already thin, and.
It's not like they're going to face T.J. Watt or anything this week,
dude. I was looking at the Steelers defense.
Do
you know some of the dudes on this defense, man?
Yeah, their defense is good.
Their secondary is really good. Their safeties are Deshaun Elliott and Minka Fitzpatrick, right?
Mm-hmm.
They got Joey Porter Jr. at one corner, Dante Jackson at the other. Their nickel is Beanie Bishop. He's a little tiny guy, but man, is he a good cover guy.
By the way, not enough beanies in this world. I know
Agreed.
Beanie Bishop and Beanie Wells. I need more beanies.
Absolutely. They're pretty damn good.
Beanie Babies?
Beanie Babies. That's your third?
I was talking about human names, but sure.
Well, you had Beano Cook. God rest his soul.
Beano Cook was
Beano.
OG of beanies.
Beano is in the same family. I'll take it. It's in the same genus.
Exactly. Same genus. I just think that defense probably all season long is going to be able to keep them in games. And maybe that's what Tomlin's thinking. We don't need Justin Fields to be great. We don't need Russ to be old Russ. All we need to do is sort of, do some stuff, and our defense is going to help us along.
303-504-0925. All guests join us on the Ramos Law Hotline, like you just heard with Jeff Legwold, and that is brought to you by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Back after this.
I got to admit it, I'm a beef jerky freak. I mean, I love beef jerky. Low in calories, tastes good, and Centennial Cuts has amazing varieties of beef jerky flavors. Absolutely delicious. And let me tell you, it's a Colorado company. In the cattle business for generations, super high quality beef. You know where it comes from. Not only that, they've got all the individual beef cuts, premium multi-size bundles. They've got the sausage, even pet treats. And right now, when you go to centennialcuts.com, they're going to deliver it to your door. You know that, right to your front door. But you'll get 20% off all orders if you use the promo code Mosier. You heard me. 20% off right now. Go MOSER on that promo code, and you are going to have it right to your front door. You're going to be able to check it out, and you're going to understand what I'm talking about. This is the best beef you've ever tasted in your entire life. I'm going to grill all through the fall, all through the winter. I keep the smoker going. I keep the barbecue going. You will too. So go look at their amazing selection. Find a kiosk near you and find their jerky kiosks at DIA the next time you fly out. 20% off right now. Go to centennialcuts.com and take advantage.
Got some audio here. Colin Cowherd had this bit, and I've taken my shots at Iowa over the years just because their offense has been terrible, but Iowa's a good football team. They somehow will score 16 points a game, but end the season with 10 wins.
And they produce amazing tight ends.
And offensive linemen.
And offensive linemen, correct.
But they have been tagged with this thing that Cowherd has called them the fake ID of college football, okay? Saying that they pretend that they're in the same club as all the other big-time programs across the country, but they aren't ever in the same stratosphere. Well, he's retired that for Iowa and given it to somebody else.
They've lost 7 straight games to FBS teams. Worst run offense in America. Can't defend the run, can't play defense, tackle poorly. I mean, at least Iowa wore a collared shirt and sort of played the part. Well, maybe they can match up with Michigan. Man, Colorado can't even compete. They have the worst rushing offense in college football, and nobody talks more trash. A lot of stories about what they're playing over the loudspeakers. I don't care about those, but it feels like they're one big campaign to get Shedeur Sanders the Heisman or the number 1 pick. It's just a timeshare sales pitch, and I'm over it. And let's be honest, Iowa graduated college. They got a good job at a local accounting firm. They're doing fine with their life. Colorado is a mess. They're on academic probation, and they're bragging about skipping class on Wednesday.
Huh? He's doing his Cowherdisms, which is real life analogy.
But they're not on academic probation, right?
He's saying Iowa is the college kid who found the job, and
Gotcha.
He's using a metaphor.
Well, he's right about one thing. The CU run game is abhorrent. It's terrible. You know how many yards in 2 games CU has rushed for?
It's got to be somewhere along the lines of 80 total.
I heard this yesterday. Nate Kreckman mentioned this on Kreckman.
What was the total?
75 yards.
Yeah. It's awful. Yes.
It's the lowest total in the country. FBS.
Wait, that's over 2 games?
2 games.
Good Lord.
Did you hear my number?
Yeah.
They've run the ball for 75 yards over 2 games.
I'm going to try and look up where they finished last year, too, because they couldn't.
Oh,
there couldn't be too many teams worse.
Last year, they didn't finish for they finished for something like 832 yards.
Exactly
total.
right. As a team, they didn't reach 1,000 yards. As a team. That's a fact.
That's not bad. That's what is the word? Because Prime,
it's just embarrassing.
Prime keeps saying, well, sometimes you have to pass. You're in a situation you can't let
basically the defense dictates your moves, right?
That's
what he's
exactly.
talking about.
His excuse is you do what the defense allows you to do. No.
Well, here's the thing. I think
you can't line up 3 wide and no tight ends.
Vic, I think they want to run the football. My point is, I don't think they can. And it's not, listen, I believe that the stable of running backs is less talented than it was last year. I fully believe that. Mm-hmm. But I don't think it has to be ultra talented just to be able to chew up some yards. It's got to be scheme. It's got to be the guys up front creating opportunities. I mean, you would think that with Shedeur's arm and the guys they have at wideout, the ability to stretch the field would keep the defenses honest and give you a chance to run the football. You'd think. But it doesn't appear to be that way. It seems like every defender, even the North Dakota State guys, and they had a big fat linebacker. Mm-hmm. What was that guy for North Dakota State? The big fat linebacker.
Yeah, he was good. I forget.
The guy was thick, and he got to the hole like Fatty McFadden. He like this. He got to the hole like that. Stuffed everything that came his way. Everything.
Good Lord. They were dead last year.
Yeah, there you go.
68.9 yards a game.
And they're dead last through 2 games this year. At some point, you have to be able to run the football to play football effectively at any level. At some point. Unless you're the air raid offense of Mike Leach.
This feels impossible that you're 132nd out of 132nd for the last, 13 straight games rushing the football?
Is there a rule that once a guy goes pro, he can't go back to college anymore?
Yep, always been that rule.
Yeah, that's a rule.
Yeah. Well, I know that was the rule, but I'm thinking to myself now, what if a guy got drafted, bounced around practice squads, and then he's just out there? Could that guy ever go back to college and play college football to be able to get his degree? Could he sue to play college football and get NIL money?
No, Moj, not allowed.
Moj, you're losing me right now. I'm about there. Are you going to continue?
There's going to come a time when the Colorado Buffaloes or anybody else are going to be able to get a guy on their roster with NIL bread and be able to put him in a college football game.
See, but hang on a second. I don't think this is even about.
Go find a running back.
It's not about the running backs.
This isn't about the backs.
It's
The
not
backs
about the
last
running
year are
backs.
good. Have you
No.
seen what Hankerson and Dylan Edwards
I know.
are doing
It's
at
not-
other schools
it's not
this
about
year?
the running backs.
I
It's-
understood.
it's-
You're absolutely right.
It's about the philosophy.
Yes.
The strategy
Correct.
and philosophy. And the philosophy is to throw the ball as often as possible. So what's the next question someone is going to ask? Why do you throw the ball so much, Prime? I mean, why do you think that question will be asked?
Because what's
the suspicion?
The idea is what Cowherd
His
just
son's
said.
the quarterback. Like,
he wants to get his son as many possible yards, higher draft pick, Heisman competition, that kind of thing.
I don't know.
But that's not doing him any favors.
I don't know what the pie chart
It might
looks
be a little
like.
bit unfair, but there you go.
I don't know what the pie chart looks like between the amount that you're worried about the team, the amount that you're worried about your son, and individual stuff. I would say it's pretty close to 50-50. Is that being unfair? For Dion. His concerns between team offensive success and making sure Shedeur gets his sort of thing.
So then what is Sean Payton's excuse?
Well, I don't think he's calling those plays because of a Bo Nix thing. I think he just feels like his offensive scheme through the pass game is so genius that it's going to pop eventually. Like, I really think that's what it is.
Okay.
Because he just loses commitment to it. By the way, I was looking last year, so CU was dead last in rushing yards per game, 68.9. Do you know who was 131st?
Second to last in running?
Now, I'll give you a hint. It didn't matter because they threw the ball so well, they were still successful.
Let me think about this for 1 second.
Same conference last year.
Same conference, a throwing team that threw the ball very
Oregon.
well.
Not Oregon.
Washington.
Close.
USC.
Washington State.
Wazoo. I guess Cam Ward and their offensive line was so good in pass protect that he would throw for 400 yards a game and it didn't matter. If you're doing that, nobody has an issue, right? If CU was still putting up 38 points a game and throwing for 450 yards and had this rushing attack, nobody cares. But when it's both ineffective, that becomes a problem. That's where the issue lies.
Well, and again, I think it's a compound issue. They don't want to run as much, and when they want to, they can't run. I think it's both. I think that, and so it just bleeds off onto what Shedeur can do, what the offense can do, and that is throw the football unless you're playing Nebraska, who knows that's what you're going to try to do, and you have no shot at it because you can't protect.
Can I give you a perfect example of a play last week against Nebraska that totally didn't make sense and where I think they're confused philosophy-wise on things? Remember when they were at, I think it was the 27-yard line. I think. They were in plus territory. That's all I remember. Maybe it was like the 40. It was 4th and 1, and they went for it. And what'd they run? A dive right up the middle, right?
Right up the gut.
Like, to me, that's not the time to run the football. That's the time you put the ball in Shedeur's hands and let him make a play because that's a better option for you. There's other times to establish the running game.
Even a quarterback keeper around the edge, I guess.
Something. You know what I mean? Like,
just get hats on hats and let him dive. I mean, he's big enough and strong enough to dive for a first down.
But that's where I think, like, Shermer would look at you and say, like, see, I tried to establish a rushing attack. I'm like, well, why there? What about on 2nd and 7 you try something like that? That's what I don't get. Like, those 4th down, got to get it plays, do the thing that you're best at in those situations. I just think philosophy-wise, they're confused on when to pull the trigger on some stuff and when to stick with it.
Well, CU's up against the mighty Pac-12 this weekend up at Canvas Stadium. And if you missed the news, CSU has been invited to join the newly molded Pac-12, formerly the 2-Pac.
Well, CSU's up against the Big 12 this weekend.
I understand that.
You said Pac-12.
I said CU is going to play the Pac-12.
Oh, my bad. I completely take it all back. I will shut up.
But this new Pac-12 story, which, by the way, is supposed to take effect in 2026. So next year they'll play still in the Mountain West. Isn't that always weird? You have that one year where Yeah.
Yeah, that gap year.
Yeah, they're like, we're leaving this house.
Right.
We're gonna trash this house before we leave it.
But it's kind of like you're moving, and you've sold your house, but you're going to spend a year living with the people who are moving into your house.
Yes, living together.
You know what this is like to me, and maybe you'll like this analogy. Maybe you won't.
I know where you're going. If you get divorced and live with your divorcee. That's where you were going, right?
No, that's not where I'm going at all.
Oh.
If I said this fraternity, Lambda Epsilon Omega, does that ring a bell? Anybody?
Is that Animal House?
It's not Animal House.
Is it
That
Revenge
was
of the
Delta
Nerds?
House. It's not Revenge of the Nerds. That was
Trilem. I got it. Pitch Perfect.
It was not Pitch Perfect. In the movie Old School.
Oh.
Mitch
yeah.
and Beanie. Oh, there's a Beanie for you. Vince Vaughn Beanie, right?
Yep.
And then we'll put Will Ferrell in there. But it feels like Washington State and Oregon State are Luke Wilson and Beanie, right? And they got this fraternity, and they're letting these schools kind of let them in, right? Weensy and Blue.
I don't know if it applies.
That's what this new
Pac-12.
Pac-12.
Analogy.
That's what this new Pac-12 is like. It's like you're letting in sort of the dregs to form a new fraternity that's not going to be, the biggest on campus or whatever.
All right, so they need to have two more schools join because they're at 6 right now.
Yeah, they're welcoming in just some dregs.
They probably need more than 2.
Well, they said 2 more for a minimum. All right?
For an official designation, yeah.
And the 4 that they invited, if you missed the news, Colorado State, Fresno State, San Diego State. Who am I missing?
Boise State.
Boise State. Okay. Yeah. State schools. Somebody just texted the text line saying, I'm an administrator. The reason why they went for those schools is because they meet the academic standards of the Pac-12. So
that's a good thing to be concerned about.
My reply would be, what? Air Force doesn't meet the academic standards? Are you kidding me?
That's ridiculous, yeah.
They got the most rigid academic standards of all.
You know what? This is now making me
making
me more mad now.
I hate when I hear these terms. Like, when CU was looking to join a conference, they were trying to meet the
My butt.
Yeah.
My butt.
People, this is all about money and television. Would you leave the academic standard crap aside?
Well, look, I thought the Pac-12 was finally starting to get it a little bit. Get ahead of the curve. You make moves before moves are made.
Because, the academics at Fresno State.
But I just can't accept these other schools because academically we need to be. No, you don't actually. You don't need to worry about academics at all. You need to worry about having a football conference that's going to make you money. That's what you need to worry about.
With all due respect to Coach Sanford, when I think of the top of the food chain academically, Boise State is the first school that comes to mind.
Well, they have a great brain surgery program, from what I understand. Listen, if Reno, Nevada.
I am nervous about this.
Brett, if Reno, Nevada was even remotely worth it, the Nevada Wolfpack would be invited to the new Pac-12. Nobody cares about the Reno market, right? CSU satisfies the Denver.
No, hang on.
All of Colorado market.
Markets are so entirely overrated in college football.
I agree with you. It's
do you think Rutgers in the New York market is doing things for the Big Ten? It's about your fan base.
I agree. What is the Nebraska market exactly?
Well, let me ask you this.
There's so many schools like that. What, the Texas A&M market, the College Station television market's huge.
Can I say this, Vic?
This isn't like professional sports. If you put a professional sports team in Vegas, they'll get fans, and you will get a market out of that. That's not college sports.
I would argue to you that the Wyoming fan base is as passionate.
It's rabid.
Yes.
Yeah.
And large.
What does it do now?
As San Diego State. I mean, the San Diego State is a bunch of, no offense to Chris Marlowe, for God's sake. It's a nice program. They've had some nice players, but their fans aren't half as rabid as Wyoming Cowboys fans.
Let's be honest.
But they're in San Diego, California, bro.
6553 writing in on the text line.
Come on.
You guys are a bunch of meatheads. This is why America has such poor academic standards. It's sad.
It's not about the academics. It's about sports. It's a sports conference. That's all that matters.
What's the GPA at Bama? You think they're caring about
academics?
academics?
That's a pretty smart school. Bama's got some pretty good academics.
They're good at football.
I know.
Hey, Brett.
That's what matters.
Seriously, what's a GPA at Vandy? I mean, my God, bunch of.
Vandy,
I'm teasing.
Vandy's in the cup.
I know.
Vandy's the kid at the end of the Duke bench.
That's exactly
there
right.
with a 4.2 GPA.
That's exactly right.
Hey, 6553. Calling us meatheads, huh? You want to take me on in Family Feud? I don't know if you remember my last score in Family Feud, but we got out of the first round.
I'll accept it. You know what I've never said about my football team? Yeah, they're 2-10, but God, they're smart. I don't care if they're drooling in a cup on the sideline if they score 5 touchdowns.
Let me tell you, the last time Notre Dame won a national championship was when I was in school. That means it's a long time, 1988. And some of the guys who pushed for that championship, some of the guys that the reason they won that championship were not exactly academicians, okay?
Hey. Very famously, a quarterback won a national title not too long ago where he said, and I quote, "We ain't come here to play school." That's a national championship winner, okay?
Was that the Ohio State?
Cardale Jones.
Yes, I don't remember that.
That's all that matters. He threw the football good. That's all you need.
By the way, he was awesome that year.
He was amazing that year.
We ain't come here to play school.
We ain't come here to play school. National champion. Quarterback.
I'm trying to think. If you're looking to poach other schools, and again, 6 ain't going to cut it. If you're the Pac-12, and again, Coach Sanford also said there's hope that Cal and Stanford will return. They better get a lot of money. There's hope that UCLA will. UCLA's really going to give up that Big Ten money to come back to the Pac-12.
Hang on,
come
Moshe.
on, man.
I'm still on this, okay? Let me give you guys an option. You guys have to choose between one of these two.
Mm-hmm.
Your quarterback can't read a defense or can't read a book. Which one are you actually choosing?
Defense. Oh, no, I'm sorry, book. He can't read a book. I want him to be able to read a defense.
Read a defense,
Yes.
not a book. Don't care.
Let me tell you something.
Jared Goff just...
If he was illiterate, I don't care. He went to an NFC championship game.
Hold on a second. Jared Goff went to Cal, which is regarded as one of the finest academic institutions on the West Coast, right?
Oh, I remember this.
And what is his new contract? What's his new contract?
$240 million. Something.
Where did he think the sun rose?
Oh, the East.
In the
Well,
Midwest.
he didn't know.
He didn't know. He didn't know that the sun rose in the East and set in the West.
Guess what? He's gone to a Super Bowl and NFC championship game, so
Good
he gets
enough for me.
$50 million
Good
a
enough.
year.
Right. And that Sports Illustrated side thing is pretty good for him, too.
Nothing.
Jeez Louise.
It's a wonderful thing. It's an ornamental piece, right? When you hear people say, and I hear this all the time, we've got a great team. Academic standards are rigid, because I hear this all the time in my school. And, we're all conference in academics. Great. Nobody cares unless you win. Unless you win. Yeah. You got to win. I don't care unless you win.
Hey, listen, if you're at Stanford, you can dissect all the frogs you want. But are you going to a bowl game?
Josh Dobbs works for NASA in the offseason and now works for NASA during the season.
That's a fact.
Okay?
That's an absolute fact, yes.
303-504.
But he's not a starter in this league, is he?
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Who's the rap group that had all the music about University of Miami during the Miami
Two
Glory?
Live Crew, baby.
Two Live Crew. Do you think they were rapping about academic standards?
Did you hear that bar about Vince Wilfork getting an A in science class? 303-504-0925. Back after that.
Hey, guys, we just had this sent to us from a listener, Travis. Vic, you ready for this? Per sources close to Utah football, the laceration on the hand of Utes quarterback Cam Rising has grown infected and showing signs of tetanus. He's expected to be out 6 to 8 weeks. Utah Athletics is preparing a medical redshirt waiver for an 8th season.
No
Wait,
way.
who is this?
Just in case.
Cam Rising?
Cam Rising again?
So if he gets the medical red shirt, next year will be his 8th year in college football. 8th.
He better graduate a doctor.
That's it.
He's going to be 26 next year. 26. Wait, how old's Dante?
25.
It'd be Dante still in school playing little QB for the Utes.
Dante still is in school.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, but he's going to become a lawyer. It's a difference.
Johnny Jazz Cabbage, just confirming what I already know. We're all dumb. That's why we're listening to sports talk radio. When I used the Family Feud reference, remember? It was a joke.
Yes.
Yeah. Johnny writes in, using Family Feud as an argument for your intelligence is dumb, Vic. It's trivia. It's an opinion-based show.
It's also Vic's terrible at that game.
It proves to me that you're as dumb as I am, Johnny, because you didn't get the joke.
Well, at the same time, it's hard. Johnny, thank you for listening.
Vic's best game show game, I think, would be Whammy.
Probably. Your name's...
All you have to do is this.
Your name is Johnny Jazz Cabbage.
It's a good name, though.
When was the last time we did play the feud? Seriously.
I know, it's been a while. We got to bring it back.
Was it like Marty's last day?
Something like that, yeah.
Nelly, get on it.
It's been months and months.
I got Steve Harvey on the phone right now.
Yeah,
We'll get it
sounds good.
done.
You know, the feud, the new version of the feud has gone risque, if you haven't watched it recently. It's pretty risque.
Well, yeah, I think they do that just to get Steve Harvey to react to things.
But
my man said, it's just a lot of that now.
But they totally set somebody up for a really sexual answer, and then Steve Harvey has to act flabbergasted. It'll be like top 6 answers on the board. What's something that a part of their body that every man wishes was bigger? And then when somebody says they're dingling, he has to go, what? This is a family show. It has family in the name. Dude, come on.
What's the most embarrassing thing that can happen to you? My man say Instagram Live.
Oh, gosh.
Anyway,
Shannon.
so a couple things I want to get to here. Number one, Jay Norvell on with Jim Rome yesterday as he was talking about this game being at CSU for the first time in a long time. Here's what he said.
We play for a trophy. It's a Centennial Cup. For many years, this game was played in Mile High Stadium or in Boulder. And so they never really allowed the, little stepbrother to have the game at home. And so we have the game at home. It was supposed to be played in our new stadium a couple years ago, and because of COVID, it was canceled. So there's been a lot of anticipation to show off our new stadium, to show off our campus nationally. And this is a national game. It's national TV. A lot of people saw us play last year. I mean, almost 10 million people watched the game last year. Double overtime game. It was a great game. And so it's an awesome opportunity for our campus and our kids.
So a couple things on at least that first part of it. This is probably going to be the biggest stage that their new stadium that Canvas has been on since it was built, right? I mean, CBS primetime game.
This is no doubt the biggest game.
Yes.
In terms of eyeballs. Yeah, I mean, they've played Boise State.
Right.
They've
But
had
this is national TV, primetime television Saturday night. I mean, it's going to be the biggest stage they've had there.
Yes, because, I mean, CSU's played bigger name opponents on the road. Michigan, Alabama,
USC,
Texas.
USC.
Remember that?
That was Moses Moreno, I think, got smoked by USC. This game has not been in Fort Collins, you ready? Since 1996.
Has it been that long?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
1996, the Buffaloes won 48-34. It was there in 80. And then before that was 88 and 87.
Mm-hmm.
Colorado won both those games. And before that was 19 57.
Yeah. Top of my head, my favorite games between these two teams recently occurred at Mile High. One was the Bradley Van Pelt game.
I just saw a video yesterday
Sneed.
of him spiking the ball off Sneed's head.
Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't watch that game, so I can't really speak to it, but I would say a double overtime game last year at Folsom was
pretty
gotta
awesome.
be at the top, right?
There's that's in terms of drama. Yes.
Yeah.
That game. Then there's the game, you guys remember the Jeremy Bloom game?
Yep.
Where he just lit it up. Joe Klatt, remember there's lightning in the air. It was crazy. That was a hell of a game.
Cecil Sapp, if I remember right, had an awesome game one time too, and was that the year that they absolutely smoked the Buffs? I forget. I mean, we're talking over 20 years ago or 20 years ago.
The tear gas game, you're wondering, was also at the stadium.
You ever been tear gassed, bro?
I have not.
Okay, I haven't either.
I try and stay out of tear gassing situations.
But people who have been tear gassed tell me that it's quite painful.
Oh. Just the second part here, because I got a question after this, but here's Norvell and Jim Rum.
And then we're not going to play this game until 2029 again. So the rivalry disappears for years. And so it's a very unique opportunity for our program. And there's been a lot of bad blood over the years for whatever reason. And this year will be no exception. But let's not get it twisted. The game's going to get played on the field at 5:30, and nothing I say or nothing anybody else says or social media is going to change that. And we'll be waiting on them, and we'll be ready.
You know what? In a rivalry game, there should be bad blood. If there's not bad blood, is it really a rivalry game?
Yeah.
Give me a rivalry game where there's no bad blood.
Oh, Michigan, Ohio State, they love each other, respect each other immensely.
Oh, yeah. I mean, back in the day, Texas and Texas A&M loved each other.
Yeah.
Auburn, Alabama, they just, it's nothing but
the Avs and Red Wings?
flowers.
They all would go out for beers afterwards.
What is so wrong? Why do we run away from bad blood? It should be that way.
Yeah.
It's sports hate. Again, remember, sports hate. You should hate each other.
This was the question on that subject I wanted to ask. Last year, there was a lot of jawing. A lot. Between the coaches. There was. There's not this year.
I think
Are you surprised?
No, because I think that the Buffs
did both of them think they took it a little too far last year? Maybe,
maybe, but the Buffs are not really in a position to jaw at the Rams.
They shouldn't be.
They're really not in a position. And the Rams coming off that spanking to Texas, I think they're just trying to feel their way into the season a little bit. Yeah, they beat UNC, but I think they're just trying to get their feet underneath them. Now, they will be buoyed. I mean, this is big news. I mean, coming up on Saturday, this is going to be, as much as you want to poo-poo it, Brett, and think that it doesn't really mean anything, or they're just putting lipstick on a pig on the Pac-12 or the Pac-2 or however you want to categorize it. This is a big deal for the Rams up in Fort Collins, a really big deal.
Oh, I thought, yes, the move over there.
Yes.
By the way, you're they're not in a position to talk like they did last year, talking about CU. This is probably going to be tough to hear. I'll explain it, though. This was at the coin flip of the Nebraska game last week. That was Shiloh yelling at the Nebraska players, saying, "We're about to roll your ass. You know we're about to roll your ass."
You know what, though? He was
no,
laughing
I like it.
when he
I
said
actually
it.
like it.
That stuff happens.
That's
not, you're supposed to be confident.
Mm-hmm.
They were all laughing about it.
No. What I was going to say was this. That's not stopping their confidence, Moj. They still feel all of that. It might not be as loud as it once was, but they still feel that confidence, which, again, not a bad thing. You should have that if you're stepping foot on a football field.
I think once they kick off, it's going to be nasty. I think it's not going to be lost on either of these teams.
Do you think that Hunter hit carries over at all?
I don't know.
Or is that water under the bridge?
No, that got in terms of the players involved or the teams.
Well, I'm not saying Travis Hunter and why do I always Blackburn? I always forget his name.
They handled that, dude.
They're
went
fine.
Bowling
but
together.
I think, do you think the teammates feel something about
Well,
it?
I mean, maybe they want to do something. I mean, not do something about it, but they want to win because of that. I think that everybody knows that, again, this game will not be played until 2029. So let's go out with a bang.
Now,
Let's go get it and be done with it. And listen, the Buffaloes they need a win. And honestly, the Rams probably need a win. I mean, going to this new Pac-12, a win over a Big 12 team would certainly it would boost everything that they're doing.
Yeah. 303-504-0925. Shot Mazda text line. Quickly.
When we come back, Romy Bean did an interview with a couple CSU players, and we talk. Is there chatter? I got some for you.
There's a little bit, yeah.
I got some
is.
for you. A texter alerted us to this. We got some. We got some CSU chatter going in CU's direction. And again, I think this is healthy. Bad blood.
Get to it
Why
next.
wouldn't you have it?
Circa Sports, don't you love how football's on virtually every day of the week now? And tonight we got Thursday Night Football, Bills at Dolphins. The Bills dominated this matchup as of late, but they are 2.5-point dogs on the Circa Sports book. The over-under 48 for the game tonight, plus all the props that you want to find on here. You want an anytime touchdown score. You want the largest lead of the game. They have the Dolphins at 14.5 as the over-under. Everything that you could ask for with the best odds in the game. Compare them to other sports books. You will find out very, very quickly that they have the best odds around the gambling world. Check them out right now. Circa Sports, whether it's tonight, whether it's the games over the weekend with the Broncos, Buffs, CSU, whoever it is, they have it all. Download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Vic, you were talking about trash talk, right? It's going in one direction, you said? CSU players talking some...
I haven't heard anybody from CU say anything inflammatory about CSU this week. Maybe I've missed it. But somebody referenced an interview that our friend Romy Bean, did up at Fort Collins with a couple CSU players. Nelly, who are the players involved here?
It's Torrey Horton and Braden Fowler Nicolosi.
Okay, so who are we going to hear from first?
Probably Torrey.
It goes Torrey first, then Braden, and then Torrey says something again at the end.
Well, let's hear it.
We owed them one, and that's just something that's been sitting on everybody, mind since we came back from break. We owe them, and we walked away from that game, as we kind of left it all on the field. I don't feel like we left it all on the field because we should have murdered them guys, and they came out with that attitude as they were on top of the world, and this ain't no Cinderella story, so
got humbled
for revenge.
Yeah, they came out with that attitude and thought it was going to be a cakewalk. They saw the reports, 27.5 points or whatever it was, and they got a rude awakening real quick, and I think it goes to show that the hype, the media train, all that, it only gets you so far. At the end of the day, you have to line up 11 guys against our 11 guys, and we'll find out who wants it more, and we'll see how far Instagram followers gets them.
We all came here to play football, so at the end of the day, the millions of followers and fans that they then produced and got, and celebrities that then jumped on their side because of who Dion Sanders is, at the end of the day, Dion Sanders ain't playing. It's those players playing, so those players better back up on what they speak about.
Damn,
that's pretty good.
Wait, that's
pretty good.
That's Horton and
Braden Fowler Nicolosi, who is the middle voice you heard there.
Now,
but
can I say one thing real quick about Fowler Nicolosi? You lost last year. It's like they got a rude awakening. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, you lost, man. Okay, I get it. It was closer than people thought it was going to be,
but they made a point there, and Hort made it in his final comment that I've been making all along. And when I say this, the Dion honks, they hate it, but it's the truth. The danger is the head coach, because of his celebrity status and where he's come from, one of the greatest athletes of all time, saying things and trotting out his confidence when his players can't cash that check. Do you know what I mean by that, right?
Yeah. That's why I think they've been a little bit more quiet this year heading into the game.
That's the thing that I think got them in trouble. You can be confident. You can be prime. Doesn't mean your players are.
Can I make an example? And I'm going to pull a Mosier and go to a movie reference. Remember in Step Brothers when they're doing the job interviews and they're in the tuxedos? Remember that? And they go to Seth Rogen's workplace. He goes, look, man, I'm just looking for guys to hang out with. I like the tuxedos. They're funny. And then one of them rips a fart. And he goes, now the tuxedos seem kind of effed up. That's what I think the Dion crap talk stuff has gone to become is, at the beginning it was cute, and then he couldn't back it up, and now it's like, enough.
Yeah, now you're dressed up. But,
Are you saying pow?
That's so good. 5585 writes in on the text line, I'm a CSU guy. That's weak to me, talking all that trash about a game you lost. Cool, guys. So he makes a great point. You got to win the game. Now, did they surprise the hell out of everybody in the way they played in that game? I walked away from that game saying CSU was just as good as, CSU was just as good as CU.
Did Horton say we should have murdered them? Is that what he said at the beginning?
That's what he said, yes.
It looked like it was going in that direction for a minute.
Brett, if you watch the film of the Buffs and the Corn last weekend, okay, and again, the Texas loss for the Rams, mitigated by the Longhorns going to Michigan and beating the snot out of the Wolverines. But you look at that game against Nebraska, are you saying to yourselves, oh boy, we should be wary of this team? Or do you feel like there's room for you to talk a little smack in a rivalry game?
If I'm CSU, if I'm Dion, here's what I say to the team. You guys have no reason to be confident about anything right now. you treat every game as if you're a 14-point dog.
Do you think he's done that?
I'd hope so.
I'm not sure he's wired that way, though. I think he's wired in a manner because he's a confident man who has reason to be confident because he's Dion, because he's better than everybody. See, when you're wired that way and you've walked your entire life that way, I have reason that I'm confident I will beat you in an athletic endeavor. He can. He has. But can his players? How are you wired? Can his players?
How are you wired?
What do you mean?
Can we rewire Vic a little bit?
Into what?
I don't know, because sometimes you get a little bit, that's what I'm looking for. Sassy?
Hey, dude, how's this? The difference between the wirings. When the Nuggets played the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals 2 years ago, how was I wired compared to you guys?
Well, that should tell you how I'm wired. How was I wired?
You were scared.
You were scared they're like going to get swept maybe, and your worst fears would come together.
I live life scared.
Oh, Kaner, I thought they'd beat their butts.
I live life scared.
Moj,
don't lie. Hey, Moj, how am I wired before?
Yeah, I had some Nug Life, hashtag Nug Life in there, but
Moj, how am I wired before every Nuggets game?
They're going to lose.
I don't say they're going to lose.
Well, you say it's going to be tough.
It's going to be tough.
It could be the Detroit Pistons coming into town. Hey, listen,
it's going to be tough.
It's going to be tough.
Mm-hmm. That's just the way I'm wired. But how's Dion wired?
Yeah. Sorry, I was just watching the NFL Network, and they had Akbar. I always forget how to say his last name. Baja Biamila. Is that right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. They had his former NFL player, father of four. And I want to start having Nelly tell the people on Altitude TV when they flash our graphics with our names up, I want father of one underneath my name, please. Thank you very much.
I'm going to rename myself right now. Mosier, father of one.
But going back to this,
on Twitch it's changed. Done.
Me too. Vic put father of
three
down there.
Father of three, I think.
Hey. Hey, Dave Grohl, why don't you chill out a little bit? Jesus, God.
Anyway, the point here is I think he absolutely should be, Vic. Like, the bravado stuff can work if your team is 10-2, right?
Sure.
Like, you can be the... If Mahomes wants to go out there and say we're going to roll their asses against whoever he's playing this week, he's got the backing to do it.
Absolutely. But would you agree that the demeanor of Coach Prime, that his verbiage is way toned down compared to where it was?
Without a doubt.
Well, it should be.
Yeah.
Well, I understand that. I mean, but it's been toned down, in my opinion, all offseason, all preseason, all now regular season.
Well, because it should be. I think he learned something last year.
Agreed. So maybe he's getting a little rewiring going on too inside of himself. I mean, maybe he thought you come into Colorado and the Pac-12 and you just bring your son and you bring Trav and you bring both sons and you get some new dudes. You can kick some serious butt. It's a lot harder than it looks. A lot harder.
If I'm him, though, Moj, I'm going in the locker room every day and I'm saying there's no team we can take lightly. Zero. I mean, let's be honest. As good as NDSU is for an FCS program, you won by 5. You play Nebraska. You lose by a lot. And now you're playing a team that last year, I mean, this is the only thing you should do. It should just be like, play clips from last season. I mean, how confident you were heading into that game and what happened immediately when that game started. I mean, outside of a Shiloh pick 6 early in that game, that was CSU for about 3 quarters, right? And then Shedeur had the big comeback and then overtime and all that stuff. But still, God, I was shocked watching that last year. Shocked. 303-504-0925. Sean Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. There's also a Sean Payton clip that I want to get to here that we haven't played yet. And I know that Russell's not going to play. But this
By the way, is that official?
No, it's not official, but you don't have to be a brain scientist.
A brain scientist?
Then on purpose. You can say brain surgeon or rocket scientist, and you mix your metaphors, and then it's never mind. Anyway, the point is that he hasn't practiced the way he should be practicing. He hasn't played a game in a long time. He's not ready to go today, probably in practice for a full practice. You don't throw that guy into the mix on Sunday.
He's a vet,
his former
he
joint.
could.
Okay. All right.
Could.
Okay.
But hell, they're talking about Green Bay. Jordan Love, who's supposed to be out for a while, they're not counting him out. He may play this weekend. They don't know yet.
He's not going to play this weekend, but they're not going to IR him. There's no way he plays this weekend. No way.
This is Sean Payton on if it will be emotional seeing Russ again.
No. No, I mean, we're focused on, look, we're not playing tennis or golf. I mean, we're playing a team game, and we're focused on the Steelers, and they're a good football team.
Yeah, two things. He hates that guy still, number one.
I mean, who asked the question? I'm glad they asked it because I expected that reaction. That's really awesome.
He did say, though.
No, I mean,
he did say that they have a great relationship.
That's a lie. You know what?
Seriously, how do you? I think we all know as humans, you say certain things because you don't want to fuel anything, right? You don't want to fuel any more ill than there already is.
Ill will.
Oh, just pulled a Mosier. You don't want to fuel any more enmity that exists.
Sure.
But we all know there's no way that Sean Payton and Russell Wilson are going to hang out and just be buddies after one guy ran the other guy off. There's no way.
He hates him still. There's no doubt about
Who
that.
hates whom more?
It's probably 50-50. Probably 50-50. Underneath that old golly gee oh shucks exterior, I'm sure Russ is pissed.
Yeah,
but hey man,
here's
these guys did me wrong.
Yeah, but doing you wrong in the sense of you're run out of town, but you also take $85 million to the bank and you're free to sign with whatever team you choose isn't a bad outcome in all of that.
By the way, the interviews we ran from Horton and Nicolosi, those were from the summer. Those weren't this week.
Okay.
So some context to when those
It doesn't matter. I mean, they feel the same way, I'm sure, going into this game. I'm sure.
But you would, maybe this week, you wouldn't be inclined to use those words, is all I'm saying, because
I think you're right.
You say it during the summer when there's, you didn't lose 52-0 to Texas. So you're feeling a little better about yourself.
Just one last thing on this for a minute. Do you think if Russell were to play that Sean Payton would try and pull out a lot of the stops to try and bury him?
Of course.
Like, let's say in a hypothetical world, the Broncos
100%,
the Broncos are up
absolutely.
14 with 5 minutes left and have the ball. He's still chucking it around the yard.
Well, which is why I'm convinced they are doing cartwheels. They're happy that Russ isn't playing because just the pure embarrassment of ever having to lose to him at home in front of your home crowd after letting him go, letting him walk for all that money. Can you imagine that?
Imagine what the crowd would do, Mosier, if the Broncos are the clock's ticking down and the Steelers are going to win and Russell Wilson takes a knee. What the hell does that crowd do?
Ugh.
You thought it was embarrassing when they were counting down the play clock a couple years ago. You thought it was embarrassing when people were leaving before overtime.
Yeah.
That would be some pretty loud boos.
That would be one of the more embarrassing moments, almost as embarrassing as the 70 they gave it to Miami.
Would you? So you?
This is at home.
You're telling me that you think if the Broncos, let's say they're up 14 in the fourth, you think that Peyton's going all Spurrier-esque on them?
I think you would.
Okay, because that's what that's what we call it, right? Bertag and I 20 years ago call it Spurrier-esque.
The master of running it up.
Yep.
Steve Spurrier, even in the pros, they had a game in Japan. And they were up by like 40. And he's like, let's go, baby. Let's go up top, baby.
I find it preferable, by the way. Don't treat me like a child. If I can't stop you, then keep doing it. Because if you treat me like a child and start taking knees and stuff like that, that pisses me off
Especially
more.
in today's college game where now it's a business.
Remember when Boston College did that to Florida State?
Yeah.
At Florida State?
Yeah. Let's go.
It's like, imagine somebody being like, I feel so bad for you. I need to take it easy.
I mean, even in the Broncos-Miami game, we all acknowledge Miami took the pedal off the metal. I mean, they stopped.
Sure.
Right? They stopped.
Yeah.
Do you remember the game? What game was it against the Niners where Kittle was close to the all-time tight end receiving record by
Against
halftime?
the Broncos in Santa Clara.
And what they did, what did the Niners do in the second half?
They took him out of the game.
Yeah, they said, adios. They took him out of the game, but they didn't even try to go for it. Didn't even try to do that.
Remember when John Harbaugh came here and kept running the ball because he wanted to get
He
his
wanted to
running
get the
backs.
record. No, he wanted Lamar to get the record. He
And
wanted the overall record.
That born the famous Vic Fangio quote, Nelly?
Yeah, I thought it was.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of bull.
And it was. It was.
It was.
But see, that's what's those little things. This is what makes sports. This is what makes our job fun. This is what fuels it. The humanity behind it.
Sure.
The emotion behind it. The hatred behind it. Sports hate.
I ask you guys this
Sports
all the
hate.
time.
It's fun.
It is. I ask you this all the time. And this is why it's kind of sad that Russ is not playing, because of sports hate, right? I would just be curious as to what the reaction of the crowd would be. I'm fascinated by that. But Brett, what do you want? Because if the Broncos have a 14-point lead over the Steelers halfway through the fourth quarter,
Bury that loser. That's what I want him to do.
well, whether it's going to be Fields, but that's fine. But I'm saying I cannot envision that scenario playing out.
Oh, me neither. I am not saying that that's going to happen. It won't. If it does, I would be shocked. Shocked. But I'm just saying, if that opportunity arose, I think that Sean Payton would pounce on it.
Well, don't you think it would be the same the other way as well?
Yeah, if Russell would,
Russ
exactly
Russ
right.
would say,
I think
hey,
so.
listen, put the ball in my hands. Let's keep going.
If they're up 14 with 5 minutes left in the game, I would not be shocked at all if Russell says, Pickens, run fast as you can, and I'm going to haul it 60 yards downfield and try and come up with it. I absolutely think that's possible.
George Pickens he's pretty good. He's pretty good.
Okay.
He's okay. Okay. You're probably right. I'm looking at this. The line is now Steelers minus 2.5. So at least in the last 4 days, the wise guy money has come in on the Broncos to bring that line down.
Perhaps.
Matchup predictor, 58-42. Does that sound familiar?
Was that last week?
No, it's just, but that's kind of what it was for the Broncos for all of last season.
Yeah.
Sort of on the wrong side of that. If Garrett Bowles can't play or isn't as effective as he can be, then I'm very scared.
So you know how I can't remember if they did this with like. Do you guys remember? Did the Nuggets during their playoff runs or big games, did they show like Mello to get the crowd to boo or something? No, they didn't do that. They would show people in opposing jerseys, right?
Right.
To get the crowd to boo. What the Broncos just did on the Jumbotron, a shot towards Russell on the sideline. They felt like they needed like an extra kick, a little extra juice. I wouldn't be against it. I'm telling you. I have no ill will towards Russell Wilson at all. But damn right you use that as fuel. Use it.
I don't know, because I don't think that teams do that in the pro leagues. I just don't. I've never even remotely seen.
I'm not saying to jack up the Broncos on the sideline, to get the crowd in it. That's what I'm saying.
You mean just to show them up on the Jumbotron?
Yeah.
Welcome back, Russ.
Mm-hmm.
Boo. Whatever.
I remember the Lions did that last year when Stafford ran out of the tunnel. They booed him like crazy, and they actually liked Stafford. They booed him like crazy. Like, screw you. You're the enemy today. I hate you.
Well, did they specifically put Stafford up on purpose, or was it just part of the team running out?
It was when they ran out of the tunnel.
Okay, well, there you go.
303-504-0925. Back after this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You know what this reminds me of? You ever heard of a band called the Jets?
No.
How does it go? It goes, how did you know? 'Cause I never told. You found out I've got a crush on you. That song?
Nope.
Oh. Anyway, it was big time back in the 80s, right?
Of course it was.
I like that little do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do.
Great.
Good stuff.
I got a question. You brought something up yesterday, Vic, about the amount of viewers for the opening week of the NFL season. That it was an all-time record. That all was you, Mosh. That all games averaged 21 million. How did they do that with the Panthers game getting like 5 million people? Like, there's no way 21 million people were watching a 47-3 game, whatever that final score was.
We're talking about average.
Well, I know. What I'm saying is, how good were the other games that have made up for the Panthers and Saints?
Well, the opening weekend game, the opening game of the year, the Chiefs and the Ravens.
Which probably was the best game of the week.
We got a good game tonight.
It was like, I mean, there were so many people on that game that it was one of the biggest opening games in the history of the sport.
So where's this puppy tonight? This is a Prime game, right? Amazon Prime?
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
By the way,
Buffalo, Miami.
It's in Miami. Kicks off at 6:15 our time, so 8:15 their time. They're predicting it's just going to be about 85 degrees and nice. Great. Sounds good to me.
They threw Amazon a real bone, didn't they, with Thursday Night Football? Remember when Thursday Night Football was like Titans and Panthers?
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody complained about the crap games you get.
Thursday games now are like, no, I got to watch this game. This one's going to be good.
It's part of the negotiation.
Ring, ring. Yeah, Roger Goodell. Hey, Raj, Jeff Bezos, what's up? Hey, listen, about these Thursday games, give me the goods.
Mm-hmm.
And they have.
Bills, Dolphins tonight. So the Dolphins, I can't remember what the total record is between these two, but they're a dog in this game.
The Bills are a dog.
Yes, just a general question. So the Bills, they've won 4 straight against Miami. What do you guys think the Bills are going to be? Struggled to open that first game, finished strong. Josh Allen ran in a couple of touchdowns. They were all good, got the win. Do you consider the Bills a Super Bowl contender still with everything they lost in the offseason? I don't either.
I don't.
But Josh Allen's going to do this, isn't he, where he's going to make you believe.
He'll drag you to a certain level, but at the end of the day, you have to have those pieces.
Remember what we thought about the Bills last year when they lost to Denver? That was midway through the year. That was Denver's nice little stretch in the middle of the season, and the Bills, I think, went sub 500 at that time and then won 6 or 7 straight?
The Bills feel like the 80s, 90s Broncos with Elway. That's what they feel like.
Where a quarterback's going to carry you to a decent enough record to make you think you got a little bit of a chance, but can never quite get there sort of thing.
Yep. Miami, by the way, has got some questions at running back tonight with some injuries, obviously.
Well, Mostert is for sure out.
Yeah.
The backup is, I think, questionable.
God, what were their... Did they both rush for 200 against the Broncos?
I think they did.
I mean, I want you to think about that for a second.
Wait, hold on a second.
I want you to I want you to consume that piece of information. Just consume it. Consume it. If you're driving around, consume it. Let's verify it. And then I want you to react to it.
Okay, so last year...
Rushing yards in one game, please.
No, they didn't. A-Chain had 203. They had 350 total.
Okay, so what did the Mostert have?
Mostert had 82.
Okay.
Chris Brooks, another running back, had 66. But they did 350 yards rushing on 43 carries in that game.
Hey, Vic, they averaged 8.1 per. Yikes.
Gotcha.
What do you think the Broncos countered with their rushing attack?
Well, they had to throw the ball because they were behind.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say the Broncos had 68 yards total.
69.
No way. I was a yard off.
20 carries for 69 yards. Russ ended up throwing for 306.
Are you guys, speaking of the rushing game, you guys concerned that Esteme's already on the IR?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you be?
I mean, they basically kicked Samaje out the door saying he's going to fill that role, and now that role is absent, gone. Now, they like Blake Watson and the stuff he can do, obviously.
But listen, I like Blake Watson in the preseason. I thought he was terrific. I'm glad that he made the club. It's just that you have a pecking order, and I think for more or more than anything, I want the rookie to get some touches. You know what I mean? I want him to be involved in the game so that he can grow and get better at what he's good at. And
So
to have
what-
him already out a month is a real bummer. And again, we talked to Leggy this morning. I didn't see anything. Vic, you didn't see anything. Brett, you certainly didn't. And Jeff didn't. We don't know when it happened, but that's one of the things. You wake up in the morning. Now, it happens with old people for no reason.
This hurts.
When you woke up and you couldn't move your neck, what'd you say?
Ow?
You're like, what I do?
Yeah, I just don't. I
could-
don't know what
you
happened.
You couldn't move your head, right?
It actually, on the drive to work, I felt nothing. It happened during the show. Just went.
Okay, so, and now imagine playing in the National Football League, and you feel good. You're all pumped after your first game and so on and so forth. You wake up the next day, you're like, my ankle's swole up. What the hell's going on?
Do they? That happens to all human beings. It happens to football players. If they had the problem that I had, could you play in a football? If I'm running a pattern with that neck, I would have been doing that. I don't think that works that way. How would they play during?
Vic, have you ever had where you couldn't turn your head and you're like, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
And they're like, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Like,
Your whole body?
yeah, I'm like you got to turn your whole body like
That's
you're
my
in a
favorite
brace.
thing. You're driving, trying to check your blind spot.
My buddy just texted the group chat saying that he had a sneeze in the car this morning, and his entire back locked up like he got tased, and now he can't move.
I watched my dad do that as a child. And I will say I understand it now, but when you're a kid, you don't get it. Seeing your dad seriously injure himself with a back injury from a sneeze is a very embarrassing thing.
I want to know how like the body coils up. How does it? I'd love to have a play-by-play of the body when that occurs, like where it happens, how it gets down there.
Where you can see.
I want an instant replay.
Like a thermal camera on a fart.
Yes.
Where you can just
Pure
see what happens in front of you.
Guts all over the place.
But Brett, have you ever watched the show Parks and Rec?
I have not.
There's this one episode, one of the characters is really sick and she still needs to make an important speech. So she goes to the pharmacy and she goes up to the pharmacist and says, I need the good stuff. I need the Mariah has to sing tonight medicine.
Yeah. Yep.
And that's what they have in NFL locker rooms. Somebody will get busted up and they'll limp off the field. And then after halftime, they miraculously come back like nothing happened.
That's called a Toradol shot, my friend.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, man, is you got to get some needles in the neck and then you'll be checking your blind spot just fine.
What if I walked up to the Broncos trainer, I was like, I'm just trying to get through my day. Do you got a giant needle that's going to help me do this?
Now, I'm not talking about the tie rod.
No, not that one.
Don't
Not that
tie,
one.
don't
Not
tie
through your
rod.
chest. I need that one.
Just a little bit less than that. Just a little bit less than tie rod.
So my assumption here is that they're going to call up Tyler Beatty to get 3 backs, or do you think they just roll with 2?
I don't know what
who you talking about
the
here?
Broncos.
They've
One
already
has to
called
be
up
out.
Burton.
Well, Burton's a fullback.
Yeah, but I mean that's they may go more run game. Double tight.
That's fine. I just wonder if they're going to have 3 backs for the game or not.
Oh,
of
gotcha.
like running
Gotcha.
backs.
What about Watson?
He'd be the second.
So,
Oh, wait a minute.
what
Wait
are
a
you
minute. No,
talking
no,
about?
you're right. That's
Yeah.
3. That's
Well,
3.
yeah, Watson-
I forgot
yeah.
they kept 4 on the roster.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
Well, you've got Javonte, you've got Jaleel, now you've got Watson.
Yeah, they're fine.
I don't know if they see Watson as a running back or just a special teamer. Maybe
Who
that's the
knows?
question, but
I'm sure he'll get a couple of touches, but one thing I do know, and we'll talk certainly more about this tomorrow, your leading rusher is Bo Nix.
yeah.
You can't. I mean, if Bo Nix is your leading rusher on Sunday, you're dead.
Yeah.
It's just Sean Payton addressed it, but you know what I'm talking about. You've got to be able to move the ball on the ground.
Big Daddy C on the text line writes in, do you think they'll have a tribute video for Russ Sunday? No is the answer, but
no.
if they did, what would you put in it?
That's not what he wanted to cook.
maybe a couple of last second drives.
The pass to Cortland Sutton in Buffalo last year.
Maybe that.
Is that like what would you consider the highlight of his Broncos career? It'd be that. Why? I mean, that's got to be that.
Vic, when a guy has played here 2 years, literally 2 years.
That Buffalo win was a great win.
It was a good win.
Yeah, great. You can only think of a handful of passes that he made. I mean, no, you don't do anything like that. No, the answer is no.
Well, wait a minute. The Nuggets did a Bruce Brown video. He was only here for a year.
They won a freaking championship, bro. Bro, they didn't go to 5 wins and 8 wins. They won a title, bro.
How do you think? See, I've always
Jeez
wondered
Louise.
in meetings like that, whether it's an Av that was on the championship team that left and you're playing against him, or if it's a Nugget, same thing. How do you make the decision on who gets the tribute?
Are you worthy of a tribute?
And who gets the pass?
I don't know. I don't know how far up the flagpole
Well,
that
Nicholas
goes.
Obey-Kubel got a pass.
Right. But he's also the guy who dented the trophy, isn't he?
Nazem Kadri got
Well, yeah,
a
that's
love.
obvious. That's obvious.
Well, you know what I mean. There's different levels.
But I'm saying, like, Ish Smith got a tribute, didn't he?
He did. Now that I remember, Jeff Green did.
Jeff Green, but like Ish didn't play.
But he got. You know what these guys got? They got their rings too.
Yeah, if you're a
guess
champion,
you're right,
like when
yeah.
Bowen Byram comes back with the Sabres.
Yeah. What happens there?
Well, he was a Stanley Cup champion with the team.
I
don't
think
know.
he gets one. I think he does.
Because nobody dislikes him, and there's no hard feelings or anything. You just needed a second line center. You got Casey Middlestad out of it.
Right. Speaking of, we're doing the show from the Ridge, right, on Monday.
Oh, for the Avs.
The Avs little get together, their charity tournament they do every year. We'll have
You know why I'm
Betsy and
looking,
guys roll through.
this year? I'm especially looking forward to doing the show, Avalanche Charity Golf Tournament, because it's not going to include Mark Mosier on the show at the Avs Charity Tournament. The Avs play-by-play guy will not be at the tournament.
It's because you and me are the Avs experts.
Yeah,
on
we
the
are
show.
the Avs guy. Hockey Vic.
Hockey Brett.
In fact, they said we need Hockey Vic and Hockey Brett, and if that other guy shows up, great.
Who told you that?
So I'm sure on Monday we'll have some of those players roll through as a pseudo media day type of thing.
Gabe. Think Gabe will be there?
Yeah.
I saw more video of Gabe. I haven't seen him in person skating yet. But I saw more video.
Yeah. I expect him to
He's
be there.
Still doing his thing.
Can I ask the audience a question? Let's say that we get Gabe on Monday. What do you want us to ask him? Everybody's asking him about the knee. Is
There's
there
really-
anything outside of that you want to know from Gabe Landeskog?
Well, you got to ask him if he brings all the milkshakes to the yard,
That
like
is
Vic
true.
stated.
Yes. Do you bring the milkshakes to the yard? Excuse me, Mr. Landeskog.
Have you ever had an accidental IG Live incident, which is what every athlete should be asked from now on?
What question do you ask Gabe?
I don't know. Because
I
I've
mean,
already asked him-
we would ask the knee
Listen,
thing, but
I've
it's just
asked
like
him-
we've heard it a million
Exactly.
times.
I've asked a bunch of questions just off camera to him that he would answer on camera
You would
that are the
appreciate
same
this.
questions. I mean, he doesn't know, they don't know.
Yeah.
Until you go, Mose, you said it best. Until you go in the corner after a puck in a game full speed, you don't know.
How good of hair does he have?
Very.
I mean, you admire his hair, correct? Ask him about his hair. I did one time, I don't know how many years ago it was.
Get a long response?
Yeah, he's got
a system.
It may surprise you.
Well, you know what?
wait,
That's
wait.
actually a very good topic because
100%.
guys who have good hair,
Yep.
if you ask about it, they will give you detailed responses about their system.
Here's an
hold on.
Here's an
Yeah,
example.
like you
Brett.
don't have a system,
Look at Nelly. Nelly, you have lots of hair,
but no system.
but
Look at that.
you've got but it's
Nothing.
not good hair. You have
You just
lots of
throw
it,
it
but
on
just
there.
no good.
Yeah, that might as well be just a wig. You just throw it on.
That's true. It's like a helmet. It's like a half curly helmet.
This is my system.
Yes.
Yeah,
Cover
ball
it.
cap. Yep.
There you go, done.
That's Brett's system too.
Vic, I think I have a way around how you can ask Gabe about his knee without asking about his knee. You just tell him, "Hey, I'm a big leg guy. What's the leg routine looking like these days?"
His legs are great.
Well,
he
that's
looks
what I'm
great.
saying.
Normal.
That's what I'm saying. If you ask, "What's a leg routine looking at?" Maybe he'll find a different avenue that we haven't heard before to talk about the knee.
Well, once you start going below the waist, you're going to get to the knee.
Who is the Avalanche player they acquired in that Bowen Byram trade?
Casey Middlestad.
Yeah, he's a +2 on a golf course.
Yeah, he's really good.
I like this.
I know somebody that played with him yesterday.
Hector said to ask him this. Hey, Landy, what's the Eck in Harrison Eck all about? What's that all about?
Harrison Eck. What's with that Eck on the end there? The EK.
What's going on there?
What's that doing?
Explain that one to me.
That's kind of funny.
So we'll be out there on Monday. 303.
1813 says, ask Gabe why he's so pretty. Hey, dude, why are you so pretty?
That's part of the milkshake question.
Yeah.
It all just kind of goes together.
I'm sort of a minimum milkshake to the yard guy. You're like a maximum milkshake to the yard guy. How do I up my milkshake game?
In all seriousness, why are you so pretty?
Just do that over and over again until he leaves the table? Yeah, that's right. I mean, you are like
Well,
cute.
but here's
though.
the
You're
thing.
a cute guy.
Typically, players who are injured do not talk to the media, and that includes even the captain at the charity tournament. So don't get your hopes up.
This is from Max. Hey, Gabe, what that thing do?
Oh, yes! Come on, man. Come on, man.
If I could go,
I will pay you.
if you gotta get, hey, Gabe, what that thing do?
Please do it. No matter who we have.
No.
Why not?
No.
You see,
No.
What's
Moj,
wrong with you?
Here's the thing I don't get about you, Moj.
That thing do.
You
I'm going to write that down. I'm going to use that.
You're willing to ask anybody any question except hockey things.
Well, I'm not asking what that thing do.
Yo, Gabe, what that thing do?
People want to know what the thing does.
Vic, it's an A. It's thang.
Oh, sorry.
Try it again.
Hey, what that thing do?
That should be our opening question to anybody who joins the show,
Ask
by
Michelle.
the way. Oh, she might have a good answer.
Well,
303
that is quite upsetting.
Good Lord.
Nellie's going to do...
I'm so glad I'm not here on Monday. I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
Nellie's going to do the fact checker and tell us what that thing do next. All right, seems to be confusion here on the text line. Texter says, it's not milkshake to the yard. It's why does the milkshake bring the boys to the yard? So here's what happened. 2 weeks ago, Mo, something like that? Vic said the wrong thing, which he thought was right at the time, which is bringing the milkshake to the yard. I pointed out to him that it was wrong, and then I decided that that's actually better that way. Certainly funnier.
People get it.
And at times I have to turn your microphone on. At times I need to apologize to people because we run with inside jokes that if you weren't listening that day, you're going to be very confused. I'll just say, new listeners of the show, keep up. Keep up, okay? We can't go through and explain every single inside joke on the show.
Yeah. Just a warning, when I sit down with Nikola Jokic at Nuggets Media Day, September 30th, my very first question out of the box will be, hey, Joker, what's that thing do?
What? What thing do?
It's funny. Makes me laugh.
303-504.
And it's Gabriel Landeskog. And you know Gabriel Landeskog. Oh, yes! He brings all the milkshakes to the yard. Is that how the song goes?
So if you
where that
weren't,
originated.
I cannot, hold on a second, Jake. I can understand if you weren't here that day, then you would have no idea that it's a play on Vic messing that up from a couple weeks ago.
All right, so final segment. I've got a new thought about how we start doing these final segments. And here's my thought. What's your takeaway from the show? I'll start. Takeaway from the show, there is a new conference, which is an older conference, which was the original conference, which now includes Colorado State in that conference. If you missed the news, Colorado State, one of 4 Mountain West schools that will join in 2026 the Pac-12, which is currently the Pac-2, but will soon become the Pac-6.
For some reason, Loto Chad sends me a text at 4:42 a.m. I don't see it until I wake up at 5:30 or whatever. Live long enough and all your dreams come true. CSU to the Pac-12, baby. I mean, it's not the way that I think that Rams fans had envisioned getting to the Pac-12 or what the Pac-12 is, but
Griggs, you're right. It's a six-pack.
He ain't wrong. Yeah, he ain't wrong.
Want to see my six-pack?
Yeah.
What if I told CSU fans 3 years ago?
They'd be in the Pac?
Guess what, guys? You're going to be in the Pac-12.
Yeah.
But it's not really the Pac-12. But it is. Yeah. But it's not. It's not.
But see, that goes back to the name. And you're the one who said that the name doesn't mean anything. It does.
No, it doesn't.
Brett, the name still.
Brett.
It still means something.
It carries weight, baby.
It's still more than the Mountain West.
It's a brand name.
I'm not kidding you.
Yeah.
It's not SEC. It's not Big 10. It's not even Big 12. Heck, it's not even ACC because the conference has been dissolved, essentially. But it still
Thanks
has
for making
meaning.
my point.
No, but it still
carries weight,
you say it means nothing, and I'm telling you it does mean something, just it's far diminished from what it was, but that's why these teams are leaving, to leave these other schools behind. Let them be the Mountain West and be the Pac-12.
Do you remember Pony, the shoe Pony?
Yes, Pony.
Ponies,
it had
baby.
had like the V on it.
Ponies.
Yeah, ponies.
Means something to have a brand name.
No.
Theodora?
No.
Then you just don't get it. Which is fine.
You literally made my point with everything you said, Moj, and then told me I'm wrong.
Let me make my
it's not this conference, it's not that one, it's that one. It's not to be taken seriously, but they have a name.
Let me show you how wrong you are.
Okay.
Is Colorado State in a better place right this second than it was 24 hours ago this second?
The answer is yes.
Brett, say it. I want to hear it out of your mouth.
A better place now than they were 24 hours ago?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Are they better off?
Say it.
Yes. Are they? Yes or no?
I'll say it like this.
No, don't.
Yeah.
You won't say it, will you?
Don't parse words. You say it.
Because there's context here that I think is important.
What?
That they got while the getting was good. They did that. It's better to be in that now than being left behind.
Hey, give me the name of the conference that they're going to now. Give me the name of that conference.
The Pac-6.
Is it a better conference than the one they're currently in?
No, because it's not a conference right now.
Okay, you're doing. You're trying to be.
It's not
contrarian.
a conference yet.
Yeah. You're trying to be contrarian.
You know the other thing about it too.
Wait till Mike Sanford gets in here.
Mike's going to set you straight.
He's going to set you
I talked
free.
to Mike
I know.
already.
He told us, as he told you in the appetizer, that they're not done yet, that he foresees Stanford and UCLA.
Okay.
Stanford and UCLA soon joining this Pac-6 six-pack.
Unless Mike knows something I don't.
Rejoining, I should say.
Give me one reason why UCLA would turn down the Big Ten's cash to go to a conference that is Mountain West plus.
Because
Give
they
me
are
one reason why they do
they
that.
are going to get repeatedly kicked in the Big Ten.
So what?
Oh, so you
get better.
So UCLA wants to become Vandy? I mean,
Okay.
come on,
No,
dude.
you're right.
Dude,
You're right.
come on.
I can't wait for Michigan to leave the Big Ten so they can kick the crap out of the Big Sky Conference because they're tired of losing.
They don't need to.
No, listen, dude. I'm not necessarily on the UCLA bandwagon.
If
I
that
don't think
happens, then that would make sense. That would be a good conference.
Time out.
That would be a Pac-12. I'd give it to them.
I don't think the Bruins are coming back. I personally don't. And honestly, I don't care if Stanford and Cal come back. They don't do anything for me football-wise. But what I'm telling you is that anything that the Rams and the Boise State Broncos, Wazoo, Oregon State, San Diego State, the Bulldogs of Fresno State.
And who else? And who else?
But hang on a second. I'm saying anything that they
The
can
who
build.
else matters.
Anything that they can build is going to be better than whatever the Mountain West has right now or will have.
Let me ask you
anything
this.
they build is going to be better. I promise you, Brett.
Coach Sanford brought this up.
I promise you.
Coach Sanford brought this up, and it's a great question. Let's assume, all right, and we don't know if it's fact. Let's assume that Stanford, UCLA, let's say they did return to the newly formed Pac-12. You think that conference is just as good as the Big 12? Think about it.
Football-wise?
Basketball, football.
They're close.
Add it all up.
They're close. Yeah. Oh, not basketball-wise. No. Basketball, Big 12 dominates. Football-wise, sure.
Well, football stirs the drink, bro. Football stirs all of the drink, period, end of story.
And the Big 12 champion gets an automatic bid to the college football playoff. Do you think that exists when this conference actually forms?
You know what's funny? Probably not. Probably not.
So what does that say?
You know what's funny?
That means it's not the Pac-12.
It's still bigger than the Mountain West.
Moj, you know what's funny about his argument that he posed earlier? He said into an open microphone, why would UCLA leave the conference they just joined to go back to their old conference? You mean like CU did?
What? Their conference was dying. Of course they had to move.
What do you mean it's dying? It's still alive.
So, okay, how about this, Vic?
You mean like CU
Should
did?
CU go back to the Pac-12 now?
I'd consider it.
Why?
I would not.
They're in a stable
No.
situation.
Not
Why?
a chance. No, now you're just being silly.
All I'm saying is in today's college environment, today's college climate, anything's possible. We've already seen anything and everything. So don't discount.
What if the newly formed Pac-12 and the leftover ACC, because we're not done grabbing and chomping over there with the SEC and the Big Ten. What if they say, you know what? Why don't we at least do our own thing, and then our best team will get a spot? Who knows? Who knows? I'm saying you can't envision what it's going to look like right now. You cannot do it, Brett.
You want to know the big fear that I have? CSU is joining a conference with a name. I'll give you that. But that conference is run by morons. The people running the Pac-12 are idiots, and you guys know it.
They were idiots. They were idiots. Yeah.
Yes, I know.
Yeah. You think they have a television deal ready to go? They're going to unveil a television deal?
They might.
This doesn't happen without a TV deal.
Then yes. I don't know what that deal is. It's probably the worst deal of all the conferences still. Maybe it's better than the Mountain West. Probably better than the Mountain West. It ain't better than the Big Ten, the SEC, or the Big 12.
Of course.
You want to know why?
Of course not, because the conference was dead, Brett.
Because the Big 12 took the offer that was offered to the Pac-12 before everybody said, all right, fine, piss off.
Listen, we're basically on the same page. It's just that you think that the brand name has less value than it does. That's all.
The teams
That's all.
But the teams need to matter for the brand name. Say what you want about the Big 12. The Big 12 still has like 8 teams that originally existed in the Big 12.
All we're
I
saying
agree.
is respect the name.
No.
Listen, I agree, Brett. That's why you need to have a money bags come in and buy players and get those teams good as fast as you possibly can.
Just quickly, I'll say this. If Bama and Georgia and all the big dogs in the SEC left the SEC and they called it the Football Super Conference, that's the new one they're in. And in the SEC still was Vanderbilt and it was
South Carolina.
Mississippi State.
South Carolina.
Okay?
Still has a cool name.
And the SEC goes, you know what? with Vandy and South Carolina, we're going to add Mountain West teams. And you're telling me respect the SEC's name? No.
Respect the name.
No. The brand is dead at that point.
Just be respectful.
It's dead.
Just show some respect.
Does that make sense?
You're so disrespectful.
Just the lack of respect.
I want you to say I'm right because I know that look on your face. It means I'm right.
No, you're correct.
Brett, respect the game.
What I'm telling you is that those teams from the Mountain West would be in a better position than they are right now.
Do you know what the Pac-12 is? I'll reference something from earlier. It's a fart in a thermal camera
You know
right
what?
now.
Stop it.
That's what the Pac-12
Stop
is. iTunes, Spotify,
You're such
Spreaker.
a
your
Mojo
utter,
Lombardi and
utter
Canes,
lack of respect.
where you
just
can
for
find
humanity.
the podcast.
It's gross.
We love you guys. Talk
Respect
to you
your
tomorrow.
elders.
Bye-bye.
Hello, and thank you for joining us on a historic day for the Pac-12 Conference. I'm Mike Yam.
And I'm Ashley Adamson. Welcome to our brand new, beautiful, state-of-the-art studios here in San Francisco. We're so thankful you've decided to join us and watch a bit of history in the making right now as we celebrate the launch of the Pac-12 networks.
So I guess this is going to be the relaunch of the Pac-12 network. We'll see what happens in the future. Welcome into the program, Dempsey and Company, on a Thursday in the Mile High City, the greatest city in the greatest state in the world. Christopher Dempsey, Alex Ryanemi, KJ behind the glass, and you. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 coming to you from the Backus and Shaker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Hi, Raj.
What's up, dude? I was not expecting Colorado State to the Pac whatever this morning. I was expecting to talk about CSU and Torrey Horton and Fowler Nicolosi's comments and how salty they were, also something I wasn't expecting. But for what this new Pac conference is, I was shocked to hear it. I think it's a very good move for CSU at the onset, but to make believe this is the same move that Colorado made years ago that's false.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Okay, so the news is this. The Colorado State University, 3 other Mountain West schools, Boise State, Fresno State, San Diego State, all will apply and be admitted to the Pac-12, the new Pac-12, in 2026. So this brings the Pac-12 to 6 members. If you'll recall, Washington State and Oregon State are just out there twisting in the wind. The Tupac out there recruiting.
The Tupac to the 6-pack.
The Tupac to the 6-pack is what we're doing. Now, look, a few moving pieces here. For this conference to be able to qualify for group Power 5 college football playoff consideration, you have to have 8-member institution. So they're still too short of that. We will see what they do with the last 2 spots to kind of fill that out. Part 2, it is a $17 million per school exit fee out of the Mountain West Conference to go to the Pac-12. Plus, it's a $43 million lump payment that the Pac-12 is going to have to pay the Mountain West due to because of the TV,
a poaching fee.
Exactly right. So the total is $111 million for these schools to leave and then enter the Pac-12. And I don't know how much the the Pac-12 will cover of that. They could. I mean, they charged exorbitant exit fees to the 10 schools that left them. So they have a lot of money in the coffers if they want to offset some of those exit fees, especially for the Mountain West schools, who it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to be able to just pony up that kind of cash. Certainly not right away anyway. But okay, so that's the foundation of what has happened. And to Raj's point, I think the significance is interesting. Look, if I'm going all the way back to when I was covering college sports full time, and this was late 90s, early 2000s. Colorado State, really good football program. That football program was in the top 25 kind of regularly, to be honest with you. And at the time, there was a lot of talk about, can they get themselves to the Big 12 at the time? Can they make themselves viable to be considered for some type of slot like that? And obviously, it never came to fruition. The stadium upgrades weren't there. The facilities upgrades weren't there. And then the quality of football, when Sonny and Lubick left, decreased. So now we're in a situation where the door is open. There's a conference that had no members. Basically, it had 2 members. And the conference desired to keep itself viable. And schools like Colorado State and Boise State and these, they wanted to elevate their own brand and their own level. And have they done that to what degree have they done that now?
I don't know what the degree is because the name Pac-12, and I heard Moj and Vic, yelling at Brett about this, and I thought it's crazy. Like, the name Pac-12 means nothing. I'm sorry, it doesn't. It doesn't mean anything anymore. Once every one of those schools left, Oregon State and Wazoo, in the dust, I think it ceased to mean anything. What this is, and granted, Colorado State's in a better place right now than they were 6 hours ago. They are in a better place. But this is a beefed up Mountain West that's adding Oregon State and Washington State rather than the Pac-12 having lost a couple of teams, adding a couple of more better programs from the Mountain West. Like, had the Pac-12 added Colorado State and Fresno State and Boise after losing UCLA and Oregon and Utah and Colorado, I think the name Pac-12 would have mattered more because you would have had more of those schools stay in that area. Regionality doesn't really matter all that much to college football anymore. It just feels like they've slapped a different logo on the Mountain West right now.
So
they're in a better spot, but it ain't the same thing, man.
Yeah.
It ain't the same thing.
This is why I think the next moves are the most important, Raj. Because
the next schools that they add are huge. Like, it can't be Wyoming.
No. It can't be any mid-major school, to be honest with you.
It can't be San Jose State.
It can't be. It does, right. Because you need to have name brand schools in your especially initially. Because look, nationally,
it can't be New Mexico State,
which I don't think it will be, because those schools would have been easy to get, right? You could have gotten those right now,
right?
They could have been announced with the 4 schools that they did. So I think that they understand that, that part of the equation. It's too bad that we were talking about this prior to the show, me and KJ, and you made a good point. It's like if you knew that you were going to be able to do this, let's call it 9 to 12 months ago, could you have retained Cal and Stanford? Because if you have Cal and Stanford, Washington State and Oregon State, so now you add the Mountain West schools, and at least it looks better. Even though obviously Cal and Stanford football-wise are just not what they used to be. But it is imperative that the conference now adds institutions that buoy it, because otherwise they'll just look at you as another group of 5 conference.
Well, that's what they are right now. They're just another group of 5 until they find a way to get another couple of teams. And what this does tell us, I believe, is that, like, what you see in front of you right now, like the ACC, you mentioned Stanford and Cal going over the Atlantic Coast Conference, which is now essentially like the Split Coast Conference that also has a team from Texas in it, in SMU. It's bizarre. All of these things are going to continue to move. So for me to say that, like, yeah, Stanford and Cal are going to stay in the ACC.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
But I don't believe that right now what the Pac-12 would have been enticing enough for Stanford and Cal to stay in that conference. The ACC is still widely better than what the current Pac-6 is now.
And the money is bigger. So it's
always
right.
What this will help, the money's where it is, right? Like that's where all of this is. And that's where CSU has positioned themselves in a way better spot than they were in the Mountain West. They have positioned themselves to either create a new Pac-12 conference that is somewhere in the power conference conversation, or they will position themselves to be poached by a Big 12 down the road, because now they have access to more funds that they never had in the past. That's the big win here.
Yeah, and we'll see what that TV deal ultimately looks like. And I mean, look at if it's the Apple TV deal again, which was reportedly $25 million to each institution, then that's way more than what's happening right now for the Mountain West schools. $6 million per member institution is what they get. 6. So you're plus 19 would be a big deal. There's no doubt about that. I think the ACC is plus the ACC something like it's $40-something million per member institution. So I mean, it would be difficult to pry some of those teams out of there, but they're trying to look. Florida State's trying to get out of there right now.
Yeah, but Florida State's not trying to go to the Pac. Florida State's trying to go to the SEC.
They're just trying to get out of there. And
And then starting off 0-2 and then also having practices with water gun fights is not exactly a great look for them.
No, true. But here's my point. It's not that Florida State's coming to the Pac-12. It's that who else in the ACC can you get? And so that is where now this new Pac-12 has to be looking at the lawsuits that are being filed.
Yeah.
And if those lawsuits win and it's Clemson and Florida State, if they are able to get out of their media rights deal and now all of these schools suddenly start to become available, that is where
that's how we've seen it work in the past, right? Is that when you get two behemoths that decide to move on, you lose Texas from the Big Ten to the SEC. You find a way to lose Oregon from the Pac-12 over to the Big Ten. That's when the middle of the pack starts to leave and starts to go, oh crap, we need to cover our butts now too. So yeah, I think you are right. If Florida State and Clemson end up getting out, and let's say they both go to the SEC, or one goes to the Big Ten, one goes to the SEC, I would assume that Miami's the next team to defect, and then you'll get the group of NC State, Syracuse, Boston College, Louisville to, all right, well, can we get into the Big Ten now? Can we be that bottom third tier team in the Big Ten that might be able to jump up in 3 or 4 years to sniff a conference championship? That's how you'll see it. And then what this Pac-6 as it stands right now will be able to go in and snag the Wake Forests of the world, the Virginias, the SMUs. That's what eventually I think the Pac-12 looks at and will hope to have happen.
And North Carolina, which, so in the case of North Carolina and Virginia in particular, the quality of the school really matters. It would be hard to get those two. I think the Big Ten, SEC would just admit those schools because the schools are really good. Even though their football programs are okay, they're fine. Their basketball programs are fine, but this is not a basketball story.
It's not a basketball story, but if you're talking about UNC and Virginia, and you're talking about bad football programs, Virginia, you also have to throw Duke in there too. It's not a basketball story, but when you talk about those schools, UNC, Virginia, Duke has to be tied in with those three. I think if one go, all go.
And can the Pac-12 be a conference that can poach some of those schools? It's their only chance. But this is very, very interesting news that was breaking kind of last night. I saw that. I was watching the Video Music Awards, MTV Video Music Awards, and
watching some Chapel Roan.
Yeah, they're so good, man. I just love those award shows.
That Pink Pony Club song. Have you guys heard that tune yet?
No.
What? You haven't heard Pink Pony Club by Chapel Roan?
Have I?
What a jam.
I don't think I have.
It's a song about some girl moving to LA and becoming a stripper. It's awesome. What a great song.
Well, I was about to say, I need to check it out.
It's a great song.
That's what I was watching last night, and then I started keeping tabs on what's happening in the sports world.
This is what happens when I get control of the remote, right? Because in our line of work, we have to watch sports, and unfortunately, that's just the for our spouses and our significant others, that is the contract that you sign. Is when we're at home, sorry, is this entertaining to me? Yes, but it's also work. I have to watch this. I have to know what I'm talking about the next day. As my trade-off is that I don't get to control the aux cord in the car, and Caitlin's all into Chapel Roan, and now I've listened to this Pink Pony Club song. It's freaking awesome.
It was very entertaining. That's all I got to say about the VMAs last night. Very entertaining. We have a lot to get to on the show tonight as Raj dances out of the studio. We will have Kevin Lytle of the Fort Collins, Coloradoan. Lucky day to have him on. We're going to have him on to talk about the game, which he will talk about, but obviously this news with them moving to the Pac-12 as well. And CSU players talking a lot of smack. We will play that for you and react next.
We play for a trophy. It's Centennial Cup. For many years, this game was played in Mile High Stadium or in Boulder. And so they never really allowed the, little stepbrother to have the game at home. And so we have the game at home. It was supposed to be played in our new stadium a couple years ago, and because of COVID, it was canceled. So there's been a lot of anticipation to show off our new stadium, to show off our campus nationally. And this is a national game. It's national TV. A lot of people saw us play last year. I mean, almost 10 million people watched the game last year. Double overtime game. It was a great game.
All right, that's CSU coach Jay Norvell on the Jim Rome show talking about it's been a long time since this game has appeared in Fort Collins, just to be honest with you. I mean, and he talked about, look, there was to be one game played there already, but the pandemic wiped that one out, and so here we are. And not only is this game going to be played in Fort Collins Saturday, 5:30 p.m., Colorado at Colorado State, but this is the last time this game will be played for the next 5 years. I have a lot to say about that. I'll get to that next because I think it's a travesty. But for CSU, and look, to dovetail that with what we were talking about just a few minutes ago with the conference move, this is huge. It's huge. And for the new Pac-12 conference, guess what they get? They get Washington State and Washington. They get Oregon State and Oregon, and they get Colorado State and Colorado. You go 3 for 3 in those scenarios, and some eyes will be opened. But look, the game in general, I mean, it's got the CU-CSU game by itself. It's just got a lot of moving parts to it, none the least of which are players that really don't like each other, which is why this rivalry works. The players don't like each other. They don't want to like each other. And CSU's players in an interview over the summer with Romy Bean were very, very vocal about their hatred for CU and what they feel like they should have done last year, what should happen this year. This is Braden Fowler. Actually, this is Torrey Horton first, then Braden Fowler, Nicolosi, kind of going back and forth talking about what they feel about the Buffs.
We walked away from that game, as we kind of left it all on the field. I don't feel like we left it all on the field because we should have murdered them guys. And, they came out with that attitude as they were on top of the world. And this ain't no Cinderella story, so we coming for revenge.
Yeah, they came out with that attitude and thought it was going to be a cakewalk. They saw the reports, 27.5 points or whatever it was. And they got a rude awakening real quick. And I think it goes to show that the hype, the media train, all that, it only gets you so far. At the end of the day, you have to line up 11 guys against our 11 guys, and we'll find out who wants it more. And we'll see how far Instagram followers gets them.
We all came here to play football. So at the end of the day, the millions of followers and fans that they then produced and got, and celebrities that then jumped on their side because of who Dion Sanders is, at the end of the day, Dion Sanders ain't playing. It's those players playing. So those players better back up on what they speak about.
Well, looks like Colorado State's going to have to back up on what they speak about as well. There's no doubt about that. There's a lot of fire and brimstone and all the things, Raj. What do you think about smack talk prior to this?
I mean, the comment of rude awakening is, I get it. It's ridiculous. You still lost the game, fellas. You still lost the game. It was a great game. Double overtime game. That's one of the more entertaining games in the history of that rivalry. Like, it does not, you don't often get double overtime games there, especially on home turf up in Boulder. Last time this game's been played at CSU, you said it was 97. It's been 96, 97.
Yeah.
It's been a minute. The fact that it was actually on campus was unbelievable, but I can understand hating your counterpart because of the national attention they get just because of who their head coach is, the fact that they will have 2 top 10 picks in the NFL draft. But the rude awakening thing is like, you can talk, but you got to back it up. Like, take one sliver of a lesson from the CU experience if you're a Rammy right now. why is the conversation around Prime so negative right now? It's because they're talking and they're not winning. It's been talk. It's all about me. I'm boisterous. I'm bringing in my Louis Vuitton baggage. Get the hell out because my guys are better than you. We're going to win. It was a farce at the beginning of the season last year. And now they haven't done anything. They're 2-9 in their last 11 games, which is a joke. One of those wins coming against a non-FBS team. They barely eked it out. So take one piece of a lesson from your rival. You better back it up.
Raj is it's the reason why I love these games. This kind of smack talk, and I'm looking at the text line, and it's going off.
It has gotten ugly quick.
Yeah. So just keep sending them in because we love what we see. If we can actually read some of them, we will on the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. This is why this game should never have gone away because there is real bad blood between these teams. It's really real, and it comes out on the field. And for anyone who thought last year like Colorado was going to run right through them, those the danger in and I'll put danger in air quotes. I mean that's a bit strong word, but when you recruit the way CU recruits now, super nationally, right? And you get into a rivalry game that's really heated locally. Like the national guys have to start to understand what that feels like. And I think Colorado didn't quite understand what that was until they got in that game. And this is where I actually agree with those two, the two players there. They got educated real quick on just exactly what this is. So I think Colorado going into Colorado State will go in with clear eyes about exactly what they're walking into and the level of play that CSU is going to put on the field because they just don't like the dudes. I'm here for all the smack talk. And I know Colorado hadn't said anything, and we're all the way to Thursday now. I don't really expect to. I think this would be the last day that there would be media availability for CU anyway. There's none on Friday, and then the game will be played on Saturday. So if there's anything said back to CSU, will happen today. But I don't expect anything to be said.
They'd be idiots to say anything. Honestly, I look at this
total bulletin board material right now.
I look at this game for CU as you have hardly anything to win. I know it's a rivalry game. I know it means. I know it means a lot. In terms of, it's little brother up the road. I get that. Trust me. But in terms of the national conversation, what do you have to beat CSU by to have this matter?
But Colorado's not in the national conversation. You know what I'm saying?
They are in the national. They're literally the number one story week in and week out until they inevitably lose a bunch of games in a row, and then people get sick and tired of hearing them at the front of every show like it happened last year. Right now, they are in the national conversation, whether or not you believe it. Whether or not you like it, that's who they are. They are in the national conversation. They are the lead story more often than not.
Yeah, not for football. So I mean, that's the deal.
No, it is part of football. I know it's because of the head coach, but it is because of football.
It's not because of
football. I'm telling you, they would have to beat CSU by 30 this weekend, and I don't think that's going to happen for it to actually matter about what's going on with that football team. There's not much they can do to actually win this in the national conversation. And it goes back to what I said yesterday. There is a vastly different feeling to this game because CSU has everyone on their side. Everybody but CU alumnus and prime, I'm going to use Vic's term, prime honk. Right? Like those are the two people, the two groups that CSU doesn't have. Everybody else is pulling for the Rams around the country. Because right now, the in vogue thing to do is to root against Prime because people are sick of it.
But not sick of their football. They're sick of their antics, right?
I think they're sick of the football, too, because the football sucks. The football hasn't been good.
Let's go to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. RamosLaw.com. That's where we find the great beat writer, CSU beat writer for the Fort Collins, Coloradoan, Kevin Lytle. Kevin, first of all, thank you for joining us on what turned out to be a really busy day for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to join you guys. Yeah, just a chill week, right? Nothing going on.
I know. It's already rivalry week, and then right on top of that, get heaped on this. Let's just start with CSU to the Pac-12. Just give us a general rundown of everything you know and how significant this is for Colorado State.
Yeah, definitely. This moved really fast. It had been kept really close to the vest by everyone. That the Pac-12 obviously was down to the Pac-2, and one way or another, I think most people thought some form of the Mountain West would join up with the Pac-12, whether it was a merger, reverse merger, rebuild. But the way it comes and how quickly it came down, definitely a stunner. CSU, Boise State, Fresno State, and San Diego State all leaving the Mountain West off to the Pac-12 as part of the rebuild. That conference is still going to have to add a little bit more, but it's a big move. And for CSU specifically, I think clearly it's a play of, hey, you don't want to get left behind. There's a chance now, so let's jump on it. I think that's the CSU angle on it.
If there's two teams that you could pluck to get to 8 and get into that conversation of auto bid when you talk about the 12-team playoff, who are those two teams that you would want this new Pac-6 conference to pluck?
Yeah, I mean, that's the fascinating conversation now that I think everyone is jumping in. And there are a lot of different conversations or ideas I could have on that. I'm mildly surprised that UNLV isn't part of this right now, because Vegas has obviously kind of become the sports center of the sports universe in a lot of ways, and their football program has been on the rise. It's hard to pick out a couple. Do you want to dip into Texas, get UTSA, maybe Texas State? Could you go really bold, I guess, if you want to call it, and go for Montana State, bring them all the way up, and take those rabid fan bases and see if they can transfer FCS success into big time FBS success. There are a lot of different avenues. I also think you should, not to use a football term on a basketball conversation, but throw a Hail Mary and try and get Gonzaga to come as a basketball member as well. So I think there are a lot of different ways this could go. I also wonder if there's a little bit of, hey, let's get 2 more and then wait and see if Cal and Stanford are able to scramble their way back and get out from under the ACC.
Correct. Yeah, and that's where I want to go with this, because I wonder if the correct path forward for the Pac-12 isn't to grab more mid-major schools, but it is to swing a lot higher and swing for some of these schools that might be in, we don't know how long the ACC is going to be together. Can you poach some of them? What do you think about that versus staying fairly regional and, as you said right there before, grabbing some of the more mid-major programs?
Yeah, I do. So all the announcements from the various schools that are joining basically had phrasing in there about, proud to be a regional conference, that continues, competition in the West, something along those lines, which led me to believe that they're not looking to go, like the Big 10 or Big 12 and go, West Coast to East Coast is my hunch on that. Now, obviously that can change, but yeah, I think they want to stay, at least Western-ish. And, you do have a time limit, so you have to get moving pretty quickly here to get to that 8. But I wonder if you get 2 to get to 8, and then let the legal stuff play out and see where Cal and Stanford are at that point, and see if you can bring them back as well. Because I don't think anyone at Cal or Stanford is terribly thrilled about the ACC life they're leading right now.
Quick question about the actual game this weekend. Any news on Torrey Horton's status and how he's doing with that lower body injury?
Yeah, nothing particularly new since earlier in the week. Jay Norvell said he's hopeful Torrey Horton will play. That's kind of still the status. He's obviously injured. I doubt he would be a full 100%, but I'll also be surprised if he's not out there in some capacity. So nothing for certain yet, but I kind of expect to see at least a little bit of number 14.
Well, especially after his comments are being circulated nationally the way they are.
Recirculated, yes.
Recirculated. That interview was from August for whatever it's worth, not this week like it may have appeared to be. So just an FYI on context for folks.
Yeah, but the words were said, Kevin. They were.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. I'm not trying to take those out. I just. It wasn't this week they were said, but 100%. There's no doubt that that's how this team feels. They
that's what I was
feel like they let one slip last year and should have won it. Obviously they've kind of played nice. Everyone has mostly played nice this week, but there's no doubt Colorado State feels that they let one get away last year and want to fix that this year. I think there's zero doubt that that's the feeling.
Let me ask you about the series in general, because look, it's well known that they will not see each other again until 2029 after this. And look, I think it's a travesty. I think this has been just a really good series to have. Your rivals, and you just play them, and that is it. But what's your sense about that? What's the kind of the talk around the series up there in Fort Collins, and this being the last iteration of it for a little while?
Yeah, I agree, and I think most people agree. Certainly up here, Jay Norvell talked about that yesterday. These games should be played, and look how much chatter there's been this week. It's good for, in my opinion, good for both programs. You get a lot of attention on it, and they should play. Unfortunately, like you say, it's off until 2029, and then it's a weird on and off again thing. They have deals signed all the way through 2038, which I don't know why we're scheduling football games that far in the future, but that's a whole different conversation. But yeah, I think it's a real bummer that it's not happening for a few years, but does throw a little extra importance on this game. I mean, if you're whoever wins this, kind of cool that you're going to get to keep that trophy in your house for the next 5 years.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We're speaking with Kevin Lido of the Fort Collins, Coloradoan. We'll get you out here on this because I want to know, CSU, you go up to Texas and that went how it went. Then you get a little bit back on track with a win over UNC. What will they have to do well to come out with a victory over CU on Saturday?
Yeah, in a lot of ways, this is where the season starts for CSU. Like Texas, we knew was going to be lopsided, end up more so than we expected, but still it was the expected result. UNC, likewise, knew CSU should win fairly easily. Now is where the season starts. I think the biggest thing, and this is no big revelation if you watch CU, but you have to get pressure on Shannon Sanders. If you get pressure up front, it can rattle their offense a little bit, and you can get some things done. If Shadur is able to sit back there and pick at your defense, it's going to be a long day for you. So I think that, to me, is probably by a long ways the number one key is, can CSU get pressure?
Well, we're going to find out. Colorado's offensive line hasn't covered themselves in glory the entirety of this season so far. Colorado and Colorado State, 5:30 from Canvas Stadium on Saturday. Kevin, we know you'll be there. We appreciate you joining us, my guy. Have fun at the game. We'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys. Great talking to you.
All right, there he goes. Raj, I love this game. I just love this game.
Listen, the game's going to be awesome. It concerns me that the initial schools, when I asked if you could poach a couple, that the initial schools were Montana, Montana State, UT San Antonio, and Texas State. That, you want to talk about worst case scenario from a much better situation that the CSU Rams have put themselves in this morning by moving to the new Pac-6 as it stands. That would be worst case scenario. It's the Mountain West with different branding if those are the next schools to get in there. That's the last thing that they need to happen.
I agree.
It will be an afterthought once again. No one will pay attention to it. Oregon State and Wazoo will jump as soon as they can. If you're a CSU fan and those are the next teams coming in, run. Run.
You're
as
right.
far away as you can.
You're not wrong, man. You're not wrong. They cannot possibly do that. They can't. They can't do it.
The Roadrunners, the Bobcats, and the Grizz. That's what we're talking about? Come on.
Yeah, because, the other thing about that, Raj, is there's no TV deal yet. And what, even Apple TV isn't going to want that. They're not going to want that.
No.
So they got to set themselves up for success in a better way. We'll see what happens. There's a little bit of runway before all this kicks off in 2026. All right, let's take a break. The Broncos have a game, obviously, on Sunday. Russell Wilson's coming back, but he's probably not going to play. But you know what? We like talking about Russell Wilson anyway. And I want to ask Raj, what does he want to see out of Bo Nix in his second start?
Is there anything, do you spend any time with you guys, just in the sense, I mean, you as a captain, you'll be emotional in the building or whatever if he's back. Did you talk about it at all with you guys this week or not?
No. No, I mean, we're focused on, look, we're not playing tennis or golf. I mean, we're playing a team game, and we're focused on the Steelers, and they're a good football team.
Yes. Yes.
Dempsey and Company on a Thursday morning. Christopher Dempsey, Alex Ryan Nemi, KJ behind the glass, and you, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Listen to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. The Broncos hope they win. Russell Wilson not playing in this, but we think I guess it's not officially official, but it's trending in that direction.
We expect Justin Fields to be the starter. It's a shame we're going to lose out on one of the better storylines that was created in the NFL offseason for us. It's gone. But Sean Payton, dude, that's a win in my book. That's all the energy I want from my head coach.
Yeah.
Are there feelings for Russell Wilson? And he didn't hesitate for a second. He goes, no, this ain't tennis. This ain't golf. This is a team sport. He's not on my team anymore.
We're not playing tennis.
He may as well be dead. I love that. There's a lot of things that Sean Payton does to rub you the wrong way. That ain't one of them. Sean, my guy.
He really hates him.
God.
He really hates him.
All right. He's not a Bronco anymore. I hate him too.
Why do you think he hates him so much?
Does he force him to flush $85 million down the toilet? And now
Where's my money?
Now he has a bad football team for another 2 years. That's probably the reason.
Okay, I got 2 questions for you, Raj.
What's up?
All right, one of them. So yesterday I was getting a haircut. My barber, shout out Tank, asked me this question. I thought it was hilarious at the time, but then I thought, you know what, I'm going to ask Raj. He says, do the Broncos owe Russell Wilson an apology in any way, shape, or form?
For what? For what?
For how they treated him.
For all the money that they're paying him right now to not play football? An apology for never making the playoffs and costing them the better part of half a decade in terms of draft picks?
Mm-hmm.
And dead cat money? He deserves an apology for that? He deserves nothing. Which brings me to, I swear to God, on Sunday, if there's a freaking tribute video, I'm done. I will lose my mind if there's a Russell Wilson tribute video.
Why shouldn't there be one?
There shouldn't be, because he did nothing.
He's a nice guy.
He's a nice guy. I might not sound like a nice guy all the time on radio. I'm a nice guy. Do I deserve a tribute video? Hell no, I don't.
Yes, of course you do.
I can't confirm he's a nice guy.
Thank you, KJ. There is no reason why he should have any sort of tribute video. And tribute videos they're getting out of hand, Demps.
Everybody gets one.
There's no reason for it.
Right.
There's no reason for it. If you played 2 years for an organization and you sucked and you didn't meet expectations and everyone kind of wanted you gone anyway, and then we kicked you out the door, there is no reason why there should be a thank you Russell Wilson video playing at Mile High on Sunday. And I have a bad feeling there's going to be.
They can throw in some Broncos country, let's ride.
Kill me.
They can throw in the touchdown pass to Cortland Sutton in Buffalo.
Put a bag over my head, put me in Quick Read, and send me into the Cherry Creek Res. It can't happen.
I think there's like a 70% chance there's a tribute video.
I think it's higher than 70%. Like I think it's almost guaranteed to happen. So you know what? We have to set parameters.
How about a Russell Wilson sacks video? Says somebody on the text line. Now that would be a 20-minute video.
If you do it the right way, if you do it tongue in cheek, and it's kind of like a jerky thank you video of like, hey, thanks for nothing, then I'm in. Because then it's kind of funny.
Ain't the organizations that petty?
No, not at all. No one's that funny. No one is that genuinely funny in professional sports. When you're running an organization, there are funny individuals that want to do that and want to, to take a British term, take the piss out of someone. We need parameters. So let's go through this, guys.
Okay.
What are the parameters that you need as an athlete to have earned a tribute video? Let's start with service time.
It could be as little as 1 year.
As little as what? As I think that's ridiculous.
I think so too. I think
that's
it's got to be a
crazy.
minimum of 4 years.
I was going to say 3.
3? Okay.
I was going to say 3.
If he really made an impact, I'll barge for 3.
All right, so we'll go.
The only reason I say that, guys, is I watched Bruce Brown get a tribute video after 1 year.
Okay, however, Bruce is different. I would say 3 years is my blanket number of years to have played for an organization to get a tribute video. However, if you contribute in large fashion to a championship, not a title, not a championship appearance, not a Western Conference final championship, you win a trophy. You win the trophy. I think that gets rid of...
That supersedes the...
It supersedes the 3 years. So, there we go. Has to have a championship.
The text line is amazing. You guys are amazing.
As part of
I'm going to read these.
Okay.
No, you go ahead.
What's next?
An
MVP? A major award?
Nah, just success.
What is success? You have to define success for me because success is different for every organization. Success for the Rockies is being in a playoff position in the middle of July. It's not the same thing for the Nuggets, the Avs, and the Broncos.
So I think the easiest way to sum up what you're saying, Raj, is it has to be someone who was a part of the success of that stretch. Like, we can't tell that particular part of that team's history without you.
Okay, I'll give you that. But
my bar is lower. Just a winning season.
A winning season, Chris. What are we talking about?
Multiple winning seasons. If you contributed to winning seasons, then
but like you get into the playoffs as an
your bar
seed.
is the Colorado Rockies right now.
No,
what are you doing?
What are we doing here?
No, we can't set a Ring of Fame bar to a tribute video. See, we have to come somewhere. It's got to be somewhere in between.
Winning seasons.
Yeah, correct.
All right. For me then, so if you don't have a championship, then after we've gone through two things, you have at least had to have played 3 years or won a championship. You've had winning seasons, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you've won a title. Therefore, you have to have at least 3 winning seasons, right? 3 years winning seasons. That logic checks out.
I see where
All right,
Raj
what
is
else?
going with this.
What
Raj,
else?
you are eliminating Russell Wilson.
Russ is eliminated as the conversation starts. What about a major award or leading a league in a certain stat category?
Sure, yes, absolutely.
So I see Nolan Arenado coming up here from Sport Fanatic on Twitch. Yes, Arenado deserves a tribute video.
Did he get one?
He won multiple Gold Gloves.
He didn't get one though, right?
No, I would have had to have.
He's been back
There's no
a few
way
times.
he hadn't.
I'm almost certain he did.
He had to have. He's one of the greatest defensive third basemen of all time. I would almost guarantee that he got one. All right, major award, Gold Gloves, sixth man of the year, MVP, Rocket Richard Trophy for hockey, comeback player of the year in the NFL. All of those kind of work for me, right? Major award. There we go. I say if you win a major award, you do not have to have had to, or you do not need 3 years of service time, and you don't need a championship. However, winning seasons has to go with it.
All right, let me ask you this. Does Joe Flacco get a video in Cleveland?
Oh, Did he win comeback player of the year?
He did.
There you go. Winning season, comeback player of the year. Joe Flacco. Tribute video.
Oh,
it's a little bit of a stretch.
Okay, so Russell Wilson gets one then.
He didn't do any of those things. Russ did none of those things. Russ didn't win enough games to get to the playoffs, and he didn't win an award.
Does scheming a team out of the second worst contract in NFL history count?
That's a pretty good one. That's a good career accolade. Anything else that we need to put in there?
No,
3 years, part of a championship team, 3 straight winning seasons, or some sort of major award.
Right. Okay.
There you go.
I'm in for that.
So, like, again, Nazem Kadri, you get one. Andre Burakovsky, you get one. You won a championship here with the Avs. Naz played more than 3 years. You had 3 winning seasons.
People.
Right. But it should be hard to get a tribute video from a team that you played for.
You know why?
And we're going to have to sit through some crap sob story with Russell Wilson on Sunday. And I'll walk out of the building.
The text line is making me very happy. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to read so many of these when we come back. All right, hour number 2 of the program. Dempsey and Company, Christopher Dempsey, Alex Ryanemi, KJ behind the glass, Josh Grisman behind the glass, and you, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on a Thursday here in the Mile High City. We're having a lot of fun here. Just ask the question, should the Broncos do the Broncos owe Russell Wilson an apology? We moved on from that to will he get a tribute video? And that is where the text line is. You guys are kings.
You guys
Kings and
are.
queens.
Thank you for being on my side, text line. I've always said you guys are the smartest people in the world, and I love you so much.
That's
and
not what you said.
It couldn't be more true than right now when you agree with me.
Yeah, there's a lot.
We need rules when it comes to these things, because if not, chaos ensues, and the Broncos are going to give Russell Wilson a freaking tribute video, and I'm pissed off about it.
So
I think that's what's going to happen.
The 347 says, I hope the crowd counts down the play clock, which is hilarious. I
Would
think
be
they
hilarious.
you guys should definitely count down the play clock for sure.
Well, he's not going to play.
But
if he does, you should.
He'll be. What he showed us last week is he'll be on the sidelines with eye black on. Because that's what he wants to do. How about a Russell Wilson sacks video is hilarious. From Ryan, put a play clock countdown in the corner of Russell with Russ's tribute video.
Adam has a really good text here. Russ deserves a tribute video as much as Chris Bryant does when he leaves the Rockies.
No.
Yeah, tell me they're different, man.
We need a
they're
full
just
season
as
of
they're
KB.
just as disappointing.
No, Chris Bryant's tenure is way worse. Don't look at me like that, Raj.
It's worse.
It's way worse.
But the level of expectation with the Broncos is vastly different than that with the Rockies. Vastly different.
True.
So I think that brings the two conversations closer together. We've added, and this is from the text line as well, major cultural impact on the town, on the city. And they were mentioning the 2007 Rocktober team, Jamie Carroll, Clint Barmas, Garrett Atkins, Aaron Cook, a bunch of guys that were on middling Rockies teams that never got it done. And then Rocktober happens. Yeah, teams like that, players on those teams that have major cultural impacts on their city, I can say you deserve a tribute video.
Did Russell Wilson not have a major cultural impact?
Hell no, he didn't. It was the most exciting thing in the world. Don't get me wrong. We all thought it was the next coming of Peyton Manning.
Correct.
Everyone in this city. There were a couple people, like Scotty is the main one here at this station, was like, hold your horses, guys. We don't know what he can do. There's some reports coming out of Seattle that he's just not the same quarterback anymore, and there's some baggage that comes with the Russ experience.
Mm-hmm.
However, it was overwhelmingly positive. No, it did not make a cultural impact on the city of Denver at all.
He did say Broncos country, let's ride.
Yeah, he gave us a meme.
Two of you guys on the text line are just in lockstep. Lance, Matthew, major award, and this goes back to our criteria. Major award, like a leg lamp, and then Lance, does winning the leg lamp from A Christmas Story deserve a tribute video? You guys are really funny.
Yeah, Matthew says Justin Simmons deserves a tribute video. Yes, he does. He played more than 3 years with the organization.
From the 618, get Jerry Jeudy a tribute video. Does Jerry Jeudy? Oh, should he get a tribute video?
Did he play 3 full seasons?
Yeah, right.
I think he did.
Yeah, Jeudy was here for 4.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
That sucks.
I'll take a Jerry Jeudy tribute video.
All right. Hey, you know what? I did this because we needed rules, and rules are rules.
That's right.
Jerry Jeudy gets a tribute video. It sucks, but he gets one, man.
He gets one.
And it's about as exciting as like a Matt Nieto.
Here's the real
video
question
for the Avs, but he gets one.
Will the Browns be relevant enough when they come here in Week 13 for him to even be worthy of a tribute video? They'll be 1-12.
I don't think that, man.
Or 1-11.
I don't think their defense is too damn good, and they've got too many weapons that even if Deshaun isn't the starting quarterback and they decide to go with Jameis, they will still very much be relevant. That defense is so good. So good.
Do you think they regret letting go of Joe Flacco? They could have resigned him.
No, I think Jameis is kind of the same guy, man. And the ceiling for Jameis is higher than it is for Flacco at this point in their respective careers.
Yeah.
It certainly is. And it's not like Joe Flacco was taking care of the football last year.
No,
he wasn't. True. He was throwing touchdowns and interceptions, which is exactly what Jameis Winston is.
Yeah.
Like look at the Steelers defense last year. That offense is horrible. Absolutely atrocious. It was last year too.
Yep.
Steelers are right there in the playoff mix because they had an amazing defense. And that defense is, while it might be the best in the NFL this year, it wasn't last year. Cleveland's was, and Cleveland hasn't fallen more than 2 spots. Still a top 3 defense in this league, if not the best.
True.
They're certainly going to be relevant. Oh man, if I'm making the rules and I'm making the video, Judy gets one. It sucks, but he gets one.
Fangio made 3 seasons. Give him a tribute video. Nope.
I co-sign that.
Oh, do you? You co-sign that?
I do.
Well, you're going to get a lot of these players and a lot of these coaches that it's going to feel like they don't deserve one. But if you hit the criteria, you hit the criteria.
This is what we're going to call KJ's question of the day. We'll do this semi-regularly. The question is this. Which team's season is more on the line this weekend, the Buffs or the Broncos?
The Buffs. The Buffs.
Why?
If you lose that game, it's over. Season's over. Armageddon is happening. I worry that if you lose this game,
Do you think it'll be a total meltdown?
Oh, I think it's a complete and total meltdown.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it begins I think it begins the process of Dion checking out of Boulder and going,
oh, really?
I'm here until because again, with someone at that status, so as rich and as famous as he is, and he will leave Boulder millions of dollars richer than he was when he walked through the door. I think he'll look at the situation and go, I don't need to deal with all this. I don't need to deal with all of this hate and this microscope that is put on me all the time that wasn't necessarily here in Boulder between the years of 2005 and 2022.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need that. I can go elsewhere. I can go to Fox Sports and be on Big Noon Kickoff every single morning and still be a superstar and be around the game that I love and be an ambassador to young men who are transitioning from high school to college football and from college football to the NFL. If they lose this game, I believe that speeds up that transition.
You know, I think is interesting is I think we're learning. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I think we're learning that about Dion. Like, what matters to him? Like, really, what matters to you? You know, does it matter? Do you when you walk in and you say over and over and over again that I will be here to see this thing through? Do you leave at the first spot of adversity? Do you? I don't know. Because I think there's a case to be made. Raj is exactly what you said, that, you know, the seat's getting a little too hot. There's a little too much scrutiny. He didn't sign up for scrutiny. He signed up for everybody to sign up with him and then just to blindly follow him. And that is not happening. Plus, you're losing football games. And do you want to continue to walk down this road? That's kind of like A. Path B is you dig down deeper and say, okay, this did not start the way I wanted it to start, even if it's 2 full seasons. CU will not fire him after this season. They will not do it. There's too much revenue that he continues to get to the university that they don't want to just give up that easily on. So, like, if he wants to come back next year, he'll come back next year. The university won't run him out. But that second road is, all right, things didn't turn out, haven't started the way I wanted them to, but now this is my opportunity to dig in even deeper and make sure that we get the outcome that I said we were going to get. We're going to find out which one he is. We're going to find out. There's no doubt about that. This season will reveal just exactly what that is, especially as his son and Travis Hunter and Shiloh all move on to the NFL, and he's got no, like, familial ties here. So I don't know, man. You know, I go back and forth on this kind of a lot. I still think that he'll just be around because I think the confidence, the ego says, nah, I'm not leaving. I'm going to prove all you wrong because he's a guy that keeps receipts, right?
I hope it's the case.
Yeah, he keeps those receipts. And I think he wants the opportunity to stand in front of everybody after a 10-win season and say, I told you so.
Told you, right? And actually have his do you believe now moment that he thought he had at the beginning of last season when those wins were, but honestly, they were fake. It was against a Nebraska team with crap quarterback play in the first year of the Rule era. It was TCU after losing 90% of their starters from a college football semifinal run. Like, it just didn't match up. And I know, I want to. And we talked about it yesterday. I very much want to see who Dion Sanders is without Shador and without Travis. I want to see Shador or Dion Sanders on his own. I want to see Coach Prime with a bunch of guys that aren't directly by blood tied to him. I know Travis isn't, but I just kind of throw him in that Shador.
Yeah, because he
just feels like one of those guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to see that. Because there's a world in which it works. There's a world in which you can continue to overhaul the skill positions with transfer portal players and also build out your lines through multiple recruiting classes. And that takes years to do. I want to see Prime here 5 years from now and see if it works. And if it doesn't, bummer. But at that point, Colorado will still, they'll always be in the conversation for 5 years. And I think that if the Dion experience ends after 2 of always being in the conversation but never really having success, I think you're right back to square one after the 1-11 season. You go, all right, like is this program actually nationally relevant? Can they actually get back to who they were in the 90s and the early 2000s? I think the answer would be no. But if you have 5 years of that where you get a little bit of success, it's not even say you even get to the college football playoff, but you sniff it. And you have back-to-back winning seasons, and you win a couple of bowl games, and you're right there up until the end, but maybe just fall short.
Because Raj, this is a winnable conference. I would argue this: last year's Pac-12 way less winnable than this year's Big 12 in every iteration of the Big 12 going forward, unless they add some like Florida State or something like that. But this is a winnable conference.
It is,
and it's. I wish for CU this. I wish, that they recruit a little bit more out of high school, just a little bit more out of high school, because he could convince high school kids to come to the University of Colorado. That will give him development time and a foundation time, and just keep your feet in some of the high school recruiting, because you never know when you want like a Juju Lewis to come here. But if you're not recruiting these individuals in an appreciable way, now you're just trying to poach them from somebody else after they've already committed. You can get in on the front side of that stuff with your celebrity. And then part B is just chill. It's going to be okay. The changes that he has made actually are when you step back and look at them, they're pretty good changes. I'm talking about on the roster. I will never be talking
the
about
roster got better.
Else. But yeah.
They won more games than they did 2 years ago. The roster got better. They will likely, at least I think, they will likely win more games than they did last year. The roster got better.
Yep.
It's not there yet. He thought he could microwave it. Just it got proven that you can't.
You can't do it.
You simply can't do it in college. You can try. I do want to see him here for a while. And that's the reason why I think that the CSU game is everything. Because the microscope is so fixated just on Dion right now, not just here in Colorado, but nationally. Like the hatred toward his program right now from the outside in has never been heavier. Mm-hmm. It's never been hotter. And I think when you're talking about recruiting from the high school ranks, you lose these types of games, these nationally televised games. It's one thing to go into Nebraska, a really tough environment to play and lose by 18 points. It's another thing to be on nationally televised game the week after against your little brother on the road and not win that game. That would hurt him in terms of high school recruiting. That's the reason why that CSU and CU matters so much more than the Broncos and the Steelers. The Broncos have carte blanche. Dion's on his last legs.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, 11:23 on Thursday means it's time for KJ's NFL Notes. Takes us around the league with the biggest stories in the NFL. KJ, what's story number one?
Yeah, I want to get to a couple of stories here with the Broncos that are not getting enough attention right now. And that is, number one, Marvin Mims. Sean Payton got asked about it yesterday. Why isn't Marvin Mims getting worked into the offense? And, again, it's the same old stuff from last year. Oh, we're trying to find the right scheme, the right time, da-da-da-da-da. That stuff. But right above it, Garrett Bowles was on the side field yesterday. And we'll wait for the injury report today after practice. But if he's not on the practice field by today, then we may have some serious troubles. And saying all of that to say, here is Sean Payton talking about the challenges of facing a potential first ballot Hall of Famer, TJ Watt.
Yeah, I don't get into naming who the top defensive players are, but he's in that discussion. He's certainly disruptive in the run game, disruptive in the pass game. Each film you look at, he's beaten doubles. He's very athletic. I think he's very strong, and he can bend, and those are all good traits to have. He's exceptional.
How many sacks are we expecting TJ Watt to have this weekend?
Oh my gosh. It could be 27 sacks. I don't know. And your point is well taken too. If Garrett Bowles isn't even over there, this one could be a long, long day. And it's funny because you hear Sean Payton when he is asked about a player that he has respect for, and then he gets the stuttering and stammering right off the top. Well, that's how you know. That's how you know he's got immense respect for him. I don't know. They might have to block him with three players, right? The three, to just kind of keep him off of Bo Nix. Seriously, I think he gets at least 3 sacks.
So your over-under is 2.5?
2.5, yeah.
3 sacks is a lot, man. It's a lot of sacks for
It is.
I say under, but I think it's 2.
Oh, okay.
I think it's 2 sacks. And I worry that one of them is strip sack.
Oh my god! Yeah, it probably is gonna be
because one of them might be one of them might be Bo panicking, trying to get out of the pocket.
Right.
He scrambles over to his strong side, and who's coming off of his right shoulder because he's blown past whoever. If Garrett Bowles isn't playing, Matt Pert. He terrifies me. Yeah, TJ Watt's an issue, and if the Broncos don't find a way to run the football and keep him away from Bo Nix, it's a recipe for disaster. And you can't just keep going to the well. Again, throwing the ball that many times as a rookie against a really good defense did not work in week 1. It will not work in week 2. Averaged 3.3 yards per attempt on 42 passes. That is the 6th smallest yards per attempt since the merger in 1970. 40 or more passes. Like, you have to find a way to run the football and then use play action to get down the field. Because if not, he's going to eviscerate you.
Yeah, it's probably going to
happen. I think it's 2. I think it's 2 this week.
You think it's 2?
Yeah.
You're probably right. TJ Watt, 1 sack last week against the Atlanta Falcons, against a quarterback in Kirk Cousins, who's just a statue. He's a statue. His Achilles hurt still. He's a statue. KJ, what's next?
I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, I had to bring that drop.
I like that one.
I had to bring that drop in because there is a guy who is trying to dumb down just how great PS2 is, but I want to give PS2 his chance to speak first. Here's PS2 discussing what stands out about George Pickens.
I think he has elite body control in the air. He can track the ball well. He has great ball skills. And I think he's a playmaker for sure. He's a great player.
Now, that's just Patrick Surtain just sounded like a face of a franchise right there. Here's George Pickens just absolutely trying to downplay how great PS2 is. It may be a little tough to hear, so I'll clarify after the audio here.
Just be myself, to be honest. I went against Pat Surtain in college, so a lot of this stuff isn't new for me.
What do you remember about him in college?
He's just a good player. It's like a lot of other players in here. They're good players. I'm a good player. There's a lot of good players around me.
So if you couldn't hear it, he said he's just a good player, just like a lot of players in here.
Yeah, he said that, and he made note of it. Because I played against him in college, and nothing I haven't seen before. I mean, okay, it's fine.
The conversation should not be revolving around what George Pickens can do. This game will not be won through the air by either team. The conversation is, how the hell are the Broncos going to stop Najee Harris and Cordero Patterson? That's the issue. Because what they showed in the second half last week is while the first half run defense was fine, the second half rush defense was a nightmare. Kenneth Walker walked all over them in that third quarter. And Najee Harris is just as good of a back, maybe just a titch lower than Kenneth Walker. I really like him. He's a really, really good back out of Michigan State. Najee's an issue. And the fact that you can use Patterson in an extended version of the run game with quick screen passes and bubble screens, using him as a wideout, I'm nervous about that. That's where the game is won and lost. I'm not even thinking about George Pickens.
And there's a quarterback run game as well. So, I mean, you could use a little deception there with Justin Fields being your quarterback, RPO, all the stuff. It'll be interesting. Now, look, George Pickens was 6 catches, 85 yards against the Falcons. So when they do throw him the ball. I mean, that was 7 targets, 6 receptions for him last week. But if we're just being honest, Pat Surtain is taking out George Pickens. Yeah.
That's one good thing that it's not like they have a bunch of other wideouts that you have to really be worried about. Like Van Jefferson, sure.
Right.
But what is he outside of a McVay offense? I don't know.
Right.
That's a nice security blanket for Sean Payton and Vance Joseph to have. Is like, oh yeah, I don't have to worry about their biggest wide receiver threat at all.
Right.
Their only wide receiver threat at all.
Right. And Riley Moss can handle the other side. I really like Riley Moss, man. I really do.
Is
really
Pat
do.
Freiermuth an issue in the middle?
Tight ends seem to always be an issue against the Broncos.
It's been 15 years, man.
I know. They can never get this thing situated. Anyway, what's next, KJ?
I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes.
There is a quarterback in New York who is already getting asked about mental toughness after week 1. Here's the media trying to spark something with Daniel Jones and figure out where is his mental toughness right now.
How do you work on that mental toughness?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've been doubted plenty for a long time and dealt with that time and time again and done a good job with it. So I think my mental toughness is in a good spot, and I'm not concerned about that.
Is he the worst starting quarterback in the NFL?
For the money. For the money. I don't think he's the worst, but for the money, certainly.
What about Deshaun Watson?
Yeah, but when Deshaun's on the field, he's better. He's
better than Daniel Jones?
Markedly better than Daniel Jones. But he's never on the field. So they have to be on the field playing. That is the caveat here. They have to be we're talking about rules and regulations as we did with the tribute videos. They have to be on the field playing.
What about Jacoby Brissett? He doesn't really make a lot of money.
No,
Scratch
he
that.
doesn't make enough money.
What about... Actually, all the other quarterbacks are fairly decent.
For the money, he's the worst
money.
quarterback. And that's the reason why when we talked about panic meter for the teams that had lost their week 1 game, Demps, you said, are the Giants panicking? They're 10 out of 10. I went, no, they're not. They don't want their quarterback, and they can get rid of him next year and then start over with a rookie contract for the next 5 seasons. And build around. They've already got Malik Neighbors. They're starting to build that offensive line. They're working that way. They got rid of Saquon, which was a bad decision because Saquon looks great in an Eagles uniform. I know the data set's only 1 week old, but the Giants don't want anything to do with that guy, and they're just going to play him and lose a bunch of games and be okay with it.
But Raj, they kind of did. They had a chance to draft a quarterback, and they were like, Daniel Jones, you're our guy. We're going to draft Malik Neighbors. And then he's making them look like fools. They're going to get Shedeur Sanders. That's what they're going to do.
They'll get Shedeur or Carson Beck
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
Quentin Ewers if they really love him up there. I don't think Ewers is going to get drafted that high, but yeah, they'll have their pick of the litter. Last year they didn't have their pick of the litter. That's the thing.
Is Jackson Dart?
Is he draft eligible?
Yeah,
Or
he'll be draft
eligible?
eligible next year. Yep.
Fumble over the word eligible. That was terrible.
Dude has more touchdown passes than incompletions right now.
Yeah, they'll have their pick. And I wonder if that's the reason why they didn't select a quarterback last year, is because they were like, yeah, I think we're actually really going to suck next year, especially if we lose Saquon. We will get to choose our guy rather than having to wait for someone to fall to us.
How much do they regret giving that contract to Daniel Jones? I mean, it's not super enormous, but it's still like you invested in the quarterback a couple of seasons ago. But I just think they're really, really regretting it. And Daniel Jones can stand up there and good for him to put a brave face on and say, my mental state is fine. It ain't fine, man. We're watching you out there play and just throw the ball all over the place.
Second highest cap hit in the league this year.
Ugh.
$47.8 million, trails only Kyler Murray.
Good grief.
Yeah.
KJ, what's next?
I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes.
The story that broke the internet has finally come to KJ's NFL notes. Shannon Sharpe, let me set this up properly because for the ones who may not have heard or have been under a rock for the last 24 hours. Shannon Sharpe's IG was going live at the time that he was getting intimately acquainted with a young lady. And he comes out not too long after he finds out that his IG was live when that happened. And he says, hey, my account was hacked. So I'm like, everybody's like, just stop. Come to find out that there was another portion of the video that was released where he said the lady's name, and her name was Michelle. So now everybody's Twitter searching who's Michelle, which Michelle. So now he's like, okay, I got to do an emergency podcast on Nightcap. And here is Shannon Sharpe trying to explain exactly what happened.
This was not staged. Came in, I threw my phone on the bed, gazed in an activity. I did not know IG Live. I've never been on IG Live. I've never turned IG Live on. So I don't know how it works. All of a sudden, my other phone is going off and people are calling me FaceTime that I've never talked to a day in my life on FaceTime. And it didn't, I'm like, why are y'all calling me FaceTime? And after a while, Jamie Fritz, who's been my longtime marketing guy, he finally got through to me and he said, Shannon, you on IG Live? I'm like, doing what? I'm like, what am I on IG Live for? I ain't getting no IG Live button. He says, they can hear.
That should have been the answer.
I'm like, so now, Ocho, I say ask for patience. He said they can hear. And now I'm starting to get agitated again because you called me and say I'm on IG Live when I know I didn't click myself on IG Live. And he said they can hear me. I said, hear me doing what?
Her!
Said, it sounds like you were having sex.
Dude, how do you quote unquote throw your phone on the bed and then magically it's IG Live?
Well, listen.
Let's be honest here.
I can kind of see how it happens.
Please explain.
It's not. Those things are your screens on your phone are heat activated. They are not pressure activated. It's heat.
If I was I'm the popcorn, the deer with the popcorn. I'm listening to Raj explain this right now. Go ahead.
Like if you have hot water on your phone, like maybe you bring your phone into the shower because you're listening to a podcast and you want to be able to hear it over the water, and it starts to get condensation dripping down it. There are times where we'll open up an app because that bead of water is a little bit hotter on the bottom right-hand side of my phone. Open up a text message and start just texting gibberish to a random person. It happens. So I can see, I can see how maybe Shannon threw Instagram on. I'm trying to throw this guy a bone after he boned on Instagram Live.
Right.
He could have opened up his phone, thrown it in his back pocket in his butt heat. Maybe if he was on Instagram and his little butt cheek, and those things are toned. They're hard enough. They're kind of like a finger you press. It's got some pressure to it. He could have popped on there. Or maybe it was just Michelle.
In the midst of rolling around and all of that, they was like,
Yeah, maybe
in that literally in the heat of the night.
You're telling me you know where all of your extremities are when you get down to it? I'm focused on like one thing at a time. I'm not a multifaceted, talented lover.
I am with you, but I know where my phone is. I know where my phone is.
Sometimes I think I have control of the show, and then there's Raj and KJ show me that I have no control whatsoever. This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. All right, let's all cool off.
Because I'm definitely hot and bothered right now.
I need a Gatorade.
Exactly right.
Smoke.
And come back with the game show that we love to play every single Thursday. Head to head around the spread is next. The final segment of the program, Chris and Raj and KJ and you, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. PhD follows us here in just mere minutes. If you are listening to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app, hit us up on the Voice of the People. The Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Freaky Law Firm there in your corner. All right, before we go on here, Lance, you have the text of the day. We were basically just making fun of the whole Shannon Sharpe situation there with the phone and all that went on with that. And Lance, who has listened to the entire show, just says this: does Shannon Sharpe get a tribute video for that special award?
He already made his own.
That was his tribute.
That's the best tribute video of all. The self-tribute video. He's on the Jamal Murray train.
There's been a lot of hits in terms of that kind of stuff. All right, let's get to.
That's why they got to leave these phones alone.
That's right. Leave them alone. Just put them over there on the nightstand, or actually don't even walk them into the room. Just leave them. Anyway. Let's get to head-to-head against the spread.
All right, fellas. Last week in head-to-head against the spread, Chris and I went 2-1-1. We all tied the Broncos game because they covered, but there was not the hook on the half point. They covered at +6. I got the KC game. You got the KC game. I got the Detroit game, which is the only one that Coach Sanford got right. So tied in the lead at 2-1-1, Dempsey and myself, and Mike after 1 week, who's going to have to wear the dunce cap, 1-2. Let's start off with tonight's game. Buffalo +2.5 at Miami. The 2.5-point favorites at home. Buffalo barely gets away with a win in week 1. Dalton Kincaid, not really much of a factor in that offense. Josh Allen looking like he's going to have to do everything and more to get this team to yet another division title. Miami at home, tough to beat. What do you like on the 2.5 points?
I like Buffalo in this situation. I think there's win straight away. There's a lot of injury situations happening with the Dolphins right now, and quite frankly, they were lucky to beat the Jacksonville Jaguars last week. So give me Buffalo.
I've got Buffalo as well in that game. Again, there's a lot of extra non-football activity energy there in Miami with the Tyreek Hill, arrest situation, what Calais Campbell had to go through. And while I think that can be galvanizing in the moment, which it felt like it was for Miami, like there's no reason why you should have gone on to win that football game after all of that happened. And you also are just like not looking in sync in week 1. But you found a way. I wonder if that galvanizing factor kind of wears off in week 2. I've got Buffalo going on the road. They cover 2.5 points. I have them outright to win this game. Moving on, this is my favorite and scariest line of the week. Tampa Bay +6.5 at Detroit.
What?
I think it's a scary line. Damn near a touchdown road dog against Detroit, who's the NFC favorite right now. If you're not talking about them, you're talking about the 49ers.
This is... Let's see. So Tampa Bay beat the Washington Commanders in week 1. They beat the doors off them. Let's see. All right. I'm going to go. Actually,
6.5 is a lot to cover at home, man. That's the reason why I think it's a sneaky line.
The question I have to ask myself is like how much do I believe in Baker Mayfield in that offense? Like, do I believe in it, or is Washington just not good? And the wherever you come down on this is where you will fall on this line. I am going to go. Yeah, I'm with you, actually. I'm going to go with Tampa Bay to cover that.
I've got Tampa as well. You know the answer for me. It's Baker Mayfield all the way. 290 yards, 4 touchdowns for him in week 1 against, a bad to middle of the road Commanders team. It depends what Jaden Daniels is actually going to be able to do this year if they can win some games. But I just think it fits there. It just fits in him and Chris Godwin and Mike Evans. It's just a lockstep fit. I don't think they win the football game, but I think it's closer than 7 points. Give me Tampa Bay's points. Moving on, Cincinnati at Kansas City, +5.5 point road dogs after losing week 1. Cincinnati does have a history of starting off slow. However, losing to the Patriots at home was a debacle.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely a debacle. I don't really believe in Cincinnati kind of at all right now. I'm really quite scared of I don't know what's happening with Joe Burrow. A lot of situation.
He addressed water bottle gate and was like, listen, I'm fine. It's all right. Like, it's a little sore, but I'm good. It's not an issue. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. What's that line again?
Plus 5.5 on the road at Kansas City.
No, I got KC to cover that.
All right. KC covers the 5.5 points at home. I'll take Cincinnati for a bounce back week. I do think they start 0-2. However, too much stuff going on with their wide receivers and Jamar Chase not being paid, but then actually getting in to camp 4 days before the regular season started just didn't feel right. But I will take Cincinnati to cover the 5.5. However, I don't think they're going to win this football game. All right, and final game of the week, as we always do, picking the Broncos, plus 2.5 points at home against Justin Fields, assumedly, and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, I'm taking the Broncos to win the game, to be honest with you. The Pittsburgh Steelers defense is amazing, but their offense is way less than amazing. And I just think that the Broncos will figure this out just enough to cover that and win this game.
Week 1 made me feel way less confident in this, but I've said it for months. Like when the schedule came out, not even knowing who the starter was going to be, I had the Broncos winning this football game.
Mm-hmm.
I can't back off of it now. I am way less confident now than I was 10 days ago after seeing the fact that the defensive line can't hold up against the run, after seeing that Knicks struggled mightily, as most rookie quarterbacks do. And most of all, I didn't love the play calling from Sean Payton. That scares me right now in this game. I can't back off of it, though. Give me Denver. Give me the points. I can't. Right. I want to say I can, but like after spending the entire summer saying they were going to win this game, it would be disingenuous of me to back off of it now.
Yep. If you're nothing but consistent,
I'll get Sanford's picks when he and I call Fairview and Boulder tomorrow night.
Oh, that's right. Talk about that a little bit.
I mean, I'm excited about it. We had a call with Boulder's head coach Jesse Jones yesterday. We'll be on the call at 7 p.m. tomorrow up in Fairview. Boulder coming off of a winless season at 0-10 last year. They're revamping that program.
Yeah.
They had to tear it down to the studs. They're getting more and more players into this program. Like 3 years ago, they had like 17 kids signed up for the program. And now they're getting full. Don't have a full JV roster yet, but they are getting more and more players as the years go by. They're getting more youth football programs to start feeding into Boulder rather than just like going to Fairview, which is Fairview's the powerhouse up there. And they have been for years. They haven't won a state title since the late 80s. But they're always in the conversation, and they returned a ton of players from last year. They've got a terrifying wing T offense. They are going to chew you up on the ground, are the Fairview Knights. I'm really excited to call that game. Coach Sanford, obviously spending time up in Boulder, knows the area well, knows that pipeline well, and that'll be on 95 or 92.5 tomorrow.
That's going to be awesome. Yeah, it's so funny because Boulder used to be such a powerhouse, but stuff got siphoned off, Centaurus and Monarch and Fairview, and they just started siphoning off some of that talent. All right, we entered this program today talking about the biggest news of the day, which is Colorado State going to be moving to the Pac-12 starting in 2026. They were part of 4 teams moving from the Mountain West going to the Pac-12. Now that it's the Pac-6, the 6-pack, whatever you want to call it, as they continue to try to keep themselves relevant in this conversation with the college football playoff and all the money that's being thrown around to these member institutions. Okay, Raj, I need a pick for you, from you, on CU and CSU for Saturday.
Just a winner of the game or against the spread?
No, not just winner of the game.
Colorado's got the better talented players. Colorado wins.
Okay.
They have to. All of the pressure is on them.
Give me a score.
There is a little bit of added pressure on CSU now. We've been talking about them like they're playing with house money, but now that this Pac-12 announcement happened this morning, if you don't think that conference is looking directly at Colorado State and Oregon State and Washington State in all 3 of their rivalry games this weekend going, it's time to make a statement about all these teams that left us.
They can make an immediate statement.
You can make an immediate impact. Now there's a little bit of pressure on CSU when there wasn't anything of that sort 6 hours ago.
Yep.
I got Colorado, and I think it's another shootout. Colorado 38.
Ooh.
Colorado State 31.
Okay. I can dig it. I like that score. All right, that's going to do it for us. We got to get out of here. For Raj, I'm Chris. KJ, we love and appreciate you.
It was me being a healthy, active male. I mean, y'all thought I was bullshitting.
He is a healthy, active male. Shannon Sharpe, we love you. This is going to live in infamy. Thank you for joining us. PhD is next.
All right, I don't know what that is. What is it? A spud wrench?
Spud wrenches.
You want to take a shot at that?
Spud is in spud wrench?
Spud wrench?
I don't think he said spud wrench.
I don't know what he said. Thank you to AAA Home Improvements. They're the best. They got spud wrenches. They got everything all day. AAAHomeImprovements.com.
Well, Fa would know.
Who?
There you go, Fa.
King.
There you go. You try to right off the bat. Really? Seriously? Congratulations, CSU, for being in a real conference. As well as, come on, who's it? Boise State? Who is it?
It's Boise State. It's CSU. It's San Diego State.
And Fresno State.
And Fresno State.
Along with Oregon State and Washington State.
Yeah.
Why did all Mountain West not just go? Like, why didn't they just take the whole Mountain West?
I don't think they wanted them.
They tried to merge, which I'm with you. They tried to merge initially, the article I read, with the Mountain West, and somehow they said no, they wanted more money, blah, blah, blah.
Who wanted more money?
Mountain West. They want more guarantees.
Oh, okay.
But the one thing that Washington State and Oregon State and the people that kept the Big 12 brand,
Pac-12 brand,
or Pac-12 brand live.
Yeah, I know what it is.
It is a bigger brand than the Mountain
Do
West.
you know why?
It is, but I mean now, so it's a 6-team league, right?
For now, then they're going to
have at least 8.
They're going to add 2 more. Listen, here's what blew me away. There is so much money in the Pac-12 TV contracts that they are going to help all the schools joining the Pac-12 buy out the $18 million buyout per school to get out of the conference. That's how much money. You might make fun of the Pac-12 all you want, but their TV budget was through the roof. But
how long does that continue? I mean, so they got another 2 years on the deal or something?
I was amazed that they had enough money to do it now.
Well,
but
that's why
apparently
Colorado left a while back. I mean, when Colorado left the Big 12 to go to the Pac-12, it was simply about the TV money.
Well, there you go.
They were doubling their budget.
From more than that, because they went from, because I was at across the street with Dave when this happened, and they went reportedly from between $8 and $9 million a year they were getting to immediately the first year they got 25. And back then, $25 million was a lot.
Oh, heck yeah.
Now, $25 million isn't that much when you look at the SEC or the Big Ten.
It does make
that's $75 million or something like that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a lot of money. There's no question.
All right, let me ask you guys this, because I don't know the answer. That's why I ask questions. Will this make a more legitimate path if CSU has an undefeated season to have a chance to win a national championship?
Temporarily, but I think in the long term they're gonna redo this whole thing, and they're not gonna just give automatic bids to a conference like the Pac-12.
Okay, but under the Mountain West, if you went undefeated, you still would have no shot at a national championship. Correct?
No, not right now.
Well, in theory, there's a path, but
yeah, because they've got the one wild card team, right?
Because when I moved here to this state, back to the state in '99. The one reason that I would say, well, as an objective person that doesn't have a dog in this hunt, I'm going to root for CU over CSU, is even if CSU went undefeated, they still can't win a national championship, but CU can. So why in the world would I pull for the team to upset the team that could win? And that was it for me. That was 25 years ago.
And the only reason back then is because you could still, even though not maybe win a championship, the mythical championship 25 years ago, they could at least play on January. They at least play a bigger bowl. They can get maybe the Fiesta Bowl. I think, didn't Lubick get CSU to the Fiesta Bowl once or something like that?
Man, I mean, they've had some 2-3 loss seasons, right? Or something pretty good like that.
Well, I don't know how long the current deal is, what they negotiated to get into the playoffs, right? So I don't know how long that lasts. But I do not believe the next time they negotiated, the Pac-12 will have an automatic bid. I don't. I mean, it doesn't make sense. You also got to wonder, though, man. I mean, if the Pac-12 could have been forward-thinking, and if they were not the dumbest human beings on planet Earth and couldn't see all the change in the landscape, if they would have brought these teams in earlier, could you have saved Stanford? Could you have saved the teams that went to the ACC specifically? I mean, I get it, the Big Ten. I get it, the Big 12. But the teams that are going to play on the freaking East Coast.
is stupid.
Yeah, but hold on.
Could you have saved those teams?
Well, hold on. Aren't Stanford and Cal just going to bounce right back to the Pac-12 now?
Probably not. I mean, they just signed a deal.
Okay, you get out of that deal and you just skedaddle back to where it makes sense. I mean,
no, the Pac-12 is not going to buy them out of that deal. They're going to have to play it out.
Well, they said they're going to buy the other teams out.
I gotcha. Listen, I don't have the answer again, but doesn't it make the most logical sense in the world that Stanford and Cal are just going to find their way back?
And can I say something? If Stanford and Cal can't raise the money, if their alumni association
what are we talking about
can't
here?
come up with the $20 million or whatever it is, come on now.
Yeah, if you're Stanford and Cal, aren't you just like, hey, that was fun, ACC? Believe me, I'm looking at Syracuse about to play Stanford as a conference game in 2 weeks, and I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
This is stupid. I mean, I don't mind.
Well,
playing.
you know what? See if you guys agree with this. The problem is the NCAA has no swing, swag, power, or anything at all. Talking about being behind the curve, Tyler. You mentioned the Pac-12 being behind the curve and being not forward thinking. That's been the NCAA for the last 20 or 30 years. But it'd be cool if you say, listen, here's what we're going to do, and this is when it was kind of good. We got regional. You want to break it up into 5 Power Fives? You got regional power conferences that are important and significant in each one of the regions. And then the bowls, when you can get the champion of the Big Ten to play the Pac-12, that was a monster game.
Yeah.
You wanted to see that game.
There's no geography anymore.
There's no geography, and I think it's stupid. I think some of the teams in the Big 12 are stupid.
If you just look at the TV money, ACC has got a $481 million deal. The Pac-12 has got a $389. So it's about it's $100 million more. So I don't know what that breaks down to.
What's the Big Ten and the
SEC's
SEC's TV deals?
I don't know. I'll try to look it up.
They got to be, if they're that, they got to be close to $1 billion, I would say.
No,
they're at $480 million. I bet they're at least.
If
here's the funny thing, because I looked it up the other day.
Holy crap! I don't know how long the deal is, but it's a $3 billion deal.
For what? SEC?
Annual payments of $300 million.
For the SEC.
SEC.
Yeah.
Annual payments. See, these other deals are like a totality of
Of the deals,
481.
too. Yeah.
This one's every year 300.
Yeah, that's massive.
I was looking the other day, and I was talking to the warden about why the CSU, why they go down to Texas to get a butt whooping. I said they're probably making $1.3 million or something like that to come down to Austin to just get waxed. That's the way they are. I said, they don't have a chance. He goes, why? I go, well, just look what they spend. So she looked it up. The football budget, I think, at CSU was like $32 million.
Okay.
The Texas football budget, $190.
Yeah, hello.
I mean,
crazy, right?
That's why NIU or Northern Illinois University beating
Notre Dame crazy.
Is such a big thing. It's because you're talking – there's a $120 million difference in what they spend on the program.
I'm just excited, and I hope it's a path for CSU to just, have a chance. There is a road to go there. And I do think Stanford and Cal will go back to ultimately the Pac-12 because it just makes more sense for those two schools. Plus, there's a bunch of other sports that it's ACC. Well, we're going to go take Stanford's softball team to go play Syracuse in softball. I mean, come on, give me a break. That's ridiculous. It'd make way more sense just to keep everything somewhat more
that's
reasonable.
why when it was Arizona State, UCLA, USC, Stanford, Cal, just that, even if you just made that your conference.
In all honesty, I think Arizona State and Arizona, if Stanford and Cal went back to the Pac-12,
should go back.
I think they would love to go back. I think both of those schools would love to go back in a heartbeat. I bet you could get them to go back. So you could add those two. I don't think those two schools, I don't think they wanted to leave in the first place because they do have other significant sports that are better regionally. I mean, I understand it's all football and basketball. I mean, I do get that. But they have other things there, like baseball, for example, at Arizona and Arizona State. Again, you think they want to travel to Texas compared to going to California? Give me a break.
Yeah, they're all such afterthoughts, though, man. I mean, all they think about is what makes money. So,
but if you got
they couldn't care less about other
but
sports.
If you got a conference that had Stanford, Cal, Arizona State, Colorado State, San Diego State, Fresno, Washington State, Oregon State, that's not a high-quality conference right there?
In what?
It's higher quality conference than the Mountain West.
In what sport are we talking? Are we talking about football?
Well, Stanford's been good at times. Arizona's
why
been
not?
good at times.
I would say it's
State's been good at times.
marginally better than what the Mountain West was. But I mean, marginally.
I think the areas that they could recruit from and they could draw from, they could get their football programs back. Well, Arizona's got a good football program right now. I mean, they've all had times. All those schools have had times. Maybe except Cal. I don't know if Cal ever really had that great of a football program.
They had some years.
They had Tedford as a coach there. He did all right there for a little bit. I don't know. I think it's great for CSU. I think it's great news. I think the possibilities are much better for them than being in the Mountain West.
And I'll throw this out there, and just, I don't know what your thoughts, but I was listening to the morning show today, driving around. What happens to Wyoming?
I think they're screwed. Because they don't represent a large population of human beings. So
no market. All they care about is TV markets.
Does Iowa State?
Yeah, Iowa's a way bigger area than Wyoming. Yeah, way bigger. Iowa's got millions and millions of people around there. Yeah, they do.
Iowa's got wind farms.
Listen, I don't got anything bad to say about the Pokes, but having people ain't their thing.
But now talking about a guy who's been here since '99. I got here in '91. Tyler, you've lived here forever. I think of schools like Wyoming and Air Force. I mean, Air Force, I know they lost last week, but Air Force, has been legitimately, consistently the best team in the Mountain West for
But I would make the
20
argument
years.
The military schools and maybe Notre Dame are just their own thing. Like they're not dependent. Air Force isn't dependent on a conference at all to do their thing. It's kind of weird. Like they've been successful no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
But they're just different. They're just literally different with everything they do. So is Army and so is Navy.
Hey, it's a good deal for CSU, no matter how you look at it. I don't know what the long-term future is here, and I think they'd have to bring in some more powerful programs if they want the Pac-12 to maintain an automatic bid. But in the temporary, it's nothing but a great deal for Colorado State.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the Pac-12 will actively try to get Stanford, Cal, Arizona State back.
Well, let me ask you this.
I don't think they can do that.
If the money, and it comes down to that. Listen, whenever people say it ain't about the money, you know they're lying because it's always about the money. It's always about the money. But if you could establish something and get it big enough, and here's what it's going to be, and now we're going to pay our teams $35 million each, blah blah blah, and now you're going to have more regional games. You're not having to fly to the state of New York for a game.
Right.
Why doesn't Oregon and Washington come back? Didn't you ask for football programs? There's two programs that have, Washington played in the finals last year.
It'd be a hell of a lot easier for those schools, no doubt about it. Yeah, maybe.
They screwed the Pac-12. And I read a great story a year or so ago, but the guy they hired a few years ago to run president, really screwed the pooch for that conference.
They messed it up in so many different ways. It was always a unique conference, but it still had prestige.
Well, we'll dig in on that. By the way, CSU kids talking smack. I love it. Thanks for stirring the pot. And a rough 48 hours for Shannon Sharpe. It's PhD on 92.5.
Rough.
Hey, C-Mac, and you have heard a lot about interest rates. Will they be cut? How much are they going to be cut? What's going on? Well, my friends at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont on Vista View are taking matters into their own hands. During their Great Percent event, they went ahead and secured the lowest rate on the planet just for you. This exclusive rate buy down, it can help you lower your current car payment and get into a new Chevy or GMC, and they'll deliver anywhere in Colorado totally for free. This is Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC. Get more peace of mind with their 3-day money-back guarantee. Just think about that. You're just test driving essentially for an entire long weekend. Really get a feel for what's going on. Lock in your low rate today at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont on Vista View, or simply go to Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC.com. Together, let's drive. GMC, we are professional grade. Hey, let them know your pal D-Mac sent you.
Obviously, I'm embarrassed. Someone that is extremely, extremely private, and to have one of your most intimate details, the audio heard for the entire world to hear. I'm embarrassed for a number of reasons. People count on Shannon, Shay Shay Media, Club Shay Shay, Nightcap, ESPN. There are a lot of people that count on at all times. Even when I'm behind closed doors, I still try to remain a level of professional, although I'm in the privacy of my own home. I'm very disappointed in myself, not for the act. I think there are millions and billions of people of consenting age that engage in activities, but to have your most intimate detail on the audio to be heard, I'm disappointed in myself.
Oh my God, Shannon. All right. So Shannon Sharpe. First of all, he's got two phones. Let's start there. It's in two.
Everybody knows you, the dude that's got the bat phone. Yeah. You don't even have to ask. You just know the guy if he's got a bat phone or not.
Do we got anybody that works here who's got two phones? Do we got any two phone people around here?
I know at least one guy.
I think Lombardi's cranking.
Now, is it a true bat phone?
Well, one is the work phone, and he don't. I mean, he wants his own private phone that he can do private stuff.
Oh, you don't even want to say who that is?
Oh,
I'll respect the privacy. I don't know that.
That guy is in the Scott Hastings conspiracy lane at all times.
We have him on the show a lot.
Adam Schefter is.
I know Adam. Adam has two phones.
Oh, he definitely does. We have him on the show a lot. Like
we're going to have Adam on tomorrow's or today.
Today.
I'm going to ask him today how much he misses the BlackBerry, if he misses it at all.
There was a time that was pretty awesome.
And he was killing it on the BlackBerry.
Low-key, great TV show about the history of the BlackBerry, like a documentary.
Really?
Well, it's not a documentary, but it's like a real life, like, how it came to be. Really good. Look it up. I forget what network it's on, but I think Hulu, something like that. All right, so Shannon's got two phones. One phone he throws on the bed, and he commenced to what does he call it? He had an activity.
He's a healthy, active adult.
Activity.
Yes.
And then he says, I don't think there's anything wrong with that activity. I'm glad Shannon Sharpe is sticking up for sex. There's nothing wrong with people having sex.
I mean, I'm not going to go into the details here, but I did listen to the audio, and the dude flat out sounded like a horse.
How does that not surprise me at all?
Yeah. Well, you know what? Some of us, we get excited in other ways.
I listened for a little bit. I didn't listen to the whole thing.
Yeah, I haven't listened at all.
He's a freaking horse.
Okay. All right. Whoa. So Shannon had sex. And now here's where you can really, really believe his story. Somebody in their 50s didn't understand technology. Because he said he turned on Instagram Live and didn't know how he did it.
No, I don't buy that for a second. Shannon Sharpe is Mr. Social Media. Give me a freaking break.
No
Give
way.
me a break.
There's zero chance he went live on purpose.
Oh, I'm not saying that. But
well, that's what he's saying.
But the whole, I don't even know what Instagram Live is. How do I do that?
Well,
I don't know what this thing is. I wouldn't know how to turn it on if I wanted to.
You think that's baloney?
Of course I do.
The guys this morning called baloney on it, and Mosier and Vic got on IG Live while they're on the radio. And there's like 3 or 4 steps you got to go through to hit being the button.
You don't just hit a button.
No, you don't. It's not just a button. But I will say this, and you know this doing the StreamYard?
StreamBird.
Is it StreamBird?
Instaface.
Instagram.
But I know that's what he was on. But what's the thing you do your
StreamYard.
StreamYard. Okay. There's steps. I mean, you got to go on. You got to log in. You got to go boom.
Yeah.
And then even when you got your 3 cameras, you guys can have conversations without it being live, and then you hit live.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So, I mean, there's steps you can go through.
There are. On StreamYard, it's kind of ridiculous. Now, here's what StreamYard does. You can aggregate a bunch of different platforms. So, yes, StreamYard's a platform, but I can go live on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, whatever. It all puts it together, and you hit live, and you go. But you can just pick your phone up and go live. Anybody can do that. You don't buy the fact that he might have turned it on live by accident.
I don't think it was on purpose.
Not on purpose.
But the whole, I'm so naive to social media. I only have 15 different podcasts that I put on every single day, and I put out 15 different tweets, blah, blah, blah. No, I mean, come on. There's zero chance that he's that dumb that he doesn't know how to do Instagram Live.
How about this? Do you think he turned it on, though, by accident or not? Or do you think he was trying to record it, I guess? Which would be weird because it wasn't pointed at anything. It was just on a bedspread or something. It doesn't even matter. Here's what happened. He does this. It goes live. The comments underneath it are hysterical. I mean, it is pretty funny to see everybody go, do you know this is happening?
Live.
Whatever. And then the horror show is his other phone starts blowing up. Like, hey, dude, do you know what you're doing?
Well, he said he all of a sudden he got like 15 FaceTime calls. And I'm like, who's the person calling him on FaceTime?
Because they want to watch.
Knowing darn well what is going on right now.
Yeah, that's why.
So you choose, you're like, I'm going to FaceTime Shannon right now. That's the right way to get through to him.
No, but Scott's saying they're not telling him to stop. They're telling him to improve the camera angle.
Yeah, we can't see. I mean, listen, Paris Hilton made a career because of a video, right?
Hey, Uncle, sounds good.
Then he
turn
said,
turn the camera the other way.
Then he says he actually answered the phone mid-act, and it was his agent or his marketing guy or whatever. The marketing guy's like, "Hey, man, they can hear you.
Well,
they can hear what? Oh, what can they hear? They can hear you."
That certainly sounded like he was done. But if it was mid-act, good for him. I mean,
I mean, listen, how much audio was there? 42, 43 seconds?
It was something like that. And we're, it is. Okay.
Minute 23.
I am laughing. Now, he does. Tyler's being very specific. Then it gets a little squirrely because he posts, my phone got hacked. However, from what I read.
Oh, he did? I didn't see that part.
Oh, yeah.
Because I saw when he called ESPN and he said, I didn't get hacked.
Oh, no. The first thing was my phone got hacked. But now he's claiming that was a staff member of his that posted, I got hacked.
Oh.
Meaning he didn't lie about getting hacked. Somebody was looking out for him, which you kind of roll your eyes at. And you're like, okay, all right, Shannon. Maybe, maybe. Because what you get in trouble for a lot of times is the cover-up more than the crime. And but eventually he goes on, and we just played it with Ocho on his podcast.
I mean, is this a fireable offense? I don't know. Paul Pierce got fired for having strippers and whatever he was smoking out of that thing that looked like a not thicker cigarette.
Well, before we debate that, Ocho was very sympathetic to Shannon.
Now, what we do got to work on is ain't nothing wrong with your hips, but we got to work on your cardio. Because you was breathing heavy. You shouldn't be breathing that heavy. So we got to work on your cardio. So
Ocho,
when you lift weights, we got to get you on the card. Hit the
Ocho,
treadmill first.
Ocho, real talk though, Ocho, your boy. Hey, Ocho, I was already about 25.
Right.
Okay, stop. They're having fun with it. He's taking it serious because he doesn't want to lose his job at ESPN because that is just a cush gig. Do you think he should be fired for this?
No.
No, I don't, but people have been fired for way less.
I think it's ridiculous if he got fired for this. To me, it was an accident. The covering it up thing, you got to watch out for trying to cover stuff up. You're better just to say your guy made a mistake, which he did. Said his heart sank, which I'm sure it did. I don't believe he did it on purpose. And I don't think he should be fired. I think it's embarrassing, but isn't it, it's sex.
I got an off-air conspiracy, but I can't do it on Great Radio. I had a conspiracy that I deeply believe on this one.
What?
I can't do it. I can't do it. I don't want to get fired.
Okay. So anything else on Shannon? I feel a little bad for him, man. It's obviously he wasn't trying to do something. It was a mistake. It was, you're having sex. Okay. All right. End of the night, you're having sex. Is there anything more than that?
I mean, he's your age.
Hey, listen, man.
In the non-talk about conspiracy theory, there's way more.
In the world of 50-year-olds being confused by technology, he wouldn't be the first one. So not ignorant of the technology, but being confused about how.
Being careless by it.
Yeah, he wouldn't be the first one. All right. That's Shannon. You got the CSU kids talking smack, Dan? This is
needed.
It's needed.
I agree.
It's needed for us.
I agree.
But I'm wondering what they are trying to do with this. I wonder what their angle is. All right, well, who we got here, Dan? Who are the characters here we're talking about?
Torrey Horton and Fowler Nicolosi,
The quarterback and who's the other kid?
Torrey Horton, the wide receiver.
Good receiver.
He's a
Very
good receiver. All right, let's hear them talking smack about CU.
We walked away from that game, as we kind of left it all on the field. I don't feel like we left it all on the field because we should have murdered them guys. And, they came out with that attitude as they were on top of the world. And this ain't no Cinderella story, so we coming for revenge.
Yeah, they came out with that attitude and thought it was going to be a cakewalk. They saw the reports, 27.5 points or whatever it was. And they got a rude awakening real quick. And I think it goes to show that the hype, the media train, all that, it only gets you so far. At the end of the day, you have to line up 11 guys against our 11 guys, and we'll find out who wants it more. And we'll see how far Instagram followers get them.
Oh, great line. But, man, sick burn. Great burn right at the end there. See how those Instagram followers get them. All right, a couple things.
Should have played the Mafia music.
Number one, thank you. Because honestly, I was kind of feeling bored by this game, and I'm not even going to lie.
Yeah.
I can't even admit, I hate to admit it, but I was feeling bored by this matchup because it's got zero pizzazz going into it. So I appreciate you. Number two, this audio is being purposed as if it came out yesterday. It was actually before the Texas game.
Okay.
So if I'm going to be fair to CSU, I'll say that. I don't know what the difference is. You still said it. So whether it was before the Texas game or whether it was yesterday.
2 or 3 weeks old.
Yeah. So
good point of clarification.
It's 2 or 3 weeks old, but you still said it, right?
Yeah.
And then thirdly, now that you got me going a little bit, and I appreciate you, and I mean that sincerely, because I think both sides need this right now. They got a rude awakening. Did you not lose the damn game? Like, oh man, we kicked him in the teeth.
Yeah, but they were
talk about a moral win right
there.
there.
Weren't they like 37-point dogs or 27.5 points?
And I give them credit. They came out bald. They did their thing. But you want to talk about taking pride in a loss? Like, how about you come out and just win the game?
All right, so the fact that this was a little bit ago, okay, cool. But
what's
I think
the difference though if it was 3
there
weeks ago?
There really isn't one. You're right, and this is an unforced error, in my opinion, by CSU.
Big time.
And it gets worse as time has gone on, because what has become incredibly apparent is that just trying to figure out what rivalries even are to a bunch of kids who you could call mercenaries from CU.
If it's before the first game of the season, think about this though. A damning comment that we played the week before the game. But if they're sitting there going back in the season and maybe how the mistakes they made, and we going back and saying, listen, we had a chance, man. They took us for granted. Boom, and they're breaking down the games they could have won last year. They could have won that game and probably should have won that game last year.
Yeah.
That might be the context of what they're talking about. Now you put it out as just a soundbite, which is what with the world we live in now. Now it don't sound good. Now you're in trouble.
Can I just say this though? I mean, the Instagram followers thing, that was kind of like a cute, funny joke last year. It was. That's the best you got. I mean, really. Let's see how far those Instagram followers get them.
Well, I think it's pertinent when you've got the coach twice in a week or coaching it and the quarterback saying about a platform. I got a platform.
You think Prime is going to put that on a screen and say this is what?
Of course he will.
Of course, right?
Yeah. And CU is not going to care that it was said 3 weeks ago.
To me, it's an unforced error. To me, CU is reeling right now, and they're looking for.
I agree.
You gave him an anchor.
You gave him something.
That's why I'm legit saying thank you, because I legit was going into this game like I don't even really care. CU is embarrassing me.
You just gave kids from Texas and California and Florida or wherever everybody's from, not Colorado. It's CU. You just gave them a reason to care more about this game. And don't forget about how many new kids are on CU's team that weren't even here last year. And it goes to this narrative that we're all about the flash and not about the product on the field, and talking like, well, okay, fine, but don't add to it.
Yeah.
But I saw those two kids from CU talking before Prime yesterday, and they just look beat up. They look like they were just screamed at for like the past hour or so. And they just didn't have any life. The rivalries, they couldn't define it. I'm just telling you, man, and I get it. It was done a while ago. It wasn't yesterday. But so what? if I'm Prime, I'm just trying to get a win here, right? We are just trying to get a freaking W, and good for you, CSU. And I'm actually surprised they would buy into that. I don't know what they thought they were accomplishing by saying it.
Well, again, if you look at the context of what the podcast was, if they're breaking down last season and the failures they had and what the chance they had, and then you go back to the game, man, we had a shot, whatever. Okay. That being said, I still believe this, and I'm starting to put college kids into the same blanket that I put pros in. Because of the NIL, because of the transfer, and you're not happy you can move. It's not the amateur college game we once knew. That being said, if you as a program who's in a Power 4 conference that has to get motivated because some wide receiver said something about you from last year, and that's your motivation to also, now I'm going to play hard in this game, then you've got more internal problems than just
that's
that.
A fact, Scott.
Okay.
I mean that's a fact, and that's why I was feeling no pizzazz going into this game, quite frankly, because I didn't know if Colorado was going to have the pride to bounce back from that Nebraska loss.
Right.
But I legit am saying thanks, dude. Appreciate you, because whether they got the right attitude behind the scenes or not, this will help. It will.
I agree. And we'll see if it makes a difference or not. You still have to play football. But I do think the one thing the CU team was spinning from was a lack of focus about football. And I think this probably helps at least a little bit. Or we'll see how Prime utilizes it. We'll see how they use it. But that was a boring-ass week against Nebraska last week, let me tell you. And then you showed up to Lincoln, and guess who was ready to go? Nebraska, not you. So, come on, CU. What do you got? Seriously, what do you have here? All the pressure is on CU. All of it. There is no pressure on CSU. And perhaps this is a little fodder that makes it a little bit more interesting. CU, by the way, is favored by 7 points.
Feels about right.
Brings up the bigger sports sort of topic, like when is smack talk good, when is it not good? When do you need to sort of say things to rally things together and stand up for yourself compared to just keep your mouth shut?
Hey,
and you don't want to force anything.
I'll put it this way, and this is not a shot at CSU because CU's in the exact same ballpark, okay? So let me make that very, very clear. But teams like Colorado State and teams like Colorado, you should not be talking trash because you can't back it up, okay? So I'm saying that to both those squads. That's not just the CSU, that's the Colorado. If you can't back it up, don't frickin' open your mouth. And that's the reality of both those programs right now.
But the best smack talk with me is what Nebraska did. You didn't hear anything before that game. You heard a whole lot after that.
I sure did.
And you know what? You can't respond to it.
All right, the latest with Russell Wilson. What's going on there with the Steelers? We'll give you the latest update coming up next.
All right, check it out, guys and gals. Tyler Plumbus here, my friends over at Vitalized Health. The best in the industry, what they do. I'm telling you, these guys are good. They're going to help you look better, feel better, sleep better. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone, and of course, Revitalize can help you out with that if that's what your body needs. But there's so much more to your health and wellness, and that's why Revitalize can help you out with peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots. Whatever your body needs, they have got you covered. So with 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Is there anything you spend any time with you guys, just in the sense, I mean, he was a captain, he'll be emotional in the building or whatever if he's back. Did you talk about it at all with you guys this week or not?
No. No, I mean, we're focused on, look, we're not playing tennis or golf. I mean, we're playing a team game, and we're focused on the Steelers, and they're a good football team.
It is interesting to see some of the responses about Russ this week, although it feels like it's tempered. Did we have any updates about the Steelers, Russ, anything coming out from that? We're going to have Adam Schefter on in an hour, and we can ask him too, but it doesn't feel like he's playing, right? Like there's no news about him going.
No, it's kind of like Colorado State. It's a big letdown. It's a big buzzkill right now because there's zero Russ news.
Okay.
It's a letdown because the NFL is playing this weekend, and the game's important to you just because Russ plays.
Don't tell me it wouldn't be more interesting if Russ played. I don't believe you mean that. If Russ played in this game, it would absolutely be a more compelling matchup.
He's dead to me.
That's fine. He can be dead to you. That's totally cool. But it would be a more compelling storyline if Russell Wilson returned to Denver.
Not for me.
Well, you're a weirdo.
Was it more interesting when Bruce Brown came back here to play?
No. What more interesting?
Come on, man. Come on.
But think about the two guys leaving and the
right.
reception. When Bruce Brown came back, the game wasn't more compelling. It was cool to see him.
Bones Highland came back. And
I didn't even give a flip.
Okay. I was in that arena. People cared. People thought it was interesting.
You got a different vibe than I did.
How about when, what's his face, hockey, who everybody hates, Matt Duchene. When Matt Duchene came back, you think people cared?
There's a reason why people stalk their ex on Instagram.
Well, that's right. Come on. The vibe in the building when the hated athlete who was formerly with the team comes back.
Did Cutler ever play against Denver?
Yes. Yeah.
But I don't remember,
in Denver?
I never remember that storyline.
I don't know if he came back in Denver. Well, I remember when Kyle Orton was the starter for the Chiefs against Tebow.
But that one, no one was upset. Everybody was laughing.
That one was a little different, though.
I'm just saying there's more juice when that guy comes back from another team.
And when a guy carries a circus. Tim Tebow carried a circus. Robert Griffin carried a circus. Russell Wilson carried a circus. So when the circus comes back to town, you tend to notice it.
What do you think the reception would have been for Tebow?
It would have been really positive.
That's what I'm saying.
Because he wasn't. But think about Tebow's circumstance. He didn't go out as the heel. They won a playoff game with Tebow, and the Broncos just improved to something much better with Manning. He didn't do anything bad. He went out here a hero. Nobody even remembers the Tebow Patriots game. All anybody can think about is the Broncos-Steelers
The Steelers game.
Yeah, which was, I was thinking about this the other day. Give me 3 more exciting games you've ever seen or have ever happened in Denver than that game. Just give them to me. What are they?
New England
AFC Championship game?
AFC Championship game.
I'll give it to you. Give me another one.
The Jets AFC Championship game in Denver.
I don't know about that, bro.
Ravens?
No, it was because the Jets jumped up on them. That game was unbelievable.
Ravens game was great, but they lost.
It doesn't matter. I mean, is it what's the question?
The most exciting game.
Yeah. Panthers coming back in the first game of the year after the Super Bowl win.
That wasn't as exciting as the Steelers game. No way.
You said that was a pretty exciting game.
I said both.
I mean, to your point, there's no question. It's probably one of the top 5 memories of any Broncos fan.
Right. I would agree. It was unbelievable. The Ravens game sucked, man.
Yeah, but it's up there. It doesn't mean
it could have been exciting if it went a different way.
If exciting means you have to win, then I guess you're right. But to me, it's just memorable.
I would say Flacco coming into town, the first game of the year with Baltimore, and it was their home game because remember something happened with their stadium.
And they got whacked.
They put Flacco banners all over Denver.
Oh, I remember that.
That was a monster game.
It was like on the stadium.
Yeah.
It was on the stadium.
Because it was supposed to be their home game.
Yeah.
That was a monster game.
It was, but it was only the first game of. Oh, listen, these are weird arguments. I guess
this is only the second game of the year.
Yeah, this game. Listen, man, this game wasn't going to match the Tebow stuff, but it was going to be cool.
When this game would for me be real elevated. Both teams sitting there with 8 wins, and it's game 16. They're both 8-7.
Well, of course,
and
that
it's
would be better.
game 16 of the regular season.
Yeah.
Because now you think, hey, this is a playoff for one of these two teams.
The problem is Russ probably wouldn't be starting by then, and neither team's probably going to be in that situation. Maybe the Steelers.
The one thing that I thought was going to happen is that Russ would start because it was early in the season. I never thought Russ was going to finish the season as the starter for the Steelers, either because of performance or injury.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't think it would happen this quickly.
Now, but do you now think it could be just the opposite? That now all of a sudden,
No,
that
I don't actually.
This guy's going to get a chance to start for a couple bit. They're going to win some 18 to 15 games or something like that.
I think they're going to win a lot of 18 to 15 games. I think they're going to win 10 wins or something like that, and I think they're going to be back in the playoffs. I think Tomlin just figures things out. I think he's a great coach, and they have an unbelievable defense. And
So are they back in the playoffs if Russ is the quarterback the whole year?
I do not think so, no.
I do.
I do.
I don't.
At the end of the day, Russ will win you a game where Justin Fields will lose you a game.
I can't wait to see when that happens. It didn't happen in week 1, that's for sure.
It is kind of like, if you really had to bet on it, if Russell Wilson was playing in this game, what does your gut really tell you? Would the dude ball out or would he fold like a 10?
Well, how did he play in that Seattle game last year or that first year he was here?
That's a good point. Fine.
That's even bigger.
He played fine. You're right. That definitely was bigger. It wasn't impressionable.
No. But they didn't trust him at the end of the game, did they?
No. That was like a week after giving the dude all the money, and you put the ball in the kicker's hands or foot, I guess.
64 yards.
Yeah.
What response do you think Russ is just going to get in general? I know he's not starting, but
there won't be a response. I mean, if he's not in the game, there will be zero response.
I mean, he'll be
when he comes out to warm up. If he comes out to warm up, he'll probably get booed.
Really?
I think so.
Booed just warming up.
I think so, yeah.
Just warming up? Gosh, there's not many people in the stands just for the warm-up. It's pretty mellow.
No, they're dialed in, though. This is one of those moments the second Russell Wilson hits that field, the fans will be dialed in.
You know what the bigger question is? I'm not sure we've talked about this week with Pittsburgh, and I know we got the RSD going and everything else, or RDS going on and everything else. Did you guys see the crowd in Atlanta for Pittsburgh's first game?
Yes.
I mean, I had to stop for a little bit, and I'm going, did Pittsburgh change their stadium? What? Oh, my gosh, this is a home.
It's a combo meal of a great traveling crowd and
unbelievable.
Maybe the worst.
Second worst.
Miami worse?
No, Carolina.
Carolina, yeah. Atlanta is legendary, a terrible. And I don't know why.
Well, it's an enormous city. I mean, you would think that there's plenty of interest. They couldn't care less about professional sports. All they care about is the dogs. All they care about is college football.
Yeah.
Having lived in Atlanta for 10 years, it was the hub transient city. A little bit like Denver turned out as far as people from Denver is from everywhere else. Atlanta was like that too. It was from everywhere else. But they didn't care unless you won. They were a great sports team or town when you're winning. Like I used to go to Braves game. We used to go to Braves game the last minute, sit 2 rows off the field,
right?
Because they were and then all of a sudden they got good. Then they're blowing up. Then the crowd. They're a team. They're a town that is a front running town. If your team's good,
right,
they will show up.
So they're one of the worst sports towns in America.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because they have
the Braves. For some reason, I thought the Braves were pretty consistent. They're not.
Oh, they had some bad runs in the 80s.
I'm sorry, I don't mean in their performance. I mean in terms of fan interest.
Well, the Braves are legendary, although they do have a World Series championship, but they're legendarily a great team that could never quite, reach the mountaintop. They did one time, but they had some unbelievable teams that should have won much more.
They also had a couple World Series that were some of the greatest World Series losses. One to Minnesota was an unbelievable series. Was it not the White Sox? Was it Detroit?
I think
they lost
Atlanta,
that 1 year to
but
Detroit.
Overall, I think Atlanta is a terrible pro sports fan base overall. It is a bunch of front runners. They don't care. They're not passionate about it unless their teams really are.
And when they're really good, they show up. But it takes. I mean, you got to be good before they show up.
Where does Denver sit there? Do you think
Denver used to be like that?
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden you won 2 or 3 championships, and it's really changed. Denver or the Broncos, for example, was always big. But all of a sudden you start when Mike, all of a sudden they started winning championships from 97, 96. It's been crazy.
I mean,
Broncos fan base is actually pretty incredible.
Yeah,
man.
but
for what they've been through in the last 9 years, look, I know there's been some games where it's felt empty, but 9 out of 10 games is freaking sold out. Maybe there's 2,000 people that don't show up. I've always felt like
only if they're really bad and it's like late December and cold.
Are Avs and Nuggets fans front runners?
I listen. I don't think you can say with the Avs because the first time the Avs got here, they won a championship. And so I think they've been consistent. Didn't they have the record for most home sellouts in a row consecutive?
It's hard.
I think they might have been, but not anymore.
It's hard to think of the Avs and Nuggets now because it really literally has been years. But you realize, guys, there was like a 5-year span where neither team was playing in the postseason, which just so happened to coincide with Peyton Manning and the Broncos being unbelievable.
Well, I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but there was obviously a huge run there where Nuggets fans just didn't show up to the games. But it feels like Avs fans have always showed up. No.
Well, I think they showed up. Well, they kept the streak going for even when they were bad for 2 or 3 years. They kept a streak going. Now it might have been some mathematics.
Yeah, I was in
season tickets sold and everything.
Yeah, there's plenty of like pick your seat there for Avs games back in the day. All right, the poll's up. Will Russell Wilson get booed even if he's not playing? That's at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5's Twitter. So maybe jump on that. And yeah, man, it's rivalry week, and we have some fires being stoked at CSU. Welcome to the Pac-12. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It is DMAC for Mike Maroney Auto Group in Colorado as they're cooking up something you won't want to miss. They're rolling out the Great Percent event. And trust me, it's as exciting as it sounds. So hold on. Mike Maroney is offering 0% financing. You heard that right. 0. Zip. Nada. Remember, Maroney means more. But don't snooze on this one. It's a limited time offer with limited funds. These rates are so low, they're practically underground. Come on now and get this. They'll deliver your new ride anywhere in Colorado, free of charge. Doesn't matter where. They're the Four Corners, Sterling, Durango, which is near the Four Corners-ish. They'll bring your vehicle to you wherever you are. Plus, they have a 3-day money-back guarantee. It's like test driving for a whole weekend. This is Mike Maroney Auto Group in Colorado. Curious? Well, just cruise on over to MikeMaroneyColorado.com. So check it out, man. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Head to Mike Maroney Auto Group, Great Percent event, and drive home happy with 0% and tell them your pal D-Mac sent you.
Yeah, it was a great game of learning, a great growing game. I think, the film was positive. You get back and you see that there were opportunities, and just got to capitalize in a few more areas.
I was watching the Bobot yesterday. He started right at the end of our show, and I'm fine with it. I'm fine with his personality. I am curious what you guys think, because it's pretty clear this is the way this guy is going to be forever. It's not going to be very emotional. It's going to be very kind of dry. It's just, kind of a flatline sort of personality and everything.
I don't see something to even criticize. I really don't.
It's just boring. That's all.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. Especially, look, here's how life goes, man. When something doesn't work, you tend to try the complete opposite of it. When you hire a defensive coach and he gets fired, you're not only are you going to the offensive guy, but if you had an old guy, you're going to the young guy. If you had the young guy, you're going to the old guy. It's just the way it works, man. And now to have a complete 180 of Russell Wilson, although in some aspects they're similar, meaning they're both robots, just different kind of robots.
Very much so.
To
yes.
me, that's freaking refreshing, dude. Yeah, it's very refreshing.
You all right with a boring guy?
Whatever. Maybe when he gets his water wings under him,
You think a personality is going to come out?
Maybe you get a little personality. I don't know. I just think, and maybe this stems from confidence. I mean, I go back to Manning can be very dry when you want to, but he always had those underlying dry shots that were just hilarious.
Mm-hmm. I felt Manning was very similar to Jokic. 90% of it was boring and they're nothing but
and then all of a sudden, boom, boom, boom.
You hang on for that 10%.
Yeah.
And that 10% would tend to come out once per session, you know?
Yeah.
Very rarely does Jokic go up there and it's just flatline, totally boring without anything. Very rarely.
Elway's pressers were awesome. Same thing, personality. But then when you got Manning here, Manning's already a Hall of Famer. He's already established, so there's got to be a pure confidence in himself, even though he's got to figure out whether his neck and everything's going to work. But there's a confidence because he knows who he is. Elway knew who he was.
Manning was a ham, man. Manning was
still is.
Yes, he was looking for the moments to whatever. The crazy thing to me was being around Eli a little bit. I couldn't believe how funny Eli was in press settings. I
am so mad. Because I've started turning into Thursday nights. I watched him. I don't watch the game.
I got it.
And then watching that game Thursday, I forgot about the Manning cast. So I just watched it regular.
I forgot about it too.
And I'm like, and then I've seen clips and I'm like, oh my gosh. Like when he got on the wide receiver dropping the football, Ayuk. That's why you got to be in camp. Got to get those reps. Got to boom, 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 boom. And the cool thing with the Brian, his brother Eli sets him up. He knows what's going to set his brother off, right?
Eli actually makes that show. And when it first came out, I thought Eli was going to be a dud, like an absolute dud. He's hilarious, man. Oh. I go back and forth on that one all the time, though. Sometimes I'm like, I don't really need to watch a reality show while I'm watching TV. But then on the bad games, it sure is nice to have it on the bad games.
The one thing that is good, if you really want to learn about football, and one thing I give Peyton Manning, no one in the history of the world could sit there and say, hey, he doesn't really know football. He can break about everything down.
I think it's a great watch when there's not much going on. I think it is a little distracting when the game's really good. Mm-hmm. I think it kind of goes like that. But it's easy to switch back and forth. By the way, there's a million ways to catch it, all over again.
Yeah.
Do you
click out this app to get to this app?
By the way,
over to this app, and then you can get this app.
Your Fubo. Oh, never mind. I can't say that.
Fubo?
Right.
Yes. What about it?
It bothers me that when I try to fast forward or rewind, I can't see what's going on.
Yeah,
it just
annoying.
gives you a still shot. I have to guess. I have to be like, it's been a minute 30. Let me guess when I need to stop this thing.
You're right. When I had the old DVR, you could actually, not only the old DVR was kind of cool because you watch things in slow motion, which is really cool to watch a football game.
Cool.
Because you can watch the offensive and defensive line if you can watch it in slow motion.
Yeah.
It's really
you can see where that knee goes down for that first down or that touchdown.
Yeah. And if Fubo wanted to get a little better, they would install some
That's
sort
like
of
archaic to me. Like, but it is good service. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, I
utilize it. I pay for it.
But I agree with you. What would be cool is a slow motion function, and that used to be the case on my old DVR because I could just hit pause and then hit play, and it would just go in slow motion. Because it is really, because I want to know when I go back and rewatch the game, I do want to see what happens on the offensive and defensive line.
Mhm.
I do. It is really hard to watch that live
I have to do
because
the opposite. I can't help myself but watch the O-line in real time, and
You
then I
gotta
have
be
to go
kidding
back
me.
to watch everything else.
you don't just watch the ball when you're
Inevitably, I do. I get to the ball, but my eyes start on the
Is that
offensive line.
right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's pretty funny. Well, okay, so there you
Well,
go.
and I'll be the third wheel on this right here. I tend to follow too much what the announcers are saying and what they're missing or not getting, and you're like going, he was offsides. The guy, well, there's a flag. I'm not sure the guy was offsides. What are you? And I'm more critical of the announcers when I watch games.
All right, if we're just going into this sort of stuff. When I rewatch a game, I always watch real time the first quarter. Why? Because that's when announcers spew out everything they've been told by the teams and the coaches, because I know they have those meetings. And I swear to God, watch a football broadcast. They go through everything in the first quarter, and then after that, they kind of have nothing, and then it's just a game. But it's really interesting to see what they've been fed by the teams that they
are
want.
fed.
Oh, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
So I want to know, like watching the Broncos game against the Steelers, I'll watch the first quarter because I want to hear what the Broncos wanted them to say. And then after the second quarter, I'll just go into...
Which I don't know if you guys read the article. We talked about it when Tom Brady supposedly is going to buy a small share of the Raiders.
Yeah.
And now the NFL said that's fine,
but
now you can't be inside the facility, like you can't be in the production meeting with the coaches.
Right.
You can't do any of that stuff. And I'm like, well, that's a little unfair for him trying to do this job, which someone said he's making $37 million to do the TV stuff. But he can't go in and meet with the coaches in the facility now.
I did not see his debut game, but it looks like I've seen a handful of very positive responses, but it seems like for the most part, people did not think he did a great job.
He didn't do a great job. But then I roll my eyes at that too. That's not why he was hired. Listen, he's got to be okay. He's got to be okay. But he was hired to be an employee of Fox to go around to all the advertisers because it's pretty freaking cool to have Tom Brady walk into your meeting rather than Greg Olsen.
Mm-hmm.
And even though Greg Olsen on
who's
TV,
really good.
He is, but he is not as impactful with the advertisers as Tom Brady. And that's what they're paying for, unless he's a disaster. And he wasn't a disaster. It just was like he was okay. And like we talked about before, he's got kind of a high voice. And when you get excited, it just, keeps going up and up and up. So it actually is kind of weird. But Tony Romo started out great, and now he's terrible. Olsen was really good. And I don't know if people like Chris Collinsworth or not, but he's been doing the job for 100 years.
You got to give Olsen credit. Unlike a lot of these guys, Olsen knew that he wanted this. And for like the last 4 or 5 years of his career, every bye week, he would call a game. Every chance he had an opportunity to get reps, he went and got reps even while he was playing. Whereas like Tom and these guys, Tom had never called a game. This is the first game he's ever called.
Yeah, I cut him some slack on that.
Well, and there's also from a players that first year out is how critical can I really be? And the one of the great things, I don't even know if we've talked much about it, but one of the great things about football, because there is time between snaps, is you can really armchair quarterback that game better, and I think, than any other pro sport game. Because you can sit back and say, listen, their splits are too wide, or that tight end's not getting out, or that tackle's step is over, or he's lean. You get that in football more than any other sport.
There's a story in the NFL that nobody should be surprised about, and anybody who is so naive. Plus, no dumb questions. Also, Adam Schefter at 145. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, our guy Adam Schefter will join us at time is Dan 1:35. Am I actually 1:40?
1:40.
1:40. 1:40. On our poll at Altitude Sports Radio 925 on Twitter, will Russell Wilson get booed even if he's not playing? Quite a few votes in. 85.8% say yes. 14% say no.
I say Scott has to go with the giant like poster. I love you, Russ, or something. Will you marry me, Russ? But they disrespected you, Russ.
Wasn't your hump? I don't know. I listen, man. I'm not a booing guy. I think booing's stupid.
Me too.
I just the only person I've ever booed in my life ever was Roger Clemens when he came back to Coors Field as a member of the Yankees because
that's because he left your Red Sox.
That's right.
Yeah.
You're not.
That was a long time ago,
like when
too.
you say you're not a booing guy, I'm not a booing guy for performance, like specifically for a home team. I'll never do that. But I'm here for good old fashioned sports hate. I'm here for good old fashioned booing an arch enemy. Yeah, absolutely. I'm here for that.
In a crowd, like in the stands?
Yeah, man. I mean,
You would boo?
if you've got an arch enemy that comes out there, it's not personal, man. It's all just
so
fun.
You're saying Russ is your arch enemy now?
I guess like if you want to generalize it, he fits in that category. Yes.
RDS.
I don't know, man. Like the only people that bother me more than leather lungs at sporting events are people that stop when they should just merge. You know, when you're turning right, just merge. It's not a stop sign. Keep going. There's a lane for you. Keep going. Don't stop. Seriously.
I don't think I've ever booed a home team for performance, though. And I don't think I ever would.
I just think the concept of being in front of other people just screaming stuff is like for morons doing it. But, feel free.
Wow.
I
talk about alienating the fan base.
Well, most fans don't do it. Most fans
really
correct. Most fans
really.
I've gone to a stunning amount of live sporting events, like a ridiculous amount of live sporting events. The vast majority of fans cheer; they don't boo. It is a select few that start screaming and yelling and booing. Swear to God,
Seems
they just
pretty
stand
loud
out.
to me.
I'm just telling you my experience from literally going to hundreds of live sporting events. Very few fans boo.
And think of the situations. The one arch villain, if you will, and one it was because he played kind of a rival too. But when Kobe came back after all the stuff that happened in the mountains, he got booed for a couple years.
Yeah,
every time he came back. But that's a lot different than coming and playing for your team and he didn't play well.
All right, let me separate.
Am I supposed to cheer for Phillip Rivers?
Let me.
Am I supposed to be like, hey, Phillip, welcome to town, bud?
There's collective booing and then there's leather lung booing. There is collective booing when the Joel Embiid shows up and walks through. There is a collective sense of, that.
That's sports hate.
Okay. That to me is way different than the leather lung who just will scream about literally everything at a sporting event. There's collective booing, which I kind of like. I won't do that either, but a lot of people collective boo. But then there's just the idiot.
You ever booed a referee?
I've been angry, but that's just like at my kid's hockey game, I have definitely been more emotional.
I bet you every sports fan has booed a referee at some point.
Probably. I know I've been more emotional at my kids' sporting events where I shouldn't be than at a pro event. That's for sure. I'm just always amazed that people care that much. We got some Russ. We'll get to that. We'll have Adam Schefter, but let's get to No Dumb Questions, Dan.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room will pick a winner out that enters a No Dumb Question from this week tomorrow, and you'll get a $100 gift card to Old Chicago.
Coming back today from my my dermatologist, got my stitches snipped out today. Shout out Dr. Tello.
You're looking good, by the way, man.
New listener, by the way. She said she that last time when I was getting my procedure.
Yeah.
Told her, hey, I listened to your show the other day. I can listen between like 1 and 2. So shout out Dr. Tello. Great. First no dumb question. Have you noticed dermatologists, people that work in the office and doctors have the greatest skin in the world? So, I mean, there must be some truth to their profession, right? I mean, it was. I've been to like 3 or 4 and seen the assistants and MAs and and unbelievable. It's just unbelievable.
If you walked into a tanning salon and there was an albino working there, would you have a problem with it?
Yeah, well, you might not say.
If you walked into a dentist's office and somebody had, a brown snaggletooth, would you turn right
you
around?
might worry a little bit. All right, here's my no dumb question. I had some today. So after I left Dr. Tell's office, had a little time before our the board the meeting in the boardroom. Why do they call it board? Anyway,
wow. Poor Kevin.
I stopped and went to Chick-fil-A, and I got some and had something, guys, that I haven't had in a million years.
Chubby loves that.
No doubt. When's the last time you had a biscuit with honey on it?
Oh, dude.
That's pretty good.
Lord.
That's pretty good right
gosh.
there.
I bet I haven't had one in 20, 25 years. And I'm like, I ordered a biscuit type sandwich, and the lady goes, would you want any sauce with that? And I'm like, sauce? What kind of sauce? He goes, well, a lot of people like to put honey on it. But no, give me some honey.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. I had forgot.
That was like a staple of my youth, I feel like, that I never have anymore.
You never have anymore.
My mom would always serve biscuits and honey. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Got to have butter on there, too.
A little butter that melts.
Doesn't that come? That's on there already, isn't it?
A biscuit that melts a little. The biscuits at Chick-fil-A are pretty good. Just a little honey on it.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. I said, how did I forget? So what other things are out there that we loved, as you said, Tyler, in our youth, that we just completely forgot about?
I know.
My kids won't eat Sloppy Joes. Well, I love Sloppy Joes as a kid.
I love Sloppy Joes.
Sloppy Joes.
Right?
Reese's Cups with Coke.
What?
Yep. Just big Reese's chocolate.
Cold a little bit.
Peanut butter. And also Devil Dogs. You know what a Devil
Dog?
Dog?
Yeah.
Devil Dogs
I haven't
are
seen
good.
a Devil Dogs in a million years.
I used to just chug down. It's
Those
back
are great
when,
tailgating ones. Yeah.
When you're just a teenager, man, you're just burn calories just by waking up, and you can eat really, literally anything.
Right.
Just
Did you
charge
guys ever get into that Yahoo drink?
Yahoo's great. Strawberry milk. Oh,
I've only seen it in chocolate, but I think I tried it once. And it was just okay, but
no, you got to get the strawberry.
That's a staple in the South, I think.
Mm-hmm. All right, so since we just had an all-staff meeting, right? That's what we had today
in the boardroom.
In the board room. Yeah. What's the most annoying meeting guy? Like what? Who's the most annoying version of meeting guy? Is it the question asker? Is it the guy that's got a joke to crack at all times? Is it the guy that when everybody else is standing up to leave, hey, just one more quick thing?
Right.
Or is it the guy that when you get out of meetings, man, what a great meeting that was.
Well, hold on.
How fun was that meeting?
So let me throw this out at you. Don't you think that's the exact same guy? And you could define it as the biggest kiss up at your work.
Right.
Put her by me is always going to ask the first few questions.
So
there's more questions than anybody else. It is always pumped up at the end of the meeting. It's the same dude.
So here I'm going to test our listeners
Nelly
here.
go?
Okay. So out of our staff meeting, I want to know from our listeners, send it on the text line, who was the guy that was cracking jokes? Who was the guy that kept asking questions? And who was the guy that said great meeting when the whole meeting's over? I'm going to see how dialed in our texters are.
Well, I know you're trying to rip on me. That's obvious. But I definitely was not all those things. I was a couple of those things, but not all those things.
You can always count in our little staff meetings. The funniest dude is always going to be Andy. Andy's always going to say, and he always just crushes Moj. I mean,
what is that?
He just because it's so easy. I guess I don't know, but he crushes Moj. But then Nelly's the other guy. I mean, he's always going to be the.
Okay.
Well, which guy bugs you the most then? Because
I'm going to say the guy that bugs me the
running
most is the one that asked for the meeting.
Asked for the meeting?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You think I asked for the meeting?
I know. I don't think. I know because I was by you when you suggested to Kevin that we have monthly staff meetings.
That was a year ago.
Okay. And then you got your way.
The last meeting we had was
on quarterly.
quarterly. The last meeting was in February. How's
Right.
your math?
I'm just saying.
Quarterly, it's been
I
6
was standing
months.
next to you when you requested monthly staff meetings.
Which didn't happen.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, it's in the suggestion
Which
box.
is literally the last time I brought it up.
Who suggests monthly staff meetings? Who does that?
It wasn't monthly either. It was every 6 weeks. It was twice a quarter. But
6 weeks.
Well, right, but there is a difference. But you realize that did not happen. And I suggested that a year ago.
But we didn't have any of these until you requested that.
The last meeting was in February, Tyler.
I'm just saying.
We are talking about 6 months ago.
I'm just saying.
7 months
did you
ago.
ever see anyone else ask for a meeting?
No, I've not.
I've
haven't
literally
seen
never
Vic-
once worked with somebody that
I haven't
asked for a
seen
meeting.
Vic jump up and say, "Hey, we ought to do this."
Yeah, boy, it'd be great meetings.
I think we have a cool staff, and I like getting together with people. I like trying to get better. As Dion would say, nail me to the cross, on that one. So I'm guilty of saying it would be good to get together as a crew and talk about how we could be better as a group. I'm guilty of that. But you realize they did not follow my suggestion.
Thank God.
Well, okay, but you're still upset about it.
Thank
But dude,
God.
seriously, you're still upset about it a year later?
Yeah,
it's still
it
bugging
bothered
you.
me.
So it bothered you.
Who asked for meetings? I don't know anybody that's like, hey, you know what I want in my life? I want a meeting. That's what I want.
So you must have hated your football coaches.
Yeah, drove me nuts.
How many meetings you have there?
15 a day.
Okay.
Well, I will get on. I'll side with Tyler from this standpoint. Once you come out of playing, it was like when I left basketball. I didn't want to watch basketball. I'm watching 3, 4 games, 5 games a week with all the film you watch, right? And then you're like, hey, you watch a game? No, man. I spent 11 years times 5 a day. I mean, how many games have I watched?
All right, just for the record, though, 2 meetings a year is too much for you.
Well, it's more than I would ask for, yeah.
How many meetings would you like to have per year?
None.
Okay.
Hey, if it can go out in an email, I don't need a meeting.
I apologize. I'm sorry I suggested it.
But Kevin, I thought it was a great meeting. I really did. I thought it was awesome.
I'm so sorry. I said we should all get together a year ago, and since that time, it's happened twice.
As if you think I don't know that behind the scenes you're not still angling
I'm
for
not.
these things.
I'm not.
I got to throw another annoying guy in there on the meetings when you have the meeting. How about the guy that comes in automatically, opens up the laptop and plugs it in?
Who was that today?
Well, to be fair,
Oh,
Dan
that was Tyler?
No.
Oh, Dan?
What's wrong with that?
Wait, what did he do?
Well, he comes in and opens up the
Actually,
laptop,
I kinda
plugs
re-
it
I
in.
was doing show prep.
Actually, I kind of respect that move. That's a power move.
That was a power move.
I got things to do.
Hey, you
And-
got
and
a beef with Mike Sanford taking notes with a pen?
I'm only here to not get fined.
Okay. All right, Adam Schefter is on the way. It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, guys, Tyler Columbus here for my friends over at Phil Longford of Denver. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, used vehicle, go check out my friends at Phil Longford because they've got everything that you need. And right now, you want to go over to Phil Longford. If you are in need for a commercial vehicle, now is the time to go check them out because they have got it all. Beautiful electric vehicles. They've got whatever your company, whatever your needs might be. Fleet managers, business owners, don't miss out on the Commercial Vehicle Center open house and go try one of those electric vehicles. Give them a ride and drive this Friday, September 13th from 10 to 2. They're going to answer all of your questions about fleet vehicles, dump trucks, cranes, and service bodies. Electric vehicle specialists are going to be on site. They've got free food, concert tickets, door prizes, and more. This is Colorado's largest selection of work-ready, new and pre-owned flatbeds, cargo vans, and more. So don't miss out. Go check out Phil Longford Commercial Vehicle Center open house this Friday, September 13th from 10 to 2, located on Wadsworth, just south of Hampton.
Got some great things going on at Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Let's just talk about the pizza itself. So good. Pizza crust made from scratch. Starts with good dough, and you can pick from 3 options. Chicago-style tavern thin, OC thick, that's deep dish. And one of my favorites, the ale crust infused with real beer. Then you build your own melty, cheesy, perfect pizza. And try a specialty like the Chicago 7. This is where Old Chicago wins, day in and day out. Born and bred since 1976 in Boulder, Colorado. And if you want to have it Thursday night, got some football tonight, if you're a beer lover, come on now. You're taking on a beer journey around the globe from the comfort of your neighborhood Old Chicago, and you get rewarded just for enjoying the beer. Try 110 local and legendary beers. Take that tour, and you can earn rewards along the way like branded merch and even $5 OC bucks to use on your next visit. Figure out what your next favorite pint is at Old Chicago. Figure out where to go at oldchicago.com.
game?
Yeah, I think every game matters. Every game counts. Every game you want to be able to play in, and so I'm just trying to get ready to go and rock and roll. And obviously, I think it's a big game for us because it's the next game.
It's Russell Wilson, our ESPN insider, our pal Adam Schefter. Good to see you, Adam. Russ not going to go, huh? Is that right?
It doesn't sound that way. And again, we'll go by what Mike Tomlin said. Mike Tomlin said, we're preparing Justin Fields to start this game. If Mike Tomlin's saying that early in the week, he's kind of proclaiming it early on. We'll take him at his word, and we'll expect to see Justin Fields on Sunday right now.
If Russ was healthy this week, do you think that Justin Fields did enough to earn the starting role? Or do you think that they would strongly consider going back to Russ?
Well, he did do enough. Again, they didn't have a touchdown. They had a bunch of field goals, but the way that this team's going to win is play good defense, play good special teams, run the football, and have the quarterback be smart with the football. And Justin Fields did that in week 1. And so it's easy to say, listen, we need Russell to get this calf healthy and have him ready at some point in the season. And again, calves are tricky. Like he had it during training camp. He came back. He aggravated it. Calves can do that. And so I think they want to make sure that they're doing the right thing. And if you got a guy that's winning, there's no need to rush the other guy.
Well, and I've been saying this too. Go back over the last few years in the NBA with Durant and Klay Thompson. Started with calf injuries and ended up going into Achilles tear. San Francisco.
That's you're looking at Christian McCaffrey. It's exactly what they're worried about there.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to bring it up. And they are able to find, first of all, and I know you agree with me right there, how good it was to see the other night Bobby Turner on the sideline, still so relevant in those years you and I got to cover him. But, dude, they found another guy. There's got to be no rush to bring Christian McCaffrey back right now.
I don't think so. And again, I heard what he had to say, like, I'm planning to play. But that's just his mindset. Like, that's how he has to think. It doesn't mean he's going to play, right? Like, they have to be smart. I was on the field before the game, and I'm talking to various people. I didn't get the sense Monday night that he was going to play. And I said something on Monday Night Countdown. I noticed they asked Kyle Shannon after the game. He was like, well, no, not even God would know right now if he's playing. But and that's fine. You want to let the week play out. But, again, I didn't get the sense talking to anybody that he was going to be back on Sunday. Now, again, he can go out this week, feel a lot better. Yeah, he could play. But that wasn't what I was feeling on Monday night. And, again, limited yesterday. We'll see how he is today. I'm going to guess he's limited again today. And, when you win the first game like that and Jordan makes it, like, why are you rushing him back? Like,
no reason.
Give him a little more time.
What about the young quarterbacks? What did you see from the young quarterbacks across the league this week?
I saw a lot of works in progress, right? Like, we talked on Monday on the station about the numbers and the production being down, and so few teams play their regulars in the preseason. It's almost like week 1 is a week to work out rust. I think week 2 is going to be a little bit more to work out the rest of the rust, and I think week 3 is really like full on go. Everybody should be up and running and functioning the way they should be. With these young guys. Jaden Daniels ran around, looked a little bit off kilter. Caleb Williams, same kind of thing. Bo Nix had some moments. He looked fast to me. That was the one thing I noticed. Like, whoa, I didn't realize he could move like that, but he can. And that's the thing. I think rookies are learning what it's like to go on the road and play in those elements against that speed. It's new to them. And so you're going to have moments that they look good and other moments you're like, whoa, they got some things to learn here and pick up. And I think that was the case with all these young rookie quarterbacks.
Where do you think things are going there in Cleveland with Deshaun Watson, Adam?
There are a few places right now, and I've had this conversation with people across the league, a few places where you just say, you bring up Cleveland.
Yeah.
I'd say New York. I'd say Carolina. Like, how you feeling in any of those places right now? Right? Like,
pretty bad.
I mean, honestly, like, that's got to be worrisome for all those franchises right now. I mean, the Giants signed Daniel Jones to a big deal, and we don't know if he can get back to the form that he had 2 years ago when he looked great. He looked great then, and that's why they re-signed him. But they re-signed him and let Saquon Barkley walk, and that's not a great weekend when Saquon Barkley goes out and scores 3 touchdowns and your quarterback can't get anything done. And then Carolina trades the farm to go get Bryce Young, turn out to trade the pick that turns out to be the number 1 pick the next year, which is Caleb Williams, for Bryce Young, who looks overmatched right now. I'll say this: the thing that I found the most interesting. Again, I do the Sunday show in Bristol, Sunday Countdown. I had to get in the car, drive to the airport in New York, fly out to go to San Francisco for Monday Night Countdown. So I'm watching the stuff on Red Zone. So I'm not fully engaged on any one game. I want to be very clear when I say that.
Right.
But I did see this one clip of the Panthers Saints, and I saw Dave Canales, the new head coach in Carolina, go over to Bryce Young on the sideline after some sort of turnover or whatever it was. And Bryce Young looked like a defeated, beaten guy to me.
Yeah.
Like, I looked at him and I said, this guy's lost all his confidence. He's lost all his confidence.
Wow. I find the whole Carolina situation just fascinating because we're in a day and age where the NFL is just through the roof, right? We're going international. We're going to Brazil. Everybody's making more money today than they were yesterday, tomorrow than they were today, and it's just unstoppable force. And then there's Carolina, and Carolina is selling tickets for like $1.85 to get into the game or whatever it was. Obviously Tepper's tenure has been very short so far, but how long does the NFL allow that to go on before they're like, hey, we got to do something about that?
What is the NFL going to do?
I don't know.
No, Tyler. But you know what? By the way, you could have said the same thing about the Texans a few years ago. You could have said the same thing about the Jaguars a little while back. You could say the same thing about the Browns in a year. Teams are bad and make bad decisions. It's not the job of the league to step. What do you want them to do? The league's got enough to worry about.
Obviously, you can't just take the teams to do it. I'm not insinuating anything crazy. I guess what I'm saying is it's just weird. It's just crazy that there's actually a team that is struggling to put seats in the house when everything else is through the roof.
Yeah, but I guess it's always all right if a couple teams suck every year. What are you going to do? That's just the way it goes. It's not like, listen, man, they forced a sale because the previous owner, Richardson of Carolina, was just a bad dude. Tepper's not a bad guy, is he? I don't think he is.
He's not a bad guy. I like David. And I think what's made him successful in the business world, and he's as successful as anybody, has probably worked against him in the football world. This idea that you could just go do what you want and, make hasty decisions and be aggressive and buy your way out of it. It just, football is different, and it's different than business. It doesn't operate the same way. It's just different. And they, again, and this will come up so many times through the years. So I'm not exactly hitting on new territory, but the amazing thing was, if you remember that year, the Texans in Lovie Smith's last game won their final game, and everybody's like, look what they did.
Right.
That was Lovie's going away, but he cost the Texans the number 1
right.
And the Texans fell to number 2 or 3. And then Houston tried trading up to get up to number 1 so they could go draft Bryce Young.
Crazy.
They tried to do that.
Ugh.
They tried, and they got declined. And Carolina was more aggressive. David Tepper's an aggressive guy. And they got up to number 1. So they basically outbid the Texans and others for the right to go draft Bryce Young over C.J. Stroud. The Texans, if they lost that game in Indy, if they had their way to trade up, they would have wound up with Bryce Young too.
Wow. The ratings and the eyeballs on the NFL were significantly higher in week 1 this year than last year. Why?
I got a few reasons, a few theories. I do think that every year fantasy becomes more and more popular.
Mm-hmm.
I do think every year betting becomes more and more popular. I think you bring in the Swifties with Taylor Swift. I think that's a factor. And it also, and this will be just a general statement, it just seems like one of these things, it just goes up every year.
Crazy,
it's
right?
sort of like this. Every year it goes up.
Right.
So it's just a natural order of things that the ratings in the league would rise. So they're my 4 theories. Fantasy's big, betting's big, Taylor Swift's big, and it's a natural order of things. Off the top of my head, you got something other than what I just said to you that would explain why the ratings would rise the way they did? Anything else? You tell me.
International game, I guess. So international audience. I don't know how much that factors into it, but it's
are there Nielsen boxes in Brazil? I don't know.
Well, it's a good question. I assume it's accounting for the whole world that's watching. But I don't know how this stuff works, Adam.
I don't think so.
Adam,
I don't think so. But
go ahead. I was going to ask you a squirrel question because
but I would say, Tyler, that you got to. It's one extra standalone primetime game on a Friday night that everybody will be watching, which would boost the numbers. You take that out of a Sunday window where all the games are on and you put it in primetime. That is plausible.
That plausible. And you know
that's what I said.
Get a better field when you're going to play games out of the country. Real fast, I'm going to ask it, our old friend, have you stayed in touch or do you know what Mitch Albom's been doing the last year or so?
I have not spoken to him during that time, like on a personal basis. I've been on his radio show. What am I missing, Scott?
No, I'm just asking. I know you were close to him and Michigan guys and everything else, and I haven't talked to Mitch in a couple of years. I just want to know if you checked in with him and see if he's doing okay.
No, I think he's doing what Mitch does. He's writing books. He's writing best-selling books. He's on the radio in Detroit. He's helping his orphanages in Haiti. Unless it's something different. I mean, he's doing exactly what he's been doing all along, and he crushes everything.
Wow. He crushes everything, doesn't he?
What a jerk.
Crushes everything.
Mitch is one of the cool dudes, man. He's a good dude.
All right, Adam, we'll let you go. We got the Dolphins and Bills tonight, and thank you, pal. We'll talk to you next week.
By the way, I do like the adjusted time slot on Wednesday. I don't have to get up in the middle of the hit and get my mic on as I'm talking to you. We move it up 5 minutes and we solve all the world's issues.
There you go, buddy. You got it.
Although we did like you dressing that first show.
Well, I can take my shirt off anytime you want to.
Hey, this is not the Shannon Sharpe show. We don't need that. Thank you, Adam.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? We didn't even do it on Instagram Live. We did it just regular, straight here, shirts off, no moaning. No,
Twitch and
YouTube. Right? We did what we had to do.
By the way, really quick. So we're in the making fun of it area with Shannon on this thing. We're having fun with
not
it.
At all. But no, not making fun of him at all.
We're having
fun.
Okay, all right.
Oh, I hear. Has it ever happened to you, Scott?
The moan or actually getting lucky?
No, I imagine. I'm going to guess you got lucky. I'm talking about it's being. Broadcast live to all your followers. And viewers.
No. I've tried to stay away from electronics, certain electronics anyway, during those moments.
Adam, the only thing I said about it is what a shocker! A guy in his 50s screws up technology. That is a stunning thing that somebody that old would make that kind of mistake. But that's
that happens. That happens.
All right, Adam.
See you, buddy.
We'll leave you alone. See ya. Bye.
Thanks, guys.
I didn't know you could still do that when you're 50.
What's that?
That.
Have sex? Happens a lot less. Well, yeah, but Scotty's just past that decade and just kind of
Scotty's the most active dude I know.
There's no doubt about it. There's zero doubt about it. The oldest and proudest right there. Ain't no doubt about it. Good for you, buddy.
Got to hold one in here.
Hey, I got it.
Slacking a little bit. I got to keep the national average going.
You are doing your part.
Trying to.
Yeah.
See, you're going comfortable. Now we got 9 more minutes.
I got more than that.
Who's Mitch Albom?
Are you serious?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You're serious?
That's serious.
Oh, wow.
Tuesdays with Maury?
Oh.
On ESPN as the original writer, TV, talk show guy.
Okay. He was the
big Detroit guy. Big Detroit guy.
What was the show? The guy the passed away, but he was we had this. It might have been called Sports Reporters. Remember? And it was 4 dudes, and it kind of started the talking head show. It started
everything. It was all the writers,
if you will.
The Muggles on TV talking about sports.
And they were outstanding. And Mitch is one of the original guys, and he's written 3 or 4 or 5 bestsellers that have been made into movies.
I will say I don't actually blame you for saying that because he's been it's funny you say his name because it hit me wow, you're right. I haven't heard about where did he go? It's been a minute.
Yeah, well, and exactly like I said, I used to work with Adam quite a bit when he was local, and one of our big connections was because Mitch was a good friend of mine when I played with the Pistons. and where I got to know Mitch a little bit. In fact, I co-hosted. He talked about being on his radio show in Detroit. That was like my first jump into talk radio was with Mitch Albom in Detroit.
On the text line, why does Adam always come off the top shelf on Tyler every time he asks a question? Hilarious.
He hates me.
Adam does that. That is a Adam Shep.
Dude, there was a point in time when you and I were working across the street.
Yeah.
You two could barely speak to each other. That was like I was uncomfortable for about a solid 8-9 months. It was crazy how tight the tension was like just there.
But the crazy thing is we're really good friends.
Yeah.
But yeah, but see that to me
You mean you can be friends and not necessarily agree on everything?
Well,
wow.
it was like I think Adam likes it. I think he likes
being challenged.
Yes.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, I think that's what.
No,
he
I don't take it
digs about
personally, not even remotely.
Well, yeah. No, that's good. But that to me is like Adam will say, "Why are you saying that?" He will say things like that all the time.
Yep.
So we would have that back and forth.
I don't think they got Nielsen meters in Brazil. I mean, he came back and threw you a bone after.
Yeah, he felt bad. Yeah,
he atomic bombed you, and then he
went bad cop. I better go good cop for a second.
Let me go throw a little bone to him.
Adam, that's what's fun about talking to Adam, man. Like if he will call you on your BS, man. Like it's kind of like Peyton Manning with Adam Gase. You got to watch your film. You got to know what the question is.
He asked an open-ended question. I just tried to give him an idea,
The idea that the NFL does just keep getting more popular is fascinating because what else has really changed? Like, what is the difference from last year to this year?
I go back and when I first started doing talk radio, and Dave was going to do the high school stuff, and so I'm doing a lot of the shows by myself, and we started doing fantasy football. And I had one of our program directors, and listen, fantasy football talk can be talk, but if you wrap it into the stars of the NFL, because that's what we're talking about with fantasy football. We're talking about the stars on a whole bunch of different teams and how they're performing. That's how you talk about fantasy football. And so I said, listen, this is blowing up. This is huge. And they go, well, no, this isn't going to catch on. I go, wait a minute. And I pulled out a Wall Street Journal article back when they had newspapers, and it said, and this was probably 95, 6, said an estimated 40 million people, this is in the mid to late 90s, are playing fantasy football. This is a Wall Street Journal, 40 million people.
Wow.
Well, if that was 40 million in 95, 96, 97, whatever year that was, how many do you think are playing now?
More.
And
Much more.
The cool thing about fantasy football and what they've done with it is you don't really have to know anything about football, and everybody's in a league. The warden knows dinkus about football, and she can't wait to get on what's the one app? She gets on an app and plays every weekend.
It was mind-blowing to me because we had a family league for a long time, maybe 15 years. And my mom, who's 78.
Smoking.
Stop. Really? Dude.
She's no Suzanne Plachette.
No. That's right. That's my dad who was that back in the day.
But she smoked, so he dumped her.
He wasn't, moved on to my mom. Anyway, when she started rattling off to me wide receivers or available running backs or tight ends that she was considering because she got so deep into it, it blew my mind. Like, listening to fantasy football talk is really, like, next level horrible. However,
especially if you do it like some of the cats have been in the town. And,
dude,
yeah.
There's like no doubt, like a motto of life, nobody gives a rat's patootie about your fantasy football team, but you care about your own.
No.
But
if you want to talk about the hottest quarterbacks in the league going right now, guess what people are going to do?
There is zero doubt playing fantasy football and probably playing Madden will give you a deeper appreciation and knowledge of the league. And both of those things is...
That all blew up.
And college football, theoretically, right? Theoretically, college football should be more popular this year than it's ever been because of the game coming.
But there's still not fantasy leagues in college football, which I think if you end up going and drafting players in college football like they do in pros, I think you'd see an emergence with that also. Because you can watch almost every game played every single weekend.
I wonder why there is not a fantasy college. There isn't
because
what's the difference?
I think
not much.
But at a time, college players were off limits to criticism, to gambling talk, everything else, because that was.
But you're always able to
amateurism.
gamble on it. I mean, it's not like that's new. You can always do that.
Exactly. But now, guess what you can do? I can pick up my phone, down. Which one do you guys have? One?
The bat phone or the real phone?
I only have one. But you can pick up an app and go boom, 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 boom. I like see you giving 6, and so it's going to change a little bit. But I don't know. I think that's all helped. I think that's all helped grow the game. I will say this, and I'm not a big international game. I know why they do it. I know how they want to expand their brand, and I think it's smart. The NBA started it first. That being said, if you're going to go play a game in Brazil, make sure, if you really care about player safety, I think it was fortunate they didn't get out there with more sprained ankles, torn MCLs or something.
They don't care.
Because that field was horrible.
It's not just the field. I mean, it's the experience. It's telling the guys you can't leave the hotel. It's telling the guys, hey, you might want to think about leaving your families at home. I mean, there's so much that goes into it, but NFL's not going to stop. My theory on all the international games, though, and I've said this before, it felt like it was just inevitable. It was like inertia, an unstoppable force that we were going to have a team over in London. Not only a team, but probably an entire conference over there in Europe so that you could sustain it because one team couldn't do it. I'm not so sure that's going to happen anymore. I think we might just keep having all these one-off international games, and teams are just going to grow their current, like, hey, we've got the rights to Mexico. Denver does, along with one or two other teams, right? Yeah. We're just going to grow our own fan base, play all these international games, and that you might not ever see a full-time team.
You may be right, and you may be seeing just more NFL games internationally on Friday nights. The Friday night may be your international game.
That might not be a bad idea, actually.
Dude, come on. That's slamming. That's awesome to have.
You get into Brazil and win that market for American football in Brazil, you're reaching 215 million. I mean, that's a whole lot of people that you can now add to your popularity base.
So you could go Brazil, you could go Mexico. Here, Friday. That's probably it, man. Friday night football internationally, wherever.
Yeah. Screw the high school kids.
You think all right, you think it's KKSC, HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Do you think the NFL gives cares about anybody else?
No.
Right? So if they want to expand to President's Day weekend, if they want to go, which they will, an 18-game schedule, you think they care about NASCAR and the Daytona 500?
No.
I mean, I don't know why that they've just defaulted to college football on Saturdays, quite frankly.
Well, and they don't late in the season, right?
Right.
Eventually they'll get into Saturday.
Well, but that's sort of when college football season
starts to wind down.
The only thing they've done is given college football Labor Day. That's it. And they seem to be cool with that because it makes the players happy. They get a little bit of a semi-bye week before the regular season starts.
See your alma mater play and stuff like that.
Everybody seems to be cool with that.
Well, but it used to be
that's it.
But it did used to be a no-no that you left Fridays alone, even college. And I think college started stepping on Friday night games.
There's always been those
before the pro. Yeah,
they used to have they go MAC Wednesdays now, and
I thought it was Fridays. Was it Wednesdays?
I think they moved it to Wednesday, but there is college football on Wednesdays.
But it's a great exposure for little schools.
Of course,
when you're doing it. Yeah,
of course. Okay, on the text line, I like Adam, but I wish he'd stop posting Taylor Swift stuff on his social media. People don't care anymore, my friend. To think that people don't care about Taylor Swift, you are, I don't know how deep you have your head buried in sand. Adam listed Taylor Swift as one of the top 4 reasons the NFL is more popular.
Yeah.
I don't even know how you debate it.
No. Go look at the numbers of that opening game on Thursday with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Why do you think it just went that extra dish?
Yeah. Not because of douche.
She literally might be the most powerful human being on the planet.
Name me somebody who's, give me somebody more influential right now. Seriously, give me somebody in the world more influential than Taylor Swift. Good luck.
Putin.
Scott, we're not supposed to do that.
I'm just...
Puts on one hell of a show.
I mean, puts on a hell of a war, doesn't he? I mean, this guy.
Oh, man, the war. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, Taylor Swift is something else, man. Taylor Swift is something else.
Is Taylor Swift the closest we've seen since maybe the Beatles? I mean, could you imagine the popularity of that 7-year window of the Beatles had we had social media and everything going on?
I can make the argument she's more popular than the Beatles for sure.
Gosh, I mean, I know. How long did the Beatles go? Because, I mean, Taylor's been doing this for a long time, man.
Beatles were in the Ed Sullivan Show, I believe, in 63
or 64
and broke up in 69.
Well, they
it
only
really was
toured.
not that long.
That's right.
They the 7 years.
Yeah.
And they actually released their last album that they worked some studio stuff, like I think in 71. But talk about influence. I mean, they're the ones starting to, doing stadium shows. No one ever did stadium shows.
There's no doubt the impact of the Beatles, but what Taylor Swift has done is you can't deny it.
No, it's monster. But like I said, could you imagine if the Beatles had the same type of popularity they had when they came out?
Yeah.
But now you have social media and phones. I mean, it had to be very similar, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, well, sir, first of all,
they're doing rooftop shows and stop in London.
I gotcha, but arguably they wouldn't have the same impact because you didn't know who they were in America until they came to America. You hadn't seen them; you would just heard about
Let me
them.
ask you this: like during their heyday, I know now everybody knows the individuals, but during their heyday, did you know them as the Beatles or did you know the personalities?
You knew them kind of both. Like,
because I think in order to compete, you've got to be a personality, not just like a band, not just a group. Like it's got to be a personality.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna do that, then you really should just go to Elvis, because he predated the Beatles, that sort of thing, and you certainly knew him. But yeah, everybody they sort of knew. It's the original boy band. Well, they weren't even the original boy band. There was stuff before that too. I don't know. Everybody knew them individually too. It was a worldwide phenomenon. It was insane.
Became crazy.
Yeah, but boy bands have been around forever, man. But this is a different level here. When we're talking about somebody who has nothing to do with football having a serious influence on the game itself and popularity, this never happened before.
Yeah, because she's bringing a whole new audience, though. She's bringing young girls in that probably didn't give a flip about football, and their dad left them.
But don't you think it's crazy that they're actually watching football?
Yeah.
Like, they'll just hang in there?
Well, they're at least watching the Kansas City games.
It's insane.
Yeah.
For what? Like, the 12 seconds in total that she'll be on screen? And the answer is actually yes. It's bananas. All right, we have the Steelers coming up here this week. Cortland Sutton was talking about Russell Wilson. Go ahead, Dan. Throw a little Cortland Sutton out there for us.
Yeah, man. Russ and I have a very good relationship, and like I've said before, excited for him and what he has going on in his next part of his journey. Wishing him well and success and health each week besides this one. It's one of those weeks that he knows what the situation is because he's very similar to myself. He's a competitor. He wants to go out there and be successful, and we want to go out there and be successful. And we're gonna go out there and compete, and tally it up at the end.
It felt like
he needed to say, and he could take that L on the way out.
That's what
I need to say.
Sorry, go ahead, D-Bang.
No, go ahead.
Let's play a little game. After the game's over.
Yeah.
Who's the Russ posse? Who are the guys that are having the conversations with Russ?
I know who they are.
All right, let's go. Garrett Bowles.
Columbus.
Okay.
Cortland Sutton. Tyler Columbus.
Columbus ain't on that list. We know that.
I am not on the Christmas list.
You are not on the Christmas list.
I know that for a fact. You guys will just have to take my word for it.
Yeah, that was crazy, huh?
Yeah.
Did that surprise you?
Yeah, big time.
Yeah. Yeah, Russ apparently had a little bit more rabbit ears than we thought. Russ was paying attention to that.
Like a year and a half later, yeah.
Kind of interesting, huh?
Yeah.
Well, but he also has a lot of ears and people around him. So it's like Tebow. You don't think all the people around Tebow was letting Tebow know what was going on?
Yeah, but like Russ very specifically.
People always say that, but can I say something? Like, in my experience, Scott, when I was playing, and there were bad articles written about me, believe it, I never once in my entire life had one of my friends come out to me and be like, hey, did you see that article they wrote about you? But it's like one of those things. It's like, hey, I'm not going to bring it up. I'm not going to tell you about this. I mean that. People always say it's like the group, the people around them that say it. My experience, the group around you is scared of bringing that stuff up.
Well, I had a guy come to me and somebody wrote an article in Detroit, but it was an inside joke because the reporter and I were good friends. But if you didn't know that, you were like, whoa, that was kind of bad.
Yeah.
Mark Aguirre brought up on a bus with all of his and said, we boycott this guy. We ain't talking to this guy. And I went, whoa, wait a minute. It's an inside joke. He and I talk about this all the time. It was cool. So I've had that.
All right. So the Russ posse, what do we got? We got Garrett Bowles. We got Cortland Sutton. We got,
Vote in, dude. So I don't know, man.
Well, Jerry Judy's not.
He was never part of it.
Not Mike McGlinchey.
Not Mims. You want to just go through the offensive line? Quinn Miners, he didn't care. Ben Powers, he didn't care.
I could see Quinn being. I bet Quinn is in the mix.
I think he's
just like nice guy. Like he's like Switzerland.
He's nice. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Powers won't care about anything.
Powers won't. Yeah, he just won't have time for it.
Right.
Yeah.
Other receivers?
No.
Nope.
Tim Patrick's gone.
Maybe little Jordan Humphrey.
Really?
Maybe.
I don't know. I don't know if Russ gave little Jordan Humphrey the time of day.
How many guys are going to do it on the field, and how many guys will do it in the tunnel?
Dude, I'm telling you, the circle around Russ was not that big. Seriously. No. And the guys, nobody on defense. Nobody left on defense.
Man.
Like, you think Surtain is close with Russ? I doubt it.
Was Simmons a Russ guy?
Sort of, kind of, yeah. Yeah, probably, kind of. I think so, sort of. Nobody was like Bowles and Sutton, though. I mean, nobody.
No.
And you know what?
Michael Porter Jr.
Big
Russ guy.
Michael Porter Jr. is a huge Russ guy.
Big Russ guy.
Huge Russ guy. That was always really interesting. Yeah, I don't know how that all. Do you know how that came to be?
I would assume it was all faith-based. That'd just be my assumption.
Okay. That was an odd one, but they were super close. Okay, him. Peyton Manning? You think Peyton Manning's close with Russ?
No.
Okay.
No.
Drew Brees?
No, Drew is definitely not. Do you remember when Sean Payton got here and he's like, Russ will not stop calling Drew? Like, Drew's like, hey, man, don't call me every freaking day.
Okay. Russ comes out, warm-ups, whatever. And by the way, he is like he's wearing pads at practice. He must be practicing somehow.
Yeah, you got to try it.
He wants to play.
Okay. What does Sean Payton do with Russ, like, as they come out the tunnel? What happens?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nada.
No bro hugs, no how you doings, nothing.
After the game, Sean will be smart enough that he knows cameras are going to be on him, so he'll go up to him and shake his hand.
So he goes out and shakes Tomlin's hand. That's first. And then what?
And then
he searches Russ out?
If he's within a 5-foot radius, yes. Outside of 5, if it's 6 feet, he's not going. 5 feet, yes.
That could be a good prop bet right there. How commonly do coaches search out their ex-players pregame?
Very common.
All the time.
Very
especially position coaches.
Isn't that the easiest time to search somebody out and just, kind of, hey, what's going on? How you doing? How the kids? How's the dog? That sort of thing.
Yeah, I think that was such a toxic relationship. I don't see Payton searching him out at all.
You don't see, hey, how you doing? Nothing at any point.
What if they're in a 5-foot radius?
Yeah, I could see them walking right by each other.
But oh man, I think Sean will be smart enough to know the cameras are on him.
I think that Russ would have more of more apt to go up to him than him to Russ.
Well, hey, I give Russ credit. He's not afraid of awkward moments. I mean, do you guys remember when Richard Sherman is all over the national media just dogging the hell out of Russell Wilson?
Went right up to him.
And Russ goes up to him pregame and just starts talking to him?
Yep.
Showed up at what's his name's going away party.
I'm sure Russ.
That's right. That's right.
I'm sure Russ will try to talk about everybody. And I'm sure if Russ comes up to you, you're not turning your back.
Here is what Russ said earlier today about coming back to Denver.
I have a lot of amazing friends from there. I think about guys like Cortland Sutton, Jaleel McLaughlin. I think about guys like, obviously Garrett Bowles. A guy like Ray Jackson.
Ray Jackson.
Guys like Javonte Williams, different people that I've played with that I really respect. There's so many guys, Dolchich, and just so many other guys along the way. Quinn Miners.
He's going to list the whole team.
I just, there's a lot more, but I just think that for me, it's always about relationships. I think I've been able to build some cool relationships with those guys and people. But most importantly, we got to strap on the black and gold and go win. And I think that's our mentality. And we'll be ready to go. I know they'll be ready to go too. And it'll be a great atmosphere. It's a tremendous atmosphere. And I'm looking forward to just going there and just playing a good game.
I guess you could just go like who he didn't mention.
Oh, that is
that game.
That is the Russ staple right there. I'm going to list every single name I can possibly think of, and then I'm going to get stressed out in the middle of it because I can't remember somebody. And so then I'm going to make sure I say, oh, and there's more, and there's more.
Yeah, but there probably isn't more. That probably was it. So
no, I think that list is a bit generous.
You could, I do too. Like you could just play the game. Who did
DJ Jones? Really? Like DJ Jones? Come
on. Dulcich too. I'm like, really? Dulcich? Didn't say Troutman, did he? Didn't say McGlinchey, did he?
No.
Didn't say Powers, did he?
He threw Javonte in as an add-on.
Totally.
That was like Jaleel was what he wanted to say.
I'll go with Jaleel.
And then he gave an add-on to Javonte.
I think he listed the three guys, Jaleel, Sutton, and Bowles. Yeah. I think that is kind of it. But if you want to throw some add-ons, fine. But it is kind of noteworthy. Like,
oh, this is kind of a good point. You don't use the first and last name of your buddies that you're close with. You would just use the first name or a nickname.
Who did he go first and last name?
DJ Jones.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Yeah, but initials.
Javonte Williams.
Quinn Miners.
That's true because he said Jaleel, right? He didn't say Jaleel McLaughlin. Javonte Williams, Quinn Miners,
but if
DJ Jones.
If he's talking to Pittsburgh.
Like that is a very presidential address.
But if he's talking to Pittsburgh media, would they know any of those people?
I don't know. Yeah, I think it's actually a good point.
I think he just ran out of names, man. I mean,
I swear people like me.
Ray Jackson. Does everybody know who Ray Jackson is?
I do.
Ray Jackson, great CSU Ram, by the way, works in the office as like a
player personnel.
Yeah. I mean, he's an office guy.
He helps players take care of their life.
Right. Proud Ram. Oh, I really wish he was playing, man. I really, really do wish he was playing.
I do too. I'm not afraid to say it. It would be a more compelling storyline, plain and simple.
All right, in terms of the rest of the NFL, let's football go. Dan Tanner next. This would be a great day for you to get to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Why? Well, listen, they have the best deals. Old Chicago, you had me at pizza. $29.99. So you got the game on tonight, and you say, I got to cook into this. Forget it. I gotcha. The Unreal Pizza Deal feeds a family of 4 or just one really hungry person. You get a delicious large 2-topping pizza, scratch-made flaky crust. It comes with cheesy, dippable mozzarella sticks and that giant, gooey chocolate chip cookie pizza. It's less than $30. Buy a pinch. It'll feed the entire family and no dishes. This is the Unreal Pizza Deal to go. And when we're talking about the pizza itself, Old Chicago, pizza crust made from scratch, legendary. Starts with good dough. Pick from 3 options. Chicago-style tavern thin, OC thick, that's deep dish. The ale crust infused with real beer. And then build your own melty, cheesy, perfect pizza like the Chicago 7. It's Old Chicago, raising the bar on pizza since 1976. Hey, man. Hey. All right, dude. All right. Thank you to mountainhighappliance.com. Thank you. They're the best. mountainhighappliance.com. Is Shannon Sharpe bragging?
I told you my conspiracy.
Dude.
Are you buying into my conspiracy?
Well, now that I'm like, I heard the apology and he seemed very somber about everything, but now I'm catching other sound bites and are you going to get to this?
Well,
Dan?
you know what I relate it to is like, you know how like if a grandparent passes away and you're at the funeral with your family and it's very somber, but then eventually you kind of start telling old stories and joking and laughing and that's how you heal. I think that's what Shannon's doing here. He apologized at first. He said he was embarrassed. And then him and Chad Ochocinco start kind of joking around and having fun with it.
2 seconds later, he's like, yeah, I had one this morning too.
Yeah, so, all right. I guess this is the first story because we're talking about it. Is the dude apologetic or did he...
He's out to prove something.
Wow, man. That's pretty cocky, man. That is pretty cocky that ESPN is going to be cool with all that unless he doesn't care about the job, I suppose. I didn't catch the whole bragging about stuff. I just caught kind of the apology stuff. And I was like, oh, that seems pretty sincere. He did make a mistake. So now I see what you're saying now. That he actually did the whole thing on purpose.
I don't think it was. I don't think it was an accident.
Is he sorry about this stuff or not?
No.
See, that's what you think.
I gotta stop before it. Just stop. I can't. No.
Okay.
I'm not trying to get myself fired here.
Oh, okay. That's a wild thing to be bragging about, though, bro. Like, I get it if you're joking around, but man, if you're apologizing and then like 10 minutes later you're joking about it, I don't know about the apology. You know what I'm saying?
It's weird once you do that, and then all of a sudden you're having a podcast with one of your boys.
Right.
And so then it becomes just how your boys would talk. I mean, take away the microphone. You don't think they still talking like that?
You guys realize that's the only subject of that podcast, right? All they do is talk about sex.
I did not know that.
It's like, I mean, I don't mean that literally, but it seems like every clip I hear is those two comparing
conquests.
No. Yes.
Really?
Yes.
I did not know that. I thought it was about sports.
Oh, yeah. No, they are talking about their conquests left and right.
Well, in Ocho Cinco, is he on Fox? Did he do a show on FS1?
He's on something. He's on a network. He does something.
When?
I think he's a talking head show. I just saw an advertisement.
I think it might be a Fox
FS1,
Sports sort of thing. Yeah.
He's part of the new lineup?
I think he's like a regular contributor. I mean, who could keep track, man? There's
Actually,
like 100 guys.
It's kind of amazing that he hasn't been regular. I mean, the dude's freaking hilarious. I think Ocho Cinco is literally the funniest football player of all time. I do. I think he's one of the greatest funny trash talkers that has ever played the game.
All right. Okay, Dan, I don't know what it stands. Let's go.
All right. We'll transition to Bo Nix. Speaking of that.
Well done.
Yeah, you like that, Tyler? All right, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Bo talked about the speed of the NFL game after the Seahawks. Well, he was asked again about that in his Wednesday press conference, if he was surprised by the speed of the NFL game compared to college.
Well, I wasn't surprised by it because it's how we operate throughout the week. But, we were very efficient, with the play calls in the huddle. We were running the right plays. We didn't let the crowd noise affect us. We got that one penalty down in the red zone that one time. We just got to be louder on the cadence. But I thought other than that, guys lined up correctly. We didn't have really mental errors. And on the road like that, that'll save you a lot of, extra yards. So you just want to make sure you continue to do that. And it's not a surprise, like I said, because we're efficient in practice. But, that was definitely one of the keys that we walked away with, being confident in.
So is that something fans should be looking at as far as one of the first signs of progress for Bo Nix is it looks like the game is slowing down? Is that one of the first things that fans and us in the media should be looking at?
Yeah, I mean, how do you notice that? How do you notice that as a fan? I don't know. I mean, I guess how you notice it is you see the ball put in less dangerous situations. And I really do mean that. I mean, when the game is coming at you fast, it's tough to make good decisions, and you put the ball in dangerous situations a lot. So for me, I don't care about errant throws. I care about dangerous decisions. And there's a difference there, right? Sometimes an errant throw becomes dangerous, but it wasn't a bad idea. It was just a bad execution.
When you see him coming out with pressure and he's not just locking on one guy and saying, oh, get up, hope you're open. When the game's slowed down, you're not afraid to go 1, 2, 3, back to 2. Oh, one's open. But when you're sitting there and then one interception, the first one he threw, I mean, he's on that receiver the whole time and never moves his eye, doesn't move his head, doesn't send the safety over here, boom, just for, all you got to do is get a body lean, and now all of a sudden maybe that's over. So, yeah, I guess that's how you say whether the game slowed down is when he's able to look off safeties, move guys around with his eyes, and still have confidence to make that throw to Tyler.
Next up, Dan.
Don't throw it.
All right, let's hear from Sean Payton from yesterday. We heard from Russ earlier. It's still up in the air. Russ has not officially been ruled out as of yet, but it is looking like Justin Fields is going to get the start on Sunday. Here's Sean Payton on preparing for Fields and Russell Wilson since they haven't officially named the starter yet.
Yeah, I think you look at Fields last week, and then obviously, you prepare for both, and both guys have different strengths, and so you have a plan for both, but certainly it starts with Fields.
What do you think the challenges are of preparing for a quarterback like Russ versus a guy like Justin Fields for Sean Payton and VJ?
Well, Fields is going to be more mobile and can kill you and beat you with his feet. Russ, I think, is a better, longer, more accurate deep ball if you're worried about that, if you can't get pressure on him.
I think you're bummed at the Broncos if it's not Russ. I think it's way more challenging with Fields.
I mean, Fields is a pretty simplistic game plan. It's not a complicated game plan, but he's dangerous with his feet. You know what you got, and you dare him to put the ball in the air.
Dude,
that's what you do.
Geno Smith scarred you up right up the middle for a touchdown run. I mean, it's hard to account for that guy.
Yeah.
All teams have problems with that. Every team has problems with that.
I'll say this. I think Sean Payton's glad the Russ won't play.
I doubt that. Why do you say that?
Because the worst thing that could happen is Russ actually come there and have one of them Russ games.
I couldn't agree more.
Where he plays great. And
you
then
think Sean Payton's worried about that?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
No way,
yes.
man.
And in his heart of hearts, of course, D-Mac, come on. Of course he's terrified of looking bad in the decision. Of course he doesn't want Russ to come out there. Like you might believe in your heart of hearts I'm right, but even you got that little doubt. You got that little seed, and you're like, please don't embarrass me on my home turf right now.
Dude, I think you're looking past something that's an intrinsic value of Sean Payton. His massive arrogance. He doesn't think,
dude.
He doesn't think that that Russell
Are you
Wilson's
kidding
better
me?
than
How
him.
many people have you known with massive egos that don't ever want to be proved wrong?
I got it, but he doesn't think that that's a possibility. You think that he's having doubts that he knows better than Russ?
Well, unless he's different than about 99% of the coaches I've ever been around, yes.
I'm kind of glad Russ. Like I wish he was playing from an interest point of view, but from a strategic point of view, I'm kind of glad he's not playing. I do think Russ has got the ability to turn it on. I do, and I think the dude would be insanely motivated in this game.
Do you think Sean Payton thinks this team, the Steelers, are easier to beat with or without Russ?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question. I think he understands what Tomlin throws at him defensively, and I don't think he thinks it's easy.
Come on, man. They've seen Russ so much. They saw Russ every day for a year. You don't think they would know what would work against Russell Wilson?
If they can pull it off.
Well, okay, but what an advantage. You know the guy's game better than anybody else. I mean, you literally coached him for a year.
The whole world knows Justin Fields' game. There's no secret here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what does Russ have with this team, and even on the good teams that he had in Seattle, that he didn't have the 2 years here? A running game.
I was waiting for D-Mac to figure it out, but yeah.
I'm a little lost.
I mean, if you go back and even the last couple of years of Seattle with Russ may have gone down. I mean, he was playing pretty good till he broke his thumb the year he got traded. But when he was at his best, they had a monster running game in Seattle. I mean, monster. And let Najee get going up here with Pittsburgh coming into Denver and Russ is playing, you're in trouble because he can sell the play action.
They played Fields last year on the text line. Yeah, you remember that game? Remember what Justin Fields did to the Broncos last year?
Yeah, Chicago
He
killed
was like
you.
15,
Killed
he was
you
like
in the
15
first
to
half.
15 in the first half. He didn't have an incompletion.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Wasn't that the storyline? He didn't have an incompletion
And
in the
then
first
the
half.
Chicago defense was so bad. I mean, it was kind of ridiculous. And late in the game, Fields did make a mistake. He did. And the Broncos had a massive comeback to win that game. But Justin Fields was having his best game.
Yeah, they were killing
ever.
him the first half.
Speaking
Ever.
of which, how about your boy Lamar choking at the end of the game? Choking.
Wow.
Flat out choke job.
Man.
2 opportunities to go win the dang thing.
By a toe.
No.
By
the one before
by
was a toe. The one before was by
he's got a toe.
semi-truck.
The other one was a miss. But they lost that game by a toe. It's a toe.
Yeah, he's got a toe.
He's got a toe, and it was out of bounds, and he should have just put on some white shoes. Also, good advice. Why don't you just wear white shoes? Why don't all receivers wear white shoes?
Who said that? Somebody said that.
Mahomes. He's spitting truth bombs there. Why would not every receiver running back wear white shoes? Why make it easier for the refs?
Well, do you remember the, a handful of years ago, the interception? I think it was in Dallas. Guy intercepts it late, runs it all the way back, and they had to check around the 40 or 35 that he stepped out, but he was wearing white shoes, and you couldn't tell if there was a gap. If there wasn't a gap, it was called a touchdown, so the play stayed. It was a oddly.
Didn't Justin Simmons have that against New Orleans? Didn't he almost step out of bounds on the field goal block?
Yeah, that's a great memory. But he kind of.
There was something about the play. I can't
Was
remember
it
what
Justin
was.
Simmons or somebody else?
Oh, it was Simmons.
It was
Who was the
Simmons?
guy that was kind of fun to watch and talk to, played safety, but he wasn't really great? And he had a couple of good moments. And then
Steve Atwater? No, I'm
Wow.
joking. I'm totally joking.
Wow.
I'm told.
No, his last
I
name
told you
started
I'm
with
an
a
idiot,
B,
right?
it seemed like.
A safety that wasn't great, that his last name started with a B.
Yeah. Just 2 or 3 years ago, and he went down the sideline. Oh, the ball got deflected. Boom, boom, boom. He might have been playing with Simmons. Got the catch. Ding, 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 went down the sideline. That might have been the New Orleans game.
It was the New
Justin
Orleans.
Simmons. It was the one I was talking about.
Yeah, but it wasn't Simmons that ran it back, though, was it?
It was not.
Yes, it was.
Gosh.
Justin Simmons is the one that got the blocked field goal and ran down the sideline.
It was Simmons who jumped over the dude and blocked.
Will Parks blocked it. And
That's
and-
it.
and-
That's it.
and-
That's
and-
it.
and Simmons.
That's it. That's
I thought it
exactly
was Simmons blocked it. Park ran back. So you're saying Park blocked it and Simmons ran it back.
Yes.
Okay. Will Park. And then they changed the rule. But
Were you
yeah.
talking about David Bruton?
No, I was thinking Park.
Oh.
Bark. B.
D-Mac, even if our defense plays good against them, if our offense can't produce points, the Broncos are going to lose. How do you think that's going to look? Yeah, man, if the Broncos can only come up with 13 points at home, it's going to suck.
God, was it? I might be. Text line saying I was wrong.
Yeah.
Text line saying Simmons is the one that blocked it. Will Parks is the one
So
that
that's
returned
what I
it.
thought it was Will Parks.
I don't know. Maybe I got it mixed up.
I think you got it mixed up. I thought it was Parks top to bottom, but it's and I think he was like really close to stepping out of bounds. I thought it was Will Parks, but my memory sucks. So, I'm not standing on any kind of box screaming about it. If the Broncos only scored 13 points this game, how much are we going to look at the highlight? All right, here we go. Boom. Simmons, block. So Simmons, block, awesome play.
So, now watch the sideline.
Will Parks. And
Right there.
Oh, he's damn close, isn't he?
But look what color shoes he's got on.
Got white shoes. Got the white shoes. What a play by Justin Simmons, by the way. Thank God he's not on the team anymore.
Who's coaching New Orleans that game?
That would be Sean Payton.
Adam Gotsis.
There he is. There's our guy. There's Sean P. Slim Shawnee. What
Drew
happened?
Brees doesn't like it.
What happened right there? Boy, look at that play when you look at it. Look at the situation. Boom, Simmons. What a play by Justin Simmons. Holy smokes. And that makes the game 25-23 with like a minute and a half to go in the game. Did he step out of bounds?
Right there.
Oh, man. Wear the white shoes. Don't wear the black shoes. Don't wear the orange shoes.
I remember them looking at that a
Wear
long
white
time.
shoes.
Yeah, they looked at that play a long time. I remember
Well,
that.
it was Julian Edelman that told the story that, you should wear the same color gloves as your opponent's shirt so that you could get away with the holding or whatever. So if your opponent's wearing red, wear red gloves. It's kind of good advice.
Yeah, it makes you think a little bit, doesn't it?
Parks down the sideline. Hey, you were close.
Yeah,
I think I was pretty close.
You thought it was somebody whose name started with a B.
Rhymes with P, and that stands for pool.
It's PhD on 92.5. They're saying Will Barks, Scott. Will Barks. I mean, it's so close. It's almost the same thing. Hey, it's C-Mac here for Mike Maroney for Longmont. Hearing a lot about interest rates. Will they be cut? How much they're going to be cut? Does it really matter? Well, my friends at Mike Maroney Ford in Longmont are taking matters into their own hands. During their Great Percent event, they went ahead and secured the lowest rates on the planet just for you. This exclusive rate buy down, it can help you lower your current car payment and get you into a brand spanking new Ford. And they will deliver anywhere in Colorado totally free. Plus, Mike Maroney Ford gives you more peace of mind with their 3-day money-back guarantee, so you can lock in your low rate today. 3rd and Alpine in Longmont or online at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. It's the Great Percent event available for a limited time. Limited funds are available to lend. Waiting's going to cost you, so don't miss this chance. You never know when interest rates could go even higher. It's Mike Maroney Ford in Longmont. That's Mike Maroney Ford in Longmont. Hurry in and make sure you tell them D-Max sent you.
All right, guys and gals, time for you to look and feel your best. Don't settle in life thinking you're getting a little bit older, your energy's down, your workouts aren't going as far as they once did. You can feel young and you can feel great. If you go check out my friends at Revitalized Health, Tyler Plump is here, and they can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over and find them online at revitalized-health.com.
We walked away from that game as, we kind of left it all on the field. I don't feel like we left it all on the field because we should have murdered them guys. And, they came out with that attitude as they were on top of the world. This ain't no Cinderella story, so we coming for revenge.
Yeah, they came out with that attitude and thought it was going to be a cakewalk. They saw the reports, 27.5 points or whatever it was. And they got a rude awakening real quick. And I think it goes to show that the hype, the media train, all that, it only gets you so far. At the end of the day, you have to line up 11 guys against our 11 guys, and we'll find out who wants it more. And we'll see how far Instagram followers gets them.
Hey, thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health. Visit them at revitalized-health.com. All right, so that's help me out there. The quarterback guy there.
Braden Fowler, Nicolosi.
Okay.
And Torrey Horton, wide receiver.
Okay. So there are two of the better players for CSU, right?
Mm-hmm. And Horton may not play.
Oh, what's going on with him?
Well, he's got like a knee or a hamstring, something like that going on. I think he's questionable.
And Fowler Nicolosi, is that right? Nicolosi Fowler?
Braden Fowler Nicolosi.
Fowler Nicolosi. He's the dude that turned down $600,000 to go to a real football school.
Him
right?
and Horton, both.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. Am I the only one that felt like the Instagram joke was so forced? Did not feel like, and let's see how far the Instagram followers get them.
I mean,
I'll say this: they win the game. CSU finds a way to win that game. We'll be playing that soundbite on Monday.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah.
Darn right you will.
I mean, CSU kind of has nothing to lose. All right.
I appreciate it, and I mean that sincerely. I think both sides needed something right now because this feels like such a freaking buzzkill of a football game. Are you kidding me? Should be exciting going up to Fort Collins for the first time in forever.
Right.
CU got their brains beat in. Like that felt boring. This just felt like it felt like Nebraska again. Nebraska had no buzz. This had no buzz. So you know what? Sincerely, I appreciate a little trash talk.
This came before the season? Was it Romy that I saw Romy put this out, but I don't know. Is that where it came from?
I mean, the audio came from CBS, yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
But the audio, I guess, was before the Texas game. And I guess that's important to clarify, just so people don't think that it came out yesterday. But what the hell's the difference, whether it's before the Texas game or yesterday?
What's important is what was the context for them to say that? Were they just all of a sudden just wanted to bash on CU before they even played Texas? Or were they going back and rehashing all last year and opportunities they had?
I'm a CU guy, I got it. But I roll my eyes a little bit at how much pride they're taking in a game that they lost last year. Like, man, we came in and we beat their brains down. They didn't know what was coming. We're going to knock the doors off. Like, dude, you lost the freaking football game. Did you really beat their brains in? You lost, you played good, and I give it to you.
What was CU favored by in that game?
I don't know, a lot.
A lot.
Either 37 or 27.
It was a huge spread. It's CU by 7
so
this
if you're
week.
a moral victory guy, you're a moral victory guy. I didn't know the goal was to beat the spread. I didn't know we played the game to beat the spread.
Go ask the guys that had money on CSU and took the points. They were pretty happy with that moral victory.
You realize going into that game, you had a big noon kickoff and the ESPN show. Help me out.
College football drag on.
Yeah, whatever. You had back-to-back weeks of those shows in Boulder. You had an upset win over TCU. Oh, I'm sorry. That was the CSU game. It was the second week that they were there. They had been there. You would beat TCU, and you had hammered Nebraska. Killed Nebraska at home.
Mm-hmm.
What were we saying about CU a year ago at this time?
I thought they were going to beat the brains out of CSU. I did. And
we thought they were going to win by 70.
And CSU deserves a lot of credit for showing up. And they played really good football. But I do roll my eyes a year and a half later talking about how we beat their brains in a game that you lost.
All right. I'm just trying to take us back a year ago at this time, man. We thought, everybody thought CU is doing what? They're going to win 9-10 games. They're not going to lose. They're going to
They were ranked, I believe.
They were top 25.
That's right. We got the Rock on campus. I mean, Dion Sanders was just, do you believe? It was unbelievable. It may have been the most awesomest time in CU football history since they were winning a national championship.
Oh, it's a moment that we won't forget the rest of our lives. We will not forget year one of Dion Sanders.
Those
ever.
first 2 weeks leading up to that game were unbelievable.
And granted, we have not had game day. We haven't had Pat
Game day,
McAfee. We haven't had Big Noon kickoff, all those things. That hasn't been here. So the fanfare is down. I give you that. But we do realize this is the third straight game on national TV for CU, right?
Yeah.
Like this is still the third straight game on national TV.
Yeah, they're on CBS.
Hey, have we seen the ratings? I'll look it up. Have we seen what the ratings came in for that Nebraska game? I bet it was tremendous.
I bet it was really good. Boy, how things have changed in a year, though. My God. Who would have ever thought it would be like this?
6.3 million people tuned in to watch the Nebraska CU game.
Yeah, I bet that would have
been the peak, or was that the...
Yeah, because I was just going to say, it was pretty boring after the first
course.
half.
No, of course. They definitely didn't stay tuned in. As of now, in a 2-week season, the most watched Big Ten game.
Let's not forget CSU took out Travis Hunter with that disgusting cheap shot. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that happened.
And Henry Blackburn's still on the team.
Yeah, well, they seem to make up and
Travis squashed. Yeah, he squashed that quick. He took the dude Bully and put him on his podcast. They became buddies.
Was it a red flag that game was close last year? Should we have known something? Should we have?
I think the easy answer is hindsight 2020. You say yes, but I'm going to say no because that game's always freaking tight. It just is. So I don't think it was a red flag. I mean, hindsight 2020, it's easy to say yes, but I always expect the game to be close.
All right, let me give you some scenarios, like kind of a couple of what ifs. What if CU does blow them out?
Okay.
Blows them out. You win by 30 points.
So now we know that the team's got some pride. Now we know that they care. They care that they just embarrass themselves. Because if they have any pride, quite frankly, there's no excuse not to blow the doors off of CSU this year. You've got 2 top 10 talents on your team. Go across the starters, man for man, and you might find 3, maybe 4 guys on CSU that you say is better, maybe on the offensive and defensive lines. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out theoretically. You should blow the doors off the CSU this year. All right, so now you know they've got pride, and now you've got hope to at least just watch the season. You lose the game, though, man.
Oh, let me give you another scenario before we get there. What if you win but you don't cover the spread? 7 points.
I don't care. I expect it to be a close game.
Okay.
I think you got to have a win, hook or by crook. That's the only thing that matters because you got a chance the following week at a home game to beat Baylor and to now really start building the momentum for the league.
I think if you do win, but it's close like the North Dakota State game, I still think there's some eyebrows being raised, like, I don't know about these guys, that sort of thing.
Well, that's fine because that's probably the truth. I mean, the reality is Colorado's not a great football team yet. They're not.
Okay.
When you say yet, when does that word yet go away from that statement?
When you can string together 3 or 4 straight wins.
I got 2 more scenarios for you. What if they lose, but it's close? They lose, but it's close.
I don't care how they lose. If they lose, season might just be over.
Even so,
I don't care how they
overtime. It's just Yeah. But then my other scenario is: what if they got blown out? What if CU got?
If they got
out?
blown out 2 weeks in a row,
right? And I would consider the game against Nebraska a blowout.
Yeah.
I would say that they.
I would say if that were to happen, then Shedeur and Hunter ought to think about sitting out the rest of the season.
Whoa. Faking an injury?
Well, I don't know. Do you have to fake it? Do you think, you
You
already saw an article from Mel Kiper, who's guys with Dion, come out and say, listen, Shedeur can play himself out of the top 10. Do you think his dad wants that to happen?
I think if Travis Hunter sat out the rest of the season, it would not affect him. If Shedeur sat out the rest of the season, it would be a red flag. I think that's the way scouts would look at it. So it might be counterproductive.
And yet, when somebody gets their number 4 or 5 and they've got Daniels been your quarterback and you're done with that experiment, you ain't going to take a shot at Shedeur?
Oh, somebody will. Yeah, he'll be a first-round draft pick. I really don't care what happens this year. He'll be a first-round draft pick.
Do you think CU will try to run the ball?
No.
No, I don't either.
But
But a bigger question we can talk about tomorrow. Do you think the Broncos will try to run the football?
Yes. Oh, yeah. For sure.
In the first quarter?
They will try. They did try in week 1. It didn't really work out, but they tried.
They really didn't.
It was even Steven in the first half. And
it was 27 dropbacks, 13 rushes the first half. That's not even Steven.
Okay. I'm struggling with
your starting quarterback.
I'm struggling with
carries.
it because there were all these like short little passes that are kind of the virtual handoff sort of thing.
It's not the same, D-Mac. It's not. I understand why you say that, but running the football is about setting a tone, okay? And when you throw a 3-yard swing pass, I get it. In theory, it works the same. That ain't setting the tone. That's not letting them know that I'm the bigger man here, right? Running the football is about controlling the mindset of the other team.
I'll give you fine. I'm just going to roll with you. The Broncos are going to try to run the ball this week. You're going to see it big time for sure. No doubt about it.
You might want to think twice. It's a hell of a front seven now.
I got it, but they're a hell of a front seven rushing the passer too.
Yeah,
so,
no, I'd rather run against them than try to pass.
I think they're going to give it a shot. They're going to go with it, and likely that game is going to stay close. I think, top to bottom.
Look, in Sean Payton's heart of hearts, he doesn't want to run the football. He doesn't. He might say that out loud because that's what every coach has to say out loud. In his mind, he wants to pass the ball because that's the easiest way for a play caller to impact the game. And on top of that, we always talk about his pride. You think he doesn't want to make Bo Nix look like the world's best quarterback right away? Of course he does.
Give me the over-under on CU rushing attempts this weekend.
12.
Wow.
I think they're going to have a better...
Not non-Shador rushes, just the handoffs.
I think they're going to have an easier time running the football against CSU than they did against Nebraska. Unless Pat Shurmur is who we think he is, they will run the ball more. But if he is exactly who we thought he was and who we thought he was when they announced him as the offensive coordinator, it ain't going to change.
Who's more likely to go on Instagram Live without knowing it, Nate or Andy?
Nate.
And what would we see?
Well, he's a freak.
All right. There is Stoney's Live. That comes up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
But most importantly, we gotta strap on the black and gold and go win.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Is there anything, do you spend any time with you guys, just in the sense, I mean, he was a captain, he'll be emotional in the building or whatever if he's back. Did you talk about it all with you guys this week or not?
No. No, I mean, we're focused on, look, we're not playing tennis or golf. I mean, we're playing a team game, and we're focused on the Steelers, and they're a good football team.
All right, I like the we're not playing tennis. That made me laugh. That's a great comp.
Playing tennis.
It's not me and Russ going 15 love, 30 love.
I was going to say, the irony of that is in tennis, there is love. There doesn't appear to be any in this situation.
No, there is not.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Yes, happy Thursday, everybody. Welcome into the show. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. We are live today at Denver's best sports bar to watch games. That is Stoney's Bar and Grill, Andy, in the heart of D-Town.
Heart of Denver.
I'm sorry, the copy says D-Town. We're going to have to refer to it as D-Town today.
Who wrote that copy? Who wrote the copy?
The old Sean Brennan special today. Can't identify which city we're actually in. You just get the first letter.
Can we get Sean on the phone? And where did we approve details?
Old SB, getting him on the phone here.
Yeah. What are we doing?
Everything is initials today. It's on L Avenue, or Lincoln, if you will, for a little TNF. Presented by TDIW. That's Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Come watch the Bills and the Dolphins. Grab a Dew and a brew, Andy, here in D-Town. Win some cool prizes like an autographed Javonte Williams helmet. We'll be giving away a throwback Bronco mini helmet. Autographed by the Broncos' newest Hall of Famer, Randy Gradishar, at halftime. All provided by our friends at Bill's Sports Collectibles. I haven't been down to Bill's in a while. I love Bill's. Andy, how are you, man?
Jim Dandy, I haven't been to Bills either. We need to get over there.
We need to, I haven't swung through in a while. I haven't gone starting lineup shopping in some time. I haven't picked up a fresh box at 89 Tops recently, but I need to do that. I need to get over to Bill's Sports Collectibles. I wonder whatever happened to that. I had a box of 91 hoops that I picked up at Bill's, and it was on my desk in the bullpen at the old office for years. And I honestly don't know what happened to those cards.
Did you choose not to clean it out in the move or what?
Nah, I didn't.
I mean, there are plenty of emails warning you.
Yeah, I didn't clean anything
Time
out.
to take your junk with you.
Andy, you know me and my policy about checking my email, okay?
Yeah, you know what's interesting is that you're going to be the guy where we'll hear a story years later of somebody who got to go to college off of some cards you thought was not worth, I guess, going to get. So,
the only worthwhile card in that set in 91 hoops, and I actually did pull them all out, was the Mark Jackson card, which had it was discovered years later on Reddit. Lyle and Eric Menendez were sitting courtside at the Garden, and they were right behind Mark Jackson as he was, throwing a entry pass, I'm assuming, over to Patrick Ewing. It could have been going to Charles Oakley or Charles Smith or Xavier McDaniel, I suppose, but I'm going to assume it was Ewing, and Lyle and Eric Menendez were sitting courtside. One of them had a Knicks Painters cap. Remember the Painters cap? That was a hot free stadium giveaway back in the day.
Yeah, the Painters cap was flimsy.
Very much so.
I didn't need your free stadium cap. By the way, I finally figured out the locker thing. You can register to win.
I can register to win a locker?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think any trading cards come with it. All you had were NBA cards in that thing? Didn't you have a Hastings, or was that one of the 9,000 he leaves lying around?
Somebody may have already pulled that one out of there. I think there may have been a Hanslick in that set as well. Some pretty good ones.
Blair Rasmussen,
91 hoops.
Wayne
Hell
Cooper.
yeah. Maybe a Todd Lichty.
Oh, you always got to go to the Lichty.
Yeah. But yeah, we're out here at Stoney's today, Thursday Night Football. Buffalo and Miami. Tua and Josh Allen in his bad hand and everything else coming up tonight on Thursday Night Football. So this is a perfect place to head down and watch the game. We got a lot going on today on this here radio program as we join you live from Stoney's in the heart of D-Town. Mike Sanford is going to be with us coming up at 4 o'clock today. Andy, the winds of realignment have blown yet again.
College football!
Through college football. People love realignment, don't they?
Now, hold on. If I whistle this,
yeah,
and this pertains to your topic,
okay.
Do you not know what I'm doing here?
What were you whistling? Is that a Guns N' Roses song?
No, hey, right era.
Okay.
Appetite for your destruction.
For my destruction.
Appetite for destruction.
Yeah.
Was cooking up the airwaves.
Okay.
During that time.
But I had the wrong
Matter
band.
of fact, I think, you know what? I might be wrong. Use Your Illusion 1 and 2 are probably pretty hot too.
Ah.
But again, why would this pertain to what you're talking about? I should have opened for the band. Are you looking for it, or are you not? Are you just waiting?
I'm waiting for you to get to it.
You don't even have a second guess.
No.
Winds of Change by the Scorpions.
Okay. Can't believe I didn't remember. Cool, Carl.
Boy, you two never danced to that song anywhere, apparently.
Never did. No.
Hey, real quick, what music does Mark Springer listen to? I have no idea.
I don't listen to that.
Pro wrestler theme
I
songs.
don't listen to that. So what do you listen to would be the question.
He does not listen to
all day, every day.
The Scorpions. That, and he listens to the Ska Friday theme song. I think that's his favorite music. But yes, the Winds of Change by the Scorpions.
Come on, man. You can light a lighter to it. Got to understand, we didn't have your iPods. We didn't have your Spotify. We had whatever the damn DJ was playing, and we liked it.
Wasn't there a danger
Sorry, that was a little aggressive,
yeah, no touching.
It's a little warm back here.
It's we're sitting in the dark, by the way.
Well,
in a back corner of Stoney's.
Preferred lighting for us. Anyway.
Wasn't there a danger, though, back then if you flicked the lighter at the concert, given all the hairspray that everyone was wearing in the crowd, that somebody's sweet shoulder-length do could just go up?
Hey, I almost called you Hayden. Nate, we were drinking from the hose. We were riding our bikes without helmets, and we were lighting lighters at concerts with everybody wearing Aquanet. We weren't afraid.
We were setting each other on fire.
We weren't afraid.
Winds of Change, though, Andy. We'll talk to Sanford about it. His Boise State Broncos, along with CSU and Fresno State and San Diego State, it's no longer the Pac-2. We got ourselves a six-pack. Oh, my goodness. The Pac-12 is
halfway there. Halfway back.
Battling their way back. Oregon State and Washington State, they hung tight when nobody wanted them. And it turns out that CSU and three of their buddies from the Mountain West actually wanted them. Going ahead and linking up. Summer of 2026 will get it going with a new look Pac-12 conference, Andy. Or Pac-6
again,
the moment.
Are we going to have to – we're going to drop the numbers from these conferences sooner or
Never.
later, right?
Never.
Aren't there like 100 schools in the Big Ten now?
We got 16
and
in the Big 12.
Pac-12 has technically 2 and about to be 6. I mean –
yeah, the Big Ten is up to 85.
We are promoting
numbers.
Institutions of higher learning, yet nobody's numbers are right.
We're also having some geographical issues.
Yeah, fair enough. Great call. Geography's taking a beating in this thing, too.
The Atlantic Coast Conference, which features two schools from California.
The Pacific Coast, if you haven't heard.
Yes. The Southeastern Conference, which features a school prominently from Texas, which is smack in the Central Time Zone. So, yeah, the geography and the numbers are all way off on this. So what happens now? CSU making the jump. I say making the jump. Andy, I get that this is going to be financially beneficial to Colorado State.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to be that financially beneficial to Colorado State. And for anybody that is yelling about the value of the Pac-12 brand, I want you all to just step back and remember USC's not there anymore.
Nor is UCLA.
Oregon's not there anymore.
Good call.
Washington's not there anymore. How valuable is the Pac-12 brand? Do you know where the Pac-12 plays their games this year on television, Andy?
No idea.
The
Streaming?
C-Dub.
Oh, that's right.
The CW
Good call.
has 11 matchups this year featuring Oregon State and Washington State playing home games, and most of those games, by the way, are against Mountain West opponents. So what this ultimately does, if you're Colorado State, Boise, Fresno, San Diego State, what you are signing up for right now is a bigger piece of a pie. If the pie is actually any more lucrative, very much remains to be seen, and I don't think it will really. But what you gained today was a chance to leave San Jose State in the dust.
Sure.
You don't have to split any of your media rights money with Nevada or Hawaii or New Mexico any longer. Really, what you're doing is you're just going to join a rebranded Pac-12. It's still called the Pac-12, by the way, that I think is going to have exactly 8 teams. And these schools are simply signing up for a chance to not have to share their money with the Wyomings of the world.
So to me, this is a move, and I'm not taking a shot at anybody because, honestly, whether it's the Pac-12, the Big 12, the ACC,
yeah,
I still say whether you're in the Big 10 or the SEC, if you're in those two conferences, you're fine. And if you're not, we'll all just see what's going to happen.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because those are the two clear big-time players that are locked down for a while. But to me, this is a move where you're basically going to Sears for brand recognition, even though Sears is on the edge of not existing anymore. Do you know what I'm saying?
I very much do.
Like once upon a time, everybody knew what Sears was. You got the catalog.
I
You
loved
got
that
whatever.
Sears catalog.
Oh, we all did.
Sure.
Go ahead and make your Christmas wish list.
Oh, flip through that that
Sure.
lingerie section.
Yeah, as you got older, you were going to different parts of the catalog.
Things are tingly.
But again, like the name brand, which is what the Pac-10/Pac-12 has been. But that name brand is not anywhere near what it was.
This is not the Conference of Champions.
Right. This is not Bill Walton's Conference of Champions.
Yeah.
So.
And
look, to be fair about it, man, it's the same thing as when you join the Big 12 and the Big 12 loses Texas and Oklahoma.
Very much so. Very much so. It's right now, everybody is hoping to make the leap from mid-major to high major, low major to mid-major, FCS to FBS, whatever step up you can hope to be able to make and whatever incremental gains you can make. And I tell you what, if you're Amy Parsons, the president up at Colorado State, if you're John Weber, the new athletic director at Colorado State, guess what you just did? You have a chance now to go to your institution, to your constituency, and tell them, look, I did something, okay? We've wanted out of the Mountain West forever. We wanted into the Big 12 before. We wanted into the Pac-12 before. Well, look, we did it. Now, if you step back for a minute, you go, what'd you really do?
Right.
You joined a league with the Beavs and the Cougs.
You should have, honestly, just by power numbers, you should have made those two schools join you.
Two schools that are a pain in the ass to get to that nobody really wanted. But you do help your bottom line by honestly, Andy, I think the Pac-12 is going to get to 8 and stop. There is no reason for them to add any other schools. This is a trim the fat move. That is flat out what this is right now for these 4 Mountain West schools, including CSU, that are making the jump. I completely get it. You have to be able to say, I'm doing something and I'm helping my bottom line, but step back for a minute and you go, okay, but what's this going to look like? We have a lot more to delve into on this topic today, including the numbers. There's some real numbers to get into today here on the show. Broncos and Steelers, we will talk to today on the program. Craig Wolfley, he is the Steelers radio analyst. He'll join us coming up today at 5 o'clock. Find out what's going on with Russ. By the way, Russell Wilson spoke today, and he still remembers everybody's name. Don't you worry about that. We're live at Stoney's. That's Andy. I'm Nate. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Come out and see us. Have a do and a brew. It's a Thursday night at Stoney's, brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Thursday night football tonight. Week 2 of the NFL season. It is here, and it is time to improve your sports betting experience. There is a brand new app in Colorado that has made things simpler, more streamlined, and quite frankly, far more helpful to the bettor. That, my friends, is Sport Trade. Sport Trade, we're talking about minus 104 lines, better prices. That's more earnings for you. Very high limits. Sport Trade is where the big bettors play. And when you go to make a live bet on Sport Trade, no spinny wheels, no stalling out on getting your bet in. Sport Trade features instant in-play NFL betting, and better yet, at half the vig. So when you're watching Bills-Dolphins tonight, go to getsporttrade.com, download the Sport Trade app, and lay down a live bet during that game tonight. You will be amazed at the experience. Download Sport Trade today. Use code NATE. Earn 10% cash back on every bet. Again, go to getsporttrade.com. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors. Stop by Stoney's 11th and Lincoln today. Come see us for Thursday Night Football presented by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Come watch Bills Dolphins and grab a Dew and a brew. Win some cool prizes. We have got some autographed Broncos memorabilia to give away today here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Andy, what is happening right now with the Broncos injury report? Hit me with the latest.
Better news than yesterday, although we'll see what this leads to. So 5 players listed on the report, same as yesterday.
Okay.
Devon Vele is the only one who's missed both Wednesday and Thursday with a rib injury. Bowles, Reynolds, Wattenberg all back to practice today, although be it in a limited fashion. Jonah Ellis, who popped up yesterday as limited with the knee injury, was a full participant today. But I don't know. This is a tough deal, right? You want your starting offensive line to play. That goes without saying.
Sure do.
But, you don't want guys gimpy on ankles. We got a calf and an ankle. I guess technically Garrett Bowles is a calf and Wattenberg's an ankle. But either way, it's just not something where you want your guys not able to have good plant foot on the old legs when you're facing the Pittsburgh Steelers. Very physical team, a team that's given this team, frankly, the Broncos fits over the last few years when they've met up, and haven't been able to do much offensively. Remember when we were so excited for Drew Lock to start against the Pittsburgh Steelers in Week 2 a few years ago, and that's when Cortland Sutton blew out his knee, and, God, just a bad day all around. And you just don't – it's just such a physical defense. I really hope Bowles and Wattenberg aren't in gutted-out mode already in Week 2.
So, talking about the game plan really quickly here, Andy, and thinking back to what Pittsburgh got to do against Atlanta last week, and that was largely just go right the hell after Kirk Cousins because this guy can't move. Now, Cousins didn't play in the preseason. It seems like with the offense that they were calling for him, it was almost like the Falcons were treating Week 1 as sort of like some extension of the preseason of like, okay, we'll just call this Kirk Cousins preseason game. But he couldn't move. And now maybe that improves for the Falcons going forward here. If it doesn't, I don't know how much longer you can play the guy if that's what he looks like. But I think you become a Michael Penix quarterback team if that's going to be the case. Okay, so what do we take away from that? Well, the Steelers sacked Cousins a couple of times, but generally were able to harass him and make life pretty tough on him. If you're Sean Payton and the Broncos, one of your biggest takeaways has to be, and I think this would be part of any Bo Nix game plan anyway, was he's got to move. You have got to get him on the move, because if he sits back there and is stationary, and just as you talk about right there, your starting center and your starting left tackle are limited in practice right now, TJ Watt's just going to eat, and it's going to be a bad situation for the Broncos. This is going to be yet another game of, hey, Bo Nix, it's play action and you get the hell outside.
Yeah, the game plan has got to be just try to knuckle your way to one more point than what they've got.
Yeah.
Which
is really all the Steelers are going to do.
Well, yeah, and you've got to be sounder in your rush lanes than they were against Geno Smith on that one major run that he had a couple weeks ago, or last week, I should say. It sucks because if you're a Denver fan, how much have we talked about this? And I know I've talked about it with Scotty on our podcast. You just want fun offense. Nate, I think you were one of the first guys in our 5 years together. Hell, it might have been 3 years ago going back to starting this where you just requested, can I at least just watch some TDs? I'm not even asking for you to win games necessarily.
Yeah.
I understand the process that it feels like is never ending for this team, but I think this fan base would be happy if they could just see 24 to 28 points when they roll into Empower Field at Mile High and at least get some dang entertaining offensive football. And yet here we go, another season opener where it feels like, you don't want to get Bo Nix killed. You don't need Bo Nix dealing with one of these ankle or calf or whatever injuries either. And you don't want to get him hit a lot. I mean, the guy's got enough going on trying to figure out NFL coverages without having then get punched in the mouth every other play. And it just feels like you may not be able to open it up. You may be able to take a couple shots this game, but you're going to have to be about as disciplined as Pittsburgh is, right? That way, if I was a Pittsburgh fan, and maybe you're used to it after they had a good run with Ben Roethlisberger, if you're a Pittsburgh fan, I'm sure you were a little annoyed at how your offense played, but you felt good you won the game at the end of the day. Denver's just got to get to that spot this week, period, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, you need to have a vastly more balanced game plan to be able to help everything out right now. We had a note from earlier today. Jeremy Fowler sort of had this. He and Dan Graziano do that ESPN sort of empty out the rumor mill thing that they publish on ESPN. And Jeremy Fowler had this note. He writes, Denver's backfield should heat up in Week 2. Javonte Williams played the most snaps among Broncos running backs in Week 1, but finished with 8 carries to Jaleel McLaughlin's 10. Both players should get extended action versus Pittsburgh as Denver tries to support rookie quarterback Bo Nix, who attempted 42 passes in his debut. There's the no-brainer element to that of like, we agree. You probably should do more of that here in Week 2, but there's also that part of it where it's like, okay, you're not pulling this out of thin air. Okay, this is in the rumor mill, and clearly it's gotten through to Sean Payton. If I've got Bo dropping back 42 times, I'm either going to get him killed or we're just going to win 2 games this year.
All right, so let me ask you this, because here's the ultimate conundrum, I think. The league is already wise to – they're going to want to do the swing pass. They're going to want to give him some of the familiar Oregon passes. And, look, I think Sean was doing it just to try to get his young guy in a rhythm and feeling good about something. It's a natural coaching point. How do you balance that? Because when we say 42 passes, I'd really like to dig in and find out how many of those are actually plus 5-yard type of passes we're talking about, where you're really asking the offensive line to hold up a little longer than, say, the quick swing pass to the flat.
12 throws beyond 10, 12
throws,
yards beyond
right.
10 yards past the line of scrimmage.
But even, look, Bo could still live in the 5 to 7 range, right? I mean, I felt like we saw a whole bunch of swings to the side that were just basically outside handoffs.
Exactly. That are basically run plays, and Pittsburgh's going to see all of that on film. One other thing that Pittsburgh is going to have seen is last week it was just a lot of rushing for and dropping guys because Cousins couldn't move, and that was what Pittsburgh game plan was against Atlanta. Against the Broncos now, I think they are going to send a lot more pressure. They're going to it's a rookie quarterback, okay? Knives are out. They're going to go out there and have some fun. Tomlin and company are probably enjoying drawing up this game plan this week. One of the things that they're going to see on film, and a perfect example of this, do you remember that corner blitz where Devon Weatherspoon came off the edge and missed him? Now, Boye Mafe won and still chased Bo Nix out of bounds. Bo, by the way, didn't just let go of the ball. He ran out of bounds behind the line of scrimmage and took a sack. Don't do that. Don't. I know you take a lot of pride in your completion percentage. Don't do that, okay? Throw the ball beyond the line of scrimmage, out of bounds, and don't go backwards. I'm sure that was a
also don't
point.
risk a hit before you get to the boundary.
That as well.
To your point, sail that thing.
Yeah, just let it fly.
You're out of college.
Yes.
You've been drafted.
Let's
not tweak on the completion percentage so much.
But also, there is going to be that coaching point of like, oh, okay, now we know what a Bo Nix escape looks like behind this Denver offensive line. And I have a feeling those guys, especially anybody in that secondary that is going to get called to go and blitz Bo Nix this week, they're going to get coached into push him back towards the middle of the field.
Don't you also, I thought it was interesting, Adam Archuleta just went ahead and gave just broke down some film for the Steelers where he pointed out Bo keeps going to the right when he looks to run.
Yeah.
I would send the pressure from the right to see if he's going to go left. So that's something else the Broncos have to think about.
Because that's that awkward throw that he then has to make. And
I feel like he made a couple of them in preseason.
He did it once in the preseason. He was past the line of scrimmage, but he did.
That's right, but that was still a nice throw. He's shown he can do it. He's not completely, screwed if he has to run to his left.
He's not incapable of it, exactly to your point. Thursday Night Football, we are here at Denver's best sports bar to watch games as named by that fine publication known as The Westward. That is Stoney's Bar and Grill here in the heart of Denver, 11th and Lincoln. So get out here and watch the game tonight. We had a great crowd last week for Chiefs-Ravens on Thursday Night Football. Let's get it going for a little Josh Allen and Tua action tonight.
Is this in Miami? I didn't check.
It is, indeed, yes.
Oof. The Bills have got to be like, is that what the league likes? Make the Bills wilt in the Miami Heat Remember how Miami, although they get a little bit of a break because it's a late game, so you don't have that sun cooking your sidelines.
Right.
And then they're going to send Miami to frigid, frozen Buffalo in December just for fun.
Yeah, I think that's the way that works. And then we get to hear, what the Dolphins' record is when they have to play in a cold environment. Actually, that game is first week in November. It's still going to be cold.
Buffalo.
It's Buffalo.
Anytime you hit October in Buffalo and Minnesota, I've learned, good luck. Anything can happen.
Still cold. Yes.
Not Denver.
No. Still cold.
Do we even have a below 80 day in the forecast right now, speaking of not Denver?
I haven't checked it recently.
I don't believe we do.
It's been lovely this week.
I'll go hit up the old,
check the weather for me.
Twitter feed of our guy Chris Bianchi.
Let me know.
It's 90 right now. Yeah, 91, 83, 88, 89, 86, 84, 81, 85, 73. Couple of Fridays. There you go, Nate. There's what you're looking for.
It took until, a week from Friday to get to an offensive lineman?
Yeah. And quite honestly, as I look at this, that's so far out, that could change too. But you can go pumpkin spicing all you want in about a week from Friday.
Okay.
All right.
Also, Andy, you know what? I think I had a general who cares about a particular take of yours for a number of years. And last week,
did you decide you want your?
Last week, watching high school football, I decided I think I'm with Andy on this one. And you know what it is? Wide receivers should wear numbers in the 80s.
Thank you.
Bring it back.
Thank you.
Bring it back.
You know what? You know who my latest complaint is with? You know I'd like to lodge a complaint with? I'm so mad this guy changed his number. If you had to guess what Bronco am I hacked off about who changed his number? Should we have some fun? Should we let some people guess?
Is it that...
Do you want to let it percolate a minute?
Is it that Lil Jordan... Devon Vele is now wearing Lil Jordan's number? Because that threw me off.
Yeah.
For like a half of that game last week.
What is with 17 wide receivers? Why do they all value 17? My era loved the 80s. I love a Rod Smith 80. A good 81.
They liked listening to the Scorpions, and they liked a receiver in the 80s, but I've come back around on this. Let's get wide receivers, get back in the 80s, please.
Seriously, guess. I promise he made a play last week, and I said, matter of fact, he got called for a penalty. That's how I realized it got changed. And I thought to myself, that's not right. This guy didn't play on our team. What are you talking about? We don't have that guy. Not on defense.
Who was it?
15. Who's sporting 15?
Who is wearing 15?
Nick Bonito!
Oh, you're right. You're right.
What are you doing?
Yeah,
15 is not a linebacker's number.
Is it Baron Browning still? Is he 5?
He's 5.
He's 5.
Cooper's 0.
Yeah.
15. I am sorry. 15 is the weirdest linebacker number I've laid eyes on.
I agree.
What? When they called a defensive penalty on 15, I think he jumped off sides.
Yeah.
I was like, what receiver are you talking about? That guy doesn't play for us. What 15?
Also, shouldn't we retire 15 for everybody in this city? Shouldn't it just belong to Nikola Jokic from here into perpetuity?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
I'm fine. I know this. No linebacker needs to be wearing that thing.
You're right about that. Number 15.
Dude.
Yeah.
That's so weird.
Lil Jordan was rocking, what, an 84?
84. Love an 84.
You know what? I hated his drop, but throw the ball to Lil Jordan more. Get that man 84 targets this week. He's got a good number.
83, 81, 85. Come on now. 86?
And then tight ends are all left with the 80 numbers.
Tight ends like the 87s and the 88s.
Except for Nate Adkins, who is 45.
Well, I think Nate Adkins would probably like a number that solidifies his place on the roster a little bit more. I'm sure Nate Adkins would change in a heartbeat. They ain't asking Nate Adkins if he wants to change.
Yeah. Yeah, I need wide receivers to be wearing.
All right,
80s
real
again.
quickly.
Please.
Is it too? Should we wait? I do have to ask you a question because there is a. You know what?
I'm here to answer questions, Andy.
There is a continuing problem on this Broncos team, and you and I pointed it out a couple of years ago. That's what leads into this problem.
Okay.
I know we're frustrated with offensive play, and for good reason.
Yeah, I'd say.
But how many DCs do we have to go through before when a defensive stand is needed consistently throughout the year? Maybe not for – like, again, they got some defensive stands for 5 to 6 game stretches last year or a turnover. But I am so sick of the reoccurring problem under whatever the head coach is. You got a chance. You know how badly I wanted to see Bo Nix? And again, not even for the sake of the win, just for the sake of the analysis.
Sure.
What's he going to do? 2 minutes, get it down the field. Are you going to break out of your 5-yard
Another
bubble?
opportunity.
Are they going to bring the pressure again and not play prevent? What are we doing here? And instead, all you got to do is stop them. When they have third and 7 or something?
Third and 5, yeah.
And then they jump off sides, and then they give up the play. Why can this defense not ever get the dang play when it needs to? Here's what drives me. You know why the Broncos sucked the last 2 years? Because whether it's offense or defense, when it's time to make the play, they just don't in crunch time. And I'm telling you, this is a franchise. Go back to the 80s when John Elway was pulling off all the comebacks. You know what usually preceded that? The defense actually getting the stop to get him the ball back. That doesn't happen anymore. This team, it is so maddening how this team can't ever make a damn clutch play from VJ on. Frankly,
I thought what you were going to say is what preceded it is they were playing the Scorpions inside the stadium.
They might have rocked me like a hurricane. That's a little arena rock. Don't sleep on the Scorpions arena rock. You know what I hear? I got a problem with this too. You're knocking the '80s music, and I don't even like the Scorpions. It just was a damn song you couldn't get away from. Again, for my 2 stations that I had, KBPI and KZY, both playing the damn Scorpions.
Playing the hits.
Matter of fact, the Fox threw it in too. But I'm just telling you, you got the 80s cop mustache, and yet you hate 80s music. The two don't go together, my friend. You can't marry those two lives. If you're going to wear that mustache, you need to get out of your car rocking, smoking in the boys' room or something.
There was a ton of great records that came out in the 80s, just not that one. It is the Craigman and Lindahl Show.
Which one, the Motley Crue or the Scorpions, or both?
Yes. We are live today at Stoney's Bar and Grill, Thursday Night Football, presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew, and Broncos defense start making plays, and wide receivers start wearing jerseys that have a number in the 80s again, please. And if it requires playing the Scorpions in the stadium to make it happen, then I will lay down and support that as well. Craigman and Lindahl, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, Andy, we are in the midst of one of the great historic sports seasons yet again by one particular all-time great athlete. Did you think it was humanly possible? We'll talk about what one superstar is doing next.
Every game, it feels like he hits a towering shot.
Tony torches one to right center field. He's carrying the bat, and it's a bullet out of here. .47-47.
Also had a stolen base last night, so he's up to 47-48. Andy, we're going to see a 50-50 season. It's going to happen, and it's going to happen from a guy that had Tommy John before the start of the year, Shohei Ohtani, in a season in which he will have never picked up a mitt and taken the field. Shohei Ohtani is going to win his third MVP award. He is going to hit 50 home runs and steal 50 bases. We've never seen it before. He's doing so in the first year of a 10-year, $700 million contract. He's putting up one of the great seasons in the history of baseball, of sports that we've ever seen. This is after a career that has been unlike almost anything we've ever seen since Babe Ruth. And you can even argue maybe that Shohei has done it better than Ruth was doing it back then. Think about the conversation about Shohei Ohtani back in March. Remember the Dodgers they're going to play in South Korea, and a huge gambling scandal breaks, revolving around his translator, Ippei Mizuhara, and questions, is Shohei going to get suspended? Anything else? Turns out Shohei was getting robbed, and the dude didn't let it bother him one bit. He's coming back from Tommy John. He can't pitch. Dude hasn't let it bother him one bit. Instead, he's just simply focused on swinging the bat, and he's putting up one of the great seasons that we have ever seen in the history of baseball. We are watching a top 5 baseball player that has ever lived directly in front of us. And given the way that it all started this year, the fact that he has put up this kind of season, it's unbelievable. It is truly unbelievable that he could be this great, and it's happening in this very season.
So I got a question for you.
Fire away.
Now, this is going to sound crazy when I first say it, but
can't wait.
Take it through with me here. With what he's done offensively, do you ever let him pitch again? And I know you gave him the big contract so he could pitch.
Mm-hmm.
But what if he were to suffer another Tommy John's type of injury? He needs to get the repair again.
Turns out it doesn't matter.
But it's the start of the season. At least he had time to recover from some of the surgery before he started hitting, right?
Yeah.
And but what if it were to happen like April, and you lose that bat in your lineup for a month or 2 months or whatever it would take to get some things done? Do you see what I'm saying?
I do.
Is the bat becoming not worth the risk of pitching with the high rate of injuries to pitchers?
Yeah, but he put up these kind of numbers when he was pitching too. You can't miss out on that. I mean, he's a top 10 pitcher in baseball while being
I get it, but
the
I'm
best
saying,
hitter in the game. You got to take advantage of it.
What happens if he blows a shoulder next time? Throwing the ball. And
right.
then you don't have the bat. That's what I'm trying to say.
I know what
then
you're saying.
You don't have the bat.
Yes.
Because his offensive year has been incredible. That's a lot of money for just a DH. I understand it, but you know what I mean?
I take the chance. I do. He's too cool. He's too fun. I take the chance. But this is what he's doing in the year that he's out with Tommy John. He's gonna run away with another MVP award. But no, I don't take away anything brilliant that this guy does. I keep adding to it because he's an absolute legend.
Did the Dodgers get a bargain? Seriously, that dude in that market and that earning power.
To your point, think about it. He would be a $40 million pitcher and a $40 million hitter. So they essentially got $80 million worth of investment for $70 million a year.
Shaving 10 off.
And all the money is deferred. He is a bit of a bargain. Yeah.
Is that going to stick, by the way? Did you see California was looking into that? They were like, oh, you don't want to pay taxes, do you? Well,
right.
We're going to have a look at that contract.
That's not terribly surprising. That home run that he hit last night, by the way, 118 off the bat.
Yeah.
Crushed it.
Are you all of a sudden a little bit disappointed they don't have the unbalanced schedule anymore?
I know, right? I know. Let's get him coming to Coors
I mean,
Field
look, I don't
more
need to
often
watch more Padres action or Arizona action to see more Shohei, but
right.
Have they already rolled through? Are the Rocks and Dodgers done for the year as far as trips to Coors Field?
You know,
I don't even know. I know you got the Cubs this weekend, which will be a much sought-after ticket.
Cubs are coming in this weekend. After that, the Rocks will close it out with By the way, Rocks, nice 4-2 victory last night. Rocks closed it out. Homestand, Cubbies and the D-Bags, 3 in L.A., and then back home for a 6-game homestand featuring the St. Louis Cardinals and your Los Angeles Dodgers. So there you go.
So one more chance to catch him. Is he the most dynamic athlete in what is an era of great dynamic athletes? Is he the most unique among a Mahomes, a Lamar Jackson,
a Nikola Jokic,
Caitlin Clark, Nikola Jokic?
You bring up Caitlin Clark, Asia Wilson last night.
Asia Wilson
sets the single season right. She's about to win a 3rd MVP award. She's going to be in Jokic territory.
I mean, Connor Bedard is going to be interesting. Nathan McKinnon, Connor McDavid. It just feels like every league may have a player that could be its greatest of all time to participate. And is Shohei top of that mountain?
I think he's a top 5 baseball player. Like I said, right now, already top 5 baseball player that's ever lived.
If we were to do, let's really get spicy.
Let's do it.
If we were to do the old Mount Rushmore of this era of athletes, does Jokic get his face on the Mount Rushmore?
3-time MVP.
Hey, look, I'm not arguing it.
Yeah, 3-time MVP. Of course he's on there.
If you're going, let's go one from each sport for the 4.
For the big 4.
Jokic get to be the basketball face?
Yes.
I'm with you.
3-time MVP. I'm going to put his name right up there. And again, of guys in their current prime, I'm sure people could make an argument for LeBron James. I guess he's had a fine career, whatever. Right.
We're talking about the dude in each league right now.
Right now, Jokic, Mahomes.
Yep.
Shohei.
It's probably McDavid.
It's not Cale Makar?
I'm down for Cale Makar, but I think the Canadian media is going to tell you it's McDavid.
Makar.
Got his team to a Stanley Cup final.
Hey,
didn't do much when they did there.
You know what? Put 2 Denver. You think I'm going to fight putting 2?
Let's do it.
Put the cherub face Makar on the mountain.
Nathan McKinnon just won a damn Hart Trophy.
Cherub.
His name's Nathan McKinnon. Heard of him?
I have.
Well, what is Spring,
I have, and he's pretty special.
Spring, what does Cale have that, Cale has something maybe you've heard of too?
Fiber.
The Conn Smythe.
Have you guys ever heard of the Conn Smythe?
Thank you. There it is, Spring. That was a little bit of a curveball. He you know what? He hit it. Kept his eye on it. The drop didn't bother him.
Can't fool him.
The old Conn Smythe.
Our guy's too good.
I know what the hell was that?
Can't fool him.
Give that to me again.
That was the Rob Riggle. Yeah. That was good.
Anyway, so you think there could be 2 Denver athletes on this Mount Rushmore?
I'm fine with it. Screw Connor McDavid.
So am I.
Let's put McKinnon up there. I'm for it. There we go. I'll take it. Absolutely. He's got a heart. He's got a heart, and he's got a heart, Andy. He also what was the other one he won? The Ted Lindsay? That's a cool award.
Doesn't have a Messier.
He doesn't have a Messier.
We gotta get Cale the Messier.
I tell you what, Spring, make it happen. Get Messier on the show.
Please.
And therefore, we can begin the campaign to have Nathan McKinnon win the Messier for 24-25.
Why are you out on Cale?
Cale can win it too. Gives me gas.
Well,
okay?
yeah. I get it. I'm just saying, one of the guys needs a Messier.
Okay.
And I would, too, also like to talk with Messier.
I don't think Val Nichushkin's going to win a Messier.
No.
No, that feels like a bit of a long
shot.
shot.
That horse is out of the barn.
Very much so. Our buddy Mike Sanford, the Sandman's going to stop by. We got to talk.
Are you all right with the song Enter Sandman, or does that suck too, Mr. Mustache?
No, Enter Sandman's a good song.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with that one. Yeah.
You discriminate against certain decades.
The Scorpions. I like the 80s.
What did you like from the 80s?
Oh, it's
Culture Club?
Talking Heads' entire catalog.
Okay.
Flawless. Obviously,
Flock of Seagulls?
Remain in Light came out in 84. Unimpeachable. I mean, Beastie Boys put out Paul's Boutique and License to Ill in the 1980s, my friend.
Did you like Wham or George Michael?
You have to over-enunciate the H.
Wham?
Wham.
Well, you made it W-H-A-M. Wham.
Wham.
Huh? If we're going to say things properly.
On the old Batman show, when he would punch a bad guy, did they spell it with the H when they used wham?
Great question. I don't remember.
I don't either.
I didn't really care for that. I mean, those are the goofiest. Nobody's taking that superhero seriously. That's why they went to the Michael Keaton nipple Batman suit.
It was Clooney that had the nipples.
Whatever. But you can't run around in basic underoos and think I'm fearful of you, especially when you're built like all those guys are. Seriously. Batman and Robin walk in. Are you scared of either from the
favorite
original?
scenes in that version of Batman were when they would be climbing up the side of a building after throwing the bat rope up there with the batarang.
Yeah.
And then it was just a camera turned on its side was all it is. Good show though.
You sure?
Burgess Meredith as the Penguin?
Well, ain't nothing wrong
He was
with that.
terrific,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, sure.
Yeah. We are live today at Stoney's.
Was there a Catwoman?
There was.
Were they allowed?
Wasn't it Eartha Kitt played the old Catwoman back in the day?
Was there a Batgirl? Did we get that far?
I believe there was, yes.
Wow.
It was supposed to be, it was Commissioner Gordon's daughter was the original Batgirl. She had curly hair out of the bottom of her bat suit. She also was not particularly intimidating, but held her own. I don't know.
Who was the original Batman guy?
The
actor?
Why am I spacing this
Adam
name
West.
right now?
Who?
Adam West.
Adam West.
Thank you very much.
I'm
Adam
sorry,
West.
Mr. West. I am going to go ahead and continue to rob the bank if you walked in. I'm going to go ahead and
I like that the bat
get
ears
my
were
withdrawal.
all the way to the side of the costume, and then they barely stuck up.
Didn't the original Batmobile was just all right, wasn't it? I got news for you guys. Hot take, it kind of sucked.
Your Stang was cooler than the original.
You're damn right it
Batmobile.
was.
Yeah.
I don't need your little headrest as part of the body of the car.
It did shoot flames out of the back, though. It had that going for it.
I'm sure we could. I bet you we could get your car to do that.
Our remote unit did that last week while we were out here.
Yeah.
You guys, that's just one of the dangers of doing talk radio. I almost got a chance to get workman's comp from suffering burns. We'll talk to Mike Sanford coming up next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Let's talk about all the things they can do for you now as interest rates on cars kind of start to creep down. I know Ford is offering some interest rates that are a little reduced, same with Chevy. Whatever your model, whatever your brand, whatever you're looking for, if you're looking to get into a vehicle that, like me, I wanted an affordable monthly payment, wasn't really worried about all the cool gear that the truck had on it. So when I got my F-150, the first person I had to go talk to was Jerry Jones over at Colorado Off-Road. Jerry and I started originally talking about a bed cover because obviously I wanted to be able to keep things in the back of the truck and not have to take them out every night, lacrosse gear, whatever it is. That stuff stinks, by the way. So you really don't want it in the house, sneaking up your house. So the bed cover is the thing I started with. Really got to know this business really, really well. We're talking about a business that's been around almost 25 years. They're a Colorado business. Anything you could use for a truck or a 4x4, Colorado Off-Road has it. And you want to stop by the showroom, talk to Jerry. If he doesn't have it on the showroom floor, he can order it for you. But with fall and winter coming up, you're definitely going to want to get the bed covers, the floor mats, the remote starts, all that kind of stuff. And they've got it for you over at Colorado Off-Road. You can find them 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, on the web at cooffroad.com, or call them at 303-761-1264. That's Colorado Off-Road.
It's hour number 2. Nate and Andy, we are out at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln. Thursday night football tonight. Watch party brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Come watch Tua and Josh Allen. Grab a Dew and a brew, win some cool prizes like an autographed Javonte Williams helmet, as well as a throwback Bronco mini helmet autographed by Hall of Famer Randy Gradishar. We'll be giving those away at halftime, all provided by our friends at Bill's Sports Collectibles.
I'll be here. Come hang with me.
Andy's going to be here.
I'm the Thursday night dude when I'm not sick.
He is here. And have a do and hang with the dude. See what we did right there? Back at the shop, Mike Sanford. Coach, congratulations to your Boise State Broncos today. They are now in the six-pack. They join the reconstructing, I suppose, Pac-12 conference, along with San Diego State, Fresno, and our friends up in Fort Collins at Colorado State. The Beavs and the Cougs, that's where we're at right now. As you have talked to the people there in Bronco Nation, not Broncos Country, Bronco Nation.
Broncos Nation.
Boise. What's the feel around the program right now? Does today feel like a big win for those 4 Mountain West teams that are making the jump?
Yeah, these athletic directors at these schools are sure as heck doing some victory laps.
Yeah, they are.
I'll say that. You know, John Weber at CSU, I just saw a tweet that they should build a statue in his first, 10 months on the job. He's already achieved everything that you need to. And the same would hold true in Boise, Idaho. I mean, Boise is a place that when I was recruited there, Andy, in 1999, it was a small town. It was about 125,000 people total, and now they say that the entire surrounding area is 1.2 million, but it still has that small town inferiority complex.
Used to be a JUCO, man. Come on.
It was. I mean, I got my degree from a vocational tech school. That's the reality. I'm a VoTech guy, and I'm proud damn of it. And so to have that inferiority complex, which has fueled that program, in my opinion, to have that blue collar mentality, that chip on their shoulder, I think it's a big day in Boise, and especially for the lifers, not all the Californians that moved out to Boise after 2020, but the lifers think this is about the biggest day in maybe the state's history, but certainly the program's history.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, Mike, there's no, I hate to splash reality.
Oh,
on
that's
your
a
folks,
shocker.
But
Andy Lindahl raining on a parade. Huh? I would never guess it.
I'll be your black cloud. I mean, again, how sure are we that any of if you're not, I said this to Nate earlier, if you're the ACC, the Big 12, the Pac, whatever your number is, how sure your long-term outlook is going to be? How long do you think you'll exist? Will these conferences all even exist by the time all these mergers are supposed to happen?
The wildest thing about this, Andy, we just think about the Pac, and we won't even put a number on it. But my dad played at USC when it was the Pac-8. He coached at USC when it was the Pac-10. His son coached in the Pac-12 at Stanford. And then now his son is a big fan of newest member of the Pac-6 or 12, Pac-12 that has 6 teams. So the one thing that is a constant is there is no consistency in terms of the numbers, the conferences. You can anticipate this changing yet again. And I think that the wildest thing that's going to happen in this conference realignment, I believe and I predict that Stanford and Cal in short order will rejoin the Pac, because it makes little to no sense for Stanford and Cal, both from a geographical standpoint and they get 30% of their share of the TV deal as members of the ACC. Why not come back, bolster, a very good word, bolster the conference, both, with reputation. And I think that this would be a good move to get to 8 teams. And eventually I think UNLV gets added to the fold. And I'm actually very optimistic about what this may do. And the reason I'm optimistic, Andy and Nate, is because I want a dang regional conference that is exactly that. And I think the Pac's going to lean heavy into that.
I think it's okay to want that, Coach. I don't think that's what you're going to get.
Yeah, Nate, bring up it's about the – Coach, it's about the TV money. And they don't want to share a lot of the TV money, right?
I mean, Cal and Stanford signed a grant of rights agreement with the ACC. I mean, ask Clemson and Florida State how easy it is to escape from the ACC right now. It's damn near impossible. The other thing that I wonder about with Stanford, and obviously, Coach, you worked there, so you have a lot of familiarity with that culture. Do the folks at Stanford, and no diss to your Votech degree, do the folks at Stanford want to be in a conference with Boise State, with Fresno? Like in the ACC, you got your Dukes, your Virginias, your Carolinas. There's that academic prestige, which lines up with their institutional mission. I can't imagine a world where Stanford and Cal are in a conference with San Diego State. Granted, I can't imagine a world where they're in the ACC either, but I'm having a tough time with that part. I think UNLV and Memphis is what we're talking about rounding out the Pac-8.
Well, I disagree, and I may or may not have had conversations with some people that are in the know of what is going to be happening, and I think that what's going to be the ultimate final straw for the ACC is when the SEC litigators and the legal teams get involved. If and when they really want Florida State, when they really want to get Clemson in their conference. If that falls apart, then the rest of the conference is going to be, I think it's going to be in trouble. And I think that there'll be opportunities. Now, you got to remember this about these TV deals. This is the reality of college football in 2024. It's not the model of 20 years ago, which you mentioned about academic peer model.
Yeah.
That's not what's driving this. TV viewership and TV deals is driving all of it. It's about like the academic side is so far gone, and Stanford's just finding themselves in a world where like, what are we doing here, right? What are we doing, period? I think the regional piece would be more important for Stanford and for Cal than it would be the peer side of it. Now, if you get Stanford and Cal to come over, then you might get a UCLA at some point down the road. I'm talking down the road. I'm not saying in the next year or two, but down the road, a UCLA that I think is a terrible fit because they have such a academic model in their university and their athletic department that this would then ultimately be a good fit for them yet again, going back to the Pac. So I think there's some positive vibes.
But they're going to say no to Big Ten TV money?
They certainly didn't. But you just have to wonder over the course of the next, say, 4 to 6 years, what does it really look like? What is it really going to look like with UCLA's sports? And they have a very proud athletic department outside of football. What is it going to look like to be playing a Big Ten schedule with a Big Ten travel? And what's their success looking like? At some point, winning's going to matter too. And for a program that does have a lot of championships, winning's going to matter.
Mike, why didn't everybody hold their water on this thing, I guess? Why did everybody jump so quickly? Did they not see this coming? What was so toxic in the Pac-12? Because you talk about Stanford and Cal coming back. Well, there's still got to be buyouts, right? You can't just come back for free all of a sudden. Why did everybody just panic a couple years ago when this was all going on?
Leadership. It was a house of cards. The TV deal, the San Francisco office that they spent gazillions of dollars on. Obviously, I'm using that figuratively, but the Pac-12 was a disaster. And I think that the USCs, the Oregons, the two big hitters in this that defected, I'd put Washington into that camp. They didn't trust the leadership at all because they'd been burnt. They see what everybody else is getting from a TV deal standpoint. And the Pac-12 network, because of the deals made by the university presidents and the commissioner, your guy, George Kliakoff. Is that right?
Kliakoff, yeah.
There it is. I don't even want to say his name right. But he tore this league apart. And the leadership in and of itself was a big reason for it.
One of the other things that I'm kind of baffled by is I'm trying to figure out, Coach, what a television deal looks like for the new Pac-12. Like right now, you'll add these 4 schools again. We disagree over what the last 2 will be. I think it's going to be UNLV and Memphis that end up in this conference. But right now, you're talking about a television deal where you're not going to sniff the last one. And you're not going to get certainly what Kliakoff was trying to get out of Apple before on the last deal. In addition to that, the finances of what the Pac-12 is going to be dropping, coughing up, $111 million that they've got to give to the Mountain West to be able to break all of those agreements right here. You're thinking way down the line in terms of how you're going to pay for all of this. In addition to that, I believe the 4 Mountain West schools, they'll have to, as soon as they sign an agreement, they will have to forfeit their media rights deals for the next 2 years. So that's like $8 million per. Are these schools going to go looking for Saudi money? How are they going to fund their athletic departments here for the next couple of years? The Pac-12 can only keep them afloat for so long.
Yeah, I think they're all going to go out and hire independent, financial advisor Trevor Riley from the CU Buffs special teams department. I think you're exactly right. They might get to the front lines of Amon Jordan.
Right.
I think that may happen. No, what I find interesting when you think about the Pac-12 network. So the Pac-12 network is still functioning, and I'm learning this in real time. I just did a game. I called a game as a color commentary, an analyst, for a altitude TV game that was produced by the Pac-12 network, and the production was back in San Francisco. Well, they're also doing a ton of ACC games.
Wait a minute, it didn't even have a Pac-12 team in the game.
Isn't that beautiful? But did it, Andy? It did have the now Pac-12.
They needed something
CSU
to do at work.
Well, they had the CSU Rams. They knew it. They knew it all along. But they're producing ACC games from San Francisco. Okay, so there will be some TV familiarity with the ACC and the Pac, and I think that actually might lend itself to having what I believe might end up being a bi-coastal semi-super conference. Because if you let Stanford and Cal out of the deal, but then you sign a deal with the ACC minus Florida State minus Clemson, now you might have a 20-team conference between the East Coast, the true Atlantic Coast Conference, and the West Coast.
Wait, didn't they try this before, though, with the Alliance? Remember the Alliance that was supposed to exist? What was it?
That didn't even make it into a season before they broke ties with each other.
The Pac-12, what was it? The Pac, the Big
Pac-12
Ten.
and the Big Ten did a gentleman's agreement that, again, like all gentlemen's
agreements,
burned up before anything even happened. I don't even think they made it a season in.
You were part of the Rebel Alliance.
Yes. That lasted as long as the Imperial Senate.
Well, all I know is that for teams like CSU and teams like Boise State, San Diego State, and Fresno State, it's a whole hell of a lot better to be in the position that they are in today than if you're Wyoming, which I think it's horrible for Wyoming in the sense that they built a Power 5 facility, in their athletics facilities, and now they're potentially going to be playing an FCS schedule.
Here's the other thing that kind of keeps cracking me up in all of this, right? That this is just one of those hypotheticals, but it would not surprise me. Is as we sit here today, we're talking about these 4 schools going in the new Pac-12 beginning life in 2026. What happens when next year, when the Big 12 is just like, hey, Oregon State and Washington State, we want to strengthen our Pacific Northwest footprint. Why don't you come along? What happens when that then happens? Then what have they got? What have they got for themselves?
Somebody's going to have to pay for that, right? That's the reason they didn't do it in the first place. And Oregon State and Washington State probably won't agree to doing that at a reduced rate to come and get a share that's less than 100%, just like Stanford and Cal entered the ACC agreement at 30%.
The other part I wonder about, Coach, is right now, like we got the 4 power conferences, right? The SEC, the Big Ten, the Big 12, and the ACC. I know there's a legality that the Pac-12 has like an argument that we belong in Power 5 status, and thus that then share of the revenue that we get from the college football playoff, etc. But also, do you think those 4 conference commissioners are sitting around right now going, oh, man, we got to figure out a way to get Fresno State some money? I can't imagine that that's going on there either. They're going to fight this whole thing tooth and nail. Like, you may have a better shot to get to the playoff, but when it comes to the revenue pie, they're going to hold on to that thing like grim death.
Yeah, but you got to think that the Power 5 term is a term that was invented by us muggles in the media.
Right.
Right. It's not a real term. It's not anywhere in the NCAA rule book. It's not even in the CFP. There's AQ conferences and non-AQ conferences for the CFP playoff. And so I question.
Will they be an AQ conference?
I think there's only 2. I really believe there are only 2 in the world. If we fast forward to 2028, do Do you really think that the Big 12 in its current landscape is an AQ conference?
Right now, no.
Right. And then is the ACC, now let's play devil's advocate.
If they have Clemson and Florida State, they are.
Yes, if they don't have those two teams.
Right.
Then what are we even talking about? It's everybody else there are the elites, the bourgeois class, and then there is everybody in the upper and lower middle class, and that's what we're starting to see. You just want to be a part of the upper middle class, and that's what this Pac-12 is going to be. The Big 12 is an upper middle class conference. It's not an elite power. Like when I saw CU talking about we're back, I'm like, well, where's Texas? Where's Oklahoma? Are you really back? Because it's not the same conference that you were a part of 20 years ago.
Hey, Illinois fans stormed the field when they beat Kansas, okay? There is such a thing as power in the Big 12, all right? Don't you worry about that. The Sandman, everybody, Mike Sanford. Coach, where can people see your face tonight if they so choose?
So I'm filming tonight for CBS Colorado Air on Saturday night, 10:30 after all of the shenanigans that are going to be taking place. The canvas chaos, as they call it, as you enter the fourth quarter. So it'll be at 10:30. But I will actually be on the post-game show with Romy Bean after the CSU game.
Okay, so, Coach, you have work to go and do that. Mike Sanford, everybody. Hearty round of applause for our guy. Coach, well done as always, man. Big day for the Boise State Broncos. Andy will take a break. When we come back, we didn't even talk about the Showdown. There's a Showdown this week, and there's some heat. There's some words. There's some trash talk going down. Apparently it's old trash talk, but it surfaced this week. We'll play that for you as the Rammies are calling their shot. That's next.
Nicolosi steps up into the end zone, in a crowd, no good! Picked off by Woods, and it's over! Buffaloes win it! Do you believe now? Coach Prime and the Buffaloes improved to 3-0.
Yeah, last year's Rocky Mountain Showdown in Boulder. All-time terrible coaching decision by Jay Norvell to kick the extra point at the end of the first overtime. Go for two. Have a chance to win the game on the road. You don't extend that thing when you're in Boulder. CU gets the job done, and the Buffs win the first Dion VJ Rocky Mountain Showdown. We get part 2, The Reckoning, coming up here Saturday night in Fort Collins. Andy will be there along with the fine folks at Learfield, Mark Johnson and Gary Barnett on the call. We talking MJ tomorrow, by the way? I hope we
We'll
are.
see. Been a little uppity this week. I don't know.
See if you'll let him on our show.
Yeah.
There you go. I like it. I respect
Maybe we need
that.
to go back to Barnett.
Guess got to step it up a little bit, okay? So they're going to play again this year.
And then not for 5.
And then not for a while. Last year.
Real quick, do they make it to that 5th one? That's another thing that's up in the air, right? By the time 2030 gets here, whenever the next scheduled meeting is.
Right.
We don't know. Conferences may be the only games you play.
Very well.
Because they're so big.
Right, exactly. We could get to that point. I mean, one of the wild things this year is like in the Mountain West schedule, and I just saw Nevada's coach, Jeff Choate, complaining about this. His team only has 7 conference games this year because they also have an 8th game added with, I can't remember if they play the Beavs or the Cougs this year. They have 7 conference games. 4 of them are on the road. And they have to play like all of the best teams in the conference. Like they got to play Boise and Fresno. Like they got a nightmare of a schedule that they're dealing with right now. Yeah, we could go to a place where suddenly non-conference football doesn't exist anymore. And we have to have non-conference football if we're ever going to have another Rocky Mountain Showdown, another CU-Nebraska game, another CSU-Wyoming game, another CSU-Air Force game. That's the only way that's going to exist.
I'm telling you, we.
By the way, one other sneaky thing to keep an eye on today. Watch out for Air Force going to the American. I could very well see that happening. Army and Navy are already in that conference. It would give them a little bit of westward expansion in that league. It would sound good to have a program at Air Force in the American Athletic Conference. Plus, it's a lot. It's Texas and Louisiana and Georgia and all those schools. It's sort of like their recruiting footprint, the sort of military belt down there anyway. Watch out for Air Force possibly going in that direction. Just something to kind of keep an eye on for yourselves right there. But yeah, we get another one coming up this week. And so far this week, I would say until today, the spice level was mild at best.
Okay.
On this year's Rocky Mountain Showdown. Dion and the Buffs have problems of their own, offensive line and fight song issues that they have been plagued with this week. Meanwhile, CSU, after a terrible showing against Texas, comes out and takes care of business as they need to against Northern Colorado. The biggest thing that everyone's worried about there is the health of their receiver, Torrey Horton. All right, but now we got a little bit of spice to this thing. Apparently, in a clip from the preseason, from over the summer, was this from Romy's show?
Romy got it.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure when they aired it. I think maybe they were saving it.
Uh-huh. Well,
we could get her on. We can figure out the story. But, yeah, I'm sure – I got to guess CSU maybe isn't completely psyched about the timing of this.
This is from preseason. This is the week
to
get it out there. Let's get it out there. Let's have it. Let's get a little bit of spice. This is wide receiver Torrey Horton. This is quarterback Braden Fowler Nicolosi talking over the summer about last year's game in Boulder. It's Torrey Horton first, then BFN. Roll it, Spring.
We owed them one, and that's just something that's been sitting on everybody, mind since we came back from break. We owe them, and we walked away from that game, as we kind of left it all on the field. I don't feel like we left it all on the field because we should have murdered them guys, and they came out with that attitude as they were on top of the world, and this ain't no Cinderella story, so we coming for revenge.
Yeah, they came out with that attitude and thought it was going to be a cakewalk. They saw the reports, 27.5 points or whatever it was, and they got a rude awakening real quick. And I think it goes to show that the hype, the media train, all that, it only gets you so far. At the end of the day, you have to line up 11 guys against our 11 guys, and we'll find out who wants it more, and we'll see how far Instagram followers gets them.
We all came here to play football, so at the end of the day, the millions of followers and fans that they then produced and got, and celebrities that then jumped on their side because of who Dion Sanders is, at the end of the day, Dion Sanders ain't playing. It's those players playing. So those players better back up on what they speak about.
Well, based on Dion's current level of mobility, I don't think he'd be too dangerous out on the field these days. But, that's some spicy stuff right there.
Again, a preseason clip, everybody should be reminded.
Yeah, this is not from this week.
This is from a month earlier or whatever.
Andy, I had this thought as I listened to both Torrey and Braden right there. Two players from Colorado State, the quarterback and the wide receiver. First off, they're not wrong. Yes, we do know that Colorado's social media following greatly outsizes their achievements on the field since Dion has been in Boulder, which is 5 wins so far. But also, they did win that game last year. Like, a lot of what was said right there, and yes, Colorado State played them tough. Yes, Colorado State should have won that game. In the end, you didn't close it out. That's some large talk from a team that lost in that game last year. I think that a lot of that stuff would have hit a lot harder had, you actually held on to an 8-point lead in the fourth quarter and won that game.
Yeah, I would agree. And again, what they have, the Buffs went from the 2 to tie the game.
Yep.
You had almost another little recreation of the drive, if you will, with not nearly the stakes, but you had the Buffs at the 2-yard line and didn't close it out.
Right.
Now, look, I like this. I think this week needed some of this.
Hell yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I feel like it's kind of funny. Both teams' fan bases, and again, I got friends on both sides. I don't think either just fan bases now. Just fan bases. Neither fan base right now seems terribly confident that they're going to beat the other. Both programs are in a weird spot. And I think even though CSU had a nice win against UNC, people are still, it feels like the CSU people I know are still remembering Texas from a couple weeks ago.
People are worried about that team right now.
And I do think, well, again, you got some guys beat up. That's what sucks about those big games. You can get guys beat up, okay? Playing some of those programs. But I think that they needed this. Now, I'll be curious to see how Colorado responds because it doesn't feel like right now Colorado's putting out as many videos or like the whole tenor of their digital footprint feels different than it did a year ago. Wouldn't you say? I don't feel like we're like, again, what are we talking about? We're talking about Dion Sanders and his press conferences.
Yeah.
We're not talking about the hype videos. We're not talking about the watch time thing. Like, I feel like ever since Nothing But Darts became something that everybody's memed, that their social media department's been a little bit quiet. Now, maybe I've just missed it. Somebody educate me if I have. But I don't feel like we're hearing the same stuff coming from their media department. And by media, I mean their YouTube channels and all that other stuff like we did a year ago.
Well, it's about time for it to get going. I mean, it blew up last year after what Norvell said on the coaches show about the hat and the sunglasses with our buddy Brian Roth.
But don't you think both coaches right now, I think both coaches are worried. I think both coaches know they need this game.
Let's hear from Jay Norvell. He went on Jim Rome. Let's check it out here. What did Jay Norvell say to Jim Rome about this upcoming Rocky Mountain Showdown? Let's hear that part of it.
You know, when you talk about the rivalry, look, you were really authentic about that, man. It is real, and there is no love lost, and there's bad blood. When you've got guys like that, when you've got players like that, do you want them to kind of detach and stay within themselves, or do you want them to lean into it and convert that into fuel? Because you can't pretend it's just another game, because it's not. What do you tell your guys?
No, it's not, and it's never been here in this state. You know, I don't know how many people are familiar with this rivalry, but it's been.
Jay, let me jump in on you. I never do this. Explain the rivalry for those who don't understand. This is a national audience. Explain the rivalry.
We play for a trophy. It's Centennial Cup. For many years, this game was played in Mile High Stadium, or in Boulder, and so they never really allowed the little stepbrother to have the game at home, and so we have the game at home. It was supposed to be played in our new stadium a couple years ago, and because of COVID, it was canceled. So there's been a lot of anticipation to show off our new stadium, to show off our campus nationally. And this is a national game. It's national TV. A lot of people saw us play last year. I mean, almost 10 million people watched the game last year. Double overtime game. It was a great game. And so it's an awesome opportunity for our campus and our kids. And, and then we're not going to play this game until 2029 again. So the rivalry disappears for years. And so it's a very unique opportunity for our program. And there's been a lot of bad blood over the years for whatever reason. And this year will be no exception. But let's not get it twisted. The game's going to get played on the field at 5:30, and nothing I say or nothing anybody else says or social media is going to change that. And we'll be waiting on them, and we'll be ready.
I love that answer from Norvell right there. He's absolutely right about it. Andy, you and I, going into that game last year, and last year was, it was 10 out of 10, the heat factor on this thing. By the time we got to kickoff, all the pregame shows were in town. CU was already 2-0 by then. They had beaten TCU. Hype train's out of control. And so, do we have game day or big noon kickoff? It felt like everything was going on in Boulder that day.
It was an ESPN crew, whoever that was.
This is a rivalry that in the 2000s, especially the early part of the 2000s, when Gary and Sonny were coaching this team and 75,000 people were packing Mile High, it was as good a rivalry game as there was in college football. And then it stunk for a really long time. And it stunk because the programs stunk. And now we're back in a place where, while we are talking about a 4 and a 5 win team from a year ago, there is a ton of eyes on it. There seems to be a genuine disdain between Dion and Jay Norvell, a genuine disdain between these two teams. Again, the CSU guys, I don't know, should you be patting yourself on the back for covering the spread? I wouldn't be doing that quite so much, but still, it's putting something into this game that I think it needed. I'm glad that we're back to this place, and I'm glad the game is going to be in Fort Collins. I think Jay Norvell's very right about that.
Yeah, now they get to play the game. By the way, 96 the last time. I don't even really remember that, but it's the last time they did play in Fort Collins, according to Google.
That was a 48-34 CU win. That was a top 5 CU team. That was a really good team.
Again, back when the thing was fun. Sonny Lubick was doing his thing as well.
Yeah.
That's what stinks. This thing's kind of getting to a place where it's fun because there is a coaches rivalry. And
now we'll just
maybe the last chapter.
Yeah, now we'll just hit the brakes on it and we won't play it again for another 5 years. Kreckman and Lindahl, we are live at Stoney's Thursday Night Football tonight. Bills, Dolphins, grab a dew and a brew as Thursday Night Football watch parties presented by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. So come watch the game tonight. Got some great prizes, some autographed Broncos memorabilia right here at Stoney's Bar and Grill. We'll take a break when we come back. Russell Wilson, not dead yet, apparently, as we learned today. What chance does he have of suiting up Sunday over there at Mile High? We'll tell you next.
Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk low T, guys. First off, low T's been a hot button word for quite a while. I'm sure you've heard plenty about it. Maybe you don't even know if you have it, but you've been curious. Here's some of the symptoms. Maybe one of these checks a box for you. Low T can show up as decrease in libido, putting on weight, less productivity at the gym, poor sleep, waking up feeling tired, falling asleep after dinner, brain fog, or even sadness or depression. If any of this stuff sounds like you think you may be dealing with it, and again, for me, my trigger sign for it was getting up after getting a pretty good night's sleep, or what it felt like was a pretty good night's sleep, big plans for the day, and after a couple, 3 hours, just wanting to take a nap, and it just kind of stunk, really. So that was my motivation. I'm sure you have yours. You can go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take a quiz if you want to further investigate this. The Low T quiz is on their website, and it's a simple 10-question quiz with yes and no answers. And it takes about 2 minutes. And then if you decide you want to investigate further, go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The first visit is real easy. They draw your blood. You'll have results within 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. He'll go over the results with you, and then you can make the decision as to what's next. The cost of that appointment is $99. Does include the T and PSA test. But if you sign up for testosterone the day of your visit, then that visit is free. Real easy to get a hold of these folks. All you have to do is give them a call, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, they just during we beat the Chiefs. They came up to me during the bye week, and beginning of the bye week on Monday or Tuesday, and they told me that if I didn't change my contract, my injury guarantee, that I'd be I'd be benched for the rest of the year.
And they eventually benched you for the rest of the year. Russell Wilson is now a Steeler. Andy, according to a report today out of Pittsburgh, Brooke Pryor of ESPN reporting, Russell Wilson is getting closer and closer to a return. Multiple closers.
Closer and closer.
Yes.
Not by Sunday, though, right? Or do they really just get all-time petty and roll them out there for a few? Is there like a Russ package?
I want to watch, by the way, a buddy cop dramedy called Closer and Closer, where Trevor Hoffman and Mariano Rivera have to go out and solve crimes.
Aren't they a little older, though?
Well, yeah.
What are they doing? Are they going Matlock back in the day?
You can't go modern closers.
No, hold on. Are they murder?
There's like barely any good modern closers anymore. They're all part of bullpen committees.
Are they
these
murder
days.
she wrote age where you're just kind of tooling around and solving crimes?
Couple of retired ball players.
Nobody's guessing because of your age that you're going to be onto them, but you are. I gotcha.
Here's Dennis Eckersley guesting for an episode.
Yeah.
Mitch Williams shows up.
We'll go find Goose Gossage. He'll get in for one. Aha!
Hey, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Remember some closers. 303-504.
Wasn't Kira Sedgwick
0925. Kira Sedgwick.
Wasn't she the closer?
I think she was.
You know, I remember that. That's the power of football. That's the only reason why I know.
Was that a commercial?
I
during
have
a
not
Broncos
laid
game?
eyes on that show ever in my life, but the promo ran enough during football. I knew she was on it.
Bobby Thigpen, remember some closers.
I can't remember the name of our closer, but I know Kira Sedgwick was in a show called The Closer.
Barely remember the name of your co-host.
Yeah,
Yet
called you my son. At
you
one
dropped
point.
Akira
Hey,
Sedgwick
By the way, how
today.
many times did Mike call you me, as if I was talking?
Yeah, what was going on with that? Was there something
We're gonna have to
confusing
give him a hard time about that.
with
He
the
said
with
Andy
the
about 3
Zoom
times.
setup
Yeah.
in the station? What was going on there?
He wasn't looking at the thing. He's just
Just
probably
yakking,
looking at that TV.
just yakking away.
Anyway, Russ.
Let's hear from Russ. He's getting closer and closer. Not, again, our new favorite CBS buddy cop dramedy, Closer and Closer. But let's dive into it a little bit here. Spring, what did Russell Wilson have to say today? Let's start with this one. Russell Wilson returning to Denver. If it's frustrating that he can't play in the game, let's hear it, Russ.
Yeah, I think every game matters. Every game counts. Every game you want to be able to play in, and so I'm just trying to get ready to go and rock and roll. And obviously, I think it's a big game for us because it's the next game.
Every game matters, Andy.
And it's a big game because it's the next game.
Russ, on if he can provide the Steelers with any insight on how the Broncos play. Let's have it.
Are guys picking your brains about this specific team? Can you offer some insight?
Yeah, I got
Even
some,
if you can't play?
Yeah, I got some insight for sure.
He can tell you what the back
That
of his
was it?
He can tell you what the back of his offensive linemen's heads look like. Yeah,
Hold on real quick. That was the whole answer?
I got insight. Russ has insight. This one's here we go, Andy. Are you ready for this one? Are you locked in? Do you got your seatbelt on? Here we go. I think Russ is going to drop some names.
Oh, I got a spoiler on this one. Yes, he is.
Russ, on what it will be like to go back to Denver. Go, Spring.
I have a lot of amazing friends from there. I think about guys like Cortland Sutton, Jaleel McLaughlin. I think about guys like, obviously Garrett Bowles, a guy like Ray Jackson, guys like Javonte Williams, different people that I've played with that I really respect. There's so many guys, Dolchich, and just so many other guys along the way, Quinn Miners, DJ Jones, I just, there's a lot more, but I just think that for me, it's always about relationships. I think I've been able to build some cool relationships with those guys and people. But most importantly, we got to strap on the black and gold and go win. And I think that's our mentality. And we'll be ready to go. I know they'll be ready to go too. And it'll be a great atmosphere. it's a tremendous atmosphere, and I'm looking forward to just going there and just playing a good game.
All right. Real quickly for you.
Yeah.
Because I was hoping we'd play this at some point.
Oh, you knew we were.
I knew we would. Russ seemed shocked and hurt when he got booed in Seattle, right? Remember
sure did.
that?
Yeah.
If he happens, let's just assume he's not playing because I still am. If he happens to make his way onto the – first off, do they show him on the scoreboard? Because Peyton Manning wouldn't have been down with that. But Sean Payton might like some feistiness out of the crowd.
Sure.
If he gets booed, which I assume he would, if shown on the scoreboard, he can't be shocked by that this time, right?
The owners are paying him, as we covered yesterday, $2.3 million.
Right.
To stand on the sideline for the Pittsburgh Steelers. You might as well get some entertainment for your $2.3 million,
right?
right?
I'm with you. But, sometimes old school guys get a little weird. I remember, we all still remember Peyton Manning get all flustered about them showing Phillip Rivers. But I'm asking you, he knows if for some reason he enters into the equation, he's getting booed, right?
Oh, yeah.
And he should expect and know,
oh, yeah.
right?
Oh, yeah. No, this is Bo Nix's world that he's now stepping into. Also, shouting out, amongst others, Garrett Bowles, Javonte Williams, Quinn Miners, DJ Jones. Who else am I missing in there? But he gave some love to VP of Player Development Ray Jackson.
Dulcich got a name, and not a Greg Dulcich,
Dulcich.
but a Dulcich.
Yeah, we got a Dulcich in there.
And Cabana.
Was Ray Jackson the one that helped him decorate his office?
Do you want a serious answer?
I do.
I can give you a serious answer. I think there's a faith connection.
Ah.
I think that's why.
Okay.
But no, otherwise I don't. Maybe
did Ray Jackson stop by the office?
Maybe he helped him
occasionally
find said 12-bathroom home.
Could have been.
Maybe he was familiar with Denver real estate.
There you go. Garrett Bowles was the first to get shouted out. Did he say Cortland Sutton?
He did. I thought Cortland was first.
He did get Cortland. Okay.
Cortland, then Garrett.
Okay. Cortland, then Garrett. All right. Okay.
Then Eli. God dang. Again, I know Kira Sedgwick, but I can't quit saying Eli McLaughlin.
Jaleel McLaughlin.
Jaleel McLaughlin.
All right. And Dulcich. He was in there as well.
Dulcich got mixed in after, DJ Jones, Ray Jackson got mentioned. Who else? You got Javonte in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eric Gagne, closer.
Oh, we got some great closers.
Mark Melanson.
Yeah, Melanson, local dude.
Local guy.
I had him on my show. Daniel Schlereth was filling in with me at the old place one time, and they were buddies because they played together in Detroit or something. I can't remember, whatever city it was. He's a fisherman, and you can't pry an answer out of that guy. I even was to the point where I was
reel him in?
Yeah, I was I'm going to shut up and just let Daniel talk to him, and he wouldn't even talk to Daniel hardly.
Eric Gagne, former Dodgers closer, sweet pair of goggles.
Is there a test?
May have been a Mitchell Report All-Star.
Is there a test to get on the show?
Rod Beck.
Rod Beck's a great.
Former Giants and Cubs closer Rod Beck.
Who would be the Rockies closer to be entered into the casting list?
It's got to be Brian Fuentes, right?
What about Darren Holmes? You don't like Darren Gopher Ball Holmes?
I would have given it to. Fuentes he made a few All-Star teams.
Oh, what about our guy with the weird delivery? The old Indian that used to he'd settle 9 times.
Greg Holland?
No.
Jose Mesa?
Betancourt?
No. Betancourt, Raphael Betancourt, with the weird twitch. Remember when would twitch 5 times before he'd finally stink and throw the pitch? It'd be like a 25-2 game. And you're just throw the damn pee. Come on, get the game over with. I've touched your knee 4 times. You're angry.
Ryan Steele dropped a Rob Nen on us right there.
Ooh,
Rob Nen, who I'm pretty sure
yeah.
balked on every single delivery of his major league career. Remember some closers today because right now Andy and I were storyboarding. We're putting into development a new primetime CBS. This feels like a Sunday night at 8 o'clock. They'll have a commercial for it during 60 Minutes.
What about
Closer and Closer?
Yeah.
Closer and Closer as Russell Wilson gets closer and closer. Curtis Liskanek. Houston Street. Dropping that name on us right there.
Steve Reed.
There you go. Old Rockies closers of yore. Crackman and Lindahl, we got the 5 biggest stories from the day or from around the NFL. Best 5 o'clock hour in the biz is next. Time for the best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. We started by going directly out to Pittsburgh. We welcome into the program old number 73. He is now the Steelers radio color analyst. Had that job for quite some time, but he was a Steelers O lineman from 1980 to 1989. Finished up the career with the Minnesota Vikings. Pleased to be joined to talk some Pittsburgh Steelers with Craig Wolfley. Craig, how are Yins doing? Did I use that correctly?
You did indeed, my friend. You're already half a Yinzer. All you got to do is say guys and finish it off with a Z instead of an S.
All right. I'll clean that up for next time. That's good coaching points, though, Craig. I appreciate that. Craig, let's start here. What did you guys learn about your Steelers team in Week 1 against the Atlanta Falcons, against the statue formerly known as Kirk Cousins?
Well, I think what we've learned is the fact that we've got pretty good defense, and it's led by a pretty darn good alien-type critter named T.J. Watt. The guy is just – I don't know. I don't know what planet he comes from, but he is a Jedi edge rusher extraordinaire. I love watching him work. Seems to have a football IQ like he's been in the huddle with the team, the opponents that he's playing. He just seems to come up with big plays and big moments, and it does so with some help from some other great people along that line. Cam Hayward coming back for his 14th year. You know, we refer to him as the Lion King. That's the guy that really everybody circulates around. He is really the leader of that defense, although T.J. Watt, you'd have to say, is indeed the de facto leader in many sense of it. But certainly there's a lot going on, and we think our corners have been picked up when we got Dante Jackson. Of course, you got Joey Porter Jr., and then the addition of Deshaun Elliott in the back end has really helped with Minka. So I think it's exciting. There's a lot defensively going. Offensively, we still don't know because we've not seen Russ Wilson be able to do the things that he's capable of doing. So we saw Justin Fields go out there and have a pretty darn good Justin Fields day. Really enjoyed watching the young man work. So that offensive line plus Justin and so forth, I thought worked out real well.
Craig, I got to know, do you watch tape? Do you have the NFL whatever plus package so you can watch the all 22? Have you seen full video of the Broncos yet?
Oh, yeah. As I sit here right now, I'm looking and staring at the end zone view of the Broncos-Seattle. Yeah.
Our guy's prepping, man.
Yeah, well, and I figured. I don't mean to insult you, but, you don't want to assume anything, right? But I am curious then, what's your read on Bo Nix? I mean, the arm – it's been hotly debated, as you can imagine, in any football town. The arm was kind of questioned coming out of college. It looked like they had a great plan for that all throughout the preseason, but we learned yet again preseason's not the regular season, and they had their struggles. What was your assessment of Bo Nix, and what can they do against a hard-rushing Steeler defense to try to have more success than last week?
Well, I think you've got to let the young man play, and they got to unleash him a little bit. Look, he's got wheels. He can move. He's got to use that to his advantage. His choice selection and throw chart, those are things that he's got to work out and find out where he can go best. Cortland, I don't know how you can go 4 of 14 on 14 targets and only complete 4 to Cortland Sutton. That's amazing. That's got to be something that was disappointing to him. You look at the offensive line, they're capable, they can move. But the young man, it's really too early. You got to see and let these guys develop a little bit. I think we're far too quick in the NFL to trash guys that maybe they're not doing as well early on as you might think. And I don't mean trash, but I mean, you kind of like play them down a little bit, and then I don't think that we give them enough time to develop. You listen to Tom Brady talk about the fact that, young guys coming in, because right now quarterbacks in the NFL, you got to be equal to, you got to have a jet fighter type of mentality. I mean, you're a pilot in a jet, in a jet fighter. I mean, you got to have that sort of being able to see things coming at you from all directions and everything and control a lot of things. So I think, it's way too early to see. He's got, the ability to run, like I said. He can throw the ball. We'll see what happens. But I'm looking forward to, let's just say, us testing his mettle this weekend.
So, Craig, you're an old offensive lineman, and Sean Payton admitted it after the game. They threw way too much, but some of those were those outside, almost long handoffs. Yeah. At what point, like Gary Kubiak, I was with the Broncos on the broadcast crew during the 2015 run, and what I always admired about Gary Kubiak was He ran early no matter how it was going, and it paid dividends at the end of the game when you tired him out. I think they did a little of that in that, if you remember that divisional round game against Pittsburgh when you guys came here to play, later on that year. As an old offensive lineman, when do you finally say the run isn't working, we have to abandon it? Or is it just something you got to stay with?
It's something you got to stay with. If you take a look at our Atlanta game, we came out and we didn't have the greatest success running, but it was a bludgeoning type thing. Look, one of the greatest lessons I ever learned was from my grandfather at a construction company. He used to put me to work breaking up block and breaking up stones and bricks, right? He gave me a sledgehammer. Keep swinging the hammer, boy. Gramp, there's nothing happening. Don't worry about it, boy. Keep swinging the hammer. 20 minutes later, the rock breaks. And it's just a lesson that I learned early on. And I believe, like, you look at the Atlanta film, fourth quarter, 11 minutes and 7 seconds, the Steelers went on a drive. Look, we didn't score a touchdown all day, but 6 field goals, and we kept the ball away. I mean, you're talking about 11 minutes and 7 seconds of the fourth quarter that Atlanta couldn't even attempt a first down because they can't get the ball. So that sort of running attack that catches up in the fourth quarter, it's a bludgeoning hard thing. I mean, Arthur Smith he's like a double chin strap, 2-fisted, about as subtle as a frying pan to the forehead type of guy. He comes after you with 13 personnel, comes at you with 22 personnel. And it wears on you, and you can see it in the defense. In the fourth quarter, you can see the Atlanta guys being slow to get to their feet. You can see the guys arguing in the huddle. I used to love that as an offensive lineman. Those are the things you live for as an offensive lineman. You don't get to score touchdowns. You don't get to catch passes, anything like that. But when you can wear down a defense, that's a personal badge of honor for an offensive lineman. And when you can do that, it makes everything just absolutely toasty, shall we say.
Yeah, we're talking old Steelers left guard Craig Wolfley. It's a warm, toasty voice that he's bringing to our radio show right now. But we're previewing Broncos-Steelers coming up here on Sunday. Craig, Justin Fields, we saw him in Week 1. Conservative, did not turn the football over, kept the offense on schedule. Generally, they kick 6 field goals, and they get a win on the road. Going forward here, and it sure looks like it's going to be Fields again at quarterback this week. What's the to-do list for Mike Tomlin and his staff with Justin Fields?
Well, I think, number one, if he's going to play, and we'll see, because last week he only had 1 day of working with the ones. So hopefully he's going to have all the reps if he's indeed going to start, and he'll work with the ones. Second of all, he's got to be able to throw down the middle. If you look at his throw chart, from numbers to numbers, he as far as you can see on the horizon, he didn't attempt 1 pass in between the numbers. Everything was outside the 1/3 of the field, which is fine. That's good because they led the league in rollouts this past week. I mean, one thing about Justin Fields, that dude can run, and he can run and run. I mean, he is in great shape, and he throws pretty well on the move. Even though the first couple he was a little bit, I think, a little too excited at the beginning, had to settle down. But once he did, he was very accurate, over 70% completion rate, did a good job of manifesting the offense as it was presented to him and kept the ball out of harm's way. I think they're going to have to, take some of the quote-unquote training wheels off in the sense of being able to throw down the middle. But they ran with a great amount of play action. They had more play action than they had all last year by tons. More under center snaps. I love these. These are power-oriented offensive steps that I think they use with Justin very well. I look for more of that. They really, I think the running game has a chance to really come alive here. Although I'll say this, when you look at maybe 90-degree weather at Mile High, that air gets real thin there. I remember my first trip when Chuck Knoll told us, don't worry about the Mile High, that it wouldn't affect you if you're in town under 24 hours or 36 hours, something like that. I came out for warm-ups, and I turned around after warm-ups, I turned around to our strength coach, and I go, Chuck lied. I can't breathe.
Craig, you'll love it. We had a Nebraska basketball coach once claim because we were indoors, the altitude wouldn't get to him. But that's why that ends for knowledge there, Craig. Hey, Craig, real quickly, why do the Steeler fans travel so well?
Well, you really got to go back to the 70s when the steel industry began to unravel. When that happened, a lot of the kids left town because there were no jobs in the 70s. And they took their love of the Steelers with them, though, and they spread out across the country. I mean, I can tell you, I met an iron worker from the 70s. I remember this gentleman. He was fantastic. He came up and he shook my hand. He goes, "Son, you don't understand." He said, "I didn't know in the 70s if I was going to be able to put food on the table the coming week." He says, "But I knew I had one thing. I had Sunday and the Steelers, and I didn't have to worry about anything." And that sort of bonding with the steel industry, with the steel town, with all those Super Bowls and everything, and then the steel industry going downhill and all the kids leaving town, well, that's what spread out across the country. And the fact that the Steelers nation travels well, irregardless of, where it is. So that's my twofold answer.
And you guys always show out. And speaking of that, Craig, December 30th, 1984, you guys are 4.5-point underdogs on the road at Mile High in the playoffs. You come in and you get a win over Denver. Elway throws 2 touchdowns, but a couple interceptions that day. Craig, what do you remember about getting a playoff win here in Denver in '84, going up against the likes of Barney Chavis and Reuben Carter and Rulon Jones?
Oh, and not to mention Carl Mecklenburg and some of the other guys that you had there, too. Look, I remember it so well because the night before the game, me and a couple other offensive linemen went out to dinner at a local restaurant or something. I guess the people must have figured out that the 4 or 5 fat guys that came in together were football players. So as we're sitting there having, copious amounts of food being delivered to our table, you could hear a conversation from different tables, and they were saying it just loud enough, I think, that it could tickle the eardrums. You're hearing things like, why are we even bothering having to play the Steelers? We should just go right to Miami and be able to have at it with Danny Marino in the AFC Championship. And that just kind of frosted everybody a little bit. You just heard that was awfully cocky. And I think it was just, it gave a little clue as to what's going to happen the next day. But the hilarious part to me was the pregame speech by Chuck Noll. Chuck always gave pregame speeches of maybe 30 seconds, 45 seconds. Well, he went on about a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes, about whoever had the least amount of turnovers was going to win the game. So after our first 2 series, when we fumbled the ball away, the first 2 series, we're walking off the field, and the legendary late, great Mike Webster turned to me. He goes, "All right, anybody got plan C? We're down to plan C."
Man, well, Frank Pollard runs for 99 that day, scores a couple of touchdowns, so you guys got the job done.
Was that Bubby Brister? Who was the quarterback?
That was Mark
Brister
Malone.
Later. Oh, my God. Brister beat him, too, one time. I hated Bubby Brister for that, Craig. I hated him.
Well, did you hate him when he came and backed up?
No, hey, you know how it is.
No.
Now you're part of the family. now you're in the right neighborhood with the right car, Craig.
No, the key is when Bubby got a little tired and that Cajun got a little too loose, you couldn't hardly understand when he got too excited what he was saying. That's why we had Merrill Hodge to be able to translate for him.
Greg Wolfley, everybody. Big number 73, longtime Steelers O-lineman. He'll be on the call coming up Sunday over there at Empower Field at Mile High, the Broncos and the Steelers home opener for Denver. Greg Wolfley, that was fun, man. We really appreciate it. Have a good trip to Denver. We'll see you Sunday.
Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate you. Yep.
All right. Craig Wolfley with us right there on the show. I wrote this down here. TJ Watt, I don't know how you block that guy. He's an alien-type critter.
Yeah, I meant to get clarity, and then he was telling some great stories. What is an alien-type critter?
He also said he's a Jedi.
Well, see, that's just it then. Is TJ Watt some weird star? Like, is he one of those flute players what was a clarinet player in the old tavern?
See, I was thinking of the alien from Alien kind of ripping around in there, but then he dropped Jedi as well.
Don't you remember in Spaceballs that alien started dancing? little hat.
Craig Wolfley, that was fun. I liked him.
I love the old school guys.
That was a good time.
How about the old sledgehammer, though?
Grandpa told me just to break rock.
Is he not? First off, so perfect for a Steelers offensive lineman
sledgehammering
for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I'll give you 2, and then I'm out. No, but, I mean, I wish Sean Payton would talk to him.
Right.
I get why Sean Payton gets frustrated. You've been known for a great passing game. But, dude, you got to – he says it. You got to coach the team you have. The team you have right now at this point in the second week of September is not ready to go 42 passes, and you've got to accept that.
Andy, I think it was the day you were out sick, and we were talking about the Sean Payton stat of he never wins fewer than 7 games in a season.
Right.
And when you go back and you look at those years, which was 07, 14, 15, and 16 in New Orleans, Drew Brees was amazing every one of those years. Amazing. They had terrible defenses, but they had MVP, all-pro level quarterback play. In fact, one of those years, Drew Brees won Offensive Player of the Year in the NFL with the numbers that he was putting up. He was throwing for over 4,500, 4,800, 5,000 yards in those seasons. Sean Payton, the only thing he knows with a lesser talented team is I've got to somehow throw my way to victory. And that thing needs to get drilled into his head is that, number one, you won't win that way with a rookie quarterback, but also, number two, you won't do your rookie quarterback any favors at all by dropping him back 42 times a game. That doesn't help anything, and it just makes life too damn easy for a defense. Everything that you talked about, the swing passes out into the flat, the quick outs that Bo was throwing, the screen passes. It's all on film now.
Yeah.
If there was any question as to, like, oh, man, is Sean going to operate things any differently with his rookie quarterback, the answer is now no. Now, we talked about it yesterday. Were there opportunities for Bo to throw the ball vertically more? Yes, there were. And I hope that they're hammering that into his head this week in film sessions. But the biggest thing is that he can't throw the ball more than 25 times in this game.
And what did Craig say in his film breakdown? He said point blank, yeah, he looks like a rookie. Give him time to develop, but we can't wait to mess with him.
Exactly. Yeah, T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward, licking their chops getting ready for this one. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. The Pac-12 back from the dead, or is it? We'll talk about that. Plus, Bronco injury report. How much is this going to hurt them going up against the Steelers? Live at Stoney's Thursday Night Football, brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew. Come down to Stoney's, 11th and Lincoln. Have a dew and a brew on us on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, get a Dew and a Brew, a Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey and a cold beer right here at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln. Come watch Thursday Night Football tonight, Buffalo at Miami. Dolphins 2.5-point favorites. Andy Lindahl will be hanging out with you this evening, plus great giveaways, including a Javonte Williams helmet, autographed helmet that being, and a Randy Gradishar autographed mini helmet, courtesy of our friends at Bill Sports Collectibles. Got a tweet here from Chris Thomason of the Gazette. Andy, Garrett Bowles said he feels good. Expectation is he will play Sunday. He said, quote, I'm beyond grateful that I have a healthy body, healthy mind, and that I can just continue to play the game that I love, close quote. Cool. Go play. They're going to need you badly because that Steelers pass rush is no joke.
Yeah, again, I didn't notice the injury, so I don't know. Like, that was one of those things where all of a sudden we're hearing, oh, they're wandering around. You know, he's limping around on the sideline or whatever it was.
Next thing we knew, Matt Peart was in the game.
Yeah. So he's got to be 100%, I hope. Although I don't know. Gosh, the backup. This is where you're going to miss Quinn Bailey, right? For sure.
Yep.
If Bowlesy can't go, you're going to miss some Quinn Bailey right there.
Not a thing we thought we'd be saying by week 2, but here we are.
Yeah, this just is not the line for this stuff to be going on. Now, at least Wattenberg, you can help the guards. You can help with the guards or whatever it's going to be. Although Cam Hayward's, I don't care if it's 14th season or not.
Beast.
You don't want to be messing with Cam Hayward.
Yeah, he's healthy this year, too. I mean, he wasn't even healthy last year.
I just hope Bowlesy is good.
Yes. We hope that's going to be the case so that he'll be able to go. Meanwhile, other injury situations, Devon Vele did not practice. Again, he caught all 4 balls that were thrown his way on 4 targets. Craig Wolfley mentioned the game of Cortland Sutton. He did not have a good game. 4 catches on 12 targets. Now,
it's a mixture of both guys.
Some of those targets were not good.
Yeah,
okay?
Don't throw behind him.
Don't
but
throw
make a play for your quarterback.
Low and outside into double coverage when he's, standing in the end zone. We'd prefer it if you didn't do that, but also you got to make some tough catches out there. There's just not going to be nearly enough opportunities this year. The plays, even the difficult ones, when they're there and they're available to you, you have to be able to play. We didn't see that in week 1 out of the Broncos. Plays were not made.
See, as we talk about themes that continue to repeat themselves, this is another one that's just too common. Bo's got to be better with the placement of the pass.
Yep.
Hit a guy on the front shoulder. Put the ball out in front of him. Let him catch it and keep running. But he's not always going to do that. So every now and again.
Especially at this stage of his
career. Cortland did it for Russ a couple times last year. You just got to make a couple plays you're not supposed to make.
He made insane catches
last year. It's for everybody. Everybody's got to kind of get, grab the rope and pull, if you will. You know what? What's frustrating, I don't know where I'm going to settle on this thing tomorrow. I don't like a Broncos-Steelers matchup ever. I just think the history between these two teams, it just feels like the Steelers outside of the Manning era always had the Broncos number. But, man, with Justin Fields running this offense, and I get it, they'll run the ball, but they weren't running crazy. Now, Wolfley talked about the long drive in the fourth quarter, sure.
Yeah.
But you know what? Again, if the Broncos offense can stay on the field, something the Atlanta offense had a hard time doing, maybe you won't be worn out by the time you get to the fourth quarter. Try to help them do that.
Something that I saw, by the way, that is kind of fascinating to me is you talk about, the amount of rushing yards. We also talked earlier in the week about the lack of passing yards this week in the NFL. I believe there were only 300-yard passers in the NFL in week 1. If you kind of go inside the numbers, here's a wild thing. Plays per team were down to the point of last season in the NFL, the average NFL team per game would have 64 offensive plays. In week 1, it was 60. Now you hear that and you're like, oh, maybe it's not all that much. Kind of is, actually. That's like a whole series there that you're taking away per each team. One of the things that I'm wondering about is the new kickoff and improved field position for everybody. Are they ultimately going to go back and be like, wait a minute, we actually like it more when drives are starting back near the 20-yard line. There's more green grass in front of everybody, more opportunities for some big plays, more opportunities for some big numbers. I mean, right now, fewer plays to get there and just in general, fewer opportunities. It's a 1-week sample size, Andy, so who knows? Maybe it blows up here in week 2 and maybe week 1 ends up as some weird outlier. But, I mean, one of the downfalls of this kickoff thing is that offenses just won't have the ball for as long. They won't have as far to go, and thus your playmakers, your fantasy football stars that everybody loves about the game, have fewer opportunities to go out and do things.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but as a guy that's had to watch the Broncos start inside the 15 way too often and barely get a first down, I don't know if I'm so mad about that. You know what part of it I think
having the
plays
Seahawks
into that?
start deep in their own territory worked out, though.
Right. But you know what I think also played into that, Nate? I do think there's something to the dynamic kickoff, and you're not kidding. 5 more yards, maybe take some plays away, and then it'll hurt fantasy football, and there'll be a domino effect or whatever.
Right.
But I also think it just shows you the offenses are not flowing because they don't do anything in the preseason with them anymore.
I mean,
so they're not picking up first downs.
When week 1 is essentially an extension of the preseason.
For some, it's literally their first action.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers, Joe Burrow. How many guys saw no plays? I think Joe Burrow got a series or something. But so many teams just discard this is why I asked you yesterday, what are you going to do? Because not only is it not leading to great offensive football, it's also everybody's now hurt. You see the Bears, both Bears receivers, Keenan Allen and Rome Odunze.
Yep.
They're the Sunday night game, and they're already not sure if those two guys are going to play.
Already banged up. Happened that quickly. NFL.com, quarterback rankings after week 1. At 32, Daniel Jones.
He earned it.
At 31, Bryce Young.
Those two are really having – you want to talk about a fight.
At 30, Bo Nix. I got to put Deshaun Watson below Bo Nix. I do. Guess what? Deshaun Watson, $230 million guaranteed. Average 3.8 yards per attempt. I know Nix was 3.3, that Watson was actually better. But come on. Come on. For at least what you're paying for, that should have to factor into it a little bit.
Hey.
I'd rather have Bo Nix than Deshaun Watson.
Bo Nix, at least you can say he's a rookie. He's never played. Deshaun Watson's been playing.
Yeah. Yeah, he used to be good. There was a time we really wanted him to be on the Broncos.
You and I wanted him to trade
we
for
were
him,
banging
and
that drum.
I was like, who's this Tony Busby guy? It turns out he's a guy.
We didn't actually know what he was up to all that time.
He's handling this latest lawsuit. Are you surprised?
No, I'm not in the least.
Busby's going to try to soak Watson for every dime he can.
Yeah.
From now till the end of time.
So the Pac-12 is back from the dead, Andy. The Pac-6, the six-pack.
Are we sure? Yes, it is.
By the way,
there will be a Pac something.
Really quickly, okay? And I hate leaning into this because I don't have a dog in this hunt. I didn't go to CU. I didn't go to CSU. But Jay Norvell said it himself in that clip with Jim Rome that we played earlier. He referred to CSU as the little stepbrother. When you're joining or where you're taking the slot that Colorado used to have in the Pac-12 after they already moved on for greener pastures, and you were fighting like hell to get to a better league for years and years, and now you jump into one that as of right now doesn't even technically have enough teams to be recognized by the college football playoff. I mean, you're just taking a hand-me-down shirt. That's as little brother as it gets right there, man. Joining the Pac-12?
Yeah, but I read some in The Athletic that did say this is about a playoff berth. At the end of the day, that's what they're trying to get.
For Oregon State and
berth,
Wazoo.
Right?
CSU can get in the playoff right now. Win the Mountain West, you'll get in the playoff.
All right, then. Look, I don't know what to tell you. I got CU ties, so anything I say is going to upset CSU people, and I'm not out here to do that. I guess what I keep trying to point out is –
You're not wearing a tie today. You're fine.
What I keep trying to point out, though, is that everybody can – good, everyone's moving on up.
Yeah.
Again, there's 2 really nice neighborhoods. And if you don't live in one of those, I don't know that your future is secure beyond 3 years.
Fight for whatever scraps you can get. right? You fight for the scraps that you can get, and that's what the Pac-12 teams are doing, just like the Mountain West teams are doing. It's what everybody outside of the Big Ten and the SEC is doing.
All right, I got something I want to get into with you. We've never really talked this in full. It's not a new concept, but is its time coming in college football?
That being? Oh, that's a tease. I see what he's doing right there.
We got to get one thing right today after the meeting. So we'll talk about it after the break on Altitude.
Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends at Underdog Fantasy. Week 2 begins tonight, Thursday Night Football. Get to UnderdogFantasy.com and build your pick'em roster for tonight. You can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on your favorite players' stats, touchdowns, passing yards, and more. Tonight, couple of Josh Allen stats, projections that I'm taking a look at over at Underdog. I like Josh Allen lower than 33.5 passing attempts in this game tonight. I like Josh Allen higher than 35.5 rushing yards because my dude's got to go out there and slam some heads. UnderdogFantasy.com. Put your pick'em lineup together for tonight. It's real simple. You just look at your favorite player's stats and you pick higher or lower. Go to Underdog, simple to use mobile app, or UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code Kreckman, and Underdog will give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry. Plus, up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Kreckman, Kreckman. Claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. Underdog Fantasy. Must be 18 and up, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or ncpgambling.org. Yeah, watch Thursday Night Football tonight right here at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln, right in the heart of beautiful Denver, Colorado. Bills-Dolphins Thursday Night Football. It's all brought to you by your friends at Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Grab a Dew and a brew. Win some cool prizes. We have an autographed Javonte Williams helmet. We have an autographed Randy Gradishar helmet. We'll be giving those away at halftime tonight, all provided by our friends at Bill's Sports Collectibles. So come watch the game tonight at Stoney's. This is Denver's best sports bar for watching games, by the way. They got the big screen set up. Beautiful, great high top tables. The food is fantastic. Have a Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey and a cold beer. Yes, Andy, you teased.
All right. Now I already forgot what I teased. Okay. Sorry about that. Just trying to ask why my cough won't leave my body.
It's trying to leave your body.
I'm going to cough my brain out at some point is what this feels like. Okay, so we keep getting this text. And, again, it's not a new thought. But I wonder if we don't move towards this. Now, I do see some pitfalls with it. But the relegation system, could it realistically jump into college football? Because, look, you and I keep talking about it. The Big Ten and the SEC, those are the big dogs. They're not getting touched. They've got huge TV contracts. So it does not appear that they are going anywhere.
Nope.
Anywhere. Got to tell you, on my way down here, I didn't realize this. I heard them on PhD looking into it. $300 million a year if you're in the SEC. $300 million a year. So could we get to a point where, again, whether it's the Pac-12, whatever, we'll just call it Pac-10 for whatever. Pac-12 is what it's going over.
Yeah.
ACC, Big 12, whatever those conferences are, could we see a point where they, and again, it's the SEC and Big 10 continue to kind of choose to pull a team up, let a team go down. Our team's going to want to do this based on NIL money because I think what's hard about relegation is part of the reason why whether you can compete or not is can you afford the players? Can you hang with a $24 million Ohio State roster? Maybe not big pickings in the NFL. That's a lot of money, it feels like, in college football.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the choices these schools are going to have to make. Could you see relegation be a real thing in the next 5 to 10 years?
Short answer, no. But we have more time to fill than that. So I'll say this.
Why no? No's fine. Why don't you think no? Is it again about the NILs and the TV money and all that?
If you're in the club, you're not
giving up the
You're
paycheck.
not agreeing to go out of the club. You're not trying to welcome anybody else in.
The
relegation system is a great idea, and I think it's fun, and it will never come to American sports. It just won't. It flat out that is something that they do over there, and that's great that works for them, and that is a part of their history and their tradition. We'll never have it here.
So let me ask you this, because and I agree with you, because money is what funds all these things. And if you're getting, even for I think CU's getting like a $50-some million chunk, doubling what they had in the Pac-12, which is why they jumped.
Yeah. They didn't have a TV deal.
They didn't have a TV deal. Will it ever, though, will schools ever get so prideful, at least in the lower, again, if you're in the SEC or Big Ten, you're gonna have to drag me out the door and evict me, right?
Yeah.
But if you're not, will it ever be about where we can compete again? Will it ever become back to results? Because there's going to be a lot of schools in those two mega conferences that are getting their heads. You are basically here to get your head kicked in by Ohio State to bolster, or Michigan, to bolster their resume so they can get to the playoff.
What does bolster mean?
Well, I mean build up.
What does bolstered mean?
Illinois doesn't have those problems, by the way, Andy.
I didn't want to hint it.
We
but
you
do. You notice I didn't mention Illinois.
That's your 2-0 Fighting Illini, by the way. But Andy,
will schools care about the winning ever again if you're not in the $300 million a year conference?
That's the funny thing about all of this, right? As we sit here today, Colorado State going along in this deal. Boise has a great football tradition and a great football reputation and a bunch of conference championships. Fresno State, bunch of conference championships. San Diego State, what Rocky Long did there basically up until a couple of years ago, San Diego State was ripping off 8, 9, 10 wins every single year. Great program, and they got the Southern California thing and a great recruiting base. CSU hasn't been to a bowl game since 2017.
Crazy.
Like, at some point, the football's got to be able to get to that spot. There has to be actual winning football out on the field at Colorado State. I know academically, I get why they were attractive. I get why they match up with an Oregon State and a Washington State. By the way, every school in the Pac-6 has state in their name. Did you realize that?
There it is.
There's a little bit of symmetry going on for you right there. It's a lot of states that are going into that league. But, I mean, Colorado State is the one. Beautiful campus, beautiful stadium, connection to the Denver market, kind of. And I get why that was attractive. The Fort Collins area has grown an awful lot, so I get all of that. But, like, you got to be good at football again, right? Like, you have to add something on the football. And this is all about football. Nico and the basketball program have done a lot of winning. This football program's got to get back to a better place right now. And one of the things that I really worry about with this move, how are they going to pay for it in the next couple of years? Just in the next couple of years. Like, this is going to cost, the institution, and I know the Pac-12 has set aside $65 million, according to John Canzano, who's reporting on this, set aside $65 million to pay for some of this stuff, to help out these institutions that have to pay a $17, $18 million exit fee to the Mountain West, plus the Pac-12 itself has to pay the Mountain West $43 million. So right now you're already down $111 million. As soon as you put pen to paper on the agreement, according to the Mountain West bylaws, you will forfeit your TV deal for the next couple of years. I mean, if you're a CSU fan and you're going to the game on Saturday, you better buy 2 parking spaces, okay? The institution needs the help right now. They're going to need it here over the next couple of years. And whatever the next television deal ends up looking like, it's not going to be the one that Apple was trying to get when SC and UCLA were in the league, when Oregon and Washington were in the league. Like right now, this is not a super attractive. You're not going to start suddenly hauling in $40, $50 million a year in your media rights fees. That's just not what's going to be on the table. I get some of the networks, they're going to want the late night Pac-12 games. I get why that's attractive. And I'm pretty sure Teresa Gold and the folks over at the Pac-12 have figured out, oh yeah, I can't try to chase after the kind of dollar signs that Kliavkoff was after. You should know better than that. And I would venture to guess they've learned those lessons over there at the Pac-12. But I get it for CSU, like, cut out San Jose State, cut out Hawaii, cut out the dregs, You don't want to be cutting the pie up 12 different ways. You want to only be doing it 8 ways. I understand the value in that. And it's college football. It's kill or be killed, and you always have to be mobile and be on the move. But this news today, I get why it's fun to be wanted and liked, but I don't think this is going to be a windfall for Colorado State or these 4 Mountain West teams that are rebranding as a new Pac-12. I don't think this is going to make this thing explode the way that they hope that it does. Basically, this news today, Andy, this isn't like when CSU wanted to get into the old Pac-12 or when CSU wanted to get into the old Big 12 or anything else like that. This is just sort of I don't want to call it a completely lateral move. They went up like a short flight of steps today.
I think it's a more recognizable brand. Even though it's a brand most of us thought is going away, there's still, I think, some prestige in the name Pac-12, right?
Yeah. I mean, they're on the CW.
Right.
It's prestigious.
Well, Buffy's got to go somewhere.